morning, casters! My name is PK Sparks. I am here with the Swolax, and we are here gathered today for the October 25th Webcam Premier Tournament, the first tournament after the what's known as the emergency ban list that has removed Helios Chariot Ride, Hurricane, and what was the other one, Swole?
We had a big rise from the ashes that we said sayonara to last week. This thing was absolutely crazy. That's the big thing on players' minds today as we're going into the event. It's bright and early. Good morning, PK. It's great to see you. How are you feeling about these bans? You said emergency ban list taken into effect for today.
Yeah, kind of happening at a point where it's unusual for Elestrals to announce a ban list, but I understand why. These three cards were kind of shaking up the meta in a way that many people were really up in arms about. Hurricane being a back row destruction card face down. Rise from the Ashes being a way to bring out a huge guy really quickly. Helios Chariot Ride, well, we always knew that was just waiting for its right moment for base set. It's found its time, and now it's going to have its time in Tartarus.
Yeah, it's funny because I think there's a lot of talk around these three cards specifically, right? We had a few events happen with both Kissimmee and the previous one where players were used to playing Hurricane at 1, Rise from the Ashes also at 1, and then Helios Chariot Unlimited. But all three of these cards proved to be a little bit too powerful in the hands of some of our casters. Though I'm excited to see what we get cooked up today from the chefs for today's tournament. We're in the third Lifestream premiere for their third big tournament for our players. And so without these cards, PK, what do you think our casters are looking to bring for today?
Well, we do have our caster predictions if you want to go into that, because I still believe, okay, so there are a few cards that I think we should expect and some cards that I hope to see. So Solar, still incredibly strong. And while I've already been like, if I cannot find a deck that I think can work for me any other way, I will be leaning to Solar. Absolutely. However, I think that Earth has a lot of tools that have yet to really be explored. You have the burn options with Dionysus. We have the aggressive consistency of the Champion of Demeter package. We have everything with Latagon and how quickly that can destroy back row on an 8/5 body. There's a combination you could do with Champion Latagon and base Latagon to continue your destruction while also healing. There's so many things that I think Earth has unexplored. So while I have Champion of Demeter as my main pick, it could be a plethora of Earth options that I think could be showing up today.
No, absolutely. I think Earth is definitely one of those fairly underexplored instead of Lifestream so far. We have a few known factors, and it's partially why I think, for our co-commentator, Primary Artemis, is going to be joining us on the desk here in just a little bit. Andrew, picking Krakatuga and Therahart. We'll hear their thoughts
both of those
later. Both really good, but also pretty niche for the most part, and same with myself. I think I'm going with Smeltung and some Morfrost action. I've been hearing a lot of rumblings in the volcano for some fire and fire nexusing shenanigans, and I love this card. It's such a goofy, fun, cool card, and I just need this thing to pop off at least once, please. The Morfrost Chimera, I think we've seen to be proven a deck that can perform. We saw it last premiere do fairly well, and also in Kissimmee. I think we saw a couple casters bring this thing to top 16, or this engine of the discarding and the different types of Morfrost power. The strategy itself too, I think you fit it out with Waylance, you could fit it out with, I think I saw Parawatt at the
Kissimmee. Waylance and Morfrost?
Waylance and Morfrost. You go that was last premiere. There's a beautiful show match that we had on the presentation that was the new Narpoon, champion of Kione, to Nexus and to ascend into the Waylance, and it is quite beautiful, and I love this strategy. So I'm going for the full discard on this one. I'm showing my hand here and putting it in the underworld. I'm looking forward to some of these decks, but outside of these, more specifically, we did have some previous decks that we do know to be in contention today.
Hold up. But before we move on to previous deck, I want to talk to you about Morfrost, right?
Okay.
Your picks in general. So I believe in Morfrost. I think that if and when Blistrix stops being so popular, people will realize how strong Morfrost, specifically Chimera form, is. Like, it builds wide, it's very consistent, it's active. If you don't get ahead of it from the beginning, you get behind just as fast. What are you seeing with Smeltung?
Oh, Smeltung, this is kind of like my Chronodile read from a couple months ago. This thing might just be the absolute Hail Mary. This thing is unproven so far, but I do believe in the tongue.
It does read nice, right? Like the card, it says, discard your hand, get a whole new hand. Then if you get out Hellmelts, you're building wide similar to Morphross, and you have an 8/3 body. I don't think Galaxy is too close right now.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm super worried about the stat swap, and the 8 is really nice. And again, there's something here with this card. I've seen enough brews where I'm needing this thing to pop off, or hop on some Smeltung, if you will.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm hoping that people are starting to explore beyond the meta because, we already know what is established, but there are so many interesting cards that were introduced in Lifestream that have yet to really be explored. So hopefully with the new ban list in place for today's tournament, that casters are going to be exploring the meta a little bit further. But you were talking about the decks from their previous event. What caught your eye from there to now?
Well, so a few known factors, effectively, right? Like I think for some of our caster picks today and some of our caster predictions, we do have some pretty out there shenanigans. But previously, our players were looking at decks like Locagon, things like Celestial, kind of like you mentioned for Solar. We also do know the Dionysus deck. It was pretty popular as well. Things with the Latagon, like you were saying. Mm-hmm. As well, we didn't talk about Blizzstrix a little bit with the iWooly and the self-mill strategy, and of course Thunderstorm, our beautiful Bronzeglow deck, which is super, super cool. A big fan of that one personally. And then Antitan got some love too, which I thought was really interesting. A lot of casters trying to make this big bug strategy and take some big bug casting into these premieres, which I can really appreciate. I do think that is something that we also might see today. The ban list itself, with the Hurricane and also the Helios' Chariot Ride now being gone, are these casters going to be more rune heavy? Is there going to be more options and more available protection for these decks to set up in the future? Things like Rise from the Shadows, potentially. What do you think about that? These decks can utilize some of these amazing cards that Aphrodite's Soulmates, for example, or Dionysus Madness might be even more effective.
Yeah, I think that with Hurricane being removed, there is more room for niche picks to be chosen now. Cards, depending on how you want to explore. Morphross is a list that could feasibly play Divine Blessing. It builds wide enough that you can disenchant from one of your Morphross and negate the activation and effect of an Invoke rule. It's possible. However, I do think that these decks are going to be exploring these runes. You can see that it's already been chosen. Rise from the Shadows, we may see more Lunar lists because we already know Rise from the Shadows is crazy, and it may rise up in the top 12 runes represented in today's tournament. Pandora's Box, now that you have to worry about backrow destruction less outside of Thunderstorm. We know that. Actually, outside of Thunderstorm, we may see more Bronzeglow. Because what's better than backrow destruction? Backrow destruction you can call upon. Although people weren't really using Findust to pull out Hurricane. But it was an option that you could have pulled. But yeah, these cards are going to be really interesting in what we have available for everyone to be playing. I do love how at the last event, Hopperoo was up as well, talking about calling cards out. Earth casters are now finding with Hopperoo their hands not only their hands consistently loaded, but their next draws consistently viable. There have been times where I've added Earthquake and then stacked Gorgon's Gaze. That's an insane 2 cards.
Yeah, the foretelling is incredibly nice. And, I think that speaking of Earth, and this is something that we haven't quite touched on today, but if you're joining the broadcast list here, first and foremost, welcome in, and thank you for joining us on YouTube and Twitch as well. But to talk about what our casters are going to be playing for specifically, there's a lovely Earth card in contention for that one, first showcase on the last tournament. But let's talk about this Champion Centaur, what our players are playing for. Here's what's on the line for today. So we have some Worlds points for qualifying here for our top 32, 20 points there, 16th place and up 35, 8th place 50. And for these casters here, we are, of course, our beautiful tournament packs, which the Stellar Aphros, by the way, is incredible. I did happen to pull one, and oh my God, it's glorious.
You pulled one?
I did end up pulling one. It was nice. It was super nice. For top 16 and above, you do get the Champion of Aphrodite Foamy. This beautiful marble border is, it's so, so good. And I'm going to have to get a place out of this myself someday. As well, for 8th place, the 50 qualifying points. For 4th place, 75, those tournament packs, with also a booster box. on the line. For the runner-up, second place, our finalists, 125 qualifying points, 2 boxes, of course, that champion foamy. And our champion today gets a ticket straight to the World Championship for Elestrals, as well as 2 boxes, a uncut sheet for Lifestream, and the foamy, and this beautiful, beautiful Centaur. These champion cards are no joke, and I know a few casters are going to be reaching for this one today.
I will be reaching for that Centaur when I can. That card is beautiful. But this this pricing here, it looks really fun. The uncut sheet is definitely a prize that many people will want, so definitely fight your best for that. But most importantly, the 250 QP for the World's Invitation right there. And of course, you have a lot of people you got to compete if you want to try to get that Travel Site. And Bean Soldier's now at over 1,000 QP.
Oh god, yeah, someone literally has to stop Josh. He is just too good at this game, and I fear we have to ban. Why wasn't Josh sent to Tartarus? Where is Bean Soldier? We do have Bean Soldier the Divine. Where is Bean Soldier Escape from Tartarus? Because he might also not be able to be contained. Looking at our global leaderboard here, this thing is crazy at 1,000 points you were talking about. Let's run us through some of his top players. Who are you looking at from this list?
Well, we have a lot of players that are really going in there. I love that top 16 player right there. Look at what they're doing. But but just fantastic players all about. What's important that you should know is that while there are many people who have qualified for Worlds, only not many of them have actually won Premier tournaments. Trishula, Adam, Dimax, Gatsby, Shuri, everybody who doesn't have a trophy next to their name have earned their invite to Worlds through qualifier points, through just competing. If you consistently get top 16, top 8, top 4, whatever it may be, it adds up as well. I mean, of course, if you want to catch up the Beansword, you might want to get a couple of wins in there. But you're up there. I mean, we have Julian, who just recently won the Premier with Lakagon, and now they're way up. And if you want to talk about what Julian brought to win the Premier tournament, like Julian's list was really, we're seeing so many different builds with Aphrodite. Like we've seen the Aprils build from Kissimmee. We've seen a balanced build utilizing all the tools from Aphrodite and Lifestream. And then we had Julian's list, which went all in on Lakagon. Wait, he gets the card deck. I cannot wait to see him play the Bubloon in that list if he chooses to go that way. But I'm really excited to see what Julian has been doing. And I think that's what makes Water so strong in Lifestream, is that the final build has not really been figured out yet.
Yeah, a lot of our casters, I think, solidifying their list, and like you said, a lot of these champions here today might be bringing some of our off-the-wall picks even, just to Bean Soldier it up and try to get these qualifying points. But for everyone else trying to get those points, best of luck, and wishing you happy casting. I'm looking forward to today's tournament quite a bit. PK, what are you expecting to see from this first round here? We have our casters lined up today early in the morning. I'm hoping for some good Elestrals here.
Always hoping for some good Elestrals, but I am hoping we get some casters who are beginning to explore outside of the typical play. Like, we already know what is good, but there may be something out there that's better. So in the words of Wirtz, I want to see y'all keep cooking.
Keep cooking.
Keep cooking.
Absolutely.
There are so many cards that are exciting out there. And going back to the caster picks, commentator picks, I still believe in the Champion Demeter package. Like, it's really strong, and I will consistently push that until it works. Centaur is also very strong. I love what Brontoglow is doing. I think Brontoglow is on the come up right now, and people are going to start finding the room for Brontoglow to work. Was it Frost is doing? I want to see more Frost pop up. Going back to your predictions, I think Fire is very strong right now. That's just a blazing element with a lot of options that people have yet to really deeply explore. I've been playing Triferno Turbo. Probably not the best, but I really like Triferno, and I have a full art. So I kind of play based on what I have. But yeah, I think there's a lot of things that every element can do right now. We don't even need to talk about. Well, we probably should, because it seems like people forgot about it. Hermes is still very real.
Ooh, yeah. Shout outs to Y Rebellion on this one. I think that's like the really cool one today. Is that we have a lot of, like you said, the niche strategies really popping off. I'm looking forward to the wind. Also looking forward to a lot of the earth stuff as well. I think that'd be really cool. I don't know. Other than that, I think solar is a pretty dominant force. I think that Lakagon is still a very strong quantity. And let's go gambling. We got to talk about that Blizz. Blizz is the one
We don't
thing.
have to.
Well, we don't have to. Let's, you know, we could say, Kier, I'm so sorry, XR America, another player, you know, well, completely different, by the way. We'll let those go. I think that it's so funny. Rise being one of the key indicator cards of that strategy for a little bit. Then moving down to 1, arguably the deck could be stronger. Now and not in Blizz deck at all. Can Blizz still perform without the, you know, the surprise jump scare of the big bird? That's also the question on the line for the Celestlio deck as well. And that was one of your caster's picks. But for Solar, how does the deck do without the big lion coming out of nowhere?
I think Blizz is still bodacious in its play in the sense that it's no longer about Blizz. Blizz is the extra payoff. I think the strength for Blizz now will simply be Iwoolly and Asprowl. Being able to mill into others, set up your next stack because you have Asprowl, which is a 7/4, a 9/6 under Mountains of Boreas, which is easily searched thanks to Boomerlinks. And then Iwoolly sets up everything else to help you go even wider. Iwoolly can pull out Boomerlinks. Iwoolly can get out Snowland. So I think the play for Boomerlinks or for Blistrix will not be about Blistrix anymore. I think it's going to be safe to say it will be an Iwoolly deck featuring Blistrix.
Yeah, these kind of big wide boards that, like, you're kind of talking about previously with the Morfrost. And I Woolly can't agree more. There we go. Trying to pull my best here in the morning as we're getting into it.
No, I agree. Iwoolly, I think, is really strong right now. The foretelling, we saw it many times during the last premiere and during Kissimmee, where Iwoolly would do the foretell milling, see that it's, or Cataran, saw that the top wasn't great, and Asprowl didn't even roll it. You know what? I know this is bad. I will go for something else next turn. Maybe we'll get the Iwoolly. And you make the play, safe keeping cards in your deck so you have that as a resource. The difference between Solar and Frost right now is that Solar tends to build way taller. Like Celestlio is still a house, a monument, if you were. It gets out 13-10 body, can with Corvushan Champion field, can foretell 7, possibly wipe your entire field. Like, it is one of the tallest decks that can be quickly built in this game. Yeah. But what is definitely better? Is it better to build tall or have a stronger foundation? I believe foundation is a little stronger in the Elestrals.
I'd be really curious to know how these players are going to adapt. You know, that's one thing I think I can really expect from the Elestrals player base. And of course, after sitting across the table from some of the strongest and scariest casters known to the Nexus Bank, I think that there's innovation to be had here. You know, between, of course, our Australians showing us up with the big lion, or, you know, maybe the Brits are coming in here with Lockagon Hard. We'll have to see if this is going to be a global trot today on the broadcast. And if y'all have any favorite moments that you guys want to share with us, use the hashtag #PlayElestrals on all socials. We're looking forward to seeing some hype moments and some incredible aura from these cards coming in here for Lifestream. And if you haven't quite checked it out yet, this is one of the best times to get into Elestrals, period. If you were joining us for a new time coming in here from things past. Small things to talk about here before getting up for our round 1. We have a little bit of time. PK, I'm excited for today's tournament. I really am. But I'm a little bit future thinking.
I really am as well. I think that this meta is going to be really exciting. I cannot wait to see how people are going to be pushing this meta forward, because it is likely that whatever we see today will be what we see for the next month or so, until a potential, or I'll say a meta overview, because we may not even need a new ban list. You know what I mean? We'll have to see how things go. I don't know about you, but every once in a while, I just randomly think about cards that would be really awesome in Elestrals. And when you just said aura farming, I just suddenly thought of a solar stadium called Aura Farming.
Aura Farming.
Yes, a solar card that is called Aura Farming. I don't know what it would do, but I mean, if you want to be memeing your game, Dan.
I think I'll do you one better. And this one, here's your R&D team for round 9, or for round 9 for our I'm running the tournament that far ahead. For our set 9 here, it's a solar counter rune. We'll call it a siphoner. You know, we'll say it's an aura farming on some level. Jertara in the artwork, a 1 or 2 cast solar, and then it's something along the lines. It has to Nexus or move solar or take away spirits somehow. That's the idea. Not quite sure how we do that yet. Maybe destroy all solar Elestrals on the board. Maybe we're at that point to where the solar deck is just too powerful building wide, and we have to have an Ice Age for our solar arsenal.
Or farming like a similar way to Poseidon's Fury, where it's like he's just taking spirits away from the board. I don't know. There's something there. There's something there. We got to figure that. Oh, maybe like you can. You know, we'll theory crap it later. But hey, like Swole said earlier, if you guys want to let us know any decks you may want to see on stream as well, production is looking. So keep an eye in chat and just yell out some card names. So let me try. Panzer.
I knew that was coming. I was like, where's PK going with this? And it has to be Panzer. There was one sign that said straight ahead to Panzer.
One note. I will be here every meta. I will try to make my boy playable. And you know what's crazy is that I'm thinking the other day, like, man, if I ever get Gigaflora and Mall Station set up, Panzer is infinite.
You know, I the likelihood of those two sticking around for more than one turn and you not winning the game off of those spirits alone, you know, I best of luck to that point. That's Jet Champion Centaur is already yours.
I will try to make it work, but at the same time, like we're out here. I'm excited though. I'm looking at the casters we have today. Well, I'll let you guys know when we have confirmation that we can share. But we do have a really good lineup for you guys here, including someone who's using this mat. I got this full art the other day.
Oh, the full art Baraboss. The Baraboss is incredible too. I need to make the deck work with that. Honestly, I have a few things cooking around.
Yeah, there are a lot of cards that you can kind of turbo out right now that I do not see people playing, and I'm kind of shocked by it. Barabog is being one that, as a stadium rune, prevents other stadium runes from being played, which is a boon to everything Blitzstrix, and it lowers everything by 3 attack and I think 3 defense as well. 3 attack and 3 defense, yes. And you cannot play stadium runes. So I mean, and if you choose to keep it, not making a stadium, it's a 9/15 body, 15/9 under a galaxy. I think there's room for Baraboss in this meta.
Yeah, I think I want to see some of those niche picks for sure. But I think, and I don't know if this is going to be true, but I'm kind of hoping we know one caster specifically who it might be showing up with the same type of magic. We have Julian for our round 1, our previous tournament winner and champion of Lifestream, reigning champ against Lizard here for our round 1 feature match. I don't know if Julian's going to try to make magic happen twice, but I can only imagine that with the new changes to the format, Hurricane being gone, that Julian's trying to see how Lock Gun can perform still.
This is Lizard's first online Premier tournament. Well, let me rephrase that. Lizard doesn't have any online Premier tournament accolades right now, but they have top 4 at the regional, and they did play at the Dallas Open. So we get to see what a player who's kind of unknown on stream to see what they've been bringing up. But Julian, I mean, we don't really need to talk about him. Like Julian has been pioneering everything about Lockagon, had a fantastic win at the last Webcam Premier Tournament. So we're going to be seeing a current champion versus an up-and-comer. Cannot wait to see how this matchup turns out. We could see an upset early on.
Yeah, I think this is something that is important to note about Elestrals. Been talking about this for a while, and even going into Kissimmee, talking to players there, is that, you know, most of the Elestrals tournaments, period, have been won by completely new people, new casters alone, people who are getting into the game for the first time, people who may have played Iron for a while. There's similar names you'll see often. Again, Julian has 6 top cuts instead of 2025, a top 4 at the regional, like you said, runner-up at a PNM, which is an incredible starter lineup. But Lizard being able to play at Premier events and one of the largest in-person Elestrals events in history is also a testament to how much I think we can expect from this first match. Again, a newcomer versus a established player here. I love to see it.
Yeah, and just because you're at a situation where your name isn't known doesn't mean you haven't been practicing on the back end. If there's anything that we know is that these testing groups tend to show up and show out. Lizard could be popping up of a whole new squad of players that we have not seen before. So how this one works out, it remains anyone's guess, but I cannot wait to see what these players are playing today, do you think Julian's on Lockagon?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's my gut feeling for Julian is I didn't need Hurricane anyways. I didn't need Helios Chairite anyways.
Oh, yeah.
I can make this happen no matter what.
Yeah, I agree. We already know Julian is very confident in Lockagon, and I cannot see him deviating from that list anytime here. If we want to go by sleeves, Lizard does have Hestia sleeves. Is it possible that we're seeing Fire Artifact to show up on the stream first?
You know, part of my stream predictions was really trying very hard not to say 2 cards specifically. Voldusk and Majursa, Champion of Hestia. There's a very specific caster.
Oh yeah, Bears!
Commentator that I think would have been really upset if I ended up taking those from her.
Well, it
so
looks
best
like
of luck to her too.
Looks like we are ready to go. Round 1 is prepared. Julian versus Lizard. Let's begin. We have Lizard on the play here. The cards are already pulled up, and we're going to see what Lizard's deck is going to be about. I want to assume it's some sort of fire list here. Let's see how the play goes as, well, we're just waiting for these players to get comfortable.
Yeah, I think that I think Julian is kind of milling over the hand and expending the 2 water spirits. We can maybe assume Lockagon here, or maybe just trying to bait us out just a little bit. Julian does like to mess with us a little bit on the desk. Yeah, I go for a mulligan though and try to find a much better hand. I am curious to know in Julian's deck, what are the inclusions now post ban list? Of course, Hurricane's gone. That was a Lockagon staple. Helios maybe was a side option, but I wouldn't doubt that Julian trying something funky. I'll start up here with a champion of Hephaestus, Volcaries on the board for Lizard.
We do have Fire Artifacts. Will Andrew get the prediction on the board first with a Krakatuga being in play? Eruption is still a very powerful card. Being able to catch players off guard, having them at 3 spirits, suddenly, you lost the game. But right now we do have the search right now. You can see that the Hephaestus is being searched out and Torch of Hestia is being pulled out. So you are going to see a disenchantment, but how many? I imagine it'll be 3. I think 3 is standard on Hephaestus. So this is the typical Fire Artifact setup turn. Now Hephaestus is out. We gotta get that point of interaction out, because now we're suddenly turning on Smotuga and searching out Eruption. We're suddenly turning on I'm trying to think. Oh, Kinleo, having a Nexus point to destroy an Elestral on field. You got to worry about stuff like that. But we do have the Hephaestus being enchanted with, I think, just 1. That's curious. Normally you see 3.
Well, going for the chancing for 2 here, and then using the effect
one from the underworld,
from the one from the underworld for the Torch of Hestia. Going ahead and empower the Volcaries here. This part is a little bit interesting. Normally, we see a lot of players in the play pattern. They hold that Torch of Hestia. It looks like Julian is going to expend to draw here, opting to take the tempo loss.
No. That was Nectar of the Gods.
Oh, Nectar of the Gods. Oh my god. Okay, even better. So we more water spirits down. I think we're going to safely assume Lockagon here, and a Tadpub coming down. That better be Gorgon's Gaze in the back there, Lizard, or else I think we might see a repeat of our championship last time.
Yeah, with Nectar of the Gods being in hand and Julian already mulliganing, like we're going for it right now. We have the Ascension going and Normadile.
Whoa, who could have predicted that? And if you want to predict on this clash here specifically, if you're over on Twitch, we have our predictions live. With the Normadile dropping down, what do you think is going to happen here, Julian or Lizard? Who thinks is going to take this one? I can't tell now. I thought Lockagon. I was so wrong.
The question here is it base Chronodile or new Chronodile? New Chronodile is terrifying. Normadile is also out here allowing you to quickly ascend to your Chronodile, and there's only 1 back row set by Lizard. It would be, you're just gonna hope that you're able. Wait, is that the tablet Chronodile? I think it is.
That I love the tablet Chronodile. That thing is so cool. And it looks like that is going to be the OG Chronodile with the tablet on it. Julian is rocking up with the croc up and is now that, wow, what a play and a half. Taking a table out of, or a page out of Doom's book, a previous Firestorm champion, and saying, I think I can recreate this in Lifestream. And there's the Bubloon you were talking about. Oh my God.
I said Bubloon. balloon as a throwaway. That was just commentary. It wasn't supposed to be real. So now we're sitting on an untouchable chronodile. That accelerated really quickly. What can Fire Artifact do to get over this chronodile? I guess you burn around it, right?
You can burn around it. You can also, because 8 spirits left from Julian's side. Julian is super low. You could also potentially have a Heliolith play if you're going for some classic artifact shenanigans. But the Gorgon's Gaze potentially could be in the back there for Julian as 2 set back row and a chronodile. Big Dillo is upon us. There's a lot of excitement here for the first round and early in the morning. I don't know about you, but I'm not quite Elestrals awakened enough for this one. Shout out to our Kickstarter, by the way. And as a Lavalith comes down here for Lizard.
Yeah, I mean, 6 spirits being under the chronodile definitely opens the gate for Lavalith to come through. And I guess that whole card is when it was targeted. Looks to be Gorgon's Gaze, a really nice snipe for Lizard right now, but not able to get over the chronodile. So we're just going to pass there. Julian now on the play, and likely is going to be looking to enchant somehow the chronodile to really start popping the field for the end game. Another Nectar of the Gods, 6 spirits left in Spirit deck. Ooh. I wonder what Julian's sustainability plan is for this game.
I don't know if you caught that quite there. I saw there a Wind Spirit and a Fire Spirit. I think we potentially could be seeing either Sirocco of Noctis in the deck, or Julian is teching out for Sorlet and teching out for Eruption. And I don't know if they play multiple of those 2 spirits. So, like you said, Eruption could be just around the corner.
We do have Foamy being played, Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, allowing to search for an Aphrodite, which that full art is just beautifully placed on that field right there. But I wonder what the search will be for. Will it be for another Foamy? I don't know. We might just be playing it for the future with this one. But really interesting situation here as it's a defensive play versus an offensive play. Aphrodite is being played for 2 right now, putting Julian down to, I believe, 3 spirits in Spirit deck as we're
going for an Ambrosia. Heal back to 3, paying off of the Foamy, and kind of like you were saying, using, I think, one of the spirits to grab an extra Foamy for setup. You know, Julian does like a lot of these niche water cards. I wouldn't be surprised if we have potentially some goofy stuff for things like Cap Regal, maybe an Oistillery, but for now we're just going to go for the Chronodile setup, safely insulating it still because there's only 5 spirits enchanting the Chronodile, but having the 2 from the Aphrodite keeps that targeting protection from things like Gorgon's Gaze. And you can now start to use the Crocodile, wade in the waters a little bit, and pick apart the board before swinging in for massive damage. This is very scary, but Lizard's not quite out of it yet. That spirit count being double of Julian's. They have a lot of room to play.
Yeah, and now I'm sure Julian, you see this matchup, is like, man, I really don't want to have to face Eruption in this matchup. Wondering if there's a Fire Spirit in Julian's list at all, because if you do, I would probably enchant it on there just to get the installation out sooner or later. Looks like we have an expend to draw of a Solar. That kind of lends itself to Heliolith being in Lizard's list.
Yeah, shoutouts to Bo on this one. The Heliolith is and would be a very valuable asset, maybe trying to dig deeper for it. It's really funny. In some ways, I think Lizard here could be trying to attack and swing into the Chronodile. Maybe afraid of shield just a little bit, but you get the extra foretells off of the torch anyways. So that would allow you to try and see or try to move your game plan a little more forward, trying to dig for those outs and stack those on top with the foretell mechanic. As Chronodile is going to disenchant 1 to target the Valkyries, pop that, and now there's an open board. Your Togwa's going to swing in after healing for 2.
This is scary. Okay, now we're in a scary position. We have 1 face down by Julian, but I feel confident that face down is very real, allowing the protection of the Togwa, the re-enchant of the Togwa, and another water spirit on board, the disenchant onto the Chronodile to destroy whatever's else in the field, and then hit for 2. This game plan is coming together for Julian, and it's terrifying. Huge wave coming for Lizard.
Yeah, I think that Lizard's still not quite out of this one just yet. We do have an artifact search with the Hephaestus still live, going for, as we see the Solar Spirits down, possibility of those Helioliths here to non-targeting, bounce that Crocodile back to hand. This is something that you have to kind of like expect somewhat from the Lifestream meta, are these big boss Elestrals come in. You're talking about Barabas even earlier. As a Necruff comes
Aw.
down, the little puppy that could.
Oh, we love Necruff, and it gets.
And that's going to be poison-tipped arrow, potentially trying to play around an extra potential burn. Julian's not going to take that one with the Jotagua being used for the enchantment cost. Gorgon's Gaze is going to come down here from Lizard, attempting to target this Chronodile, probably unaware that there are still 6 enchanting spirits on the board.
You hate to see a misplay. I think they're allowing them to take it back, so it at least does reset. But man, now that you have that exposed, Julian will be playing around that for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I think there's almost no way that, I think if you're Lizard here, you are having to just outpace and just wait for this to be done. I think I was trying to see if I was trying to pop the Gorgon's Gaze initially. Instead, there's some confusion there. Taking the Necruff instead off of the poison-tipped arrow. I
think Julian might have assumed he was targeting it, but no, that was the PTA resolving at the end phase, destroying the Necruff. So now we're in a pretty good position where you already know what one card is. You could pop the last one for free and just hit for 3 or whatever it may be.
Yeah, one of the scariest things that Dimax has ever said to me was, Swell, do you know what the really terrifying part of Elestrals is? And I looked at Dimax and I said, is it something with solar? And he said, no, of course not. That's silly. It's a big body 3-drop Elestral swinging with its full force into your spirit deck. And you know what? I did scream, and it wasn't Halloween. We have a Jotagua champ coming down from Julian here in an attack.
These 3 drops can absolutely be terrifying. Love the anecdote from Dimax. An actual wizard when it comes to Elestrals. Well, we have a card being played that can you pick out what the art is?
Yeah, that's the from Julian's side. That's the Jotagua Champ of Aphrodite. Got to brush up on those guess that Elestrals here. Silver's going to have one for us here in a couple rounds. We have the Nexus, because now the Jotagua can Nexus and keep these spirits around on the board for this Chronodile to still maintain its targeting protection. However, Lizard's going to fire off that Gorgon's Gaze that we saw previously to stop the Jotagua effect to search. The very powerful effect that we saw Julian explain in their previous Disc Golf deck profile of all things was this ability for the new champion Jotagua to be this incredible utility piece for the deck. Chronodile's still going to wait and not attack here. We're still trying to bait out a shield as the spirit count does get a little bit lower. 10 spirits from Lizard's side and 6 from Julian. Julian is playing around Eruption swimmingly.
Yeah, you got to keep his spirits up. I thought the Jotagua was going to stick around a little longer, but Necruff was a huge threat to that. Now we have a Galaxy coming out here, swapping the sweat stats of everything on field, but I mean, Chronodile was kind of laughing at you regarding that one. I'm still an 8 defense body. We are able to get over the Jotagua, though, stopping the Nexus thing from going any further. So, I mean, Lizard is playing their best, but we got to get that that win con figured out, because right now the spirit differential is dwindling for Lizard quickly.
Yeah, we have this one
Aphoros?
Constellation Art Aphoros coming in. That is crazy. That's
what is this list from Julian?
Digging in there, going to and draw one. The idea with this one, I think, is honestly very nice. The theory here is really cool. The idea is all your cards are either one, you're turboing into your big crocodile boss Elestral, or you are trying to keep spirits on the board to dig into it. Again, very much taking a page out of Doom's book and the Australians here, but very cool idea with the new Aphrodite as well inside of Lifestream compared to Firestorm. So if anyone wants to update their decks, just letting you know it does work as an Ambrosia comes down from Julian to heal back 3 spirits. Still playing around Eruption.
Yeah, you got to play around Eruption. That is Lizard's ultimate win con if it is an option. You have to wonder if at this point, if Lizard even has that in the main deck, possibly in the side, but at the same time, Krakatuga could have been a passing thought the entire time. But I don't know if Fire Artifact has what it needs to get around stuff like this on the immediate. Chronodile came out a little too quickly for Lizard to see the threat and try to build up around it, and Lizard's board has been picked apart systematically since. Yeah,
the cool thematic thing about the Chronodile is waiting in the waters until it's time to strike.
Damage.
And that strike is heavy. The big strong jaws of the crocodile backed up by the Aphoros. And we do have confirmation that was Shield of Achilles popped. So Lizard was holding on to that for Julian to potentially try to swing in. And Julian said, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna wait here. Crocodile can wait here all day. sit here in the swamp and I'm ready to go.
Think about all the advantage that Julian is drawing this turn. We've seen a mulligan, 2 Nectar of the Gods, 2 Ambrosias. The spirit count was at once 7 to 14. Now it's 7 to 4. What has happened in this game state there now? We have champion Valkyries coming out there to get another search. So now we get to see if there's a second Hephaestus in hand, but it looks like there is not. We are going to disenchant. So I want to assume it's going to be for a Necklace of Harmonia, but I mean, that's too risky right now. So maybe it's Torch of Hestia to get over the Aetheros, get a foretell of 3 and try to set up for the next turn. But no, we are going for Necklace of Harmonia with only 3 spirits. There has to be a second Hephaestus in hand, right? Has to be at this point.
Second Hephaestus would be good for spirit management wise. Otherwise, Lizard might be just trying to expedite this game. Post haste is the word I think I can use here. And so 1 spirit now down with Lizard. Gonna go ahead and go for an Ambrosia here to heal back up 3 spirits to maybe insulate the extra effect damage from this artifact.
Oh, wait a minute! Corner dial's an 8 attacker. We're now dealing with a 9. It gets over the dial.
Whoa, wait. Okay, listen. It's too early. I made the Elestrals Awakened joke earlier. It's too early for math. Lizard pulls out the Ambrosia. You're absolutely right. Holy. I've been brushing up too much on Guess at Elestrals. I need to get back into the meta. It's been too long.
You got to look at the numbers there. You got to win the real meta going on here. We have champion of Foamy, champion of Aphrodite here, going to be, I believe, searching out another Aphrodite here. But we have Gorgon's Gaze paying off of the necklace to stop the search. I think that's really strong for Lizard here. But you're only dealing with 1 spirit to 6.
Yeah, that one spirit better come in handy here. I don't know if we've seen 2 Ambrosia so far from Lizard. There would have to be a 3rd, and gonna go ahead and try and swing into the Foamy. Goes ahead and takes. 8 for us being a 4 defender is gonna be kind of obnoxious for Lizard to deal with as the Foamy expend discard to search comes out. Let's see what Julian grabs. It's a Nomadial.
Do we have a way to get to a second Chrono? Fire Enchanted. Oh, but it's a 5 attacker. So it could just get over the Foamy. Now what could the face down be at this point? We're just going to scoop it up there. That is going to be it. The quick search for the second Nomadial. I don't think I would have ever called a game where Nomadial would attack for a game.
Well, I don't know. Listen, sometimes it all comes down to 5s. We really are playing Elestrals. Some things change, but some things stay the same. What a crazy match. I think that was a great one to start off with. Give me a heart attack with the crocodile jump scare. But just there at the end, you're completely right. Lizard was working out the scenarios of what can my deck do. We saw some Solar Spirits. Yeah. Potentially we could see Helios. We saw the Gorgon's Gaze try and attempt to target the Chronodial, so trying to set up for something destruction-wise. The shield was popped, so they had that down. And also, the Necklace of Harmonia to swing over finally. There was still a way to go, but Julian was playing around it very well, patiently, and proving it once again why they are still a champion. As we go into game 2, what do you think is going through Lizard's head for preparing for this deck?
There's a lot of unknowns we've seen from both of these lists. We don't know what Julian's alternate play here is, but we did see a lot of what Julian's list was, and it was a huge turbo of Chronodial. The problem for Lizard is that you had probably your best opening with the champion Valkyries, and you still lost there. So I think the plan here is to either, now that you know what Julian wants to go for, prevent that as much as possible until Fire can get ahead. And that's like Water's MO. You let one drop hit the pond, suddenly that ripple effect causes a tsunami. you cannot let that tsunami happen. You see a ripple, you pull the plug, you drain that pond immediately. And what that can do it better than Fire. We did see Solar come out. We did not see a Smotuga champion of Hephaestus out for maybe Krakatuga. I think there's a lot of possibilities in the way that Lizard's Fire can burn to really try to get back into this next matchup. I think we have a known quantity versus flexibility from Lizard, but we don't know what Julian's side deck can do.
That's true. Yeah, that's kind of the neat part about Julian's early theory of Lifestream. I can give some insight onto this, because when I was trying to prep for this deck, and I was getting my butt handed to me by Julian from Lockgun. I wasn't a Lockgun believer. Julian said, no, I'm going to show you why I have a tattoo of this card. And over, I kept on losing. And I was like, what am I missing here? What am I getting wrong? And one of the things Julian said is kind of thinking outside the box here a little bit, was that post side, there's a possibility that you can just go into Cap Regal. You can go into these cards that change your play pattern and change your play style. And that was some of the early theory, was just side out of Locagon stuff. You're side into Spoiled Fruit, you're side into like to specific targeted hate for the Locagon deck. And I know that Julian definitely is looking through the card pool saying, what can I really take advantage of in those scenarios? So it might not even be specific cards for this, but it could just be complete play pattern difference for Julian. And for Lizard, I hope that Lizard has some extra removal and something that says does not target. So Solar Burst could be kind of cool. Maybe there's some solar cards, Nova Core, even just something super niche.
Heliolith would absolutely be clutch for Lizard right now. We did see the Lava Lith, the one of. Hopefully we can see the 2 or 3 of Heliolith coming up for Lizard here. But ideally right now, if you have any way, I think you want to focus on 3 main ways. Set up Heliolith ASAP. Get out Eruption ASAP. I think dealing with Burn to just erode the water remaining from Julian after Chronodile gets in the field will net you a lot more viability and advantage than trying to deal with the Chronodile first. You eventually did it, just way too late.
Yeah, Julian's going to go for a expend here to mulligan, saying that hand didn't quite have enough Crocodile in it for me, which completely makes sense. For Lizard, gonna go ahead and keep the hand as they're going first on the play here. Will we see a repeat of last time? Lizard's play of the Volcari's Champ into set cards. The setup is nice, but that Chronodile coming in early was
turn 1, yeah.
Turn 1 is just so strong to deal with, and I know for Julian, they know good hands to pick, so maybe this one might be the same. You were talking about known factors. I think we're looking for Gnomodile factors on this one, if you know what I'm saying.
No, Gnome factors is crazy. Yo, that's a good deck list name.
Gnome factors, yeah.
Gnome factors. But all the same, Lizard is going first. Lizard starts with Smotuga, base Smotuga, to search out a Fire Elestral from deck. Let's see what it's probably going to be Volcari's if you're not starting with it. And it looks like that is going to be Volcari's Champion of Hephaestus right there. So we'll be able to get out Hephaestus next turn. But right now, unfortunately for Lizard, starting slower than you would like versus an explosive deck like Chronodile.
It might be starting slow right now. But with Small Tuga, shout outs to Andrew on this one, our primary Artemis co-caster. This could be a hint at a potential Krakatuga list. We did see Shadowstorm in the previous premiere do very well with that strategy. And so it could be slow enough, but can Julian stop Eruption and also a big turtle for burn? I don't know. Julian's gonna go for an Aphoros here, it looks like. Potentially trying to go for some draw with a Wind Spirit.
Huh? Was that a Wind Spirit? Can we get a confirmation of the spirit underneath Julian? Because now I'm confused.
It kind of looked like a Wind Spirit, unless that's a Pelaquarius that I'm looking at.
You know what? The artwork is different. I believe that is Pelaquarius. Yeah, that makes sense there. We just saw the constellation that kind of connected the two. All the same though, 2 face down from Julian after a Net of the Gods. So right now, we're jockeying for position. We're trying to get to the position where we can start moving forward. Right now we have Champion Valkyries coming out here. Will we see a Gorgon Gaze in return? I think if it does exist, I think it's viable unless you're really not worried about what Hephaestus is going to pull out, and we're not. So interesting decision here. If Lizard does have Champion Smotuga, then we are in a position where we can set up for burn and put Julian on, you gotta have it now. Because otherwise I'm burning you for 3, destroying a card with Eruption.
That's one of the things that I think is so cool about the Eruption style deck, something that we did see showcased from Shadowstorm, is that there are turns where you don't do anything. And sometimes there are turns where you do everything. And that's kind of the neat part about most decks in Lifestream, is this kind of waiting game of when do I fire off my combo, so to speak. And I think Lizard's ability to kind of halt Julian's progression of that from Gorgon's and the Pelaquarius, it might give Lizard enough time to search and grab for all the cards that they need. So I think that's something that I'm hoping to see Lizard utilize here within the next couple turns, are these big burns. And maybe with this Hephaestus searching out that the Necklace of Harmonia now, kind of like you were talking about previously, having an out to Chronodile early is key.
Yeah, that 5 attack can really get something open over Chronodile's defense there. I believe it's 14, so I mean you got to kind of build high to get over it, but it can with enough practice. So get to it. But we do have Torch of Hestia in hand, and looks like we're just passing through there as we Tap Puff? Oh, okay. We're doing Tap Puff, and now we're doing the Ascension. Likely to Nomadal here.
There's the Lockadon.
We're back to Lock, baby.
You know, I hate to say it. It's a lead Chronodile, and it's a side deck package of the Lockadon. Julian, get out of my head. Get out of my head. The Pelquarius should have been the immediate start, right? Pelquarius is a card that searches the Water Elestrals, and that was not something we saw last time. That's a favorite card to get into the strategy of Lockgon as soon as possible. But now we see the switch up, and I'm pissed I got mixed.
There's no way. There's no back row set by Lizard. This is going to be a removal from the field. We might see Hephaestus go down and just run over the other two. This is devastating for Lizard right now. With 2 back row set, this may be the turn that cinches the match.
I don't know. Like we were just talking about these strategies that can have these big pop-off turns. And yes, Lizard's going to take a lot of damage here. But Julian's down to 8 spirits. And that's well within the range of this Krakatuga deck to burn out. So I do think Lizard does have some options, but this is going to be a very strong board to deal with. This is Lockgon's bread and butter. And all right, Lizard, let's see how we do this one here. Even things like the Necklace of Harmonia can help get rid of some of these threats. But I think this is going to be a complete board clear from Julian. Unless the Lockon, that's the OG Lockon, only has 4 attack.
Yeah, so I guess not. I guess we're going to leave this Motuga there, which is a little scary. But I guess it depends on how this one plays out. You don't really want to force Julian to expend more water, because now you're just making the Lockon stronger. But instead, we are going to leave this Motuga on the field. Everything else is removed. And now, I mean, you can't search for another artifact. We know that Necklace of Harmonia is in hand, but Julian made that play way too confidently. You know that face down is very real.
Yeah, the face downs from Julian, we know Aphrodite Soulmates would be probably my guess of one of those cards. So even if Lizard has an option, as the Champ's Moltuga comes down, wait a minute, one of those has to be Gorgon's Gaze, or else this is about to be massive burn damage.
Yeah, we are going to be able to reveal to get out Krakatuga, burn for 3 if it goes through. Gorgon's Gaze is not flipped. Krakatuga comes out. Now, hold up. What if it's Champion Krakatuga?
Champ Crack is not too bad here. There's OG. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it is OG Krakatuga. Beautiful card. Going to be coming out there with Smotuga Champion of Hephaestus. So we do see that Lizard does have it as an option. I wonder if that's a side deck option for Lizard or not. Like maybe we just didn't see Champion Smotuga. All the same, though, we are going to get the Special Ascension to it. And now it's curious to see what's going to happen on Julian's end as Krakatuga is casting defense.
I'm as a poison tipped arrow coming in to pay off the Pelquarius to take care of this 9 defense body, which would have been sticking around for more turns, would have been incredibly hard to deal with. I do think though, Lizard, if this is an eruption play or some sort of burn, that we might, there's gonna be a lot of damage that Julian's taking here. 3 from this Krakatuga, and effectively 3 from the poison tipped arrow. And if there's eruption in the back here, that would be absolutely killer. Lizard is thinking over plays and options here. Krakatuga effect going to go off here, expending 2 fire spirits to make Julian burn for 3, which does mean that this Lockgon is huge. This Lockgon does get a lot stronger.
Solar going to the underworld as well.
And there's one eruption.
All right.
Eruption coming down, burning for 3.
Hold your breath. We have more water going to the underworld here.
Krakatuga can pop a card with this too. That's very powerful. Holy.
Yeah, but what do you pop here? It has to be the new Lockgon. I'm sorry, base Lockgon, right?
Well, if that's Aphrodite's Soulmates, then I don't think it really matters what you pop there. I think that's what Lizard is going over. Are we about to see the full heart? This is gonna be for OG Lockagons going down.
Okay, that's scary because with Aphrodite on the field, if there's another Lockgon in deck, you can see that again. Ambrosia coming out here. healing up Blizzard up to 10, trying to figure out, I guess if nothing more, just get them on low spirits and we'll deal with everything else later on. Because right now, PTA does need to expend 2 to get rid of the Krakatuga. So if you can get them under 2, you can save your Krakatuga.
Yeah, I think that's maybe the hard part about this decision is that Julian, if Julian expends 2,
we're not getting out of the Locagon.
No way. And if Julian puts themselves down to 1, that means Lizard has the possibility to eruption the next turn, which means Lizard now has Julian in the blender. This is now. I'm holding my breath just a little bit. And that's 2 down. The fire spirit's going down too. Julian's like,
but I mean, you had to, right? If you didn't do it, you'd be taking 3 next turn regardless.
Yeah. Oh God, I'm on the edge of my seat. This is awesome. Oh
God.
2
explosive turns between 2 different decks. Absolutely love it. Water is such a strong element in Lifestream right now. As Dratagua comes out here and it gets a Gorgon's Gaze.
Beautiful Gorgon's Gaze from Lizard here. That Dratagua was about to add massive value to this deck, and gonna go for the.
Was the Locagon Gorgon's Gaze?
I believe so. The effect order was Locagon declare to cast, and Gorgon's Gaze off on that. Now the Dratagua is going to then Nexus to search and grab another Dratagua.
I think I might have.
Dratagua cast to heal. I am so silly. Locagon has other text other than saying cast Locagon. Locagon effect to after the cast of Dratagua to heal 1, put Julian back in his better spirits. Gorgon's Gaze to deal that back.
Right, you cast out a lot. Okay.
Little bit on this one. You know, it's so funny. I do often forget Dratagua does actually prompt the Locagon to heal 1 as well. It's Locagon or Dratagua.
Yeah, it's one of those things you forget because you see one side of it so often, you forget there's another part of the effect that exists.
Well, yeah, when you're staring down the Kissimmee Champion Evo Vamp in a bunch of rounds and you see activate effective Locagon, I'm not expecting Dratagua. I'm seeing Locagon come down, so my PTSD is real. Lizard's gonna go ahead for a Nekruff here. Nekruff is killer for this burn.
This is it. If there's no way to stop it, this is it.
Potentially trying to get over the Locagon, even. Trying to go for it.
We're gonna pay a Spirits off the field to activate one of those face downs, right? It's something that's been activated.
Tsunami.
Okay. All right. Did we activate the Foretell? Hold on. We don't know if we had the activation.
It's on attack declaration, which would be the same timing as the Tsunami.
Yes. So now I think there was a mistake of not activating or declaring the activation there.
Oh wow. This Nekruff, that was about to be game for Lizard here. That Tsunami was killer. And Julian saying, I'm going to put in the Tsunami as well, a card that we saw previously not very well or very commonly played, just because Lockdown was so much in the meta. This is now a tight experience, but Julian is 1 eruption away from losing this game.
That's rough because you could have seen the eruption off of the Torch of Hestia. Like, you can't assume the game is over until the game is actually over. As Lava comes out here to destroy one of the face downs and threaten the destruction of the Locagon, getting rid of 2 spirits on Julian's field. If we have a way to stop this, it has to be now. It has to be PTA just to survive the next turn with Locagon, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And then you can put the Locagon defense to maybe stall out for an extra couple times. A Gorgon's Gaze off the Lizard. The other back row must be huge, but Lizard is in a very commanding position here. I don't know about you, but I'm looking down at these 10 digits and I'm saying to myself, we got a game on our hands. This has been crazy.
Yeah, Lizard made a really good play after seeing the PTA to just say, all right, I got to go in. And I think that might have been Julian's mistake. It's kind of hindsight. It's 2020. You don't really know what your opponent has. But, like, you lost 6 spirits in 1 turn. You had to pay 1 for the PTA, expend 2 more. That was such a huge turn that put Julian behind further than I think Julian may be comfortable with. We've seen Julian in the first game play around 6 spirits the entire time. Kept going up, kept going down. It stayed an average of 6. That time, you got shut down to 1 at the blink of an eye. And it was just, I think it was too much for Julian trying to figure out there. What could have been done? I don't think there was anything reasonable that was a mistake or to say. It may have just been how the cards played out.
Listen, could be done, would be done, should be done. I'm smiling ear to ear from this one. That was such a cool match to watch. We were just talking about
the match isn't done. We got one more game.
We have one more game to this, but that was an excellent showcase into seeing how, again, Julian, previous champion of Elestrals, multiple Premier Tops, and Lizard coming in here with this burn strategy that is coming out, which is doing numbers. That was incredible. And on this too, this is important to note, Julian's comfort pick, Lakagon, comes in from the side if we're potentially forecasting this instead of the Chronodile to maybe trip up Lizard on the play. And Lizard handled that better than Chronodile even. So if Julian goes back to Chronodile, how is Lizard going to respond? Or is Julian's like, no, that was a fluke. I'm going to try for Lock again. This is we're now kind of in this position where Julian is playing a little bit risky if Lizard can get the call right.
It's tough to say for Julian because I think there is room for both of the strategies to shine versus Lizard right now. Lizard showed great formidability by making sure that I'm not out completely, even with the jump scare of Lakagon coming out there, still holding on to your strategy and finding your win condition, the proper time to launch a big play and going forward from there. But I don't think that there's room for Julian to. You could just argue that the slow startup is what really caused Julian to not win there. Because if Lakagon was there from the beginning, we could have kept that pressure that Smotuga could not have been there. Maybe the mistake was leaving the Smotuga on the field. Oh no, actually Smotuga didn't matter there because it was just kind of there the entire game. So not really that way. It's tough to say, just being in the booth right now, what the mistake was. But I think that Julian, we could see a hybrid of the two strategies. I don't think going back to Chronodile is a good idea here. I think that being aggressive and trying to get ahead of the burn damage from Krakatuga is smarter. But Julian's the champion for a reason. I'm sure they'll make the best decision going into this game 3.
Hey, you're telling me. I'm looking forward to it. I'm still smiling ear to ear. This is
so
awesome.
Cool.
Already off the gate, we're getting some amazing Elestrals. I was a little bit joking in the pregame. I was saying I want some good Elestrals today. A great response, Willax. No, I'm going to show you. We're going to get some. Lizard here going for, I think he's going to be going second here. So Julian's taking the play on this game 3. This is going to be match point for our first round. And what a round it's been. Oh my God. This is what I love to see early in the morning. I'm not even through my coffee yet. I'm already Elestrals awakened.
We have seen 2 mulligans by Julian so far. I think we're going to see a third. We're already looking over the Spirit deck, and yeah, we're going to mulligan again. It worked for Julian once, it lost for Julian once. I wonder how this will work out, but water is one of those elements where you don't mind expending. The Spirit's going to come back to you sooner or later.
Not a mulligan. That's You
have been hanging out with Kay too much.
Listen, there's been a marathon going on. If you haven't thought, some hours have been there for that. Now we have, I think the mulligan makes sense specifically too if you're going to go into Chronodile, right? The idea if you're Julian going first inside this game 3, like you said, establishing Chronodile early is important. So you have to make sure that your hands are primo. If you are also expending to draw though, it's a lot of spirits. Or is that another mulligan? Are we mulligan again? Are we on 4 mulligans?
Yeah,
am I crazy?
That's pretty crazy. It really makes you wonder about the composition of Julian's list. They haven't had a game where they haven't played well, but it also is uncharacteristic for this deck to be mulliganing twice. So wonder if you're just seeing a lot of the big dudes, the Nomadiles or whatever it may be, in their opening hands. But whatever this next hand is, you got to keep it, right? You got to try to make it work.
I think so. Yeah, just to clarify here, it's not 4 mulligans, 4 spirits for the mulligans. I guess I should clarify there because even going down 4 spirits here for Lakagon and again into a burn strategy is the difference. That Necroth coming down was threatening game with just 1 spirit. And so I can't even imagine the stress here as Julian expensive to draw the Willax Classic. I love it.
What is happening? We do have 2 face down set. So not the worst scenario to be in, but man, being down 15 after 2 mulligans already is crazy as we have.
As Aphoros coming in, that's Magneros now properly enchanted to count as Aphoros. And This is now a change of pace as Pandora's
full art Pandora's box by Julian, stopping the search of the Aetherals, keeping the Mag Aetherals to a 3 attacker and the board from going too wide out of Julian's favor. I think that's one of the well-played Pandora's boxes you can see early on.
Yeah, I think that's a good one from Julian, especially because you're trying to stop the bleeding. However, you're now taking 3 spirits of damage here from this Magneros total. And after being down already 4 spirits, that's 5 spirits down. Tadpuff's coming in. You better hope this is a Nomodile, and that's not a Gorgons.
Yeah, like now we're going to see what version of Julian's this we went for, and
Lakagon.
Champion Lakagon comes out in defense, and we're going to be using the effect to heal up one of the waters. We're now shored up where we need to. The question is there a Lakagon in hand? As there is. So we did not even activate the base Lakagon in case that face down was spoiled fruit. Unfortunately, Lizard's cards are kind of off screen. We can't see what's been milled from Pandora's or destroyed.
I'd imagine that was a shield of Achilles.
But all the same, the field is clear, and now Julian has built as big and wide as he needs to really move forward into this game. But right now, Lizard still 19 spirits, barely played a card. A lot of room to grow and move around with. A Volcaries with Torch of Hestia can get over can it get over the Lakagon? How much water do we have in the underworld right now?
Well, yeah, those expends are now an asset as previously a liability. And wow. You know, I've seen Julian break apart Blizztrix boards. I've seen Julian break apart solar boards. And now getting to see Julian expend twice, break apart their own board, and then establish this board here is unexpected to say the least. 2 damage coming in here from Julian, playing it a little slow, opting not to go for a 4 damage here, potentially playing on Gorgon's Gaze for the back row on the initial ascension of the Lakagon.
We have confirmation that Shield and Smoltuga Champ were milled from the Pandora's box. So now we're trying to see. I mean, those are 2 cards that kind of hurts Blizzard right now. But right now, you just got to get Volcaries out. But Smoltuga Champ is already in hand. If Hephaestus is available, we can search out Eruption. Julian, I feel like they might be considering a Poison Tip Arrow at this point, right?
Yeah, for sure. Or even another Pandora's box for this Ascension reveal. That's kind of the neat part about having the flexibility of that as a Tunic comes in here. Tunic is also kind of a cool tech option for more burn.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. And you are going to get the reveal to get out the Krakatuga, but it's only going to be a 4 attacker, not enough to get over the Lakagon, and can be quickly popped by the Lakagon on the next turn if water returns to the Spirit deck from Underworld in any way. So kind of curious that you're choosing to go this route at this moment. Makes you feel like Eruption can't be too far away, right?
Well, and that's kind of the neat part, Julian debating on the fact of dealing with the turtle, either the small one or the big one, and says, I think I want to cast PTA here. However, Dense Fog is going to come in here.
So not even allowing the activation of Krakatuga or Eruption. And I feel like Julian knows that they're going to be able to destroy this Krakatuga on the next turn. Jotagua may be dropped next turn, and that's going to be devastating for Lizard right now.
You know, we talked about cards that our players were looking at to maybe take the place of things like Helios, take the place of things like Hurricane. We've obviously things like Thunderstorm and Tornado, which are 1-to-1 direct for things like Hurricane. But for Helios, one of the functions of Helios early on, of course, is to kind of stun the opponent for 1 turn just to get off what you need to. And Dense Fog here, acting as a very similar comparison, very similar analog, is saying, yeah, you have your turtle. I can't quite remove it now, but my deck can do it and can do it very well. So all I need to do is stop you for 1 turn and see whatever happens. Like, we'll see you, Space Cowboy.
We have a Fire Enchantment onto the Champion Lakagon and a face down Ambrosia being played to heal up at least 1 water. Looks like 1 water, 1 solar, 1 lunar. kind of signifying that there's a second dense fog ready to go. But that's going to allow the destruction, the healing of a water, the destruction of the Krakatuga, and we're probably going to just hit it for 2 while keeping the champ Krakatuga safe right now. 6 attacking right now, and Julian playing slow, playing patient, but still keeping up the aggression to keep Lizard on the back foot. Lizard needs a burst turn right now, or this next turn is going to get even worse for him.
Yeah, this is kind of talking about the switch up of play patterns even. Julian's very patient, methodical game plan style of Chronodile coming into play here as the Lockagons are waiting in the water for their turn to strike. And I think if you're Julian, that 7 defender is enough to ward off some foes like the Lavalith, which we've seen being kind of an MVP for Lizard before in the past. So now, with Lizard's play here, 10 spirits left. We're back to where we were kind of previously as a small Tuga comes down to search out potentially a champ Volcaries. Interesting kind of play here. If Lizard's on multiple Krakatuga, we still have a way to burn for massive damage. But that's going to be big to be seen if Lizard can now outpace with only 2 spirits up.
Really curious what Lizard could be going for here. We're having to search from this Motuga right now, and that's going to be the champion Volcaries. So going to be able to switch on Festus, but playing defensive Motuga, you're pretty much telling your opponent, yeah, your next turn is free. I'll try to come back the turn after that, which is not where you want to be, especially expending your Krakatuga so early. Julian's face down, but with the Ambrosia being played early, you have to wonder if that face down is also a bait.
Yeah, it could potentially just be there to have a Lizard contemplate a little heavier on the turn. I think for Julian, though, Julian is a 6 attacker on this lock-on, has no problem getting over this 5 defense, and is still saying, I'm not going to attack with this other Lockagon until I have the game shot. And at this point, I think if you're Julian, maybe you care, maybe you don't. This is a very weird position as Lizard now can take hold of the game. The Fire Enchanted Lockagon 2, protecting that on the defense Lockagon is, I think, mission critical at this point. Previously, we saw Julian expend that early. So we're probably seeing the game slow down just a little bit here as a small Tuga comes back in.
Another small Tuga, base small Tuga to search out another fire. But, we're not getting any aggressive play. Kinleo is being pulled out, but we still don't even have Volcaries out to get Hephaestus. We know that Poison Tunic is in hand, so you could make that play and Nexus off, but I feel like the attack drop and burn is kind of valuable versus just the Nexus thing onto Kinleo. We have to see how Lizard values that. But as you said, we're in a situation where Lizard is just trying to shore up as much as they can. And even Julian right now is riding, like, not only is Tunic, but I know that Kinleo's in hand as well. And we have another, Volcaries. Yeah, so 3 of the, I think 5 cards, 4 or 5 cards in his hands are known. That has to fill Julian with a little bit of confidence as Foamy Champion of Aphrodite comes out.
Yeah, Lizard could be trying to set up for a little Texas 2-step here, right? The idea with this one is that Volcaries on the next turn searches your Hephaestus. And then your Hephaestus is your Nexus Bank for your Kinleo, given it's not Sunday and the Nexus Banks are closed. I'm trying to think about, though, what is the tempo on Lizard now? Is Kinleo, if Kinleo comes down next turn and there's no Gorgon's Gaze from Julian, I think we're copacetic. But for a 2-turn clock for that play to get rid of and clear this board, as another Lockdown comes down, we have triple lock coming in.
Yeah, this is terrifying. Now Lizard has lost. I mean, you already played 2 Spotuga, you played Champion Spotuga, and you milled 1. So I think your defensive options might be done here. We're going for the aggression. The attack goes in. The back row is being cleared out. And now we're just going to hit for 7. That puts Lizard down to 4. Tunic is in hand. Kinleo is in hand. Julian has 9 spirits in spirit deck. 2 back row. 1 that I think is fake. But still, we're in a situation where Julian has a lot of commanding position. Lizard needs a combo right now. And I don't know what combination of, I mean, I guess Lava Lift, target the second face down under base Lockagon. And if you can, run over the base Lockagon.
I think we're it's got to be Ambrosia into this is very difficult. With the Fire Spirit too, I could just blurt out a nice answer of triple eruption. But we know for a fact these cards aren't doing it. Lavalith is one though. That's a huge one to drop.
You have to target the new set. I would love to be proven wrong. Let me know if that face down, the first one is real. I would love to laugh at egg in my face. But Lavalith is going to be targeting, looks like to be the new one that Julian is mulling over. And it is going to be Gorgon's Gaze. That's rough because it stops the assault that Lavalith could put out. But you did force out the Lavalith. So the Gorgon's Gate. So now, if Julian has no way of returning a water spirit from Underworld to Spirit deck, the Lavalith sticks around a little bit more, unless you just spend enough waters to get the Lakigan to run over the Lavalith, which, you know, then it's GG.
What I think is so funny about this board state, when I'm really thinking about it, like dissecting it across, the fact that Julian had an extra turn to re-enchant the Fire Spirit means that Lizard now has to completely change their play pattern. And it was double eruption in hand.
Double eruption in hand!
Oh,
that single Fire Spirit under the first champion Lakigan is what secured Julian the game. It was right there, black and white, clear as crystal. But the firewall of a Fire Spirit held off the eruption enough. Had to be a little heartbreaking for Lizard and relieving for Julian. Man.
Yeah, it all comes down to like these big tempo turns in Elestrals, which is not uncommon for a lot of their decks, but this one specifically was a classic case of I have just enough time to where I'm not pressured into putting this Fire Spirit under this Water Dragon. And now I can break apart the board and play slow, and Lizard has to have an out to this. So double eruption was the game plan. I'm going to hold and try to put Julian inside of a space where they are low on spirits. And they got down to like, what, 5 at some point, 7, 6 now at the end. And so Lizard had the right idea, but Julian able to play it slow, to break apart the board and strike when necessary. That was crazy. But a little bit of change of pace from the first couple of games. What do you think of our transition there per each game? Explosive, I would say just as explosive and maybe a little bit slower.
So I think the thing that's rough for Julian the most is that Chronodial was shown on stream. So now anybody else who may have seen that is like, oh, okay, so this ain't the real play there. Julian's going to have to get a little clever with the plays and how they choose to adjust their deck going forward. But I do think the shoring up of Chronodial for anybody who may not be prepared for it, turn 1 is great, and then going to Lakigan game 2 and 3, it can work. And not to mention, having a defensive option in Chronodial and an offensive option in Lakigan can be really good in having your deck be malleable enough to deal with the field as you try to make it to Top Gun. I think there's a lot of potential in how Julian has styled their play style in their deck right now for this tournament, and I cannot wait to see how far it takes them, but it at least took them to a win in round 1.
Yeah, and I think for Lizard too, not quite out of the woods just yet. Long day ahead of us as we get into our later round. So hoping that we can see Lizard again. And I think with plays like that and with positions like that, again, putting champions inside of their place, so to speak, I think we'll see Lizard again. Here's hoping. And congratulations to Julian. And that was an amazing match as well. This was awesome. That was a crazy show. Again, I still can't believe Lizard was just popping off in that game 2 against Julian's comfort pick. That's crazy. Yeah, that was really cool. And we did not even see what Lizard's solar spirits were there for. We saw not a peak of a Heliolith, a Golden Fleece, or anything like that. So there's a lot to be surprised there too. But what I am surprised is that round 2 has snuck up on us really quickly already.
So we're gonna give you the morning break that you absolutely need. Go get your cup of Joe Swole, and in a little bit I will be back with Andrew, also known as Primary Artemis. You guys have definitely seen him on stream before. You guys are gonna get him on camera and on the mic in just a little bit. We're gonna go over round 1 and get set up for round 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Faster than a crocodile cast out. We are back. Round 1 is now behind us, but the feeling, the explosions of those eruptions is not lost on us at all. But the snake has slithered to the final. Julian gets over to round 1, and now, Andrew, you had to have seen that matchup, right?
I did crack it to you. I've checked one off my list. We got to see Theraheart round 2.
True, you're on the board. Congrats.
Yeah. Or I can give you Gigaflora. We can give you Gigaflora. The real question is, do you actually want Gigaflora Champion of Demeter, or are you looking for the Gigaflora to search my station Champion of Demeter today?
No, I want Gigaflora Champion of Demeter. I think that's the card that's like the catalyst for it all. But I think Gigaflora is really strong. But that entire package is really powerful that I think has a lot of ability to show up and show out today. We still have a long way to go, though. Like Solar, that's an easy pick. I'm sure we'll see Solar sooner or later. Morphos, I'm holding my fingers crossed for it, though. We have to see Rise from the Shadows sometime today, though, right?
We got it. Theraheart, search Rise from the Shadows every turn. The Unkillable Deer.
It's scary. It is a terrifying combo that is so consistent, and I think that's what's great about Lifestream right now is that a lot of consistency has been added to the decks. A lot of good recursion that makes sure you can get beat, but you can get back or stay in the battle as long as you can. I mean, we saw it in round 1. Like Lockagon got beat back, but then did the beating itself. We had Crocodile show up and just say, actually, I'm here. You can't touch me. Here's my balloon. So really interesting decks and deck building that can be done in Lifestream here. In just a little bit, we're going to be setting up for round 2. If you guys want to see any particular deck, just yell it out in chat. Production is watching. So besides our predictions, go left field. What is something that you're hoping to see? I want someone to prove me wrong that Centaur Champion of Dionysus does have a place in this meta.
Okay, yes, that would be really cool. I'm going to go for a base set pick, though. Omphirial. So,
Omphirial?
Okay, think about the Thunderstorm decks. They can drop a Thunglow, drop a Signectric on top of it, reveal 12 Thunder, go straight to Omphirial, expend 1 Thunder per turn to pop things, and be healing Thunder every turn with Supercharged Stadium on field. I think it is a sleeper tech that maybe some Thundercasters might peek into at some point in the Lifestream meta.
2 things. 1, I have never thought of that. 2, you have clearly thought of that.
Wow. Hide my deck list over here. Hide the deck.
No. You throwed it up on play.elestrals.com and let the people see. But no, Omphirial is interesting. I kind of like that. I mean, don't you have to reveal 12 for it, though?
You do. But I mean, here's the thing. In the past, it's like, oh, well, when are you ever going to play 12 Thunder in your deck, right? Well, now with Thunderstorm, it's like, why not play 12 Thunder? And you're always going to heal it basically every turn. So even if it's mid-game, you probably have 12 Thunder in your deck. And even if you don't want to go Signectric, right? You get a Brontiglow on field, you just drop Omphirial on top of it and go, yeah, I've burned you for 2, and also here's Omphirial now. Congratulations.
I like it. I love it. I want to see it. It needs to happen. Absolutely, I'm down. I encourage as I endorse. But actually, talk about that. If you want to talk about old cards, I still believe there's room for Neandersloth to be strong. Like, give me a Champ Titanic Stalk that's like not just Hermes coded, and I think that there's room for that to happen. So if you want to talk about old cards that were iron, I'm still thinking about Neanderthal. I just like Earth. All right, I'm typical, man. Unless we have season 2 killed me.
Maybe it'll happen. But I think our casters are getting ready here, so we'll put Earthmill in the back of our head and get really excited to.
Yeah, there's no setting up here, so we're gonna let them line up and ready to go. But I am excited to see what these round 2 is going to be bringing up. I imagine we're still going to have room for people to be exploring with new deck types here. We saw 2 decks that are strong but kind of explored right now, so we may just see somebody who broke out surprisingly and is here in round 2. We'll just see how it goes. But in the meantime, if you guys have been enjoying this stream right now, do not forget to show us support on YouTube side. Give a like to the stream and subscribe. On the Twitch side, keep your eye out for that prediction, because once you get these deck types, which we'll tell you in a little bit, y'all can make your predictions about who you think will win here. And if the last round is anything to go by, you can go by a name, and just be like, this may not be it. Play the odds there. But all the same, though, I'm excited for how this matchup will go, Andrew. Is there any deck, like, you and I haven't really been speaking lately. What decks are you, like, really playing right now, besides Imperial?
Well, I mean, 100 years of Lunar Slop, thanks to Rise from the Shadows. I've had the Artemis pseudonym for much longer than Elestrals has existed, and I just so happen to like Artemis and Elestrals as well. It's not been a great pick for a long time, but Rise from the Shadows gives me a lot of hope. We're in a meta now where Dense Fog is good, finally. Dense Fog has come back around and can actually stop plays. There's a lot of great Lunar stuff you can do. The new ban list is a huge boon for the Rise from the Shadows plays. I was playing Thera Heart in the last premiere on the 11th, actually, and it was difficult to get footing when the opponents were turning off or clearing your back row regularly. So I think there is a whole new field of play for those kind of lunar control decks to get room, and that's what I've been cooking the most with this meta.
Okay, you know what? I'm a Lunar secondary myself. I have my Volt Clips over my shoulder right there. That is my homie, and I am a big fan of Lunar as well. So, I mean, I agree with everything you've been saying. What my big Lunar Elestral, I will make it work one day, but Farrageist is really fun to me, just like the concept of it. Although I do think it's like the weakest it's ever been, Well,
it's interesting. Madness, Dionysus's Madness, can force an opponent to attack in a Pharamel, so you can special ascend to the Farrageist. So, normally, in past metas, if you dropped Pharamel, your opponent just wouldn't attack you until they drew the removal, right?
Right.
Or they drew the Gorgon Gaze or something to protect themselves. But now you can say, well, actually, Madness, you have to attack me. So if you don't have the Gorgon Gaze to stop me, I am dropping the Farrageist on you this turn. Combine that with Rise from the Shadows and tools like Exaltus Champion, which you can special cast from the hand. You basically always have a body on board to ascend into the Pharamel. I think there are some interesting techs you can do with Farrageist in this format.
Wow. Yeah, Pharamel was a card that I was trying out for a while. It's a really cute card. But again, it's passive in its play, and passive play tends to not be something you want to try to build your deck around. But Dionysus' Madness making it to where it's more aggressive. I mean, there's a reason why we're seeing less and less Stratus nowadays, right?
Yeah.
So I like that. I do like that. And I would love to hear what you guys are building for your decks at home, what you may be playing, what you may be deck building. There are lots of platforms and a lot of ways that you can see deck lists out there, including play.elestrals.com, where you can even go back and see the deck list from the previous tournament and get an idea and build off of there. I think net decking is really good for just getting an idea in your hand, trying it out, and then adjusting it from there. It's one of my favorite things to do. So would love to see what you guys are planning at home as well. Seems like our casters are almost ready to go. We are going to be having our Dillas versus Cytosurge coming up here. Two casters whose names I'm not very familiar with. Do any of these strike your mind?
No, I mean, I went to look through the archives here to see if they had some decks from the last event, but I think this might be their first Livestream event. So we'll be...
Interesting.
We got some wild cards here. I'm very excited to see what they pull out for us today. Maybe some new strategies. Well, obviously, Cytosurge went to Kissimmee because they have the mat there. So it'll be interesting to see what they're playing in the new meta.
Exciting. We had production doing stuff in the back end, but we do know, that these two are 1-0. So that means that whatever they're playing, it's a winning list in some regard. So it's interesting to see It's interesting to see two regularly unknown players coming out here and showing up right now. Cannot wait to see what these players do. They're just waiting for the go-ahead to begin round 2.
Yeah. We've got confirmation they haven't been featured before, so it's exciting to get the fresh blood in here. There's always new opportunities to see new strategies and new casters. I really love the way the casters get featured at these events. It's always a lot of fun to watch the replays, even if you don't catch it live, and see the strategies that are going up. We do have confirmation that Ardillas has a regional championship under their belt, and Cytosurge has been a runner-up to the regional. So they both definitely have plenty of experience under their belts, and I'm excited to see how their clash shakes out today, PK.
Yeah, these casters are just itching and ready to go, and honestly, I am as well. I want to know what decks they have chosen to play. Now that we're in a position with the new ban list in play, Helios Chariot Ride Hurricane, Rise from the Ashes being removed as well. With those 3 powerful runes gone, what have they decided to go? We're going first. We do know that Ardillas will be going first, and it looks like our casters are ready to go. Round 2, Ardillas versus Cyto Surge. Let's begin. I am unsure, but either of these casters will be doing, so I'm just going to be sitting back and watching what their play is going to be. Ardillas is on the play. Looks like we have 0 mulligan from either of these casters. So now we're just waiting on the play, and we have Comalis on the play. This is the game for both of us, Andrew.
I'm going to be 2 for 2 here. We're going to see Theraheart. I guarantee it. Hopefully.
Hey, don't call it just yet, all right?
We don't know. I haven't seen the deck list, but I'm super excited to go 2 for 2 on predictions here. I hope we see it.
Comalis and just a face down, so you have to be wary of Referra guys on the next turn if there is a Nexus Bank ready to go. Is that a Fawnlet?
I think it is. I think we're in the Lunar Mirror match.
Dude, if there are any Nobbies in these lists, they are coming out post-haste in game 2.
Oh, yes, this is perfect. Okay, we got a Comalis facing down an Artemis. I'm sure Ardillas here wishing they could Nexus off of Cyto Surge's Artemis, but
we have to see Artemis suppress the Comalis, right?
I mean, you would think so, unless Cyto Surge really wants their Fawnlet to be big and doesn't think they have a Nexus Bank, right? We do have, it looks like a face down from Cyto Surge set there as well, so they might have something like a Gorgons or a P-Box to stop the Comalis from going off. We have 3 spirits on the Artemis, it looks like there, which is going to make Fawnlet a 5 defender. Now, the Lunar Mirror match is a bit scary for this, because a Spectaris, weirdly enough, can get over the Fawnlet, turning off its defense boost for Artemis.
I would not risk the Comalis not having a Nexus Bank. This could have just been a simple play to get something out there, and we are going to see the suppression, and I think there's 3 more under this. So we had it at 6, now it's at 5, and I think that, we're using the coin too? I love these casters.
This is such a fabulous round 2. I'm excited to see what Ardillas does with the suppressed Comalis. There's always a chance they could hard ascend into Theraheart, of course. Or they could just be dropping something simple like a Spectaris. Lots of options for Lunar here.
Yeah, we have 1 face down set for both of these casters right now. We have an expend to draw early on, not what you want to see, and kind of letting Cyto Surge know my play was Comalis or bust. So Ardillas is already on the back foot as another face down is set. If one of those is Rise, then that expenditure was just a play to get back the Spirit sooner or later.
Exactly. That's the scary thing about Lunar is you always have to keep in mind you might have to clear a guy twice.
Yeah, these cards can't stick around. Rise from the Shadows is a very potent card that all casters have to respect, especially if you see majority of Lunar decks coming out here. And now Cyto Surge is on the slow play here. For turn 1 was really fast. Like, I know I'm going to play out, but now we're trying to figure out I know what I'm up against. So what's my best play to adjust here for these upcoming turns and possibly gates?
And Artemis can just keep suppressing the Comalis if they can't clear it this turn. That is always a safe option to continue to buy yourself some time and avoid a camel, a moose, something big dropping down.
With their own Comalis! Cyto Surge dropping their own Comalis, and this is terrifying. Is that Lunar Eclipse?
I think that's Lunar Eclipse.
Destroy the 2 back row! Circle the sky!
Oh, what are these decks? These casters are fabulous. Okay.
Hold up. Ardillas won with Circle the Sky in their deck. I need that to be an understood statement. Ardillas won a game with Circle the Sky in their deck. Comalis Nexusing off of the Artemis to get 1 back. We're likely going to see... So, hear me out. In these situations, I tend to go for the second Comalis. As we have... Is that Posthumous?
I think that's Champ Moose.
That is?
I think that's the champion Posthumous.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we do have the win con here. I typically like to go for the Cormalis. That way, if the Cormalis is removed on the next turn, you can have a follow-up play to try to get it up after that. But just going for it right now is an option, and lets our dealers know, like, the threat is here. The problem is, how do you stop this Cormalis right now? Because you don't really want to crash with your Cormalis because you nexus to it.
That's true. They can suppress it, and Champ Spectress exists. There's always a possibility they just have an extra guy in hand they can throw down on board with a suppressed Elestral on the field.
That would work, yeah. But looks like we're going to pass it there, but no aggressive play. Spirit count is 18-13 on dealer's favor. Only a suppressed Cormalis on the field, but a lot of cards in hand. But Adilis knows that Champion Postamus is on the horizon. If the threat cannot be removed now, you have to feel like that face down from Shadow Surge is ready to be protected. We did not see the second face down from Adilis, did we?
I didn't catch what it was, but we're seeing a Nabi here, which is an interesting play into the Lunar Mirror, since
yeah, that's coming out game 2 immediately.
Yeah. We got confirmation that the second cleared item was Dense Fog, which also wasn't going to do much in the mirror here today.
No, not in that situation. I mean, you could have activated it to stop the Cormalis from nexusing, but well, at least yeah, stop it from nexusing and searching.
Lunar.
Oh, right. Yeah. Wow. What a weird matchup we have here.
Yeah.
All right. So now Nabi, I mean, at best, is going to get rid of the Cormalis and 2 spirits on board, possibly holding off the Postamus for another turn.
I think we saw our deals gesturing to crash with Cormalis, and we're waiting for Cyto Surge response right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, if that face down is Rise, you just do it.
Yep. Let's see here. Looks like it's not Rise.
The Cormalis is crashed. And now we're going to get over the... Oh, because you still get the destruction of an Elestral, you get out 5 attacking Doppelganger.
No, Nabi has to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you get over the Frontlet. Oh, but your Gorg is gazing it. So that's going to stop the attack, save the Frontlet, and now we have another turn to try for the Postamus off of the Frontlet. But let's see how this one adjusts. One face down now by Ardilis. Getting another face down after losing the first 2 is really good for Ardilis. Let them know, like, I'm still in the game. As we have Spectaris coming out. You were just talking about this, Andrew.
Yep. This is regular Spectaris. It is a 5 here, which is good. The nice thing about Spectaris as well is you can also always make it a 6 by suppressing an additional Elestral with Artemis. That's not going to be needed this turn, but it's something that Ardilis will have to watch out for on future turns.
Right now, the attack is going in. Nabi is going to be threatened after the effect. I hope the effect is declared. It has to be, right? And it looks like it is going to be that. And the face down by Ardilis does not seem to be real, as we're picking up the hand, drawing a card, and now trying to move into this next turn.
Absolutely. Now, Ardilis has to be careful if they can't get a body off this turn. Oh, a Fondlet. Okay.
What are these decks? This is pretty much a mirror match right now, but this is not what Ardilis wants to be. And you can search out your own Artemis, but Spectaris is threatening that Fondlet no matter what. So you have to suppress the Spectaris to save that per turn, which is going to make Fondlet a 5 defender at best.
Well, there's a chance Ardilis has Rise from the Shadows face down there. There's a world where Cyto Surge just goes straight into Moose, runs over the Fondlet, and Ardilis can bring it back and have a body on field still for next turn to do something with.
Yeah, I mean, we're only putting 3 onto the Artemis here, so we have to remove 1 to stop the Spectaris, which I'm assuming that's what we're doing here. But now Fondlet, I mean, what do? You have another... Look like we're mulling over another card, though.
Oh,
the Champ Spectaris comes out, Andrew!
Champ Spectaris off of Artemis. These Lunar Casters know what they are doing today. Now, that's going to let them crash with the other Spectaris, absolutely, and now they have protected themselves 1 more turn from the Moose.
This is the same game on both sides. Are they... I'm wondering if these 2 are friends now and they just brought the same deck to the tournament.
Well, the Lunar has been running around. We had a handful of casters take it on the 11th. A lot of people have been saying they should keep an eye on it with the new hits. What do we have coming out there? What is that?
The art, we'll get confirmation on that one soon.
Okay.
It is escaping me, unfortunately. But we are going to see a dense fog. Is that Tatsiri?
I think that's a Stellar Toxiri.
Oh! Okay, so bringing out a dense fog, which, not really what you want to see right now.
I mean, there's a chance Cytosurge is on Night Venom.
Yeah, that's a Stellar Toxiri.
It is
okay,
all
right. So we're doing that to bring a dense fog from deck to hand. So at very worst, you are deck thinning. But suppressed Elestrals all get -2. The thing is, it doesn't just say your opponents. So if your opponent can use your Toxiri against you right now. So that's something that Cytosurge has to be wary of as we move into this next turn.
But if they can land another Spectrus, it's effectively a 7 when it attacks if Toxiri's on the field.
I am a fan of this one. Let's see how this one plays out. Will we be seeing... I mean, I don't know if you want to get rid of the Artemis right now. We do know that Posthumous is inside of Surge's hand. So,
yeah,
might just want to shore up here, which, you don't want to let your opponent shore up. We have another
Artemis
coming down. That's terrifying for many reasons. The Spirit deck is now really low for Cytosurge right now, going down to, I believe, 6 at the moment. But we are going to suppress the Farmlet so that when the our Farmlet can get over the opposing opponent's Farmlet. Unless we're not, we definitely did we just suppress the Artemis?
I think we might have suppressed the Artemis here. The coin didn't come down.
Very interesting situation here, but
yeah,
I mean it's a suppression, not terrible.
Yeah, even being low on Spirit, Cytosurge has Champ Moose in hand, which lets you heal 3 Lunar each time you destroy a suppressed Elestral. So there's a chance they just heal their way back up here. But we have a Comalis coming down from Ardilis, and they're going to get their own search here. So we'll see if it is a pure mirror match with another Champ Moose or if they get something else.
I think there's an argument that you Nexus onto the Farmlet. That way, if nothing more, your opponent wants... Because hear me out. You Nexus onto the Farmlet. Now you have the 2 Spirit Body over there. You have the Comalis over here. Yeah. I can search out the big one wherever I want, and you need to get rid of both of these things. Otherwise, my big play is coming out no matter what. But regardless, we're going to search a base spec terrace. So there might be the big play already in hand that we just don't want to reveal yet, or Ardilis is playing for the next turn no matter what. Regardless, though, Cytosurge is on the back foot and needs to be wary how this one plays out there. Fortunately, the Toxiri does have 4 defense, able to survive, and we're going to pass turn back to Cytosurge. Both of these casters are just waiting for their prime position to power through their opponent with a plump.
Absolutely. Now we get to see if Cytosurge is just going to drop the Moose this turn, or if they're going to go for a slower play here.
Is that another lunar eclipse?
That looks like another lunar eclipse, PK. I think we are just clearing the back row all the way here.
Arturo Stars! What is this deck list? So very cool. Loving what we're seeing here about both of these casters here. But Lunar Eclipse taking out the Ultra Stars, and now the ascension to Posthumous is here.
The Moose has arrived, and that, with Artemis on field, is going to suppress all of the opponent Elestrals.
Well, I know what season it is for Ardilis. It's looking like fall outside, but Moose season is here. We need to take out that Beast ASA now. This thing is a huge tank. When a suppressed Elestral is destroyed by an attack, you can heal 3 Lunar, and while Artemis is enchanted, your opponent's Elestrals are suppressed. So now Ardilis is immediately on the back foot. And
so I don't think this is a...
Go on.
I was going to say, Ardilis just expended a Wind. With all of the Nexus cards we saw from them, I think they're playing a Fulgorix deck. I don't think this is a mirror match.
Nectar of the Gods to mill. That's 2 Earth, so Earthquake is now off the table. We're going to draw 2. And yeah, with the Wind, if we have Fulgorix, I mean, I love Fulgorix. Like that, I think that's a very cool Elestral that has been underexplored right now. But both of these casters playing a very similar line to get to their big play here. But I don't think Fulgorix is a spectral, right? It's a brute.
It is not searchable by Kamalis, no. You might just be playing the Kamalis to be able to Hardison and search out things like Spectrus and Toxiery to help support you along the way.
If the hard game plan is for Gorix, that means this entire matchup is really tough for Ardilis because Doppelganger and Nobby are not doing anything versus the full Lunar
Absolutely.
deck. As Saddle Surge casts out another Comalis and Nexus is off of the Artemis to get another Spectral Search. And if we see Champ Spectaris here, this board has built very wide very quickly for Saddle Surge that I don't think Ardilis will be able to deal with. As we see, Base Postamoose!
Base Postamoose, awesome. Now, the game's not over yet. We're on similar spirit counts. There's always the chance that Ardilis can have a big swing turn by using Champion Spectruses to ladder up into something big. So remember to get on Twitch and get your predictions in for how you think the game's going to go here.
I mean, you can look at this game state and make a very educated guess for those Twitch predictions. And of course, I want to hear what you guys have to say about this using hashtag #PlayALestrals on socials. But all this, I like how the Moose is just sitting on the field. Like, I forgot, it's already here. It's going to be there eventually. But
yeah,
right now, we're just going forward and just getting the attacks in. This Farmlet is a 2 defender thanks to being suppressed by Champion Postamoose. What a cool list from both of these casters, but seeing Saddle Surges in action has me so excited right now.
Absolutely. Now, the interesting thing with a Moose... Oh, we're seeing a Gorgon's Gaze here.
Interesting.
From Ardilis. I guess we're just trying to stop the heal and attack from the Moose. Trying to stem the bleeding. Which is going to buy Ardilis another turn here. That's probably a good move, honestly.
Isn't there a room, a world... Let me go read Base Postamoose real quick. Or no, Farmlet real quick. Because I feel like there's a world where... For each... we could have... Gorgon's Gaze the Postamoose early, and then Farmlet would have been like a 7 defender because there are 2 Artemises on the field. That would have survived for the next turn.
Possibly.
Well, it looks like regardless, the game is going to be scooped by Ardilis, and that means that Saddle Surge moves up. So maybe that's just a misplay by Ardilis. They're not realizing the timing with Gorgon's Gaze should have been played. But all the same, that was still a really exciting game for both of these casters. Very similar starts up, but the opportunity was found by Saddle Surge really early, or earlier than Ardilis to get out their win con. And now we at least know the win condition from Saddle Surge. Ardilis is still an anomaly.
It is. And Saddle Surge playing both the Moose is interesting. There's almost an anti-synergy between the Champ Moose and the Base Moose, because once Champ Moose is on the field and suppressing everything, you can't suppress something with Artemis to get the pop off of Base Moose for an Elestral. Now, if you have 2 Mooses on the field, you're probably winning the game anyway. Yeah. You might not need the pop. But if Ardilis got his own Moose out or something, you know, it could get a little trickier to get it removed without crashing.
Yeah, I mean, Ardilis...
It'll be interesting to see how they side here, both of them on things like Dense Fog, Ardilis on Nobby, which doesn't work against the Lunar. If Ardilis' game plan is full Gorix, it will be interesting to see how they adjust to the Lunar Mirror.
I'm going to read up on full Gorix right now. I got full Gary's. Full Gorix says that any Elestral that's not Lunar or Solar enchanted gets -5. So that means that its biggest play isn't going to do anything. When Fulgorix receives 1 or more Lunar or Wind in the Nexus, you can target an opponent's Elestral card and put it on the bottom of their deck. So there is room for this. The problem is Nobby is matching in strength with most other Lunar cards. The best play you have is probably suppressing a Farmlet and running over that, like we saw Ardilis go for. So assuming that Fulgorix is the end game, that would be your best play, and then you just have to keep your opponent off cards. But is that going to be enough to stop what Saddle Surge wants to do remains to be seen.
It's an interesting position to be in. Of course, if you're both on cards that don't work against your opponent, at least you're on even footing, so to speak. So it can still be anyone's game easily.
I want you to know I looked at the collect to see what Stellar Toxicity looked like. Saddle Surge has 3 of them. Like an entire play set. So clearly there's a fan of that Elestral on screen right now. But I mean, I get it. It's a really beautiful artwork. Even has a 99 copy. But still really cool there. And I cannot wait to see what Game 2 is going to bring between these casters. What I'm most excited for are the adjustments, because we already know that Lunar versus Lunar is pretty much, it's one of the tightest mirror matches and elements that this game has to offer right now. So now that your Dense Fogs are ruined, now that your Nobbies are ruined, how are you going to adjust as we go into this Game 2 here? Cyto Surge and Ardillis is here. Likely Ardillis will be on the play going into this Game 2. And we're going to see what these casters have in store for us. I cannot wait to see what these changes are. But I think Ardillis has a really interesting list. I mean, we saw Circle the Sky and Ultra Stars.
Yeah, for your sake, I want to see the Circle the Sky go off and do something. For your sake.
Why for me? Why for me?
You are the biggest Circle the Sky defender.
Hey, I was right
seeing
for
a Werepup from Ardillis to start the turn. It will be interesting to see if they choose to go for the original Full Moon as a counter rune that can be used on Cyto Surge's turn, or go for the slow play with Lunar Eclipse to threaten some back row removal on a coming turn. And they are going for Lunar Eclipse there. So it'll be interesting to see if they have something to defend this Werepup with, or if they're just hoping that Cyto Surge is going to go for a slow play on their first turn.
So hear me out. What if we're playing Champion of Artemis, Escape from Tartarus, like a void?
That's true. That's true. Get Artemis down, suppress something, bring out the Like a Void, get an extra Werepup. There's lots of good options you can do with that.
Like for each suppressed card an opponent controls, like you can just, it can ramp up really quickly. You can't do it with Lunar Phase, but there is many ways that you can make this work. It's all about how these players are going to jockey around each other and how this one plays out. The first thing Cyto Surge does is set 2. That does not bode well for the Elestral options in the hand.
Yes, I think one of the biggest problems with Lunar Eclipse and Werepup is, even though it says remove 2, your opponent can just chain Gorgon's Gaze to it, unlike some other cards like Blizzard. So if one of those cards is Gorgon's Gaze, that Werepup might not be doing anything next turn. We'll have to see.
I mean,
I
hey,
think we're getting an
Gloombat would
Artemis
be crazy
there.
right now. One of my favorite things to do is to set that exact play up. Gloombat, threaten the destruction of any room, have the Lunar Eclipse for the 2 back row, and you go from there. Artemis is going to play out, but only for 2 here. And again, still no Elestrals from Cyto Surge. You have 3 cards in hand. What are you doing?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see a Comalis, or if they're simply going to suppress the Werepup to prevent the Like a Void.
It's a card. It is a attack Fawnlet?
I think that is attack Fawnlet. That is correct.
And we're going to PTA it. So now that Fawnlet will go down to 1. It is able to search out a second Artemis from deck. But now that Artemis, that Fawnlet, it would not be able to destroy this Werepup. We're kind of stuck here.
Okay, they do get a second Artemis. I was waiting to see if they maybe grabbed a Theraheart, but nope, we're just going all in on Artemis here.
I wonder if Theraheart was an option to be considered, considering the back row, but since PTA is going to be destroying it, we're like, we might as well sit up for the other thing. But I think there's still room to pull out a Theraheart. I mean, at that point, it's dealer's choice.
Absolutely.
Regardless, though, we got to see some big plays by... I mean, it's still pretty even. The 2 face downs are a threat. You know, dealers will have to use Lunar Eclipse to really threaten. But then, as you said, if Gorgon's Gaze is one of them and it's chainable, it stops the ascension to a Like a Void, and it doesn't get the value that our dealers may be looking for entirely. All depends on how this next turn goes. But we have a long game here to go as we... Are we flipping one of the face downs we just set?
They did go to end phase, so I believe this is the draw phase for Ardillis we are in right now.
Okay. We're just trying to figure out, like, it may have been end phase, destroying it, and I think that face down might have been Rise to try to bring it back, forgetting that we just said it. All the
I
same,
think
though,
that's what we saw.
Nectar of the Gods comes out for Ardilla. Man, this game is so... I love the evolution. Nectar of the Gods was out for like 5 formats, and now we're seeing it in so many decks right now, Andrew.
Absolutely. A Fawnlet! Okay, Ardillis getting his own Artemis here, likely.
Yeah, definitely have to pull out the Artemis here unless they already have it in hand, which we could see Theraheart. Cyber Surge is mulling over the two, I feel like one of them is going against Gaze, and one of them, do I want to let them search the Artemis? And I think if that's the play, you let the Artemis go and stop the potential Leica Void. That's the huge threat in my opinion.
And notably, Cytosurge opted not to use the Artemis on the Werepup. They could have stopped the Leica Void coming out altogether by doing that.
Oh yeah, that's a real good point. I mean, again, in that game state, without only having a Fallen to cast out an attack, you have to wonder, like, maybe the game state was just unfamiliar. Here comes the Lunar Eclipse search turn 2, and we're likely.
Are we seeing the Gorgons?
I mean, it's being pulled out, and Gorgon's Gaze is going to be likely targeting the Werepup to stop the Ascension there. Means that you'll take 1 point of damage minus what you're taking from the Leica Void, but if you're going to take the damage from Leica Void anyway, you might as well keep the stats and the big spirits off board.
Absolutely.
We'll have to see how this one goes, but Cyber Surge is moving forward, and we have another set by Ardilis, and now we're just a slow burn game right now.
Absolutely. When you're in these lunar matches, though, when you see a couple bodies on board, you always got to be afraid something big's coming out of hand, though.
We will. It comes down to what Cyber Surge has to be wary of, and you do have the stats in Comalis, in which there goes Comalis right now, to just run over either of these Elestrals on board, and Ardilis, hopefully Ardilis is reading his cards, because right now the Fallen is a 4 defender, now that we're moving one spirit off of the Artemis, the Nexus. Gorgon's Gaze stopping the search, and that makes this Comalis incredibly vulnerable, Andrew.
It does. Luckily, it has higher attack than either of the Elestrals Ardilis has on the board, so unless there is a Spectrus or Ascension of some kind in hand, there is a chance the Comalis survives a turn.
I mean, you're absolutely right. No new back row by Cyber Surge along with that. So Ardilis, if you have a way to push your advantage, I mean, you have to do so now. Otherwise, we just Nexus off of it again, get out post moves, and I don't know if Ardilis has what it takes to deal with the champ moves again.
Absolutely.
Ambro off the spirit deck, bro. Interesting that we're going for Ambro so soon. Also, we already spent the Earth Spirits?
I was just noticing that. I was watching to see if they brought back the Earth for maybe an Earthquake here, but nope, just more Lunar.
So I wonder if we took Earthquake out. Artemis comes out, but I mean, it does make Farmlet stronger, but what are you getting out of this?
Well, you can suppress the Comalis here and prevent another search.
True. You're not getting rid of the problem, though. You're delaying it.
Delaying the problem's better than having a moose land on you next turn, though.
Yeah, the last thing I need in my day is a moose shadow above me. Like the memes from the cartoons. Wait! Don't need that. Hard Ascension to champion Leica Void! We suppressed it.
And they did suppress.
We get out the Werepup.
Yes!
I called it! I love this so much. I wonder if that was in the side deck or we just did not see it in the first game. However, all the same, Leica Void is going to get out a suppressed Werepup. And now they'll be able to destroy the Werepup, to destroy the Comalis. But why would you do that when you can keep it all on the field and just run over the Comalis?
Absolutely, especially when there's no back row set. You know, playing a Lunar build with Artemis, Leica Void can be scary because most people forget it has a second effect. You can destroy one of your own suppressed Elestrals to destroy an opponent's suppressed Elestral. Even before it escaped from Tartarus, when I was playing the original Leica Void in an Artemis deck, I jump scared people with that who forgot it did more than just summon other Werepup.
It's a really destructive card, so this Escape from Tartarus one, I mean, it's getting value right now. You're seeing that, hey,
absolutely.
Just because a card is Escape from Tartarus doesn't mean it's not as strong if not having its own value. The Werepup does have the suppress coin. I love that. But we are going to see destruction, keeping the Werepup on the field. The only downside for Ardilis here is that there's no back row to protect this board. Otherwise, really strong position as Cyber Surge begins their next turn.
Well, Lunar is a slower burning element. You don't have to necessarily worry about 2 locks suddenly materializing on the field in front of you like you would in a water match or something like that. So you can feel a little safer going against Lunar if you've cleared up their board, that you probably have another turn to wait before they do something big. The biggest thing they could probably do here is drop 1 or 2 Champ Spectruses if they suppress something and do like a surprise Ascension. But we'll see what Site to Search has in hand to respond with on their turn here.
Well, looks like we have a Spirit coming out here, and that is the Toxiri coming out. So we are able to search out the Dense Fog that does deck thin, but I don't know. I kind of figured that would have been taken out game 2.
Possibly they could have the Titled Dense Fog.
Oh, did we not search Dense Fog?
Another Artemis. I don't think we searched Dense Fog. I think they are just using Toxiri here and Artemis Suppression to make it so that none of the bodies on field can hit over the Toxiri.
Okay, I see value there as well. Absolutely. Yeah, so just took out the Dense Fog, but we're still using for the body, which makes sense. Werepup. I mean, it can ascend to another Like a Void if there is one in deck. But right now, Ardillis is, I mean, it's looking kind of nice. Not to mention, you can suppress the Toxiri, and then Like a Void goes back up to 6.
That is true. That is true. Now, I would say I would not expect a second.
Are we ascending?
Oh, I think
so. Oh! This game is awesome! This is such a good match! Yes. We got Base Moose coming out over the champion Like a Void. So hear me out. There's a world where you do no, you can't destroy because it was suppressed. So you just kind of get over it. Now we have Base Moose coming out here, 13-11 body. This is awesome.
This is Site to Search is going to take a whole big pile of damage here as the Moose plows right into them with a couple pup friends. We'll have to see how Site to Search swings back on 6 spirits here.
The funny thing is, with Artemis on field, we can... Oh, wait, are we just scooping?
We are.
Wow. Fantastic game. I was going to say that with Post Moose and Artemis on field, we can now target the back row Artemis and just take out the Divines from Cyto Surge. So, the same sort of gameplay happened on both sides of the spectrum. Game 3 is kind of up to chance. However, the Divines drop the cards in your favor. But man, seeing Posted Moose on both sides, Like a Void champion of Artemis, Escape from Tartarus coming out there.
I am a big fan of these decks. Get my own Stellar Artemis and Post Moose here.
Oh, you don't say. Wait, was that the X of 10 Posted Moose?
Yeah.
You can't just casually flex them like, oh, I'm a fan. No!
I mean, hey, it showed up on stream for me on the 11th when I got featured. You know, I gotta give it the love.
You are winning. Like, this is your first time commentating. Those casting predictions are in your favor. You got Kraken 2 round 1. You're getting... Well, actually, wait.
I said Theraheart, which hasn't actually shown up yet, so, you know.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, I feel like at this point, there isn't a Theraheart. We haven't seen Rise at all. Like, we've seen so many back row being destroyed and played, and then a single Rise.
Well, what's weird between these two games is I don't think we saw a Rise resolve at all. We've seen them get destroyed, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think any of them resolved.
Man, what a crazy game. This is awesome. Man, we knew that the banning of Helios, Rise, and Hurricane was going to bring out a lot of different decks. I was not seeing this. This was far off of my list, but man, am I excited to see it. And I have to feel like Ardillis. What if Ardillis, we're going into game 3 here, and Cyto Surge will be on the play. What if Ardillis chose the Werepup package to replace the Gnarly line?
It's possible. We saw them expend Wind Spirits early game in game 2, maybe signaling that the Fulgorix stuff came out. We'll have to see.
Cyto's figuring out the first play. You have to remember that Cyto did not have a good starting turn in the last game. Like, we launched Fawnlet in attack, which got PTA, and it was all just downhill from there. Cyto beginning with 3 face down.
Set 3.
All right, show me Gloombat. Is that Comalis again?
Comalis.
This is terrifying. Do we have Artemis as well? No Artemis, we're just going in and setting up, which is still terrifying because if we can somehow get to Artemis without casting next turn, then, you know, a Posted Moose is threatening. But right now, Ardillis sees the threat. Do we have a Gloombat?
We'll have to see. Set 3 is a scary thing to walk into in any... Mere Comalis! We got 2 Spectral Buddies staring each other down with set 1, set 2. Ardillis saying, I really liked your turn, Cyto Surge. I'm going to copy it.
'Tis the season. Halloween is coming up, and these boards are looking terrifying between both of these casters. Just setting up for the next play. If Saddlesworth is able to draw into an Artemis, Ardelis is immediately on the back foot and needs to respond immediately, or otherwise, we're going to have to deal with a big moose on the field. As we have, I think there was an Artemis being played out.
Yep.
I love how his hand always covers the card he plays. It means we can't figure out what it is. Like, it happens every time. But Artemis is going to come out with 3. Nexusing to 2. We have to have Gorgon's Gaze now.
Pandora's Box as well. Pandora's Box has met its prime time.
Oh, here we go. And it is going to be...
Is the
Gorgon's Gaze. Okay, so that's going to stop... At least for now, stop the nexusing here. Let's see if Ardilis is able to mirror this play from Saito, and if Saito has a response on their end as well. But we can't attack now, so we're just gonna pass turn. And it's the same as game 1 and 2. We are jockeying for position. Who's going to burst out first? The finish line is right there. Who's going to get it by a nose as Werepup comes out from Ardilis, threatening the destruction of 2 back row with a potential search of lunar phase, lunar eclipse.
Absolutely a scary move. There are 3 back row though, so even if Saito Surge doesn't have a Gorgons, there is a chance Ardilis hits the wrong 2.
So hear me out. No, you don't do that. I was going to say, maybe what if you next offer the Werepup, but that's definitely not the play. But able to destroy 2 of the back row, you have to wonder if any of them are actually fake. But let's see how this one goes as lunar eclipse. Wait, hold up. And actually, even if the last one is real, all right, so we're going to go get Gaze and Werepup. So we're going to take...
Okay.
Oh, so that means that the other 2, because I think lunar eclipse doesn't target, correct?
I believe it does target, but you're negating the Werepup here, so you
target and destroy,
1.
yeah. Target and destroy. So we are going to get rid of 1, and we're activating Argo? Wait. Huh? There was no attack declared, sir. But we do see an Argo being played by Saito. That is an interesting tech play right there. So were the other 2 cards targeted? That means the entire back row is removed, and it looks like the other one is Dense Fog.
I believe that's a Rise from the Shadows.
Is it? Okay, Rise from the Shadows. So, I mean, that's devastating. You definitely don't want to see that. But
Absolutely.
now you have to
Now the question here is, does
crash?
Ardilis Nexus off of the Gorgon's Werepup to get his search?
I mean,
Oh, you can't. Gorgons prevents Nexus. What am I saying? That's silly.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, right now we just have the clearing in the background, which is still really valuable. Saito Surge just lost it. I thought we banned Hurricane. What is going on? Saito Surge lost a lot of options with the back row. You are stopping the Ascension with the Like a Void, but we're still in a scary spot. Don't really want to have to be in. And you can tell Ardilis is painting over the plays that is pondering him right now. And we are going to
looks like we are going for the crash.
And it's going to take 1 point of damage, but Saito Surge does have Artemis on field and 2 spirits underneath it. 2 face downs by Ardilis. Not an impossible board to overcome for Saito.
No, but he only has 1 card in hand, so he's really operating on limited resources here.
Yeah, that was a lot of cards being played here, so you might need to see a couple of extended draws. We're going to suppress the Werepup?
Absolutely. There might be a Champ Spectrus in hand.
I mean, if it's in hand, then the Ascension doesn't matter. It's interesting. Is that our own Werepup?
That is our own Werepup. Oh, so suppress the Werepup so they don't get to ascend when you do your full moon, right?
Yeah, I guess that is going to be the play. Wow, okay. So we're making an offensive play here. Kind of expensive spending a lunar phase on 1, but if the base Like a Void comes out, it will be immune to counter rules on the turn that is cast out when full moon was played, which lunar eclipse does play as when it is, on a chain. So we have to see how this one goes. So looking for the target right now, and Ardilis is, just mulling over what the play is. Wait.
What? Oh, I think they're predicting that they're going for a Champ Like a Void play here and trying to prevent an extra Werepup from summoning. I don't believe you can play Altar
without being able to resolve the effect.
Yeah.
Like if it's stopped in the middle of it, then sure, but you don't have something to Nexus to. So not able to do that. And now we are going to go out into, it is a Like a Void. I'm looking for it, but I can't quite tell which one it is at the moment. But it is a Like a Void coming out here is going to get over it, and if it is not based like a Void, it will be vulnerable to. It will be vulnerable to counter runes, but it is going to be champion like a Void Escape from Tartarus. Champion like a Void Escape from Tartarus, and now we're able to get out another Werepup, run over the Werepup, and attack with ours. So not a bad spot for Shadow Surge. This has to be a mirror, right? These have to be friends.
Who knows? Who knows? I mean, I still stand by my belief that Ardilis' base deck is on full Gorks, and it just got sided out to handle the mirror. We haven't seen any Wind Spirits from Cyto Surge, so slightly different Lunar Nexus brews, but very similar things.
Well, we have a suppressed Werepup on Cyto's side of the field now. Is that last face down from Ardilis actually active? I have to believe it is, but I mean, we know it's not the Gorgon's Gaze, and Ultra Stars was also destroyed. So rough spot to be in, as looks like Champ Like a Void is going to be declaring his attack. We're mulling over the face down, but instead we just let it go. We're going to take 2 Round Troubles.
Yeah, that is a tough position for Ardilis. Even if it was a Rise from the Shadows, the Rise from the Shadows wouldn't have really given you any value, because the Werepup would have been able to get over it still. So
that is the turn that Cyto needed, though. Like, I mean, that board was looking really scary. While you don't have any back row, you now have a 6/5 body and a Werepup next to it, suppressed Werepup. So it's something that Ardilis has to be considering. Lots of cards in hand, and it looks like we're playing our own Artemis. So we're able to stop the Like a Void from popping by destroying its own Werepup, but still not enough offense to deal with the threat in hand, because it can still attack.
Absolutely. We'll have to see what the normal... Champ Spectrus.
All right. So now we're able to get over the Werepup.
Ascend, let's go for our own Like a Void. Yes!
Are we able to get out 2 Werepups right now? Are we able to get out 2 Werepups right now?
We are able to get out 2 Werepups right now, PK.
This is incredible!
And they're going to be able to use one of them to pop the opponent Like a Void, right?
I think there's only one. So either we only have 1 left in deck, or we're not realizing that we can get out 2. Or maybe we didn't suppress the other Like a Void. I'm not sure. Yeah, we have to have. So, I mean, I guess this is fine no matter what. You just destroy your own Werepup, destroy their Like a Void, run over the other Werepup.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we are going to do that. So I wonder, there has to be another Werepup in hand. I'm going to double check on Like a Void, but I feel like it can cast.
It's only from deck.
It's only from deck? Yeah. Why not from hand? Okay. On the same, Like a Void, still really strong there. Kind of does telegraph that the other one is in hand. So not the best situation for Ardilis, but still a really strong one. And not to mention beating Cyto's crackback with the same crackback. So now you have to figure out, how do you break this again?
PK, I'm eating so good today. It is a delight to see 2 proficient Lunar casters in the mirror just going at it with all of the awesome moves Lunar has in Lifestream.
Oh, this is a thrill. We're seeing Artemis shine, Moose shine, Champion Like a Void escaped. I'm going to say Escape Champion Like a Void from now on. Escape Champion Like a Void shine as well.
Circle has been cast for you, PK.
Yo, I don't understand how you and I were blessed to cast this matchup, but I am happy for both of us. We are nexusing onto the Like a Void, getting a free draw, attacking for 3. Or maybe we'll see a Moose here. We might see a Moose. So, hey, hold your breath and hang on tight. Ambrosia, good way to shore up. You spending an Earth Spirit to bring back, I'm assuming, 3 Lunars. And yeah, 3 Lunars coming back here. Looks like 1 Earth is already spent, so now we're just getting ahead of the game. I have to feel like Earthquake was in the list and we just took it out. Which I don't know if I would have done so, but we're here all the same. No new Elestral being cast out. Did we see an expend to draw, do you know?
I don't think we saw an expend to draw. These casters seem to be avoiding both mulligans and expend to draws. Both of those are, skills that are tough to refine. We saw Julian in the last match just mulliganing until they had full combo and running away with the game. It's really a skill you have to refine.
So now we are trying to figure out what that rune is.
That is Lunar Eclipse.
Are we?
Does that work for all?
Do we just do that to get spirits in the underworld?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure because Lunar Eclipse doesn't work on opponent Elestrals, or is this a scoop? This was a scoop, I think. Scoop. Okay.
Yeah, that's a scoop. Wow, just showing off what we had, but what a fantastic play. Shadow Surge played as hard as they could to stay in the game, but it was as I said earlier, how the Divines choose to lay the cards. Shadow Surge had the crackback. The same exact crackback was what put Saito down. The escape champion, like a Void, really strong, showed up a lot of presence here. So I know that I know the team that got that errata in is feeling kind of vindicated right now, Andrew. But that was so good to watch this Lunar, as you said earlier, show off their new tools that in Lifestream that makes them a contender element in this format.
Absolutely. I am surprised we didn't see a Theraheart at all. I am still a Theraheart believer. I'm a Theraheart believer. The reason I believe in Theraheart is what's better than set 2 or 3 back row is set 4 back row. But I think really what we saw here is Ardilis starting off in the mirror with an unfavorable lineup in their deck and just did all of the right siding they needed to go over Cyto Surge. Cyto Surge, I think all 3 of those games were essentially anyone's game the whole time. Both of those casters were play for play, doing such a good job keeping up with one another, and it really came down to who had the right cards in the right order those games, I think.
Yeah, and you can't really help how the cards are drawn in any case, but I think that for what they did have, they did make the most out of it. But as to your point, it does make me wonder if Cyto Surge should have been a bit more liberal with mulliganing in those games, because we didn't see every single one. In game 2 and 3, the hands just were not great. Now, mind you, a lot of back row was set that was met with double destruction from Lunar Eclipse. Kind of tough to really expect, but after game 2, when you saw that should have been something you considered when you're keeping your opening hand. You gotta have dudes on board. Instead, you had a PTA'd farmer.
Yeah, and Lifestream has become so explosive. And most decks have inbuilt healing now. You have Champ Moose being able to heal you back 3 Lunar every time something gets taken down that's suppressed, for example. Wakagon obviously healing you. Thunderstorm, Supercell healing you. That we're in a world where I'm going to even 3 mulligans might be reasonable if that means you open up the hand you need to go crazy and just heal those spirits back as you go.
Not 3 mulligans, not for Luna, no, please. I gotta protest there. But I understand the sentiment and the idea of adjust your format accordingly. And speaking of mulliganing, we didn't see a single Amber from Saito that match, did we?
No, I mean, a lot of decks just don't play Ambro in this format because of the inbuilt healing. I mean, if you land the Champ Moose and you get at least 1 destruction off of it, that's an Ambro.
Yeah. I would say, though, if I had to pick an MVP, there's 2 up in between, so I'll let you make the final decision. I think Champion Spectaris was a dark horse, no pun intended, but just really strong in what people may not have been expecting, because you got to get a body on board that allowed either widening or just more pressure, especially when you're constantly suppressing your opponent. I think Champ Spectres was a little bit of a dark horse, but what I don't think many people were expecting that really showed up and definitively escaped Champ like a Void. I think that card showed its power, showed its presence, showed what it can do, and why people still should be considering it if you're playing any suppression build.
I would say your choices are correct. I think I give the edge to Champ Spectress here because I really think the Champ Spectress is what allowed Ardilis to come out on top. We saw the Champ Spec turbo into Like a Void, get a Werepup, pop something play. Those type of swing backs wouldn't be possible without the ability to throw Champ Spectress down on the board and surprise your opponent with a big body they weren't prepared for.
Right. And I think the part there is Artemis. None of that would have been possible. Artemis doing what it did. It did it so efficiently in that matchup. And I think that may have been where Cyto Surge fell behind, was that you're still using the Toxicity. You're still using the dense fog and whatnot. You're just trying to, just keep them suppressed and weakened. Meanwhile, you're just like, oh no, it's suppressed. Anyway, it's a boost now. Anyway, it's a werewolf now. It's something else now. I didn't need Cormals at that point. it's I'll get something else out. It just wasn't enough compared to what Cyto Surge. Well, I'm sorry, what Adilis was utilizing that didn't get the most value was Alter, was Circle the Sky. It was back row, which is still valuable, but you're keeping a presence on board your opponent cannot get over. What Cyto Surge kept losing was the back row with no efficient dude on front. I think that was the major difference that pushed it in Adila's favor.
And I will say, shout out to Cyto Surge. I myself would be siding out Toxiri most Lunar Mirrored matches. It didn't work out.
But you got the 3 Stellars. Why would you want to?
It didn't work out for him in the games the way they rolled out, but he used them really effectively to drop a Toxiri, suppress the Leica Void, and maybe buy themselves a turn. It didn't work out in practice. Ardilis had
it was a good idea
over it, but I was surprised at how effective that move was.
Yeah, it really worked out, and it really showed that there is something to figure out and finagle with the floaty power of what Toxiri has for you. But it's all about just uniformity, and we saw more consistency from the cards on Adila's side than we saw from Cyto Surge. It's more so, this is the list, I'm going to be keeping you on a slow burn. Meanwhile, there's more aggression coming out from Cyto. I mean, again, as you said earlier, the Champ Spectres was insane. Every time it came out, it swung the game in its favor. So I think that might have been the play. I don't think that Cyto Surge, I don't think the Toxiri is bad. I think it just was not ideal for the mirror.
Not ideal for the mirror for sure. I mean, unless you're on Night Venom, maybe someone out there is on Night Venom today. And
I believe in it. You do have the new Dense Fog. Was it Achilles something?
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we're ready to go to a break here. So, PK, I will let you relax a bit. Thank you for your beautiful casting this morning, and I'll be excited to come back in a little bit with the Swole. All right, we are back here. I have the beautiful Swole with me. What an exciting first 2 rounds we've had here. Krakatuga into Chronodile, Smokescreen into Locagon, going absolutely crazy. And then, I don't know how much you caught of it, Swole, but the most beautiful Lunar Mirror match I have ever witnessed. Those games were so good. You know they deserve your likes and your shares on the YouTube and the Twitch, where you all can be watching today. Swole, what are some of your favorite moments from those first 2 rounds? Because those were just awesome games.
Oh, I thought they were phenomenal. Listen, I'm looking forward to going back through to play hashtag Elestrals, hashtag play Elestrals to follow along with all of y'all. But for me, obviously the Chronodile was huge from Julian inside of round 1. The very first start of it, electrifying, right? Or, a little bit of splash of cold water to the face, I should say. And then for that second round, I know you were popping off for the Artemis. We get Artemis on the desk, and then we have 2 back-to-back, which is crazy. Good call on the Fulgorix, by the way, for the one caster, and then Posthumous in the other. But you were saying that potentially that maybe it was thwarted, it wasn't quite working out. What did you see in that second game as a Lunar caster that maybe we didn't?
Well, I think we saw a couple of missed opportunities for Expend to draw, which is important in a deck like Lunar, which is using a bunch of cards every turn. Maybe either caster could have found more back row to swing in their favor. And we saw Leica Void get used really effectively as a 2-drop turbo play, essentially, with the Champ Spectaris. I think there is room for Therahearts in the lists when you are stuck in slow play mode. Shout out to my prediction. If you have Theraheart in the deck, being able to drop it when a guy sticks and just start filling up your back row. So even if you get Lunar Eclipsed, it's like, sure, take 2, I have 4. But otherwise, really play for play with the cards they had. I think both of those casters did about as good as they could have. I think they did a fantastic job. I'd say the only thing that might have changed the scales is if one of them took the time to do some mulligans to maybe find a better starting hand to go off with,
Yeah, you were mentioning before, during the kind of the post-match there, that at post-match to Moose, whatever. Again, too much time with our co-commentators. The point is that these ideal hands for Lifestream, as explosive as it is potentially very important, which is, I think it makes a lot of sense. You're saying like the double Locagon, Chronodile, and now Moose, all of these types of strategies, all these types of decks, even Krakatuga in some capacity, can really benefit from finding their ideal hand really early. What would you say is like the importance here in that matchup between like the Posthumous versus or old school Moose versus new school Moose? Like what's going on there?
Well, I mean, I am an old school Moose supporter. I think counter room protection and being able to pop things is fantastic. But obviously, if you land new Moose with Artemis, old Moose can't do anything. So I don't think it matters in the mirror which Moose you land. It matters that you land your Moose first.
Yeah, it's the Moose, the Moose to Moose connection is just whoever cries caribou first. I guess that's really the idea there. It's so funny too because they're both kind of serve their different functions, right? Like you were saying, the suppression, and then also the old school Moose with the suppression, targeting, and destruction. You mentioned before the Leica Void champ being a power player. Have you had a chance to experiment with the new Leica Void? What's going on with that?
New Leica Void is a card many people have, been curious about, with kind of the nerf to require suppression to throw extra bodies on the field. Extra bodies is always good though, and if you're already playing Artemis, you can probably make it live. I think there is a real question though, in a format where you have more back row, that maybe there's more utility once again in old Leica Void. You have 3 back row. I am going to drop old Leica Void though and run over what you have on the board regardless.
Having a 6 body is always a good sign there for sure.
It's good. One thing I think Lunar has been struggling a little bit in this new format is that a 6 is not nearly as good as it used to be, right? You can run over Champ Locagon. But there's a lot of things you can't run over. You'd have to crash with a Nova Core under Temple. No hope with Celestlio. If Latagon lands, both its stats, are blocking you from hitting over it. So, Like a Void isn't the kind of instant win button it has been at some points in its history.
Yeah, and I feel like you were talking about Terraheart previously. You're doing shots to your predictions here too. Like you were saying before, what's better than set 2 pass is set 4 pass, right?
Exactly.
And I think that's one thing that I know I would like to see if I can give like a post stream prediction here is some Artemis Deadshot. We've seen these key counter runes get introduced inside of Lifestream. What do you think the effectiveness is of cards like Deadshot and like Rise from the Shadows?
Well, Rise from the Shadows is really interesting because we saw a Lunar Mirror. We should have seen so many Rise from the Shadows. I think 0 resolved, if I remember correctly. I think every single one of them got removed by Lunar Eclipse. So it's interesting to have so much faith in Rise from the Shadows and come away from a match and be like, Rise from the Shadows doesn't resolve, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just the new shield. It's never resolving.
But, not everyone has as much removal as the Lunar Mirror does, so it probably does better for them in other matchups. But yeah, it's I think Deadshot though has some real legs. If your opponent drops a Magnaros, you can go, cool, I Deadshot it away. You have an Aetherose in hand, but you can't special cast it, and your board is cleared for next turn. They drop Champ Locagon with Aphrodite on field, and you go, cool, I blow it up. You can't search another Locagon, and you can't bring it out this turn. The problem with Deadshot is that you have to have the Artemis. And so, it's one of those cards, like Poseidon's Fury we saw during Firestorm. We saw lots of people experimenting with Fury as a form of removal. And when it works, my goodness, it goes so crazy. And when it doesn't work, you're staring at 2 Deadshot or 2 Fury in hand with no Divine on field, and you're like, fantastic, I shall build a house with my bricks.
Yeah, that's where those mulligans really come into play and really come in handy, right? As you're like, I am playing a lot of these really powerful counter runes introduced inside of Lifestream. The Lunar Suite got a lot of stuff, but then it's also like, I gotta see Artemis. I gotta see it fast as possible.
And I think this is the advantage Theraheart gives you. I've seen a lot of Lunar casters on 2 Deadshot. If you play Theraheart, just play 1 and search it.
Yeah, simple as.
So, I look forward to seeing more Lunar stuff. Hopefully it shows up in the top today for the first time in Livestream. We had Krakatuga make its first top on the 11th, which was exciting to see. Because the other strat, I said what's better than set 2 or 3 back row is set 4 back row pass. What's even better is expend your opponent off the Rainslick Precipice of Darkness. You don't have to care about back row if your opponent doesn't have the spirits to activate it.
Absolutely. We saw that inside of the game, round 1 versus Julian, right? We had Lizard there activating the Eruptions and the Krakatugas, and Julian was put into some pretty tough decision points. And having to say, do I expend these spirits to the PTA? I guess I will, but it's going to put me really low. Or alternatively, playing even around Eruption, saying I'm going to take a turn to re-enchant the fire spirits. So I do think we do start to see different play patterns and deck building strategies, both, again, with trying to fulfill things like Moose game plan, Moose on Moose action versus this Eruption stuff, which I think is crazy. We still, a couple standouts from the previous tournaments. We have Dionysus still in the wings. Even Solar, I think, is still extremely strong and powerful. My vote for Smeltung here, and for the Chimera Morfrost stuff, Frost and Fire, I think can definitely show up and do really well. I'm going to talk about PK's pick for a little bit too, the Earth Gigaflora Champion stuff too. I love these cards so much, and the more that we get the Champions of Demeter, it's just going to be so cool. If you know or are familiar with these Earth cards at all, I know you're kind of an experimenter and a tinkerer yourself. Talk about this resource loop. What's going on with Gigaflora?
Okay, so here's the thing. Demeter is like 1 or 2 cards away from being insane.
Yeah.
And it was already good. I took a mono Earth deck to a premiere during Firestorm. And actually went 4-3 with it. I went positive. And the reason I went positive with it is because I would go Pandasin, Champion of Demeter, Demeter. I'm now going to heal 2 spirits every single turn and just outlast you. Eventually get a Tectaurus. Back then, my best kind of like high end was like put a Tectaurus on field and be like, okay, Tectaurus has like 8 attack or whatever. Now, good luck.
Love Tectaurus.
So Gigaflora makes that even more consistent. The problem with that deck back then was I was on a hope and a prayer. If I saw like just Pandasin and no Demeter, I was like, my stall strategy's not going to work this game. But with Gigaflora, you go Gigaflora, search Giraflora, put down the Giraflora. As long as it is tied or highest in terms of defense, you bring back the Gigaflora. Then, next turn, you can either go search something or just drop your big Gigaflora on field. Giraflora also letting you recycle the Demeters that are in your underworld, which was also a problem. You had to play 2 or 3 Demeter. I think if we just get like a good Demeter searcher and like one more good like high-end champion Ascension that you can get off of Gigaflora, Demeter is going to be an absolute force to be reckoned with. Even now, though, without those new cards, just being able to go Gigaflora, get Moss Station under Foloi Forest, Moss Station Champ, just eats the Earth Spirits from your underworld, turns into the biggest crab that ever was with piercing damage. If you get a couple hits in with that, you know, it's lights out for your opponent.
100%. It's so funny to think about this, but like, you know, we keep on saying this like, this searcher. Plucky is right there. Elichik, we miss you. But it's so the importance of these strategies now being so I don't want to say locked, but very much encouraged to experiment within their own element is very exciting for game plans, but also a little tricky on spirit management, right? So the idea of having this Tectaurus is now to be huge with Earth sounds awesome, but is that going to be enough for the Earth strategy? My future hope is Tectaurus, Champion of Demeter, put little flowers on its rocks, right? And a little cactus pulls out of it. Be perfect. Or Cactebral, Champion of Demeter, too, would be kind of silly to think about. But there's so much room for Earth to play with, and I think that the strategy works out pretty well for it.
Absolutely.
It's incredible to see and really cool to watch. A lot of tough decision points, though, right, for these casters inside if they're playing Earth today. Not only because of the cards in their deck, but the cards they can't play anymore. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk about the ban list at all. What are your thoughts on our 3 cards leaving us once and for all?
Well, once and for now, I should say. I mean, who knows what future ban lists will bring, right? You know, it's really interesting. Helios's Chariot Ride getting impounded makes a lot of sense for the vehicular Elestral slaughter it committed. But it was also a comeback tool. We saw, who was that? I think it was Julian. Yeah, Julian in his top 4 match last time around on the 11th actually used Chariot Ride as a comeback tool when the opponent had back row set up. They used Chariot Ride to be able to get their Lockagons out safely. And right. So now casters really have to think about that if they want to make a comeback and the opponent has an established board with back row, they got to think about, okay, how am I going to bait the back row? Do I have enough plays to get Gorgons and not die? You know, maybe you hold a card now and go, oh, well, I do have a play, but I want to hold this for a turn until I can do a second thing to maybe like bait that back row out. So there's a lot more thinking that has to go into the plays they make under that back row now, which I think is a lot of fun. I always love when there's more thinking to be done. And Lifestream has done that in general, right? We have Dense Fog being useful now. There's so many active effects that Dense Fog can stop. We have Madness and Elestrals that do things on a chain after they've been dazed or enraged, which means in the response window, after your opponent dazes or enrages their thing, they can use Madness to stop it. when before Lifestream did you ever have a relevant play that involved the response window after a chain resolved, right? There's just a lot more decision points that matter now, and I think that makes for a really exciting and engaging format where we can see really cool moves pop off.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way of putting it. We love some conscious Elestrals out here. That's kind of the the big game plan itself. The real secret third game plan outside of Centaur or Chronodile is thinking class, as your professors take you to it. And as we're getting set up for round 3 here, we have a Kiri versus Abora. These two casters I know I'm unfamiliar with. I'm not sure if you recognize any of these names. We saw a mirror match for round 2. We saw a previous champion come up for round 1, and I think out of these two, I'm expecting some unknown factors, both deck and player.
Yeah. So, consulting the Oracle, Abora on the 11th was playing a Champion of Zeus pile at the previous premiere.
Ooh.
So it will be interesting to see if we see Champions of Zeus again, maybe a Thunder pivot into Thunderstorm instead, or something entirely different today.
I'm actually a big fan of those Zeus ones. It's taken me like the Green Goblin mask to talking to me in the back. It's the Zeus Thunder stuff. It's Arcalith just saying to themselves like, "Swole, I'm not a 1. You'll always draw me." No one can play around at this format. Cast
Exactly.
right now. This shield is not real. Like, that is, I think, one of the big strengths of a deck like that, to be fair. So if we do see some Champ Zeus action, that sounds awesome. And I think to that end too, you see that for Abora, for Kiri. So, we have a regional runner-up previously, top 8, another previous regional, and top 64 at Dallas. One of the largest in-person events for Elestrals now, and like we've seen so many casters before who do perform and did play at Dallas. Excellent showcases across the board.
Absolutely. It will be exciting to see what we run out today. I am hoping we see Champions of Zeus again. I think that deck has a lot of legs and plenty of room for experimentation to work with. I know people have been excited about old Lycavoid for the Spark It Revival hand rip story arc. But if you're playing Zeus already, Lycavoid Champion is basically removal, right? -2 attack and then minus another 3 attack with Zeus. As long as the thing has 5 attack or less, it's now gone.
It's Cryoblast if you really think about it. What's funny is that in a lot of early testing for Kissimmee, I remember playing against Bean Soldier and being like, how do I deal with this Royal Otto? And playing the new Champ Lycavoid, I was like, you know what? It gets the job done. Call it the giver here. We're working on it. It's killer. So it's a great call out too. I think the Amp Up stuff is very strong, very powerful, and we haven't quite seen it perform just yet in the same capacity that we did on the initial showing. But I mean, between having Lycavoid in the past round and Lycavolt in this one, I'm sure all the Nexus forms might get their time to shine. So
I mean, there is a theoretical deck out there that is Pup Pile, where you just play all of the pups and all of the Lycas, right? And you just drop big bad 2-drops that do annoying things every turn.
Puppy Pile sounds adorable. That sounds awesome. Wait a minute. I want to play Puppy Pile. Okay, we need an Earth pup now. We'll call that one. Amp Up no. We'll work on these names. I'm not quite the namer here. Oh God. We'll think of Splash Pup. No, not quite yet.
Rock Pup, Flare Pup.
Yeah, Flare Pup. We'll just go through the gambit here. Wait, man, that's already one. That's taken. Dang it. That sounds incredible. As we're hopping into our round 3 here, post our electrifying riffing here, we do have our round 3 coming up to clash here with Abora going first against Kiri.
Well, we'll know in short order then if they are on the Champ Zeus stuff again or something entirely new.
I think we have I am easily curious to know. And so Casper's getting squared away here. Love to see some Thunder come down. Thunder is one of these interesting strategies that I actually played a player Iconics at Dallas, at Kissimmee, who was going to a blind second strategy with Thunder, saying, I have Thunderstorms, I got way to back row removal, like I don't really need to do anything but remove your value. So I'm going to make you go first. And it was terrifying. So yeah. I'm in some capacity, I do think if you are on Thunder, maybe that's a play, is forcing your opponent to go first. So maybe Kiri is
and we have seen a expend a draw from Abora. It was a Thunder, so good chance we're seeing some kind of Thunder pile here. And a Plucky from Kiri here. So we'll see. Is it Apollo? Is it going to be Poseidon, old school Chronodial style? Let's find out.
Yeah, Chrono style indeed. We got a PTA coming in here to stop some of the defenses from this Plucky, maybe signaling that Abora's hand is not as strong to deal with a 4 defender. And let's see what Plucky goes for the search here as Kiri goes to the deck, and it's a Aeolus.
What? This is the last divine I expected to be searched off of Plucky.
Yeah, you're telling me there's already a divine search. You could, I guess, the champ Sorlet works here, but Solar into Wind. Is there a cross section between that card?
I mean, there's Phalaferos and Phalacane, right? Maybe you're just playing back row removal turbo.deck.
Maybe that would be kind of killer. The new P-Gust is really, really good and really cool. That's also one of my favorite cards from the new set. As a Magneros comes down from Bora, we have or is it Ebra with the X? Ebb by Raw.
Yeah, so Abora is on something new. We did not have Magneros in their 11th deck. Oh, and a Pandora's box to prevent the Aetheros from going off. And I'm sorry, Abora chose not to expend for the PTA, I just realized. The Plucky's still on the field.
That's right. And the top 2 of the deck, we have a Supercell Thunderstorm getting mill off that Pandora's. Main deck Pandora's has been so fun to see. Regrettably, against Winjin, it can hurt quite a bit. But I think it's kind of an interesting call inside of a tournament like this, where your previous Chariot rides, maybe that could have taken the slot for. But definitely stopping this Magneros from searching is the call. Plucky 4 defense is not great, as an Aeolus comes down with 2.
Absolutely. Okay, the Aeolus is just gone. We're hopefully about to find out what Kiri is cooking here.
No way! This was made for me. Terrasail, Nemasail. You gotta be kidding me.
It is just Christmas for commentators today. These are the most beautiful games to ever be.
Absolute cinema. This is crazy. Oh, whoa.
Are we going to see Nexus?
Comes down. Do we have a Nexus bank for that? Is that open nowadays? It's the weekend. With Poseidon.
Poseidon?
I'm leaving. What's going on?
Are we playing Oops All Divines?
Divine Box hasn't been something we've seen since, I think, base set, where you had casters like Gigeen playing that. And so having the Nexus 2 to ascend to the Nemasail effect, saying you gotta Gorgons, disenchant water from this Nemasail to cast out a Terrasail from the deck. And it's the old school one, which can Nexus again to cast out a Nemasail from hand or deck again. And you don't have to properly enchant, but there is a Poseidon on the board to Nexus. Okay, I'll let this play out. Not gonna nerd out about this deck too much. Terrasail effect to Nexus here.
You gotta wonder what the Spirit Math looks like in this deck, though.
Oh, it's gotta be abysmal. I would hate to manage this deck. If I'm I gotta take notes from Kiri ASAP. This is killer. Holy, and second Nemasail coming down. Little Friend, Wind Enchanted here. Once again, we have not activated the Poseidon effect to Nexus, meaning that we might go again. Artemis, do you think they're gonna fire it off?
I think so. They are firing it off. Are we going to get a full board of Terrasail?
Well, the first one was good, so the second one's got to be good too. Are we going to get a second OG Terrasail Frostfall coming in heavy, or do you think we're about to see the new one?
I would love to see another Frostfall one so that we can get 3 Terrasail on board this turn.
Triple Terrasail is terrifying. I'm a big fan of it. Oh, we got for the new Lifestream version of Terrasail. Love the artwork on this one too. the secondary effect of this one might be relevant for keeping these Terrasails on the board. And as unpredictable as Plucky into Aeolus into Poseidon is for this game, you're over on Twitch. Feel free to cast your votes on the prediction for this round between a Thundercaster's will versus this Terrasail Onslaught.
A deck no one but you could have predicted, I think, Swole.
I didn't even I was joking. I was saying, you know what? I played this deck in testing, and shout outs to Peeps on this one, I guess. But holy, I thought this was insane. They called me crazy. Turns out, still might be true.
Absolutely. And it looks like we got a full swing in here with our beautiful dinosaurs. The back row did not fire, maybe signaling that Abora doesn't have a live back row there.
Yeah, it could be Thunderstorm bluff set. It could be Shield. A lot of spirits to play with, though. We were talking about this with Julian early on in the first round, being so low on spirits as an expended draw comes out from Abora. The Kiri's down to 7, and it's very possible here for this comeback to be mounted, as there is just, this deck is pretty expensive as it is. What do you think that Kiri has behind their deck here to maybe catch up on Spirit Advantage?
At this point, who knows? I don't know. Maybe they throw down Dratagua, Nexus to it with Poseidon. Kiri could have anything in their deck at this point. I have zero understanding of what they're doing.
Yeah, this going to Nexus here from Poseidon to the Terrasail. Terrasail effect, or Terrasail effect to Nexus. Get out the third new Nemasail to enchant defense. And Poseidon, again, has not yet Nexused off of itself. But are we playing a third Terrasail, and which one is it? I would imagine here on this deck, they might even want to opt for the new Nemasail to heal.
That's very possible. That's very possible. Now, with Kiri being so low on spirits, Abora's not totally out here. They could have a big turn or a shield or so. Oh, that's a Trident of Poseidon.
I was wrong. We're not
Trident?
Nexusing off the Poseidon. We're trying to keep it around for this artifact box as well. Color me surprised and shocked. There's a lot going on Kiri's board here. All sorts of spirits. If you guys are watching this live and are just as hype as we are, listen, I want to watch those recaps later. Hit us up with the hashtag #PlayElestrals for these crazy deck builders. I didn't think I was going to watch chefs in action today. Not really.
Who could have predicted this? Get on those Twitch predictions and start giving them to us, because man, this is absolute insanity here. I mean, I can't imagine how many live opening hands Kier can actually produce in this deck, right? I mean, think about basically all of the bricks we've seen from them. And yet, here they are building the most glorious pterodactyl board I have ever witnessed.
Yeah, I'm absolutely gabbed, galled, speechless on some level. I'll try my best to continue commentary on this one, but I think that's going to be maybe an expended draw from Bora as well for this next turn. And going to go and scoop it up and go into game 2 here, which on some level, we didn't see much from Bora except for those mills, but they still could be on some tech against this Terrasail Onslaught, choosing not to give out any more information to Kiri. That was crazy.
I don't even... After this event, I will love to dissect Kiri's deck, because it seems like each card in it is so critical that it makes me wonder, like, do they even have a side deck? Like, if you're Kiri, like, what cards can you even afford to remove?
I mean, it seems like very little, right? Like, to your point of what's the siding pattern here for Kiri? And like, what do you take out? What can you afford? Because unless you're playing one Aeolus and you give your Pluckies to search flex, how many Poseidon are you running? You're also in Trident, which in this last game, Trident was effective in shutting down the one back row, but at the same time, maybe you could take that out for some calls. However, we didn't quite see much from Abora, so there might not be a lot of options for Kiri to really know what to put into. If you're a Bora now, you have full information of your opponent's deck.
I think the two big things we saw from Abora were Magnaros and a milled Supercell, right?
Yeah.
So, some kind of Thunderstorm pile. It remains to be seen if the Magnaros is just a tech for getting bodies on board, or if maybe there's a little more water in here than we would expect a Thunderstorm player to be on.
You know, I would love so, and I'd hope so too. I think maybe if we can see Thunder get off to the races here, there's enough protection and enough aggression to potentially stop the dinosaur onslaught before it occurs. To your point of what's the critical cards inside of this deck, that Lycavolt, the OG Lycavolt, hitting over an Elestral, maybe a stunned Nemisail or a one-turn Peliquarius can rip out a key card. And if everything's key, then Kiri could be in some big trouble.
The House of Cards built by dinosaurs may fall. But let's see.
Yeah, there's a meteor coming in, and its name is Champ Up, Expand, Amp Up.
It looks like we have. I think we just saw a mulligan from Abora there.
Yeah, after the last game, I would say, to your point, between our rounds here, find a good hand.
Yep. And I mean, it's always possible if this is Thunderstorm pile, they could be on old Titano Strike to get some removal going. Or the legendary Hardisoned Boombat, right? You special cast a Funglow, Hardisoned to Boombat, disenchant one and keep the body to do it again next turn.
Yeah, the best play you can make, and shoutouts to our Australians as well. It's Ascend Boombat. A Boombat's the best ascension in the game. It's that's not Earthquake with one spirit.
Yep.
Go into that's a Titanic Strike Champion of Zeus here for searching out the Thunderstorm. That'll be critical in hitting things like maybe the Aeolus, but we always go for the Supercell, potentially signaling that we have the OG in hand.
We'll have to see if we get any background of Abora. I feel like if you're Abora here, you had to mulligan until you saw either Gorgon's or Pandora's box to make sure you don't get one of those oops all dinosaur turns again.
Well, starting off on Abora's turn as well is oops all dinosaur, as the single one is now facing down this 4 defense Plucky, and there's no PTA to combat.
No back row on Abora is rough here, but they might just have everything they need Thunderstorm-wise in hand to break apart Kier's board. The search this time is Poseidon, so we might already have the Nemisail shenanigans in hand.
I would love some Nemisail shenanigans, if you will. Nemes shenanigans? There we go. We got there. Just like Kiri, this bid has been brewing, and I'm watching with bated breath as I think this play is going to be a set 1, set 2 pass from Kiri, and we'll pass back. One set is dangerous if we know Thunderstorm's in hand.
We haven't seen an actual Thunderstorm, though. They did pull Supercell, right?
Yeah, that's... if I'm from Kiri, I'm like, there's got to be the OG back in the front, right?
Maybe.
There's
that is Amp Up.
Get the engine going. Talking about ripping out those key cards. So walk me through this play here. So OG Amp Up. What
OG Amp Up. Probably grab another OG Amp Up and a Champ Up. You drop the Champ Up, you discard the Amp Up, you get out the big Lycavolt, sorry. And depending on which they're playing here, if they're playing the Zeus Lycavolt, it can just remove the Plucky.
That's true. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. That's a great call. Because the Plucky was 1 attack here, and as the Lycavolt, you have to reduce it down, and once it hits 0, as the Cryoblast rules. Gonna go for Champ Up here, and Kiri tapping the back, checking maybe for a PTA, maybe even a Gorgon's on declaration. That still might not be enough, especially if it's a special Ascend into the vault. It's Dense Fog!
Dense Fog! So I think Abora must not have had Thunderstorm in hand. Otherwise, I feel like you would have taken the one back row to just go full combo on your turn.
Maybe you're holding it for a double Brontiglow push, but you're absolutely right. I think there is a lot to be said here that if you're investing the spirits for the Amp Up anyways, you might as well just say, here's 2 extra spirits to secure a hand rip even. And that could be enough to stall out, as we saw Julian in the first round do the same thing, for Kiri to get the board online. Let's see if the Terrasail can catch some wind.
Yeah. The Poseidon did provide a lot of value last game, though, so Abora might also be holding on to a Thunderstorm for Poseidon's landing.
That's true. There's one back row from Abora. Again, one Galaxy coming down from Kiri is enough to swap stats here and help take care of these threats. This Plucky now being a 4 can take care of the Amp Up, and this Galaxy can swing over this Panda Strike.
I don't think there's any back row that prevents taking down Amp Up now.
You'd have to be able to prioritize here on some level some sort of attack modulation Argo here, probably. But even then, that's risky, as Amp Up, I think, goes down to
Plucky, yep.
The Plucky. There we go, the little bird that could.
Okay, both go down. So we either didn't value those Elestrals, or we don't have real back row.
Yeah, a second Amp Up in hand would be able to do it for Abora now, and not even have to use a Thunderstorm. Kiri has no back row, so a Funglow turn here would be crazy. As Magneros comes in, that's 2 5s, that's going to take care of the board.
Most Amp Up packages are 3/1/1, so it's entirely possible that there just isn't another Champ Up in deck to go off with now.
Yeah, and that's, it's so funny because it's just like these scenarios where I know a lot of people, like you said, we're cutting down to the 3/1/1 for deck space and for efficiency. But at the same time, I can hear people in the back being like, this is why I always run 2. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, Dense Fog accounting for that. Magneris comes down with an Aetheros Search, Aetheros Special Cast here, making these 2 big 5s and 2 back row. This is now back into Abora's hand. This is looking much more comfortable than the game 1.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we have board clear for board clear here. Abora and Kiri really going back and forth. I'm excited to see who manages to successfully get a game plan off first.
Ooh, it might be Kiri as Aviolith!
Aviolith!
Ava,
yes!
What are you doing here? This card is so funky, especially in a format without Hurricane. Ava and Thunderstorm decks were theorized for a while, and Ava is so weird, right? It's a 4 body, so it's not particularly strong enough to hit over Magneros or Aetheros here, but it is just annoying enough to draw a couple cards in value and maybe have a threat if you can Earthquake the Aetheros. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. I was going to say they must have an artifact in hand or something to drop a 4 in attack position instead of the defensive 6, but now we know why. Yeah,
we did see the Trident last time, which would boost it up to a 6, which is nice, but without a Poseidon as well, swinging over the Magneros, that clears. Ava's sticking to the board. Like you said earlier, we got board clear for board clear.
Yeah, I gotta wonder what these back row are from Abora that haven't been doing anything. What is that?
Maybe we'll see.
Oh, is that a Funglow?
Funglow. We're Bronta glowing to the poles of this one. Kiri better have Gorgon's Gaze, or else we are assuming Bronta going to go Supercells in there. And there it is. That's a preemptive Gorgons.
That is a preemptive Gorgons. It's interesting to see them do that instead of forcing them to drop the Thunderstorm first.
Yeah, that's and another set back row from Abora. Wow. I am a little confused. Forcing out the Thunderstorm, at least the OG one, would be nice, but maybe not trying to risk it if it's just the stadium. Well,
I have been in Kira's shoes enough times to know that sometimes in the heat of the moment, you're just like, oh, I got a Gorgon's that, and you just like flip it right away.
That's a scary mushroom. You're foraging out in the forest, and you're like, I can't tell if this is poisonous or not. I better not eat it. So I'm 100% there with you. As this Pelquar coming down, MVP of the last game, you can Nexus off the Aviolith now to get a lot of value. Otherwise, we know the
Poseidon is in hand, yeah.
100%. Got Nexus coming down from the Pelquarius. Do they have the Nemasail?
Is the conga line of dinosaurs happening? Okay.
A Pandora's box. Does that
I don't think that
here?
Works. Right? Because
it sends from hand.
From hand?
Yeah. A special ascends from hand.
Yeah.
Unless there's a new ruling that I'm very much unfamiliar with. But if the Nemesail is down, this Pandora's box will work swimmingly for that. So a legal activation of the Pandora's box into just a straight to Terror Sail.
Yeah, and now Kiri does have the information to know that P-Box is there, but they probably just play into it anyway to force them to get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't afford... I think you have to P-Box this. You got Pandora's this, otherwise you cannot afford for the Nemesail to drop and have another big dinosaur on the board.
Absolutely. These dinosaurs notably being bigger than Mushroom Dinosaur, even if Ebora manages to Thunderstorm.
Yep, and there's that Pandora's box just right there shown previously. You know, try to rewind it back a little bit and say, I'm going to hold this for when we need it, and that's the perfect time. But now this little fun glow is staring down some big bodies. Do you think it's going to survive?
I mean, we haven't seen Ebora use their back row to protect themselves at all, so I kind of imagine not.
Well, Dionysus Madness for one of the attacks going through, so that's going to daze one of the Elestrals attacking. And the other one is the other Dionysus Madness. That's a double daze.
Now that's super interesting. It's a tough spot for Ebora, though. I feel like basically they need to go old Titano Strike, Thunderstorm to pop, and get a Bronto Glow, and then they're totally back in this.
Yeah, I mean, unless we have double Thunderstorm here and we have the spirits enough for it, that's going to hit over both things. And we have Supercell on the board now, which is going to be able to heal back one Thunder and Funglow to cast from deck Brontoglow. Big debate if it's supercharged or not, but I imagine the supercharge is going to be very nice in this position. They don't know that this is a supercharged Brontoglow. We're Brontoglowing to the polls of this one. Thunderstorm Supercell is a really great addition to this deck released inside of Lifestream, as well as the Supercharge. Supercharge can act as a Toxion in this position to burn Kiri for 1, which with every spirit mattering, that's super big. Brontoglow is now huge and under the stadium, and Funglow, this is huge, but not clear on the board.
Ebora is going to be able to burn Kiri here and have a big dinosaur with no back row to worry about to clear the board. I think Funglow could crash with Aviolith if they wanted, right? But there's probably not a good reason to do that.
Yeah, you're taking a lot of damage there if that's the case, and I think that unless we see a Meteor Strike coming in here, this game is still very much on our hands. It's 6-5.
Absolutely.
And Kiri can just drop a Nemesail on at any point and say good to go.
If that Brontoglow sticks, though, it's going to be real scary with its ability to burn every turn. And they are going to crash. They really don't want to leave any extra spirits on field for Kiri.
Yeah, no, this one is now a little bit tricky. The Funglow here going down is pretty massive damage when you think about the spirit differential here, as now we're down to 4 spirits, and you do have enough to, unless this wasn't a crash? Am I missing something? 2 + 2, 4?
Yeah, I think it should have been a crash,
there we
right?
go.
There
okay.
we go. They just forgot to remove it. They took the damage out of their deck, but they left it on the field.
I know my ABCs. I didn't know if I knew my 1, 2, 3s.
Now, Kiri, I believe, only had 1 card in hand, so they're basically praying for good dinosaurs in the top deck here. And I was wrong. It looks like they have 3 or 4 cards in hand, so maybe some more options to work with.
Yeah, a Nemesail would just be able to do it here, and that causes this the avalanche of cards, and a Galaxy Champ, which does do it. That swaps the Brontoglow to a 4 attack, which this 5 body is now going to be huge.
It does. You know, we may be in Jurassic Park, but whales have been around for a long time, and you know, they are very big, bigger than a mushroom stegosaur.
Yeah. This evolutionary creature line we're walking into as the Ice Age is melted, we're flooding the land, and Atlantis is taken over of the Supercell. That's a total board clips of the heart if I've ever seen one. As there's Magneros, gonna try again, and you have 4 spirits left to play with, so it's very possible that you have another Aphoros and can clear board. This is very interesting. These players are slogging back and forth, clearing boards.
Absolutely.
And taking spirits left and right.
You know what's stronger than a whale is a fish.
I've heard the reverse food chain works that way. Yeah, that's.
But what's interesting here is the Aetheros is going to be able to take advantage of Kier's own Atlantis.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, wow. That's 100% correct. This is a 6 fish.
That is
a
true.
fish
So you have
6,
a
if
6
you
and a
will.
5.
That is going to be really hard to deal with. And now taking the extra damage here down to 2 spirits for Kiri. And this is now neck and neck. We still have a possibility where Terrasail clears. And that's also terrifying. Talk about Kiri's hand here. What do you think's in there?
I hope a Nimisail for their sake.
No, there it is.
There it is.
Holy, you were 100% correct. And speak it to existence. Gonna go for Terrasail here.
Okay, so they're going to burn all of their spirits to get out their last stand dinosaur here. It is possible they also have an Ambro they can do off of Poseidon, maybe. But the real question will be now is if Abora has a dinosaur swing back for this last stand of the pterodactyls.
This is a really weird one, but I would say that, yeah, Nexusine to the Terrasail here to just do extra damage, because you're already taking out this, put Abora on 1 spirit, is a great use of the spirit efficiency as the other fish and sea, the underworld, if you will.
I'm trying to think what the play for Abora is here. If they have Ambro, they could stay in it. I can't think of. There's the Ambro.
You have to. Okay, are you sure you are your primary Artemis? Because I see primary Apollo glowing here, and you like the Curie scooping it up. I think.
Okay.
Even with the Ambrosia, maybe that wasn't enough.
It's a tough position, right? Even with the Ambrosia, they get you back down to 1 if you don't have a shield or something to drop, right? So Abora must have got the Ambrosia, saw there was nothing in hand to do with it, and it's time to go back.
Yeah, going all the way to 10 billion BC with that one. That was crazy. I honestly, big fan of the Dino v Dino. This is incredible. That was so fun.
The Lunar Mirror match was beautiful, and I have a bias for it. But the Dino Mirror match was just which set do we get? Jurassic Park Stadium.
Oh yeah, listen. Where is our? I think I can't. Is it Brute? Which is the subclass for our big Brontiglow?
I believe it
archaic?
Is Dryad. It is a Dryad because it is a plant.
Wow. I can study up a little bit. It's one. My philosophy didn't quite cover biology as I see. Let's talk about this match real quick, as
Absolutely.
It seemed like it was quick, it was explosive, and in that second game there, Abora trying everything possible to slog back and hit back with as much as they could, clearing boards left and right, and each taking incremental spirit damage. How much do you think that the slow play to take damage before exploding actually really helped, or do you think they could have been more proactive?
Well, I think Kier has the advantage of playing a deck no one is prepared for. As someone who plays weird decks all of the time, the amount of confusion you can inflict upon your opponent just by playing something they didn't expect, and suddenly all of the lines they're used to don't work. It makes it real difficult for the opponent to try and figure out what their next move should be. And so I think Kier came in with that real advantage. I think Abora had no way to know what was coming to them in game 1, right? I think the main thing is that Abora could have gotten Thunderstorm off of that Titano Strike. Just base Thunderstorm, cleared the back row, gone full combo with Ampup, ripped a card from Kier's hand. And we saw Kier's strategy was so reliant on each piece in it that a hand rip from Lycavoid might have made the difference.
Yeah, and even then, with the tempo swinging back into the Funglow, waiting until Kiri did not have any more back row to contest the Funglow on board. It was an incredible effort and kind of a showcase of why the Thunderstorm deck can be so powerful. Both sides here had this like explosive turn with their little tiny Elestrals into their big dinosaurs. And I'm happy that we got to see some Brontiglow, the Terrasail action, some land and sea. And
absolutely.
That first game, talk about the explosiveness of having those key combo pieces. You talk about the deck composition here. What do you think that looks like?
I mean, are we talking, you trying to guess at the composition for
Kiri
Kier specifically? Yeah. In my head, I'm like, where did you find room for all of the spirits you need? It feels like if you take 2 damage, suddenly you don't have enough of the right colors. Right, we saw solar and wind and water. And did we see Earth expend from them at some point? Maybe not, but
we did. We saw Earthquake, actually. Yes, we did. Yeah,
that's right. We saw Earthquake. So you have 4 spirits, 2 of which are kind of an anti-synergy, and 2 which you need a bunch of because you're planning to use the Divine, right? Like to have enough water and wind to do Poseidon and Trident and Aeolus and a Field of Terrasail. Absolutely, the spirit management skills on Kier must be crazy.
To manage back the skills theory here, the spirit die math. I've only ever seen deck building like this for the most intense of Elestrals casters, and so it was a real treat to see. Absolutely. I also love the Thunder deck. The one thing is that the Thunder strategy is crazy. It's got back removal. It's got big explosive turns. It now has burn with a new Brontiglow. The amp up stuff is very effective, and so you do have to respond and talk about it. This, I think, gives the Thunder deck new tools to have to be responded to. And I think on that level, Abora doing their absolute best to make these Elestrals stick and try to go for it. And I'm hoping that we get to see their run deep with this strategy, because I would love to see them back on the
absolutely. Play. And I mean, I know PK recoiled at this, but if you're on Thunderstorm, mulligan 3 times. I'm telling you.
You have a heal. Yeah, absolutely.
Here's the thing. You're going to heal so much. If you are on the play with Thunderstorm, in 3 mulligans, you're either going to see Champ Up full combo or you're going to see Thunderstorm full combo. And either dropping Like a Void on turn 1 when your opponent has no back row, or dropping 1 or 2 Brontiglow is such a amazing start to the game, on top of the fact that with Supercell, you are going to have no problem healing those spirits back. I've been playing a lot of Thunderstorm in Clash myself, and I feel crazy going for a 3rd mulligan, but you go for the 3rd mulligan into full combo and heal it all back and just win the game. That doesn't matter if you're down 6 spirits.
Yeah, the big tempo push of the big dinosaur is sometimes enough. And we get to see that from our casters here today. Super innovative. That was probably if I could give a short of that round, is that we got to see Chronodile from round 1. We got to see the Moose from round 2, and we get to see Terrasail from round 3. We got some cooks in the kitchen, and I'm a little terrified.
Well, I am so excited to see the creativities of the casters. I think one of my favorite things about a ban list is the way it reinvigorates people to revisit. Even if, because here's the thing about the ban list. No strategy was really killed. The ban list basically just said, you can still play all the same strategies, you just got to play them maybe a little less explosively, right? But just the fact that a ban list dropped makes casters go back and go, you know what? I cooked this deck, I sat on it for a couple of premieres. Maybe I go back and cook again. And I love to see the cooks that they come back with.
Yeah, I mean, you're telling me. I've been joking for a while that Terrasail is real and can hurt you. I was envisioning a Hermes Terrasail, but sure enough, I'm going to have to test out and hop on with this deck. It sounds incredible. Absolutely insane. I am curious to know as well. You're saying these kind of one-off strategies, these kind of like off-the-wall rogue picks to throw off an opponent. Would you have thought to face Terrasail today?
Would I have expected to face Terrasail? No. Would I how would I feel going into it? I think I'd just be excited. I don't know. Every time I run into like a crazy strategy, here's the thing. I play Elestrals because it's fun. I am a lover of the fun of Elestrals. And if I lose a match to an absolutely insane deck, I'm just so stoked to be there, seeing the board feel with Terrasail. You know, when I play Blizz decks, you know, it can feel bad to have them hit their mulligan or mills, but I'm always so excited, and I always go, okay, let's go to the casino, mill. You know, it's Elestrals is just a lot of fun, and it is a delight to see a deck pop off under a proficient caster, even if it is dragging you to Tartarus personally.
I'm right there with you. Listen, there's a valuable lesson sometimes in having just the best time of your life and saying, you know what, whatever happens, happens. And I think that's no more true than, well, one, I mentioned this previously, getting my butt absolutely handed to me by Julian over and over on a consistent basis with Josh too. Let's not mistake that as well. But it's also just really interesting to see these strategies pop up, perform, and then maybe yourself, I'm looking at that Terrasail strategy and I'm saying, maybe that's the deck for me. I don't know.
Maybe that's the deck. I know you are a lover of fine cooks when it comes to decks. So
well, but say facing off against you in Clash on the mono water at one point in time, which was absolutely insane. And then of course you're in like, I don't even know how to describe it, these lunar brews, which are just off the wall.
Thank you. You know, I came in during Daybreak, and it took me like a set and a half to get real comfortable with the game. And then I had to have a conversation with myself. I was like, am I coming to these premieres to win, or am I coming to these premieres for fun? And I decided that fun was the most important metric for me. So I always endeavor to bring a deck that has at least one move in it that makes my opponent go, what is happening? That is cool. And I have usually succeeded at that.
I recall at one point in time, and I cannot remember what deck I was playing, but I know what deck you were playing, because you went Corvuscle, set 2 or 3, you foretold a Pharaohgeist, and then I had to deal with a Corvuscle that stuck, and then a Pharaohgeist coming down the next turn that I could not deal with, and that for me was the move where I was like, okay, yeah, you know what? It's been a good day of Armadon Burn or whatever I was on. I don't even know.
You were on position swap turbo that day.
I was. Let's go. My memory. Unk still got it. You know, he's my memory. The grades are here. Memories are losing. Actually, those are still going. Actually.
And you know, shout out to Corvuscle. There's a day that Lunar Foretell does something great. There's a day. There's a day.
Yeah, between that and Cryptaris for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's talking about our niche picks and our niche decks. That was a pretty fun showcase, and I had a great time casting that one. And again, congratulations to Kiri for the win on that one, and for Abora. I would love to see the rest of that run because I'm a big Bronze Glow enjoyer, and so hoping to see our casters still here throughout the day. Still a lot of Elestrals left to be played, and yeah, as we're getting into these later rounds, we're into round 4 coming up here soon. We are about the halfway point for our Swiss rounds. And I know a lot of our casters here are trying to lock in for Worlds points as well as play for some insane prizing. If you're just joining the broadcast here on YouTube or Twitch, make sure to do us a couple favors here. 1, like the stream if you're having a great time. 2, subscribe and follow us on all social media platforms to keep up with the amazing Elestrals action. We've had some pretty wackadoo plays happening, but also some insane gameplay from champions past. So do not miss out on a moment or the action. As well, share some moments on social media with us too on the hashtag #PlayElestrals. We'd love to see what moments you are excited about, what new cards, old cards, and what you're brewing up. That would be lovely for us to see. I'm always a fan of seeing those posts myself. And finally, if y'all are just joining the broadcast here today, our players today are playing for some absolute insane prizing. Andrew, could you go over for us what our casters are fighting for?
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, we have the qualifier points for Worlds, the champion getting to go, the ticket straight to go in, and all the way down to 32nd being able to get qualifier points, which means you don't have to show up and win to end up at Worlds. You can just be a consistently good player in the top 32. But we have our beautiful new Premier Packs coming in, obviously, with some of those beautiful marble cards. I love the white borders. Personally, I love the white borders for display. I love to. I got the Dallas Spirits up on the wall back here myself. But the prize cards are absolutely just beautiful. An exclusive top 16 Stellar Foamy. All of the water casters obviously going to want one of those for their Aphrodites, and for all of our Earth lovers, the PKs, the Helens of the world, a beautiful full art Centaur, which I know we've dragged some casters out of the woodworks who don't normally show up to premieres, who are here just excited to compete and try and get some of these prize cards today. And of course, we can't forget the beautiful uncut sheet that our champion will also get today. So lots of amazing things our casters get to play for.
Yeah, and that Centaur is absolutely wild. I remember when they revealed it at Kissimmee for the next championship prize card, along with the Foamy. The Foamy is crazy on this level because you get 3 top 16s in this current little season, and your playset is already sold. That lock gun deck is looking beautiful. I know that Julian is securing those absolutely, and that Centaur is it's fierce. It's looking cool, and I hope that Centaur's Day in the Sun comes soon because those cards are also wild. Have you read September? That card just says bounce everything to hand.
It's cool stuff. It's cool stuff. I mean, if you're not paying attention to the Awakened Kickstarter, Dougie was revealed, our beautiful Earth Nexus Eddie, and with its reveal, the hint that in next set, there will be some Earth Mill support with Dougie and other cards. Is it time for Cedar Sword to come out double Earth Enchanted and get ascended into Champion Centaur?
I don't know. That big old sandworm Dugobus shenanigans is terrifying. I've been saying that all day, and I promise I'll stop. But the Elestrals Awaken Kickstarter too has been also fun to follow and watch. It's been 1. The marathon's been super fun and incredible. 2, we are still live as the Kickstarter is going on. And if you have not backed yet, please go do so. It is so exciting, and you get some amazing rewards from it. This Kickstarter campaign might be one of the best to rival even like the OG, like Elestrals Kickstarter, in my humble opinion. The artwork and the cards available in some of these promo packs that you get for backing are to die for.
And shout out to the backers who have unlocked the stellar upgrades for both the Founders promo pack and the Spirit pack. So if you haven't gone into the Kickstarter, grabbed your promo packs on either the Spirit side or Elestral side or both, you get to double up and get stellars of all the cards in addition to the base ones, and they are just absolutely beautiful swole. They blow. The Elestrals art team can't keep getting away with it. Just every single set, the art team gets more and more beautiful, and I'm like, how do you keep leveling up and making such beautiful pieces of art for me to play with every single set? It's just amazing. The
spirits are unreal here. The set of 20 is going to be like insane. And I don't know about you. I'm casting that Thunderstorm, a full art Thunderstorm, and that Stellar Thunderstorm all day of the week. It's so cool to see too. And this is something for the Elestrals Awaken Kickstarter exclusively. So do not miss out on your chance to pick some of these up, because oh god, they're gorgeous. If you're picking a starter inside of Elestrals Awaken, I gotta ask you. I think I already know the answer to this one, but we have 1 for each of the 8 spirit types. What are you picking that's not Fawnlet? You can't pick Fawnlet. I already knew this Fawnlet.
You sure I can't pick Fawnlet? Okay.
We got choosing for your spirit affinity. If you had to pick one that wasn't Fawnlet, what you got?
If I can't pick Fawnlet, I'm going Luminape and Sundial. I have a deep love for Chronodial. The very first premiere I did during Daybreak, I took a upgraded Chronodial starter deck and had such a blast. It's where my competitive casting journey began. Chronodial will always have a special place in my heart.
I think that's also a great one. Sundial and Chronodial, the Ascension line, has become a fan favorite. Of course, that's to stand on this one for a lot of our community heads out there. The Hydrake, I know, is going to be really popular as Penterror, and seeing the awakened Penterror inside of the trailer is super exciting. For myself, personally, Necroth would be cool. Shout out to our Shady Penguins out there, but I'm going to go with the other bird and say we're going to go Quackle on this one. I love myself some Imperial. Reveal 12 to Ascend. And this little cute duck is with me.
I'm telling you, I was having a conversation with PK about this earlier. I think there is some sauce in Thunderstorm Imperial.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Special cast, Supercharged Fun Glow, Ascend to Psychic, reveal your 12, get Imperial, and just start popping things every turn.
It's killer. The one, I cannot wait for a Quackle titled form that allows us to ascend and go nuts. Imperial itself is no slouch either. It's expend 1 target to destroy a card. That's powerful, and we've seen that pop off with cards like, or with cards like Lockagon. With every single deck, seemingly nowadays has their big 3-drop that destroys. So it's only a matter of time before we get our Thunder Brew.
I mean, I play Phosphocyl, Thunderstorm, and Clash. And it works really well being able to ascend into the Anacell and then go off to the Phosphocyl. In my opinion, Imperial is just a better version of that. If Synectric and Imperial were in Clash, you better bet I would be playing that instead of Phosphocyl.
Truly a clash of the birds and the bugs. Shady and Dan can both not get away with this. I think if we had to put them head to head, I think I know exactly which one each are choosing. But for Phosphocyl is killer too, and I'm looking forward to that. Elestrals Awakened is killer. Fonlet's a great choice with the Posthumous Ascension. What a cutie. Incredible.
Okay, well, I think we're getting ready to go to break here before round 4. I will be leaving you for a little bit, my fellow casters, and replacing me will be none other than PK themselves.
Yeah, and we'll see you around. Good afternoon, Alestria and beyond. We just came off of a explosive round 3, watching Terrasail v Brontiglow. At PK, we were talking with Andrew earlier, with Artemis, about if you were going to this tournament, would you expect to see Terrasail in against you? What's your thoughts on this one? What you were expecting?
Nah, that matchup was kind of we've gotten so many left field decks in this tournament so far. It has me really excited. Also makes me wonder where the big hitters are right now. Are that many people willing to experiment because those big cards are gone, or are you willing to experiment because the meta is starting to advance and we just want to explore and see what else is there for us? There are many possible reasons, but we've gotten so many interesting decks. Brontiglow looked good. The Terrasail came out of nowhere. I saw the Plucky search Aeolus, and I'm like, well, I have no idea what we're doing here. I'm just going to sit back and watch. Like, Tornagen doesn't really need either of those cards. All right, what are the wind solar ones? Are we going for Phosphocell maybe? Like, I was everywhere. Everywhere but the correct answer.
Well, and hey, you're telling me, it turns out it was left field, right field. Never let them know your next move, right? That's the idea. It's Plucky into Aeolus, into Poseidon, into the Trident of Poseidon.
Yeah.
This deck is a true cook. So I'm kind of with you. Maybe at this point, we're 3 premieres in, or 3 big tournaments in, rather, including the Kissimmee Open for Elestrals Lifestream. And these players may be getting comfortable with cooking in their brews. The practice is now paid off, and our casters are going into these rounds saying, let me try out the thing I'm best with, which is this these balls to the wall strategy. What is, for going into these later rounds, typically we start to see top players start to tighten up a little bit. Like you said, we were missing things like Dionysus, like Solar, like Locagon, even. What are your thoughts there?
I think people are just hating. And I think people aren't willing to explore the best element that's actually in the room now, forever, Earth. I think people are, for some reason, dismissing the power and consistency and recursion of Champion of Demeter packages just because they're afraid of what they will enjoy. It's okay to enjoy Champion of Demeter. It's great. I think they're afraid of the madness that Dionysus would bring to the meta. I think they're afraid to take a sip from the poison nectar. I think they're afraid of Cyan Nectar. I don't know what is wrong with y'all, but there's a whole 1/8 of the game that you're not exploring for some reason, and I need y'all to get off your high Aeoluses. I need y'all to get in the trenches. The ride is parked. It's time to walk to some new pastures. The Temple of the Sun is rising, and Falloy Forest is blooming. Get to it. We ain't cooking no more. We're planting. All right, I need y'all to plant them seeds and grow a new brew. Get to it. Bring me my Demeters. Bring me my Gigaflores.
Talk to him, PK. Let him know. That's what I'm saying. Reaping what you're sowing. The farms are out. We saw Dougie. We saw Doug Abyss, and now I need you to pull out with the Earth
Abyss
itself.
Looks so good.
Get into the ground. PK is saying it's not an option. That's a demand. Absolutely. Talk to him.
Absolutely. Demeter is there. You do not want to disturb the goddess of the harvest. I think that's what Demeter is. No.
Well, Dionysus being god of the party at the very least, taking a sip of that poison nectar. I would be afraid of taking a sip of the poison nectar, but I've heard a lot of casters talk about the nectar of the gods, the new titled form for it, saying that for set championships even. That card's kind of crazy.
I love the caster name that we have up here. I think it's okay for us to talk about the players we have right now. We have Clever Plant, a name that's loosely familiar to me, versus Lakes Chrysaora. I hope if that is correct, it is Lakes Chrysaora.
We have seen both these casters on stream before on some level, or at least both these names are familiar to me. But Clever Plant, if you do not remember, and if I'm getting this correctly, is the previous top with Antitan's Spider, effectively playing some Tex and the Fire portion of the of Ardbuds to get into Antitan faster. And that's kind of the most recent thing I can think of for this insane caster, because that was a really cool brew.
Yeah, really fun list by Clever Plant there. I cannot wait to see how clever the plants are growing with them today. Lakes Chrysora is newest to me, unfamiliar with what they could be bringing today, but we're going to see it in just a little bit. So feel free when those predictions go live on Twitch to leave your prediction and try to earn some channel points on the Elestrals Twitch channel. All the same though, I do want to see you guys' excitement and interest regarding these decks using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials and looking in the chat. We may not be responding, but I do see y'all and I appreciate the conversation all the same. But these two casters are going to be putting up a show. They're currently both 2-1 at this point in the bracket going into round 4. So a really important matchup that both of these casters are going to want to win. Have you ever been in a situation, Swole, round 4, in a webcam premiere, you're 2-1? And if so, how is that feeling going into your next match?
You know, on some level, I think this, like you said, is kind of the decision point. This is your crossing point of the tournament, where you say, if I am going 2-2 here, I'm shooting for top 16. I'm shooting for top 32. You're getting those world qualifying points. You're still clashing it out, and you're just trying to get the best placement you can, or hope your tiebreakers are good enough to cut back into the top. So you're having a lot on the line here to perform, and sometimes those nerves can get ahead of you. Alternatively, going in for into the next round 5, going in X1, having only 1 loss, is incredibly scary. There you start to see X champions, start to see really crazy decks you weren't prepared for. Those things are really important. So this upcoming round is going to be a little scary, but also very exciting. You could
not hold us back. We are back on your screens and ready to talk about round 4. We were just talking about how we were not expecting the players that brought what they did bring to the matchup, but now we're in a situation where we are just waiting for the players to line up and ready to go. So I hope you guys enjoy the break and we did not miss any of the action. Hope you guys are ready to go. And Swole, I mean, with these two players, I mean, what are you hoping to see? We saw some amazing stuff. You already talked about, bait, false fall showing up in here, and we've seen older cards pop up. I said I want room there for there to be Neandersloth. What would you dig back into between the first 3 sets and be like, I'm going to play this card. Let's see what we can find out there.
I mean, you already pointed out the Paleoth and the Neandersloth, right? 2 sleeping giants of, I think, eventually decks that we'll see pop up here. Frostfall is the not only the Elestriad season, but also the set that keeps on giving. And yes. I think I would dig back into Frostfall, into some of these more niche boss Elestrals, even stuff like Chrysor, Chrysbor from Daybreak.
Yes, I love Chrysbor so much.
The even from OG stuff, Sakurasaur or the Rummagem or Scavagem to search Earth runes could be insanely powerful. It can search things like Dionysus Madness, can search Earthquake. There's a lot of really powerful stuff I think that our casters can go back to. I think at this point for Lifestream, though, it's about how fast you can get there.
Speed is definitely the name of the game, so you need cards that go from A to B to C, and that's why Lunar, while still powerful, is still just on the cusp of breaking into the echelon of top decks right now. Because while Lunar can build a big board, I don't know why my voice just did that. It's also like a slow burn, that it's a waning crescent, as it were, or waxing crescent. It's coming up. It's going to take a couple of days for that full moon to shine. Meanwhile, Cornadal's just like, Gators here, dog. But all the same, we're going to see what our casters have for us. Cover Plant versus Lake Chrysora. Game 1 begins now. Round 4 is on your screen. These casters, I love the paper mat from the starter deck that Clever Plant is utilizing. I think those play mats are designed very well for new casters to get into the game and say, hey, this is what you need. This is where every card goes. And you even have information on the phases and stuff like that on the edging of it. So for anybody who may be a new caster, I would definitely recommend getting the starter deck and grabbing that play mat for your friends to learn the game.
Looks like we got for Lake Chrysora going for a mulligan here. That's an Earth and a Lunar Spirit. Gonna go ahead and got some fancy shuffling here. Not a riffle shuffle.
I mean, that's the way to go. That is the way to go. How do you shuffle?
How do I not like a maniac. I think I'm afraid of bending my stellars.
Well, of course you gotta be kind with it. But yes, I still think riffling is just the way to go. I've been enlightened.
I might just not have the same type of dexterity as Lake Chrysora here as we're kicking off our round 4.
If you buy new sleeves every event, then what does it really matter? Looks like Clever Plant is going first after Lake's mulligan, and we start with the Spectaris. So a potential 5 body on the field, pretty strong start, I would say, along with 2 back row.
And that's the Felt Spirit there from Shattered Stars. I love the Felt Spirits, and that thing is really cute. That big full moon with the big owloon.
That is an amp pup. That is the Stellar amp pup, I believe, from the Clash Kickstarter, maybe?
Yeah, it's going to go ahead and search out amp up here. We're back on some Thunder action from the last round. I'm excited to get to do this one again. And we have Champ Up and Amp Up getting searched for Lake Chrysora. So, interestingly enough here, we saw the Lunar and Earth Spirit get expended to start, and now we have an Amp Up line. I would be curious to know if we're going to be back on Bronzeglow, potentially for like an Amp Up thing, but there's a Astrabit here. Whoa, I thought that card went away a long time ago.
Yeah, we haven't seen Astrabit in a while, so glad to see our little buddy back here. Looking at the top 3, adding 1. And, we're seeing Thunder, so I think if there's any list that's going to be playing Astrabit, it is a Thunder list right here. Not to mention, it's the best artwork from Astrabit being played as well. That Shattered Stars artwork is great.
This is taking a little bit slower here, but luckily Spectaris won't be able to contest this Astrabit, and just like you said, having this big 5 body on board will be really important for Clever Plant to stick. But let's see if we're going back onto the Ardbud strategy, and maybe Antitan can eat up the Spectaris, as we have a Toxiri coming in.
Toxiri is getting a lot of play today, and not to mention we know that Dense Fog has gotten a lot of value in this meta, especially after the meta shift right now with Helios and friends being banned this meta. It's like a lot more possible, but instead we have Gorgon's Gaze stopping the search of the oh no! Actually, it's probably stopping the attack of the Spectaris because Toxiri would lower Estrabic stats by 2, allowing it to get over.
No. So the Toxiri is going to be able to search the Dense Fog, and I think, did we see the Dense Fog get searched, or was that just a call outside of that? Because you're definitely right. The Spectaris.
Yeah, it's probably smarter to just stop the search and the Toxiri all week together. But it looks like the attack is still going to go through. So what was stopped?
I'm also a little bit confused on that because you're right. If the Toxiri was Gorgon's Gaze, the Spectaris is then still a 5 body.
Yes. Really confused. Are they forgetting that? I don't know. We're going to let the judges.
Oh, no. We're both so right. Gorgon's Gaze has a bunch of text on it, and it does not just says stop your opponent from doing. It suppresses the Toxiri, making the Spectaris a 5 as it gains +1 attack, and gets your body up for suppressing the rabbit up to a 6. There was no stopping that Spectaris attack.
Suppressing his own Elestral. Forgot about that point. Man, Gorgon. And you know what? That actually happened to me in a tournament, so it's funny that you bring it up now. Clearly, I did not learn my lesson. And Champ Pump is coming out here, going to threaten the Like of Void. And you have to wonder if Late's Crossora is... Oh, okay.
On the Dense Fog already.
Dense Fog already in hand. Also lowering the stats of the Champ Pup by 2. Because it's now suppressed for this turn, not able to really do anything, so it's just gonna have to pass turn unless we have some cheeky play in the hand to get past this.
This lunar suppression control so far has been very effective at baiting out some major spirits from Chrysor, major spirits. We have 4 down to 17, and I know with another Champ Spectaris coming down here, this is a lot of bodies that I don't know if tempo-wise Thunder can really take advantage of. What do you think Chrysora has back there?
Tsunami is going to be it. And that's exactly how you start. I mean, we have not seen Tsunami that often because Glockagon is so real right now. Tsunami is still a great way to stall a completely wide board. And now Late's Chrysora, well, Champ Up should be in defense, but looks like we're doing the Ascension all the same. So Like a Vote will be coming out here. I wonder if it's going to be the base one or a new Like a Vote that's going to come out. I imagine it's going to be base, right?
Well, base I think would be preferable here. Otherwise, you can maybe take care of that Toxiri. Mm-hmm. The weird part about this going into the Spectaris, and especially into a suppression deck, is that Spectaris does suppress the attack gain of this Likeable, meaning that it is a 6 body, and you can potentially configure some game states where you trade with the Likeable, so it's less effective, and you also don't get the hand rip if you're swinging into the Spectaris. However, this Toxiri is probably not long for this Earth, and I think Clever Plant only has 1 card left in hand.
Oh, we are going for our own Werepup as well, because that was a special ascension. Werepup coming out here to search out. If that is going for Lunar Eclipse, this is going to be a devastated board, but instead we are pulling out Full Moon, so giving ourselves another... Is this the pump pack list that Andrew was talking about?
Yeah, ask and you shall receive. This is Puppy Pile.
There we go, Puppy Pile.
Oh, no. Oh, that's adorable and terrifying.
The puppies are howling at the moon bright and strong right now as Werepup is going to go in, declaring an attack onto the Spectaris, but then you just activate the effect, or you don't activate the effect, you don't lose the stats, and you just get Spectaris out for free.
Now, the idea is Spectaris can only increase by attack here, so the defense of the 2s is kind of rough. And a Rise from the Shadows here. First time casting this is a beautiful card here, allowing you to get back a Spectaris and keep the spirits on as the spirits in the underworld, making sure you have an offensive force. We do know the Full Moon is back there for like Chrysora, and so this is still pretty killer. And we have
right, we're revealing a hand, Ardbud and Toxiri in hand. I was saying that if you activate the effect, because Toxiri's on the field, it goes down to 1.
They didn't. They didn't activate the effect.
No, so they just let the Spectaris go down for free.
Wow. Ardbud come in here. I guess they say they don't really need it unless there is some type of retaliation from Lake Chrysora. Ardbud can scoop up and eat this Toxiri. Gorgon's Gaze comes in here.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. I understand that. You want to stop the search up. You don't want to let it go into a Aardvarm, potentially, which would then go into an End Titan, which would potentially destroy too. So yeah, that makes complete sense. But right now, we're just trying to keep the pressure. We're starting to build wide, but Specterus is on the field threatening the Werepup unless you just like try to force the full moon, which I definitely understand that.
Yeah, this is a crazy position to be in if you're clever plant, right? Because you are up so much in spirits, but you are also now down offensively. And this is a full board clear if you are like Chrysora, and you get.
I believe that was the Specterus attacking into the Lycovoid, negating the effect, and then getting the attack drop because of Toxicity.
Because of the Toxicity. And
resting on your laurels coming out from lakes, who would you snipe here? All of these are problematic.
It's honestly,
it's Specterus, right?
It's got to be Specterus. You can take care of the Ardbud with the Werepup and then clear the Toxicity with the Ascension into Lycovoid. I'm a little speechless at the moment just because of the sheer advantage on Lake Chrysora side. But you're down, you're in spirits so much.
Sideprong, what is this list? We're seeing Champ Pup, we're seeing Werepup, now we're seeing Sideprong, so it's not Puppy Pile. But what is going on here?
No, it definitely could still be a Puppy Pile. The good stuff lists sixes, if you will. Sideprong has a tech engine to take care of some of the 5 bodies or Magneros shenanigans. We gotta give a shout out here to Dionysus still holding it down as your prediction for a little while, right? We have some Dio play, but I don't think that they're gonna really go for it.
We're running over the Ardbud, so will we force the KO on the Toxicity? I think there's value in doing it. Instead, we're just going to pass. I don't know if I want to keep that Toxicity on the field much longer.
Honestly, I think there was maybe an argument to enrage the Toxicity. That way it had to be shifted to attack and swing in to potentially bait itself out. But maybe not wanting to lose the advantage there of the Dionysus as the Viscerus comes down, clearing the side prong.
Well, right now we're getting a second Viscerus out on the field after destruction of the side prong. So, I mean, not that much value here. The Werepup can run over the second Viscerus and then ascend into Lycovoid thanks to the full moon face down, if it is, and run over either the Viscerus or the Toxicity. Interesting scenario that we're in.
I would say so. You know, we're down to 6 spirits if you're like Chrysora. You're staring down a Viscerus, a Toxicity, and another Viscerus. The really cute, this artwork is a little bit slept on. It's the tournament pack Viscerus. It's so adorable. But this Werepup can clear that, and then now Lycovoid, held for the right moment, can clear the Vis. This Toxicity is staying on the board no matter what.
Well, right now, another Astraba is going to... I mean, this list has been all over the place from Lakes here. Astraba coming in, we're getting a search up. Was that a Drataya we saw? That was a Drataya we saw. And we have Dionysus in hand, which means that a lot of guys in their list as well.
There's Synectar as we're getting a peek of the hand there, which I think is a great pickup to have because there's been lack of counter runes. Search for your PTAs. Absolutely go for it. What a pile and a half.
This reminds me of the old school Earth Thunder pile right now. It's exciting.
Earth Thunder pile with the Lunar Splash. This sort of puppy pile good stuff is something I haven't seen in quite some time. But you know what? It's got some utility and it plays a pretty decent amount of low to the ground. So clearing this Viscerus here is extremely nice. Activating the full moon to go into a Lycovoid, enchanting it properly. That way you can get maybe extra spirit damage, and going for an Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I think that's just an extra spirit in the spirit deck. We're going for a base Lycovoid, so now we have piercing and or immune to counter runes. So we just go over the Viscerus, which makes complete sense. But now I'm wondering why the Astrabit is in attack.
And this Toxicity still is not gone. This thing is not going anywhere. That is hilarious that it's been sticking around for so long. It's a beautiful Ascension fodder if we have it.
We have not brought attention to this. Look at the spirit count, 10-3, and Clever Plant has been battling back every single turn. As now we have a second Toxicity hitting the board and searching for the dense fog. So unless we have a surprise lunar eclipse, which is still, if you just train the Danes Fog, will still suppress it, we're going to be able to blank the entire attack or drop everything suppressed by 4 per Toxicity on field. So the question is, what is in hand that we can build towards next?
Yeah, I think that if you are a clever plant, you hope that you can deal with this like a void, or that, you know, Lake Chrysora cannot ascend and potentially take care of this Toxicity. But if we're on the idea that the Synectar can search out potentially maybe a poison-tipped arrow, and that's 2 spirits down, you then do clear the board. But you're just gonna go ahead and opt to go to combat here, swing into one of the Toxicities. I mean, setting the dense fog, you can. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to, I guess, go for now, but you can't suppress the Like Void.
Oh, right, you're right. Yeah, it's a lunar one. I keep forgetting that little caveat.
Yeah,
read the text of your cards, people.
I might have not read Gorgons, but I've read dense fog.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be having we are. The Artemis's Arrow PTA coming out here, lowering attack. There's no lunar clause on this one, right?
No, this one's just suppressing Elestral, which means that is now going to be a 2 attacker, meaning that the Synectar can easily take care of it, unless this back row from Lake Chrysora is another Tsunami or a shield to protect this this big bad wolf from the little tiny bug. I think, for sure, and a Spectaris coming down too.
I love, this is the second time we're seeing Champ Spectaris come out, and we're just going to scoop him up. Whoa, that ended quick. That is the second time where Champ Spectaris has showed up and showed out. It's similar to what Morphrost does, right? It builds wide suddenly, or I guess any Frost deck right now, where it builds wide suddenly, and thanks to Champ Spectaris, you just get that. It's such a simple lineup, but it worked. So, I love it. Great little synergies that makes for big plays at the right time.
My Moonrise child brain cannot comprehend what I just watched. I saw not only Ampups Champups, which at the time of my era of Moonrise never existed, but outside of that, Like a Void came down, one of the most previously powerful cards in existence, and got contested pretty easily by the new Poison-Tipped Arrow and a Toxicity line. The stats going into that game, right? Talking about, like you just mentioned, the -2/-2. How do you think that played into controlling that match for Clever Plant?
Thoroughly. In the early games, that -2/-2 was everything that Clever Plant needed to stave off an offense from Lakes. Lakes was pushing and doing everything they could to say, hey, this is where we want to be. But that -2 just stopped everything in its tracks. The second Toxicity coming down and Circular Dense Fog pretty much said, yeah, I'm going to cinch this game out sooner than later. And when the first Toxicity, which I'm still unsure if it ate that first Gorgon's Gaze or not, but all the same, when that one went down, it pretty much said the game is over now. Here's Silent Nectar, get out the PTA. I'm running over everything. Have not even considered Toxicity and the new PTA coming through here. We're seeing a lot of synergies that, and this is why I love when meta shifts happen. We're seeing a lot of new synergies show up on stream that should have everybody watching at home cooking their brain. Or no, sorry, we don't cook anymore. We plant seeds for Lord and Forest Baby.
Yeah, we're reaping and sowing.
getting their green thumbs going and saying, hey, I need to get this strategy to grow and blossom into a top 8 contender for the next Webcam Premier tournament. We're seeing a lot of interesting plays here, and I cannot wait to see what these two casters bring for us next.
I'm very curious to know, as if you're Lake Chrysora, your deck is ultimately going to be this very well-defined pile of cards. I'm using the word pile here to insinuate this this good stuff collection of utility cards that allows casters to have every tool they need to succeed in a game. You just kind of have to find them and sequence them correctly. And
the champ up allowing you to deck thin to get to your other strategies is really good play by them, and the Werepup does it as well. Just kind of saying, hey, I'm going from this is my starter, this is my mid game, this is my late game. Lake Chrysora has a really strong strategy that, I mean, it's a tempo strategy. I'm here for the long haul as we start with Astrabic.
And like you mentioned before too, the first Astrabic going down in that game 1 was a big tempo loss that now Lakes has to come back to contest the bugs from Clever Plant. And as we're going in here into a myriad of riffle shuffling that I can only comprehend to be chilling to my bone as I know that the tummy shufflers in the audience are terrified.
'Tis the season indeed. Happy Halloween 2023, says the neck buff. But we are going to be casting out Art Bud here, and we do have two. Oh wow, Lakes flip those cards up quick. Now I got to stop this somehow. But like, what are you? You're going to go against Gaze it? Okay. Preemptive, maybe. I don't know if I would have spent it without Art Bud being able to destroy something else to threaten an Ascension. But if you just want to keep them off of cards, there's value there.
Yeah, I think the other idea is that, you know, getting Clever Plant to deck thin for some key pieces, those Specteruses, even the Talk series to hold down that stat reduction was really critical that last game. And a Cyprong here, Champion Dionysus, is actually a very strong start. As this goes uncontested, Dionysus will be able to really apply some pressure. In this position, do you think if you're Lakes, you crash the Astrabbit or propose a crash?
I would not. I'm going to try to get over it, and if nothing more, like if the Cyprong is stopped, then maybe you go for the Astrabbit crash just to keep them off of dudes, because I mean, it also depends on what your back row is and how real it is. I do like the Cyprong searching out the Dionysus. I cannot wait to see why. I refuse to believe we're playing Dionysus just for Cyprong, right? So I'm wondering what the grander scheme is for the Cyprong and Dionysus, as Clever Plant uses Tsunami to stop the offensive onslaught. But notice how Astrabbit wasn't even threatened to go into attack. That's how important this Art Bud is to Clever Plant right now.
Yeah, and as this Art Bud getting protected going for a Synector, this is the combo. This is the dream if you're End Titan. You go Synector, search Pandora's box to prevent the search here.
But wait a minute, is that what you want to stop, or the Art Bud?
Well, and a Pandora's box coming down from Mills from the Clever Plant, as well as one of the Viscerus.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
That is insane. I think this is kind of critical on one level, but then you have the Ard Bud, which I imagine you'd want to stop beforehand. Yeah, you suppress the Cyprong and potentially set up for plays with that later, but wouldn't Pandora's box here be the killer? Let's see what they have up their sleeve.
I feel like the P box on the Ard Bud was more valuable, but I mean, we're here now. We got to play, and you know, just gotta let it work out. Ard Bud. So I mean, is the other face down at Gorgon's Gaze or something that can stop it in its tracks? Because if it is, then Cyprong is primed to just KO it on the next turn.
Exactly, and that's one thing that I think is so critical about these big bodies is that while yes, they can come out, they can be really scary, but you have to protect them just as much as these one-drop cards like Ard Bud, because Cyprong can heavy-handedly deal with this. As a PTA comes in here to reduce this Ardvarum to a 4, can't swing over anything.
Interesting, but now we are. I mean, we could potentially threaten the Ascension depending on what is in hand, but I mean, we'll have to see. Like, we have no cards that are suppressed right now. Is that Specteris?
It is Specteris.
What is suppressed?
It's searching off of the Ardvarum as a cast effect to search. And Gorgon's Gaze to suppress an Elestral to get this effect rolling.
I have never seen a Gorgon's Gaze be utilized in a utility fashion. This is amazing. It gets us the Insectoid we need on field to destroy it and get out to End Titan, avoiding the PTA destruction, getting the destruction of the 2 Elestrals on board, spending the 2 back row from Lakes, and threatening 3 points of damage. Incredible.
We saw something like this be implemented and used by Sunflower over in Kissimmee to a pretty heavy effect. Really powerful combo going into End Titan, which has been kind of a sleeper hit, talking about revisiting cards from Moonrise. My Moonrise brain can comprehend this End Titan, and this is a super strong Elestral. It can't be affected by opponent's Elestral's effects if you have an Insectoid on the board, which does come up a lot. But no Insectoids in hand to discard, and Titan's just going big body swing and gonna hit over Rabbit instead of Cyprong. Wait a minute.
Well, remember, Cyprong can't destroy a 3-cost Elestral, so it's not able to do what it may want to do against this body.
Yeah, maybe just saying, you know, the Rabbit I can't deal with natively outside of like this or a Specteris.
Oh,
And there comes
Texas
Rabbit.
Rabbit. They're multiplying. What is going on here? Sit down, Rabbit.
Wait a minute. We're back to base set. You're kidding me.
Wow, look at that riffle. How's that riffle make you feel?
I'm still terrified.
Oh, wait, no! Why would you do Ah! Sorry.
See, that's the scary part to me. The normal riffle shuffle, that works. It's the bridge that is destroying my back.
Okay,
that is
well,
insane.
We're probably going to daze this and Titan here to stop it from attacking on the next turn, which makes sense. But now we're going to focus on the destruction aspect of it and get value of it all the same. Because, I mean, dazing does not suppress. So let's see how this one plays out. 3 back row from Cover Pit right now at this point, especially with somehow still 15 spirits in their spirit deck. I would love to get a double check on that. But if that's accurate, then this is such a comfortable spot for Clever Plant to be in.
Set 4. PK, I have to know. If you're Clever Plant here, setting 4 with your Titan, which you're choosing to pass instead of swinging to a shield. If you're Clever Plant, are you afraid of Hurricane?
Yes, that should be something you should consider if it was before midnight on October 25th, 2025. You should absolutely be aware of that.
If this was 13 hours ago.
Then yes, be terrified. Dionysus Madness forcing the attack on one of these Elestrals on board by enraging it, and we're going to be enraging the side prong here.
Ooh.
Definitely a threat. And we had Gorgon's Gaze stopping the search of another card from the Estravis. So 2 back rows spent, 2 points of damage coming for Lake's Chrysora if they can't somehow avoid this attack declaration of the side prong.
This is a beautiful showcasing of what we see in the evolution of Elestrals, right? The idea that we've had in our history, tempo-based pile decks, which, don't get me wrong, do perform and can perform very well in a lot of casters, and Lake Chrysora has made it this far too. Whoa!
Oh, I like it. They're getting rid of the side prong altogether just so they don't lose the points of damage. I get it. Okay.
As a yap, that's so important here. We're about to say, like, that tempo, you gotta have it, and that was such an effective
tsunami.
And well, in a crazy way, effectively to use that Dionysus Madness too. Like, the game plan deck is really showing out that if Lake Chrysora can't find an answer to this Titan, Clever Plant can just threaten with not only the Titan but the back row too.
Well, I wonder. I mean, I'm pretty sure Dionysus Madness doesn't require you to have a Dionysus Enchanted, and if so, we could have swapped the Estrava to attack as well, just to have
exactly.
It attack.
The idea here is that Lake Chrysora is not safe from just sitting on Rabbit anymore. The Dionysus is a direct response as an expended draw comes out here. No more Thunder Spirits, apparently, to re-enchant this Rabbit with, which I've heard is a good play.
Well, right now we're going to be dazing the Titan, saving the Rabbit for one more turn. I mean, at this point, are you trying to get Arculus? Well, the Arculus wouldn't do it. It's not going to go to, what is it, 11-8 body? What exactly is your play here? Maybe base Lycovolt with enough amp ups in the underworld to get over it. But you still have to contest with the 3 back row. Oh,
and you have your Spectaris on the board now, which now with a potential suppression of the Astrabbit can also hit over and threaten, which would require Lakes to respond, burning down for more spirits and not having enough maybe to deal with this Titan. Potentially that Spectaris could have been used for Titan to target and destroy cards on the board.
Yeah, you should be completely terrified of Toxeria coming out. Oh, here's a retire. But wait, we already spent the Dionysus, so we have to have another one in hand, right?
Another
so,
Dionysus
what's the play going to be here?
On the board could be crazy. And here it comes. We're thinking about enraging the Celestial. Do we see a counter Dionysus Madness to Daze?
That would be fun.
Pandora's
box. Oh, so just we're getting the days off, and now we're just gonna stop the Essentials. So now we're just sitting there with a 2 attacker, and that's why you always put Jotai in defense.
No, it's not dazed. This thing is enraged. It must attack, and it's gonna hit itself into the Spectaris, or it's in Titan. No, wait a minute.
Wait.
That's right. We're going into the combat because it's enraged. It's gonna destroy itself. Swing at Spectaris, not taking spirit damage. Whew, board state saved.
All right, there we go. Shout out to the judges who are watching. Spirit counts are even. Back row is even. Elestrals far from. If we have Toxeria on the next turn, this is probably going to spell endgame. As we have, is that Stellar Artemis?
Yo!
That is all right. Huge flex for Clever Plant there. Playing a lot of cards that you can find in this month's Shattered Stars. The Spectaris Champion of Artemis also has a full artwork you can find in there as well.
And a Terra Heart coming in here to search for Rise
Andrew
of the
really
Shadows.
came up here with the captain predictions today, huh?
You know what? Andrew can and will keep on getting away with it. This is insane. The Stellar Artemis, just to flex and say, hey, I wanted to show off the pretty card that I got. That thing is gorgeous too, and holy, what a play. This is down to 2 spirits though. Do you think Lake Chrysora is playing either the Poison Nectar or Eruption?
But the Poison Nectar would be clutch, but I don't know. I feel like it might be in the side deck, but not be something that they're actively planning for. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. But if we do see it right now, well, it would be clutch. Gorgon's Gaze, though, using 2 of the last 4 spirits to stop an attack from something, might just be the Entitan, but then you're still going to lose your Illustrious Guard. Wait a minute. Oh, right, the Entitan was dazed.
Titan was dazed, so there was the rabbit stays on board for just one more turn. Let's see Lake Chrysora do what they need to do. And you know what's crazy here?
Ascension
into Arcalith. There's Ankh.
Wait, it's actually Arcalith. Wait a minute.
That's
the
what I'm
Terrorheart
saying.
is vulnerable.
Ankh coming in, and you trade with the Terra Heart here. There has to be a response from Clever Plant, or else Arcalith is going to be doing insane damage. Going
If you
here.
got it. You got it. Do you have
Raise
it?
Terra Heart. Does this connect?
It can't, right?
No, Gorgon's Gaze.
And that'll do it from there. There's no more spirits in the spirit deck, and we just got to destroy the Ankh and pop off from there.
No, this is the crazy part. That Terra Heart is enraged. If Lake Chrysora can stop the Ant-Titan from doing its thing, then that Terra Heart must swing in. Oh, but that's going to be it. That's not a stop to the Ant-Titan effect to discard to pop the Arcalith on the board to swing for damage. There was a world where Lake Chrysora walks out of that one. There is Eruption! I was joking!
What is this list from Lakes? This was an insane. This goes beyond Puppy Pile. That was Lifestream good stuff. That was incredible to see. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them as Clever Plant goes up 2-0 in this matchup, going 3-1 in the tournament.
And they were playing the Nectar.
They were playing the Nectar?
They just showed it off. I was joking, Lakes. You gotta be stopped. I didn't think you were gonna play Burn. Holy.
There's a lot of synergy with Lakes listed. I really want to see explore later on. That was fun.
It's crazy because in that moment right there, right, the very last little portion with the Arcalith playing into Dionysus Madness and saying, hey, if you don't have something with this, I'm going to force your Terra Heart to swing into me and have you take damage. There was a way out the entire time for this tempo pile deck versus this Ant-Titan list. But Earth showing out here. How happy are you?
As it does. It wasn't champion meter, but it's fine. But yeah, just like, I'm impressed with the amount of little synergies that Lakes was able to put into one list. Because it's not like, it may not have gotten a game win, but it was working. It's just that Ant-Titan is kind of crazy in the back, or also gets a little crazy. But I mean, we saw this was a showcase of dazing and enraging on both sides. We got to see Saipong show off. We got Latigan popping off. We got to understand, well, Latigan tried to pop off. We got to understand why Pandora's Box is so much valued in this format right now. There's just a lot of good things that happened on both sides. But in Titan, I really do think this is a meta where little synergy, where a cohesive strategy will beat temple piles such as Lake's deck right now.
Yeah, and it's crazy that both of these decks are still in contention with each other, right? Like on some level, I think I'm with you. I love seeing a game plan come together. I love seeing these decks like the Chronodile, the Lockagons, the Solarless, the Ant-Titan show off and come out. But also, A testament to the fact that Lakes got this far and was able to compete with such a caster like Clever Plant.
Yeah.
That this big sixes deck, we're over fives, we're on sixes now, and we passed kindergarten, we're doing +1s, and this deck can still perform. Unk is a jump scare. That was crazy, and Like a Void was still a powerhouse inside of that game 1. But a quick 2-0 from Clever Plant. That and Titan is real.
And Titan's very real. So really strong, consistent Elestral, and you got to give respect to Clever Plant as well. They fought for their Titan, and clearly it paid off. But that was an effort that they had to fight for every step of the way. The MVP, once again, has to be Spectera's Champion of Artemis.
Yeah.
It's been such a consistent good for any deck that manages to work with it. Using Gorgon's Gaze as a utility to suppress and get it out as the pop land Titan. Incredible. And who would have thought to use such a powerful rune in such fashion?
I think that's the one thing, is that the deck for Titan has a lot of great tech cards, right? I think we're finally at the point to where the game plan is coming together. There's enough cards like the new Synectar champ to introduce the PTA and to allow the suppression and allow a little bit faster of a mode than just saying, if I can suppress your Elestral with an Artemis with a Dense Fog, then I get my combo. But now it's I have Synectar, it's not an if, it's a when. Yeah. When I get my combo. And that's a consistent piece that Ardbud continues to age so gracefully, which you love to see it. And Titan's so cool. And with the Stellar Artemis is such a flex.
Yeah, big flex there. I mean, again, that Andrew's in the back like, oh, Artemis? Stellar? Where?
Say less. Yeah, I got
I'm here too, dog.
I got the Moose, I got the Artemis. We're ready to rock.
Well, have you been able to get your Stellar Divines yet? I unfortunately whiffed on Demeter.
I'm not K-Cray. I can't pull 2 of them.
She pulled a second?
She got the Demeter and she has the Poseidon. Life's not fair.
Okay, a second. Okay, I got it. I thought you got 2 Demeters. I wanted Hephaestus. I needed Demeter. So I may save up some money and dive back into Shadow Stars and see what happens in the future. We'll see what happens. But that's the divine I really want. Artemis looks really good though. I do love Stellar Artemis's design very much.
It's absolutely killer. And all the Stellar Divines are worth chasing. They are from top to bottom. I don't think I've seen one that looks any sort of not desirable, because oh my god, the artwork is killer. And with how good divines are inside of the game of Elestrals now, like every single deck is trying to play its divine to its full capacity. And I cannot wait for Demeter's time to shine. And we keep on talking about Earth showing up and Earth showing up eventually. We are one crazy Demeter searcher away from Pandison champ, from Panzer champ, from I had to drop that one for you.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? Panzer champ? Wait.
It's bound to happen, right? There's what allegiance does Panzer have if not to the goddess of the forest?
Please, it has to be. I don't know, but then again, I thought Centaur was going to be Demeter as well. So who knows what's going to be at this point. But it's all the same that I think the designs are just really good. And I think my favorite thing about the future design of Elestrals is how, again, these synergies are popping up. I like the fact that we don't have Ella Chick anymore. I like the fact that you got to have in-arc type searches for your divines and try to keep within that strategy, because then it allows and encourages players to focus within that strategy. I mean, we just saw Lakes playing the Poison Nectar and all that. We saw the Poison Nectar, and to be clear, it's Poison Nectar, Dionysus Chalice, that and all that. So I think there's a lot of value there yet to really be found with all the synergies. I cannot wait to see what set 7 and beyond brings for us.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what our casters do with it. And for that matter, a lot of those casters are in tournament today, and we have some of our results from the top 16 going from our round 3 into our round 4. So we still have a lot of Elestrals left to be played.
Ooh.
But currently in our current standings, if we're taking a little bit of a look here, we have some familiar faces from Elestrals tournaments past. But in the top 1 undefeated here, we've got a lot of them. We've got Chilnak, Cobalt Sanderson, Bean Soldier, Frosty P, Xenon, name I haven't seen in a while, Dr. Vilk, Why Rebellion is the Hermes player, Caleb, what are you doing here? .exe. Ardillas, we saw previously in the round, and Adam Toy and Bo, previous Dallas champion and my beautiful rival. What are you doing here? With Perky, Mace of Hearts, Luna, Julian, and Chris Cherub holding it down here for top 16. PK, this is a stacked list after round 3.
Yeah, kind of shocked to see Julian already down a game after round 3. Still in their round 4, so we haven't seen how they're going to work out yet. A lot of the other players we're seeing up here makes a lot of sense. We just saw Ardillas not long ago. That list was very strong. Love to see Looter getting such a strong representation here in the top 16. Bean Soldier, a player with many accolades and reputation, so not shocked to see Bean Soldier up there. Cobalt Sanderson, really consistent player. Glad to see him in the top, going 3-0 right now. Chillanak, a player that I'm not too familiar with. Dr. Vilk, we know them, really strong player, so shocked to see them there. And of course, Caleb.exe, a player that doesn't show up too often, but when they do, they show out with a reckless abandon. And I'm glad to see them up here as well.
Going 7-0 in the last premiere, they were attending, I think, for the with heal innovation on heal control. This one, and just as a reminder for this too, we're looking at this. We just watched round 4 between Clever Plant and Lakes. This is our round 3 results. Given that going into round 4, these players and these top 16 players are duking it out against each other to become 4-0, to be those 3-1 spots to try to climb into those X1. So we're kind of looking at it as a retrospective going into this round. We'll have more data as the tournament continues. And well, first and foremost, I mean, shout outs to production on this one, putting this together for us and having this quick. I know we oftentimes are thanking everyone here, but they're holding it down for us and always appreciate it. So, everyone say thank you if you can. The one thing I want to point out here, I got a message this morning early. Well, not early for this person, but early for me.
Okay. And
they said, hey, if you want something to predict, I got something for you. Cobalt sent me a mysterious message. And not knowing, and I couldn't see it in time to really be like, hey, change this up. But seeing their 3-0, and I have an odd suspicion of what they're on. They didn't give me the deck list. They didn't give me anything else. They just said one word. And I'll be watching Cobalt for the rest of this tournament. Because I am so curious as they are now.
What's the word?
Soldier. I can't say. These Australians cook up some crazy stuff.
I'm using my privilege.
No way.
I need to know what's going on.
It'll be a beautiful surprise later, I swear. It'll be, if it is at all what I've been told, it'll be a beautiful surprise, as I'm sure Josh is getting jump scared right now. Again, a Bean Soldier and Cobalt facing off 2 previous champions, both qualifying for Worlds. We have some of the best players in the game already going head to head with it.
All right, I will keep my hands off. We'll wait to see what players do. I cannot wait, but now I'm completely teased on that one. I want to know the word, because I now want to know, because Cobalt also messaged me, and I'm like, did you talk to me? We'll see what happens. I'll keep the surprise along with you guys at home. Do you want to report that?
Oh no, not yet. That's not my job to do. We'll say I'll say that we can go from there, and I'm excited to see how some of these top casters perform later, because as our round 4 is shaping up and our players are matching up against, again, top players that have been playing off against time and time again. These names are very exciting. I'm very excited to see what these casters have brought up today. Looking forward to it, PK. It's been good, and of course. I just want to say, too, once again, shouts to production for putting everything together for us a little bit. They're constantly speaking into our ears, by the way, and telling us what we can and cannot say. Sorry. Excuse me. A second one? No. What channel? Any channel? Oh, wait. No, 2 channels. Oh, of course. My mistake. Clarification on this one, too. If you're watching over on YouTube and Twitch, the only 2 channels this tournament is currently being cast on at the moment, be sure to leave us a like, a follow, and let us know what you think of today's tournaments with the hashtag #PlayLestrals on all socials. It's been exciting moments from Titan, Chronodile, double Moose on Moose action. We'd love to see some amazing Lestrals and hopping on that to see. So looking forward to what you share with us there. And as well, PK, these double broadcasts as we're going into these later rounds with these top casters we just took a look at. What are you hoping to see as we go into round 5?
You know what you did. We are going to be here, and I'm hoping to see.
I didn't do it
what?
production.
I'm kind of shocked that we haven't seen any Solar yet, and I'm only saying that because I'm really curious to know if Solar just kind of just go under a small reinvention with the runes being banned, Helios, Rise, and Hurricane respectively. Because besides Rise, Solar hasn't changed. Solar is still really good. Maybe a bit more difficult to maneuver for most people, but still really strong. So I would want to know if Solar is even existing as we move into round 5.
I'm hoping a little bit. You know, we have the secret sundial back here as it's pondering the sun orb and sending its radial energy.
It's casting Solar Burst, right?
And which, by the way, shoutouts to that Elestrals Awaken Kickstarter Solar Burst. That thing is crazy beautiful.
Why is it every time I wake up that Kickstarter has passed like 2 more stretch goals? Not goals. It's like we're past the goal line. It's a blip in the other direction at this point. We're hitting stretches on stretches on stretches.
Are we surprised? You know, the Elestrals community shows out in waves, but, you know, K-Crane and Iron Boffin holding it down while we're sleeping, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely real. It's insane what the Kickstarter is doing. So if you guys have not checked that out yet, please do so. I think there's a link in the description, but just type in Elestrals Awakened on socials and you should be able to find it all the same. But at this point, it is time to give Swole the break. I know Nobby in your bed is waiting for you. So I'm going to let you take a quick break. I will be back here with Andrew in just a few minutes. So go get some water, go get some snacks. In 3 to 5 minutes, we will be right back with more Elestrals. everyone watching at home? We are back after an unbelievable round 4, or should I say first 4 rounds of this webcam premier tournament. We have seen games that I don't think anyone could have been predicting. We saw Chronodile launching versus Fire Artifact. We got a Moose Mirror Terror Sale out of nowhere, and then we had a pseudo puppy pile good stuff list. There have been with Antitan as well. These matches have been insane, and the one Elestral that I did not expect to see at all has been a standout this entire game. Andrew, I know you are hyped that Spectrus, Champion of Honors, is showing up and showing out.
Absolutely. When I was here at the desk with you last, we were talking about how it was the MVP in that round of the Lunar Mirror, and here it is being the MVP all over again in an entirely different composition with Antitan. I think I need to change my home address to Delphi. I might be in Oracle speaking the pup pile into existence. The Champ Spectre is going hard. It's wonderful to see all of these fantastic games today after this ban list.
Yeah, I think we might need to change your home element to solar, because the foretells you've been given this meta has been unreal. Cannot wait to see what. Or hey, we could just say you're equipped Taurus, right? Get the foretells that way.
No, hey. Corvus Skull does Lunar Foretell, and so does Cryptaris. I can stay native.
All right, you guessing that? Yeah, you're right. Corvus Skull does work. Corvus Skull, I think, is. We gotta explore Corvus Skull a little bit more, but we'll see what happens in the future.
Hey,
but
shout out to its stellar promo, the Pumpkin Bird. Love it.
Oh yeah, it's really nice. That card is well, it's gone now, but if you got it, you got something nice. But we have been seeing so many amazing things. I was saying, Swole asked me what I'm expecting to see, and I said solar because I'm surprised we haven't seen any solar yet. We've seen one water list from Rakigan and Julian round 1. Otherwise, the top contender decks have not made it here on stream yet. What are you hoping to see or expecting to see as we move into the upper rounds of Swiss?
Well, I mean, Theraheart landed last game, so my checklist.
Yes, it did. You were popping off with your predictions.
So I don't know. You know, I would actually be interested to see a solar on stream just to see what they're doing now. You know, before sending Celestlio to the underworld on Solar Burst was basically free under the assumption you were going to rise from the ashes.
No. You were going to stack the Rise of the Ashes.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
So crazy.
So, you know, they do have to actually think about sending the Celestlio now, but maybe it doesn't really impact the shape of the deck very much. Another deck that was really reliant, well, not so reliant anymore, but heavily utilized Rise from the Ashes, of course, BlueStacks. I would be really interested to see what our Frost casters have been pivoting into here. Shout out to our co-commentator Swole and his Morfrost Chimera prediction. Because if you think about it, you don't even have to mill Blistrix. You go Morfrost Chimera, discard back, bring back a Lycan, and the next turn you just hard ascend into Blistrix. Anyone?
Yeah. Hard ascend Blistrix is terrifying and will destroy you. Terrifying.
Exactly. So there are some kind of slower pace strategies that Frost casters can transition into, or they can just full gamble with Woolly Blistrix. So I'm interested to see what pivots, if any, those two decks have taken. What about you? What are you still looking for as we hit into the latter half?
I'm still looking for Giga Flora. What are y'all doing? The card is so consistent. It's good. I promise. What are you doing? Yes, I'm still hoping for Giga Flora. But otherwise, Solar is going to be my pick. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to hold on and hold out for that. But we have just some amazing matches that are lined up and ready to go as round 5 begins to get settled out and everyone gets settled into their tables. But I would like to ask the community watching at home, YouTube, Twitch, social media platforms, all of that, using the hashtag #PlayElestrals. Let us know what decks that you think is underexplored right now. Generally, I will be looking, so I want to know what you guys may be thinking about that you haven't tried out yet. I know one of my biggest pet decks that I wasn't able to figure out, and I now think is maybe power crept through the meta, but Crysaur, the original Crysaur. back in base Galaxy format, it's an 8/4 body, can attack directly, can heal for 2 when you do damage. It like Tower wins that thing. I think Chrysor is so good.
Sir, I have been cooking a Chrysor deck for fun in the background.
Okay.
Because Hermes, Send, Carry On, Special Cast it, Ascend into the Chrysor, right? And Hermes
Base Chrysor, you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it can attack directly and it heals, right? Combine that with Aviolith, that also heals, and it's like, congratulations, Hermes, which was previously a super expensive strategy, is now heal stall.
Yeah, no. I've seen a lot with Aviolith. I've seen Hermes list for going Ambo completely just because, I mean, you have the thing that's healing you all the same, the Aviolith champion of Hermes as well. So, I mean, it's a really potent strategy, and I'd love to see Chrysor show up and show out with that list as well. Maybe there is room to explore. Another card that I think, along with Chrysor, Swole loosely mentioned that earlier, but another card I think that has a lot of value, also related to Swole, he's the one who essentially revealed this. Where is Infornax at? And Fornax is still solid. It's a bounce of a card. It can get to a 6/7 if you use fire or wind to enchant the room. Where is Fornax?
Hestia is a scary thing that we haven't seen much of yet in this format. There are a lot of interesting ascensions that involve fire that Hestia can help enable. And I think there are a few decks out there, maybe just beyond the veil, that might break through in coming tournaments, where you basically leverage Hestia to drop a fire body, jump right into Infornax, maybe jump into Bronto Wisp, Champion of Artemis, maybe jump into Salashade, our mill lovers out there, right? There's a lot of interesting 2-drop fire Elestrals that Hestia can enable that would be an absolute delight to see some people cook with.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this earlier, but Bean Soldier and Bean Soldier made a list where it was essentially Triferno Turbo, utilizing Hestia and Smokey and Nectar the Gods to dig into Blazerous combos. However, that deck did also thrive off of Helios Chariot Ride. So I don't know how potent of a strategy it is, but maybe you can make a watered down version where you just, instead of trying to just turbo to Blazers, you figure out another way to make that happen. But I do think there is room for Hestia. It just depends on who's going to make that deck. Hestia might go really nice in a Smeltung deck.
You would think being able to drop Comagma, do some discard, bring out, do some fire discard. You'd think there's some sauce there. I think the thing a lot of these decks share, though, is they're decks that would have been good in Moonrise or Firestorm. But as we enter into Lifestream, where so many of the top decks are stacking or searching all of the different pieces of their combo, these strategies where you are stuck doing hard ascends and hard draws can easily get out-tempoed to an Aphrodite that uses Foamy to grab the 2-drop instead of needing to hard draw it, that uses Corvashine and Apollo to stack their next 10 turns to be exactly what they want them to be and stuff like that. So, the speed up of Lifestream is really being felt in some of these decks where you think, coming from Firestorm, you're like, oh, this would be so cool. And then you're like, oh, wait, I need 3 turns to perform this action, at which point there will be 4 Locagon on the field.
Yeah, that's not really what I really want to deal with as well. Crazy situation that we have lined up. Also talking about something crazy, we have our next match up lined up and ready to go. So I cannot wait to tell you guys who you are going to be witnessing face off in round 5. We have Dymax versus Jacques Keener. I want to say that Jacques Keener. And if you guys don't know Dymax, they have had 4 runner-ups in this matchup. 2 top 4s at regionals, 24 at Kissimmee, just a really top player as well. But also Jacques, top 4, 1 top 4 in 2025, and a runner-up at a regional as well. So both of these casters have accomplishments in their own right. They're both 3-1 at the moment, so want to make sure that both of these casters are getting a win here in. We saw the top 16 before round 3. Hopefully we can get the same thing after we can see the same records after round 4 is concluded. But right now we're watching Dimax and Jacques Keener matchup here. So Dimax, I don't know what to expect from him. The amount of lists that Dimax has brewed and piloted in premieres goes beyond my understanding or remembrance. So I don't know what to expect. Any idea what he's playing?
Dimax, like you said, absolute wild card. I'm sure we'll be really excited to find out what the brew is shortly. Jacques, though, looking through the archives, at the last premiere was playing Frost Blitztrick. So it will be interesting to see if they're running back Frost today, and we get to see if or how that evolved with the Rise from the Ashes bands, or if they've chosen to bring something entirely new after the
More
Rise from the Ashes
Frost,
band.
let's go. But I would like to see Rise-less Blitztricks, which I think at that point would be more so iWooly, because iWooly is still really strong.
iWooly, Mill Brummelings, Cast Brummelings, get either Boreas or one of the 2 Blizzards. Just absolutely go to town. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really terrifying list here. I think Dimax has coins for dazing, but I think the other one says Engie. I can't quite tell. Well, I guess we'll see.
That's
how
what. Yeah, I do think
playing.
that's what it says. Yeah, so maybe we're about to see some Dio shenanigans, or they just have those coins to be prepared for madness.
Who knows what's going on, but it looks like our castles are ready to go and Dimax will be on the play. So once we get to go ahead, round 5 will begin for everybody at home. If you haven't done so yet, now is the time to support the content. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. But most importantly, share the stream out with your friends. Go on social, be like, yo, this matchup has been insane. The new meta is wild. Y'all gotta come in and see what Elestrals is all about. Sharing clips, sharing the stream with your people is how we grow as a community. But it looks like our casters are ready to go, so let us transition. Dimax versus Jacques, round 5 begins now. Dimax will be on the play. Cannot wait to see what this caster has brought for us to enjoy. It's always just a wild card. I believe last tournament, Dimax brought Brontiglow, right?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I do know Jacques made it to top 4 last time, though, so... Oh, more Frost!
It's more Frost! Whoa, let's go! Wait, why does production always do this for the people with the prediction? It's funny. They never get to be on commentary for their matchup. But we do have more Frost, a very real card. We have Lycan searching out bat form, and did you see the first search?
I did not catch the first search. It got thrown down a little too fast for me there, but I'm sure we'll find out shortly.
It's probably Chimera, but I'll keep an eye out. It is Chimera. Yes, it is Chimera and bat form as well. So now we know that the very potent combo is lined up and ready to go. We'll have to see how Jacques is prepared to counter this as we see their first turn. And there is the Cataract. So Blitztrick is one back from the last tournament. We have a Frost matchup. So Mountains of Boreas from both of these casters, not netting much, as I think we see an Infrostix, Tadflow, or Tad...
And Asprowl?
Asprowl and Mountains as well.
Yeah.
Not Tadflow. What? No, I think it is
Nope, Tadflow.
Yeah, it's Tadflow. Okay. So it looks like we're going to be sending Mountains to the Underworld, which makes sense. You don't need that in this matchup besides for the Narpoon here. So we're just going to set this in defense, and we did not see a mill of iWooly, so we just got to build this up. But now that Dimax knows the threat, Dimax is going to be pressuring to make sure that Cataract cannot set up ASA now. Are we really passing with no back row? Terrifying.
It looks like it.
Yeah,
and
so
there's the Chimera.
We just run our Chimera, build wide, and hit for 2.
Absolutely. Swole's boy has arrived.
There it is.
And a Fire Enchanted. Okay, that's a very interesting choice. Probably a tech there to go around Eruption, or maybe we'll see a Chains of Prometheus today.
I mean, it's possible. It is a negation of a counter roll. So it is not incredibly bad to play. But right now we have Jacques trying to consider their next play here. And it looks like we're going for, is that like... Oh, okay, we're expending the spirits here. So we expected a wind and a lunar coming out from Jacques. So I guess already giving up on the Blitztricks playing, or not feeling like it's necessary. But all the same, we're just trying to build our board. But we do need to get lucky on this next turn. Dynamax having 2 back row does not fill me with confidence, but Jacques needs to have it if they want to break this board.
But no response. So if the mills are right, we know the Astral is there. Yes!
We did know that one was there.
Yes.
Astral gets milled out along with the Tadflow, and I think that's Iwooly?
I believe so, yep.
So 1 card off from seeing that last time. Really rough to see. But Astral is going to build up, but do you mill for the... You just got to sit on this, right? But then you're
I don't know. If you're going to gamble all the way.
Yeah, I think you have to because it's not wide enough. You're not insulated against Morphrost Scorpio form.
That's true. We don't know they have a Scorpio in hand. They would have to either draw it or get another Leica to search it, I think.
No, true, but I mean, you're digging cards all the time, so I wouldn't put it past them.
That's true.
Right, it's something you have to consider here. Otherwise, you're just going to lose it. So you are going to go for it right now. We have Expenditure,
okay.
Shield. Is that Blizz? Blizz and Blizzard and another Iwooly.
Yes. You never miss. That's how it goes. Okay.
Well, this is going fast. This is the purity of Frost on display right now. Building tall and building wide at a moment's notice. Blizzard, but you still have 2 face downs you have to try to get through.
Absolutely. The move here might be to move a back row and then just maybe not even swing with the Blizztrix if you're worried about a shield with how high on spirits Dynamax still is at the start of the game here.
Yeah, not a lot of spirits being spent by Dynamax. I believe they should be at least 16. But we'll see in the attack. The destruction of the Chimera is going to go out, which is absolutely valuable. And are we going to go for an attack? We have to say no, right? We just gotta sit on this and hope.
I would imagine you would sit on it for safety, yeah, because you don't want to give an empty board for a Chimera player, Morphrost player, to just hit you for 4 with next turn.
Yeah, I mean it's a threatening board. Jacques has to just make sure the next play is there, especially without having back row. Wait a minute. Oh, and Frostix? There's 1 in hand for another Cataract, but wasn't 2 Iwoolies already spent? Gaze. Another Catamaran, looks like Boomerlinks, and what's the one on the right? Is that Blizzard? I think it's Blizzard.
I believe it's Blizzard. I assume the Iwoolies got shipped back off of Blizztrix effect.
Yeah, but unfortunately not able to find it at the top of the deck. Yep. Actually, you know you wouldn't have it because Blizztrix puts it at the bottom of the deck. So, I mean, tough spot. Yeah, tough spot to be in. Well, we're here now. We are building a little wider. Dynamax doesn't have to break this board, so it's not nothing.
And we're still early in the game, so make sure to get on Twitch and put in your predictions for how you think it's going to go.
I mean, right now you're seeing these 2 game plans panning out really efficiently. Jacques finding the Ashbrow to Blizztrix, and we are going to have an attack declare into Tsunami. Honestly, so hear me out. Definitely the way you want that to happen, but if Scorpion is in hand, this is going to be one of the most valuable Tsunamis ever. Ursicle!
Are we getting bear bombed?
What?
Are we getting bear bombed in a Morphrost deck?
That's why the fire's there.
It all makes sense now.
Okay. All right. So we have bear bomb. So did you see the search off the Ursicle? I did miss it. Ursa dead. We're just going straight for it. Is hibernation?
The search was hibernation. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is terrifying. This is a lot of damage coming Jacques' way. Blizztrix coming to the field and getting blown out regardless. And is kind of just hovering near us and saying, I know they're going to the underworld here. The 3 spirits for the Majursa champion of Hestia. 2 Ursas on field, getting the destruction of both of them. And all Elestrals damaging for 6 in 1 swing.
What a move. I mean, it's crazy because you get draws off the Hibernation, you get draws off the Chimera. I can just imagine the consistency with which Dynamax is able to drop the Bear Bomb upon their enemies.
This is an insane line here that I was not expecting, but it is working to absolute perfection. The spirits being spent, a Frost, 2 wins. Looks like 4 Frost, 2 wins there. Oh, the sad face.
Aww.
No.
And 3 back row?
Yeah, this is
Oh.
kind of a discouraging situation. I'm not gonna.
Okay,
hold
we
you.
get the scoop there.
And that makes sense. I'm not gonna be mad at them for scooping at that situation. But
I was just
man,
going to say-
I was not ready for a bear bomb out of nowhere. The
I was
forest
going to
is
say,
alive
Narpoon
with
and
the
Morphost.
heart of Hestia.
Yeah. No, with Narpoon and Morfrost, I was wondering if we were going to see a Waylance potentially, but no, it was Bear Bomb the whole time.
Yeah, that's a shock. I don't. Morphost bears. Has anyone done that before? I haven't seen it.
I've seen a lot of people just put Morfrost into things. Before Chimera released, I had a Morfrost Bears deck, actually, who used the Morfrosts just to help thin so you get to the Bear Bomb pieces faster, so it doesn't surprise me to see it coming back with Chimera. But, I mean, not something I expected. A lot of people have been down on the Bears in this format, that now that P-Box is main decked everywhere, now that there's so many other explosive removal strategies to be played, that the Bears have fallen off some. But, you know, Diamax showing, just because it's a new format doesn't mean the old contender is gone.
No, but now you should absolutely be aware of P-Box going into the next turn. But, I mean, Majersa is clearly just a surprise factor, right? Don't think that Morphos can't build wide on you. And I don't know if BlueStacks is going to want to put in Pandora's box, because they already dislike playing most back row due to the nature of their strategy regardless. Morphos wants those counter rooms no less because I'm drawing them to my hand. BlueStacks' way of getting to a win condition is by sending everything else to the underworld. Two completely different game plans that result in two different philosophies for deck building.
Absolutely. Majersa does notably target, though, which means Brummalinks get Blizzard Whiteout can protect at least some of the Elestrals on your board if the Majersa lands. So it'll be interesting to see how Jack decides to pivot to deal with the Bear Bomb that is about to fall upon their head again.
Let's see how that one works out. Actually, I wonder, well, it looks like we're going to be transitioning to game 2 here. Jacques and Kino are ready to go, and likely Jacques will be on the play. I actually don't know. If Blizzard protects or targets 2 Elestrals and you Blizzard, are both of the targeted Elestrals immune from being attacked? Do you know?
Blizzard Whiteout only targets 1. Do you mean if you play 2 Blizzard Whiteouts?
No, well, that's what I'm wondering, because I know that Blizzard says if a Frost Elestral is targeted, you can negate the effect and then it can't be attacked. So do you have to choose one of them?
If you have one Frost Celestial on board and you white out it, your opponent can't attack at all anymore. It's kind of like having 2 Fun Glow on field because there's no valid.
So it doesn't work on
declare.
all Frost. Okay, I got it.
Just the one you target with Blizzard, yeah. So if you have 2 Blizzard and 2 Elestrals, you can box them out from attacking altogether. Or if you just have, if all you have on field is 1 Blistrix and 1 Whiteout, and they drop Majersa, you get to white out the Blistrix, they can't pop it, and they can't attack it, and then you get to remove the Majersa with effect. We are starting the game with a Snowlit from Jacques, though. I don't think we hit an Asprowl in those mills. I didn't catch them all. No, we're just doing a set 1 here.
I think that's a Whiteout being sent to the Underworld, though. So I mean, I mean, it's an okay start. As we have Narpoon, so just a bunch of 4 Elestrals coming out. I imagine we'll see Diamax attempt a crash here. But especially with you searching like it, like you're already off to the races. Narpoon's start is so good for Morphos.
Absolutely.
Do we see Chimera being added to hand? If we don't,
it's a Scorpion this time.
And that means Chimera is in hand. Jacques should be terrified of this next upcoming game state. Knowing that Earthquake, essentially Earthquake, is in hand means that you need to be playing ahead of your opponent the entire time.
Especially knowing that Diamax is on Tsunami, the ability to put something in defense and hit over it and not have to expend the 2 at the end of the turn, right?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the good news is that Scorpion form does target an Elestral, so it can be white out it. The bad news is that 1 whiteout has already been discarded to the Underworld thanks to Snowland, so... Not exactly.
Jacques here saying, I liked your play so much. Here's my own Narpoon.
Yeah, gonna search out a Frost. What are you gonna search out? It has to be maybe Brummalinks? Search out Whiteout? Because you're going to
Brummalinks, Iwooly. There's a lot of
Catarant,
here.
maybe Catarant. Well, we have a card being chosen. Cannot quite make it out. Hopefully production can come through with that one. But right now we're just trying to maintain the game state and get some sort of advantage. Dynax is already down 4 spirits right now, hoping to be down 5 after this attack declaration.
Yeah, one way to stop the bear is to just hit them down early enough in the game. They don't have enough spirits for it. Bear bomb costing a huge portion of your spirit deck to pull off.
Oh yeah, but it also allows you to do a huge chunk of damage on that same turn. So potato. We have, is that
Cryoling?
Oh, Cryoling. Is there enough frost in the underworld for it to ascend?
I don't think so. I think it's just a 5 right now.
That's 5 in the underworld right now. Well, 5 spirits in the underworld. I can't tell which ones are all.
I believe one of those is a water.
Okay. Well, Tsunami is going to put it to defense. But now we're in a situation where if that face down by Divax is real, we can get the Cryoling triggered to go into a Cryovern on the middle of Jacques' turn and be able to protect this Cryoling.
It's only during your main phase that Cryoling ascends, unfortunately.
Well, I tried. I kept hope alive for him. Catamaran is going to be the play out right now, and we're going to be getting a quick mill to try to see what's going on here. Oh no,
they got Gorgons, and Narpoon hits over the Cryoling, setting Dimax back to 0.
Lava comes out. What is this list by Dimax? Popping the back row, likely going to threaten running over the Catamaran here. And now it's just a situation of, I mean, how real is your back row, Jacques? You have to Gorgon's Gaze his Lava now.
Gorgon's Gaze or Tsunami would do it, but it looks like we're not getting a response here.
Yeah, I think we might be sitting getting a judge call possibly, because we'll have to see what's going on here. But curious, we're paying off of the Narpoon for Tsunami. That's what it's going to be. So the target was chosen. As you said, Tsunami's the face down. It does get you to the next turn. And with only 4 defense, without Dimax setting the back row, the field is open for Jacques to start building wide. We need to hit
Absolutely.
Now, though.
Dimax here hoping that the mills don't hit.
All right, so the top 2 cards are already gone. We're going for it right now. 2 of them are known, as we have Mountains of Boreas, Gorgon's Gaze, Pandora's Box. The first card is missed on me, but I do not.
I believe it was BlueStacks.
That is not iWooly.
Yep.
And you have to send one of these to the underworld right now. So a rough situation for Jacques. Good news, you can possibly add that Gorgon's Gaze to handle your next turn. Bad news, you have nothing else for this turn. BlueStacks going to the underworld, and honestly, I understand it right now. Wait, looks like we're reconsidering.
Thinking about it.
Remember, Rise is no longer in your deck.
Exactly. There's also always a world where if they don't have something else to do, they can stack the Gorgons on top, expend to draw, put it in hand, and set it to try and buy themselves another turn of action.
That would help them dig 2 cards deeper, because then only one of those 3 cards would be set up on top, and you get a chance to have 3 other new ones. So, I mean, it's not a bad one, but you're also putting out hope that your opponent has no other way to get over the Catamaran. Just one more Frost Chimera.
The iWooly was with us all along.
It was in hand the whole time. So then the Boomer Lynx is milled. That's going to allow you to get out Blizzard Whiteout. Insane situation. I think that's an Enfrostix as well.
I believe that's an Enfrostix. Yes, we're out to the races. Jacques has elephanted their way to victory. Well, not total victory, but at least the comeback swing they needed to get over Dimax's board this turn.
Yeah, we are in control of this game state at the moment. Definitely do not want to expend the draw that Gorgon's Gaze then.
Yeah, they had a much better play.
Yeah, much better play. But we do still have a face down. Something that Dimax should be aware of. And now, oh no, the face down was likely Blizzard, which means that Scorpio form in hand will not be able to freely contest the iWooly right there.
Exactly.
Threatening, scary situation for him. So, I mean, right now the attack is being declared, and I wonder, like, what Dimax is pondering, figuring out the next play. But yeah, right now, at this point, all we can do is just declare our attacks and hit for 2. We have a huge potential of board control for Jacques right now.
Absolutely. Even if Diamax lands an Ursicle for bear combo next turn, assuming that is the whiteout that was searched, the iWooly will be completely protected for a turn.
So, yeah, it looks like we're just trying to figure out the game state and understand what's going on here between our two players. Diamax is sitting pretty with 4 or 5 cards in his hand. Oh, actually, that's much more. That's 6 cards in hand. Lavalith gets run over, and Boomerlinks and then Frosted goes in for 2. Spirit count 10 to 14. Board presence firmly in Jacques' control, but Diamax has proven, especially with Morphroth, that you can build wide and build up again against your opponent very quickly. But with Blizzard Whiteout in the back row, what is your contingency plan?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, we only saw 1 line from Diamax's deck. He could drop a Cryo Link here to get a Cryovern to start swinging in with. There are some lines available to him here. I think our players are sorting a couple of things out here before we see what Diamax's response is.
Yeah, it looks like these spirits have already been spent, so the battle freeze is done for Jacques. Diamax just waiting to start his turn, and looks like we're already mulling over a play.
At 8 spirits, it's hard to think Bear Bomb is going to happen, but there is the Ursicle. Now, is this Bear Bomb or is this just defensive Ursicle to heal and draw? Okay, Ursa Din.
So the good news is that, like, I think you do go for Bear Bomb here, drop the Majorsa, and then force out the Blizzard, but just don't target the iWooly. Then you can run over it with the Majorsa and then go from there.
That's true. I mean, you could, under the assumption you think it's a whiteout, you could target the other 2 Elestrals that are not Woolly and see if they want to waste the whiteout on protecting one of them. Try to bait it out.
Yeah, you know what? I think you don't really target the iWooly, you target the back row and one of the 1-cost Frost Elestrals regardless. Like, you get that whiteout out, that way next turn you know Scorpio is live. And then you just run over the iWooly all the same.
Absolutely.
Wow, the one time where Mountains of Boreas would actually be good in this matchup.
Right?
The one time Majorsa is now fully loaded with Hibernation and giving a free draw of a card to Diamax, which that effect is just crazy to tack on such a powerful card. Majorsa coming out, no Pandora's Box. Love that artwork from Majorsa as well. And we're going to see the target. I don't know the targets, but likely we're going to see the Blizzard somehow be forced out, either by destruction or by activation. All right, so we're activating it, and did he actually choose to to destroy the iWooly?
I think he went iWooly plus back row.
That was a mistake, because now you cannot attack it, and the iWooly can roll for the next play regardless. I mean,
I'm sorry, is that an Up in Flames? That's a Smell Tongue!
Wait, what? Up in Flames discard Smell Tongue?
Smell Tongue.
What is going on? Smell Tongue. I'm trying to remember that card effect. We're gonna pull it up right now. What is your list, Diamax?
So he can enchant 2 from the Underworld to his Majorsa, allowing him to swing in for massive damage against Jacques this turn.
What is going on?
Notably, the Blizzard Whiteout negates the one effect that targeted it. So Diamax here actually baiting out the back row, essentially, and then saying, guess what? Smell Tongue your life away.
It gets the work done. I mean, I still think there's an argument to just ignore the iWooly. But still, just a fantastic play there. Running over the Boomerlinks as well. So you have a lonely attack position and Frostix sitting on the field versus a 5 enchanted Majorsa and an Ursicle with 1 back row. Diamax, firm position, 0 spirits in Spirit deck.
One thing I could have never predicted today, PK, is that both of Swole's predictions would show up in the same caster's deck.
Nah, that's coercion. I don't understand what's going on there. What happened there? Y'all worked together. That's crazy. What a crazy matchup to have show up here. But Jacques now, I mean, I'm as bewildered as Jacques possibly is right now. Nowhere did I ever expect Up in Flames, discard Smell Tongue, enchant to Champ Majersa with more Frost.
Now, notably, Diamax is out of spirits. There is a world that this Asprowl hits its meals and gets a Blizzstrix, and Jacques goes in for the victory here still. So they're not out of the game yet.
And that is not it. That's a lot of great... That was a great mill for iWooly. iWooly would have loved that mill, but Asprowl, not quite. Now we're just going to be threatening destruction right now. 8 spirits on Jacques. Almost 0 plays on Diamax's end. We do have 2 extra spirits on Majersa, so if you can amble and get out a bigger dude than Ursical, then you could be able to make a question. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck in a 1-to-1 in this matchup, hoping that Jacques doesn't dig to their win con before you can close it out. We are not getting Ursical to attack.
Now that's a real scary position for Diamax to put themselves in, because now if Jacques can get a 2 Spirit Elestral down, they can hit over the Ursical for game.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw that with Asprowl. It happened out really quickly, so I don't know if I'd roll that dice. Catarant, well, I guess we just milled another Catarant, so highly unlikely we'll see another iWooly here. That's actually the interesting part about Jacques' deck right now. It's so discombobulated from all the mills that we've already seen. What combos are left for them to find?
Well, you don't even need a combo, right? You could go Infrostrix, drop a body that's bigger than Ursical, re-enchant it, hit over, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, but Tadflow, that would make that possible, because you just gotta... It's a 1 attacker. It's pretty easy to get up and over.
Yep.
And we have
literally anything with 2 spirits wins the game here.
And here we go. We are going for...
Tadflow.
Tadflow allowing an ascension to a 2-cost Frost in hand. Wait, what?
What just happened? Oh, is it misenchanted?
What just happened?
I'm not quite sure what happened there.
We're shaking the hands. That's Resting on Your Laurels, Blizzstrix in hand, and Pandora's Box.
Interesting.
Okay. I'm unsure about what happened there, but there clearly was a concession. So Diamax is going to win round 5 with a fantastic list and 0 spirit 2-0 this match. There's no way. I knew that casters were going to be cooking this format after the meta shift. I did not expect more Frost, Up in Flames, Smell Tongue, Bear Bomb. Make it make sense, Andrew. You're stunned silent.
This is one of those things where it's like, I need to see Diamax's deck list after this, because like, if you're on the Smell Tongues, if you're on the Bear Bomb package, it's like, how many bricks do you see in your hand, you know?
Yeah, there's no way you're playing Smell Tongue just for Up in Flames, right?
Maybe you are. You are. I mean, because
hear me out.
Here's the genius thing.
My question is, how consistent is that Morphos Chimera draw engine?
It's pretty good. I mean, I play it in Clash. Thunderstorm and Morphos Chimera are the 2 main decks I play in Clash right now. Clash has a slightly different ban list, as you may know, which has less back row. And the reason I love Morphos in Clash is because Chimera affords you so many cards, you see more back row than your opponent.
Yeah, that's one of the huge deck philosophies that make Blizzstrix and Morphos so good. Is just the amount of cards you can draw. But we got
confirmation that Diamax is running 8 multi-drop Elestrals.
I was gonna like try to guess that off the top of my head, but I don't have the confidence to play a list that Diamax brought to this tournament that now has them 4-1 in this tournament.
Well, we have casters out there. We have Diamax. We have Bo. People who consistently show up with just crazy decks and perform at the highest level of the game. I can do one of those things. I can show up with a weird deck and do okay. I can't show up with a weird deck and take it all the way like some of these other casters can. I can see the vision from Diamax, though, with Smeltung being able to enchant 2 fire to field. Even without Ursical and Hibernation, if you drop Ursidin, Up in Flames the Smell Tongue, enchant 2 fire to the Ursidon, you can drop Majursa an entirely different way than we've seen historically. I wonder if Diamax has been able to pull that off today at all, or if it's been the normal Ursicle route all day.
I could not tell you. The surprise Ursicle can jump scare anybody. The Cryolink also threatening a 7-4 body, very similar to Asplow, is also terrifying. It's such a... It makes sense when you watch it. I just can't envision myself playing it without drawing 4 of those 8 multi-drops. I can't see myself starting with, but at the same time, you like if you see 4 of them and you see 1 Lycan, that's Chimera. Like you have everything, right?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, let's think, what would the 8 drops be? We saw Lavalith, right? There's probably
we saw
2
Lavalith, we got
Cryovern.
Majursa, we know Cryovern is in there. We don't know if it's 1 or 2. Probably 2.
Yep.
What is it? We have. What else could it be?
I mean,
Oh, the
maybe
Smell
they play
Tongue.
all
The
3
Smell
Smell Tongue.
Tongue. It could
They
be
play all
3
3
Smell
Smell
Tongue. There's no way we're playing 3 Smell Tongue, right?
And
Maybe?
maybe the 8th is Icelith.
Morlith?
There we go. I kept wanting to say Morfrost, and I was like, wrong Morlith, there we are.
Maybe. I couldn't tell you. Like, man, what an interesting list. What's more important than the list, how tight and efficient is that Spirit deck? Because you're clearly only playing enough fire to get full value out of the Majursa and the Smell Tongue. But I am flabbergasted.
Yeah, in theory, if you land a Smell Tongue on field, you can Nexus with it to discard your hand, but that won't trigger any of the Morfrost discard effects like Bat, because they have to be discarded by another Morfrost. So I think Smell Tongue is in the deck literally just as removal.
I'm getting news reports about Dimax's list, and before I say anything, I want to make sure he's okay with me talking about it. Because oh my, okay, we have confirmation of the Elestral list that we have confirmation we can talk about. So
okay,
we're gonna go play a guessing game, right? Who's that Elestral, right? Lavalith, Smell Tongue. You were correct with 3. Majursa, Cryovern. Cryovern is at 1, Majursa's at 2.
Oh.
What do you think the last multi-drop Elestral is? I will say, this is the only hint. It is in theme. I will tell you it again. Lavalith, Majursa at 2, Smell Tongue at 3, Cryovern at 1. What do you think the last multi-drop Elestral is?
I don't know. Are they playing Glaciursa for the love of the game?
No.
Okay, is it Cryo Scorch? Cryo Scorch? Yeah.
It's Cryo Scorch.
Hey!
Oh man, what a list!
You discard your hand with Cryo Scorch, right?
Yes!
Discard 2 Smell Tongue. Put 4 spirits on the Cryo Scorch.
Yes!
Trifernal OTK, but Cryo Scorch. Trifernal OTK.
Cryo Scorch OTK? Oh my.
Yes, Smell Tongue, Cryo Scorch OTK. Diamax is the chef of all chefs.
Wow, I am flat. And then of course you got the Narpoon to search out whatever you want. Wow. I'm just looking at
Chef's
these
kiss.
cards.
Wow.
That was all I got to say. I have no idea what the runes are. I'm not going to share the total Elestral count, but I was given permission to talk about the multi-drop, so there you go. Cryo Scorch, 2 Majursas, and 3 Smell Tongue. Wow. Insane. Well, you know what? Talking about that right now, we got a little bit of time in this matchup. So if you guys are interested, we have the top 12 Elestrals, runes, and side cards that are used in this tournament that I would love to go over. We already know Pandora's Box and Spoiled Fruit will be in the top 12 of the side deck, but look at these top 12 Elestrals represented. Look at how Cyanectar is at the top. Where is
That's crazy. The rabbit is retired. It has been with us for a good long time, and now it is happily resting. Saya Nectar makes a lot of sense, though. It basically always represents a 6 as a 1-drop, because you can either search the Counter Rune PTA, or you can search the Artemis PTA to -2 the attack of an opponent Elestral. So that makes a lot of sense. Psyprong is up there. I know you were talking about Dionysus and getting Earth to represent earlier. So I think our boy Dionysus is out in force today if we're seeing this many Psyprong.
I do like that we have Plucky peeking into the top 12 as well. We saw it on stream earlier, but I don't know if we're fully getting the breadth of what Plucky is doing in this tournament. Glimbat, Nova Core, right next to each other, same amount of decks, same amount of percentage, which kind of lets me know we have 16 solo lists in the tournament right now. So the fact that we haven't seen any yet is incredible. Along with 13 decks playing Celestia and Corvishon. Wait a minute. Wait, there are 2 decks not playing Celestia or Corvishon? What in the world is going on there?
Hey, maybe someone still believes in Heliolith, you know? Why play Celestia when you can play Heliolith and Nova Core and have 2 2-drop removals?
I mean, I guess that's correct.
The Lion's still probably better, but you know,
technically it's correct. But yeah,
you're out there still.
Hey, somebody is, and I will not take it away from them. We definitely want to look into the top 12 runes going on here. Everything else makes sense. Love that Champ Galaxy is also here right now. But these top 12 runes, Gorgon's Gaze in every deck, good, as it should be. Guardian of Light is up there. Dense Fog on the rise. Rise from the shadows dropped out of the top 12. Incredible. But we still have like the typical top 12, Earthquake, Shield, PTA, Ambrosia, all popping up there as well. But I do want to bring note to this. 100 decks are playing Gorgon's Gaze, but only, 100% of decks, but only 73% are playing Ambro. Ambro, shockingly enough, is on the drop as well.
And who would have thunk we'd be living in a meta where not only Pandora's Box is in a huge number of main decks, but so is Dense Fog. The 2 counter runes that for such a long time everyone said they didn't do anything, and now here they are showing up and showing out, and just we've seen them go crazy on stream, and they are in so many casters' decks today.
Yeah, these cards have been showing up and showing out. Love that Dense Fog is getting a resurgence here. Nectar of the Gods, another card that is popping off right now. People are starting to realize that card advantage means so much more in this meta, so the more cards you have, the better. Guardian of Light, a card that is just so efficient that any deck that's running solar should be running this at 3. It's an attack negation and heal 2 solars. Absolutely play it every time you get a chance to. Pandora's Box is forever good, but the fact that it's risen to main deck status should be terrifying, but it also is indicative of what this meta is like. So with Pandora's Box being in the top 12 of runes, I wonder what is in the side, because I thought it'd be there, honestly, along with Spoiled Fruit.
I mean, I think the other... We'll see the side cards in a second, but I think the other 60 decks that don't have Pandora's Box in main have it inside, if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah, wow. Wait. Why do we have Flurmine, Leviathan, and Owloon in the top 12 side cards? Andrew! Cryoblast? What is this?
So this actually makes sense. This makes sense. Flurmine plus Cryoblast has been a side option for a long time. Flurmine is probably the #1 sided spirit in the history of Elestrals because Cryoblast exists. Owloon. If you put a Owloon on an Elestral, Dense Fog no longer works on it. If you're a Locagon player or something playing into a Lunar list, you can drop a Lunar on yourself to protect the piece of the board you need to have its effect active. Leviathan, I guess is just here for Tsunami? I don't know. Leviathan's the one that surprises me.
Yeah, I mean, you see them in the top cards right there, and then I guess it depends on how many people are playing the Element's main deck for them to utilize those runes, and if they're not, they have them in the side. As you said, Cryoblast, Furmine, Tsunami, Leviathan, Dense Fog, and Owloon, but I am just so shocked to see that being a combination in the top 12 sided cards in this format. Spoiled Fruit, Pandora's Box makes complete sense to me. Resting on your laurels, I think this card is strongest now, more than, well, maybe not more than base set it was, but otherwise, like I think it's at its peak right now. Otherwise, Shield of Achilles. You know what's sad about Shield? This card is so good yet so bad. Like when it pops off, it's great, but it's also so vulnerable in a known quantity that people deliberately do not play into Shield of Achilles. You're not wrong for playing it, but you're also wrong for expecting it to go off every single turn. You just kind of got to know it's there. Poison Arrow is also in the side as well. Again, side nectars everywhere. Temple of the Sun, that's definitely coming from solar players who are afraid of matching into Blistrix and Mountains of Boreas.
Yeah, but why wouldn't the solar player just already be on Temple of the Sun?
Well, they have one main deck. One main deck, and then they have a second one in case they got to deal with the mountains, because now it's like, okay, I can battle back and play Stadium Wars with you, but I only want one. So that's what that one is for, which is why I think like stadiums are. We need more stadium searches. I think that if you can play a stadium in your deck, you absolutely should, because stadiums can give so much advantage. I mean, look at what Mountains of Boreas does for Frost. Look at what Temple of the Sun makes Nova Core from a 4/6 to a 6/8. It makes Aspal a 9/6. It's terrifying. It makes Boomerlix a 5 attacker. So, I mean, you definitely want to be considering stadiums as much as you can. Hey, stadiums makes Champion Mall Station that much better.
Absolutely. But we've taken a look at the top cards and we have an idea of the top decks, but let's actually take a look at the top 6 representation here and see what all casters are bringing out today. No surprise from the top list.
You know what? Hold up. I gotta give kudos to production now. They are clearly bobbing and weaving past these decks as much as they can, because we have not seen them much on stream. Or maybe not even that. What if they're just not performing that well? The other side of the coin, what if they're not showing up because they're just not converting to the 3 of 1s or 4 of 1s that should be here at this point in the tournament?
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, we got a few games left before the top here, so it will be interesting to see what all decks make it to the top today. I would love some of the really exciting, crazy new strategies we've seen to make it into the top 16, if not the top 8 today.
I do love that Krakatuga Burn is broken into the top 6 decks. That is a deck that, you know, if I can't figure out what I'm going to play, I'm going to be playing Krakatuga Burn. I like Krakatuga. I like Burn. It's a really fun mechanic. Love that seeing Latagon in the top 2nd deck as well, but the big standout Solar still showing up and showing out. I do think it's crazy that how even after Latagon won the last tournament, it has fallen down to only the 3rd most represented deck, tied with Thunderstorm list. Do you really think the banning of Helios Chariot Ride hurt Latagon that much?
I don't know. Latagon has been performing well, but has not necessarily consistently been the top choice in the Lifestream meta thus far. I think, and I think at Kissimmee it was the top deck and then fell off thereafter. And I don't know if it's just that the Aphrodite deck is such like a linear plan that maybe people want something a little more exciting, or if the new ban list has encouraged people to go test other things, or if it's just that Celestlio is so cool and so powerful that anyone who's out here net decking good decks to do well with is just like, yeah, I want the big lion. I want the big lion. Why would I go for fish when I can have big lion?
Celestlio is the circle of life, and those foretells can be eternal. I have been, on the other hand, I remember, let me just share this anecdote with you. I've been at a point where I was testing it against the deck before Kissimmee, and it got so bad, I'm just like, all right, can you play anything else? Because I'm not going to be able to beat this deck. Like, that's how bad it was. Like, I didn't even want to practice against it anymore. It gets so crazy. But I do want to say how Celestlio is the most represented deck, and it's only at 13. We have 85 players in this tournament right now, and just of these top 6 decks, quick math, we have 23, 29, 35, 45 of the decks. So we have 40 decks out there that are not being represented in the top 6 right now. That's a lot of deck types that players feel are viable and possible in this one. There are some players that we've seen playing Herboofin that I've seen reporting their matches on Twitter using the hashtag play Elestrals and whatnot. So who knows what is going to crack into this top 8?
I think Moonrise has risen from the ashes, actually. We have a meta that is very wide and diverse. A meta where BlueStacks is showing up. A meta where everyone is saying Lunar is scary, but Lunar's not actually performing. And then a bunch of weird decks that keep showing up and doing crazy things. I think we have just re-entered the fun, wide world that we were experiencing for a little while with Moonrise.
We have 7 of the 8 elements in this game represented in this top 16. It's the top 6 decks here as well. Everything but wind. And don't take that as a slight. Everybody knows Hermes is powerful right now. We saw Terracell earlier, okay? So don't think that wind is not represented. No, we're not counting districts. Don't think that wind is not represented in this competitive deck right now. It's just maybe not the flavor of the weekend at this moment. But man, what an incredible top 12 and top 16 going in today's tournament.
And I'd love to see some more Dionysus in the top today. Dionysus has been a popular deck every tournament thus far, but hasn't necessarily performed the best. We get 1 or 2 Dionysus decks in the top, as I recall. They don't quite make it all the way. So I'd love to see a little more Earth show up today.
Yeah, I mean, Earth has been showing up and showing out. You already know I'm rooting for Gigaflora, but the people just haven't been enlightened to it yet. They just have not been, they have not foretold their own victory with Hopperoo. Search Gigaflora, get Gigaflora, bring back Gigaflora, search Champ Ball Station. Listen, I'm sorry, I'm pilled. That is going to work sooner or later. But man, we are just a really fantastic smorgasbord of decks that we have available to us to enjoy, and I cannot wait to see what is going to be coming up next. We were already talking about cards that we were exploring earlier, and I asked Swole earlier, like, you know, Chrysler exploring the older decks and cards that were introduced. I would love to know from the people at home as well, like, what are some cards that you think have some room to grow in this current meta with the support from Lifestream? Love that Krakatuga and Lycavolt from base set are popping up right now.
There are some very cool cards out there, PK, and
Sure.
I think as more and more support shows up, that some of these sleeper cards will just continue to have their time to shine. I think this is one of the beautiful things about Elestrals, is that the delta between the top decks and the interesting decks is not so large that the tournaments have been overrun by everyone playing the same things. It's always a delight to see the strange and interesting things the people of Elestria are bringing.
Yeah, we just saw Morphrost, Bear Bomb, Smeltongue, Cryo Scorch win on stream. So who knows what this game can do? But that's what's exciting. Like the ability to meld so many different elements and strategies to make a comprehensive deck in Elestrals is so unique in my opinion. And I do love seeing so many viable strategies just find a home together. Like, I wouldn't have thought of that, but who knows what these these green thumb sessions have from these castles and what they end up coming up with. It's fun.
Absolutely. And the decks that will be continued to be enabled. I mean, every water 2-drop is now viable with Aphrodite, which is crazy.
Every water drop can also be discarded with Nectars of Aphrodite. Let's go Waylands.
Yeah. The Waylands. You gotta be afraid of the Waylands. You don't have to be afraid of the Waylands though if you use Aphrodite to drop 2 cracking, and now your opponent can't cast Elestrals.
Very true. Very true. Dracking and all that is really crazy, and definitely some viable options out there. But right now, I'm going to see what options are there for me during my break. It is time for me to just explore what everybody has in store. Hopefully, I can see whatever Cobalt Sanderson has been cooking, because you guys have teased me, and now I just need to know. I even have a DM from Cobalt on the side. I didn't look, because I don't want it to be spoiled, but we'll see what happens. All the same, though, I'm going to take my leave. You'll be joined by Swolax along with Andrew to take y'all through round 6, and I will see y'all after that. For right now, though, it's time for me to do. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. This tournament will be right back.
Swole, welcome back. I don't know how much of the last round you just saw, but not only did we get both of your predictions in, they were in the same deck. We saw Diamax throwing down with Morfrost, Fire Discard, featuring Bear Bomb. A crazy brew I was not expecting today.
This one has some lore to it, I'll say that. Smell Tongue is one of my favorite cards in this set, and this little pebble turned smoldering forage frog, I think, is a fun little card I really wanted to see have some action. Part of the reason is because at Kissimmee, I did happen to see a Ursa Den re-enchant with like no stone and frog. I'm like, that seems kind of cool. Maybe that's a perfect use case for this card. The Morfrost stuff was separate. Shout out to the Co-Collective on this one. I didn't actually think this was going to be put in place, but after the casting predictions talked about round 1, I get a message from Dimax. And Dimax is like, Swole, what did you do? Why did you leak my deck? And I'm like, I thought you were playing Bronze Glow. And he's like, no. I like sent the list. So that was a lot of fun to watch. I can't believe I saw a 5 Spirit Majursa, just absolutely clean house.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is not a tech that ever crossed my mind. The thought that you can discard Smeltongue, enchant your Ursidin, and drop the Majursa even without Ursicle, just the technology is crazy. Casters out here be impressing me left and right. I'm so excited to see these fun decks make it on stream today.
Yeah. The
we
cool part
have
about
been
this deck,
knocking down the predictions. We need to get some Gigaflora and some Celestlio on stream here for our friend PK. The last two remaining predictions to not be seen today.
Well,
but with all the craziness we have seen, what are you still looking forward to seeing today?
honestly, that's the weird part, is that I think that so far every single deck that I have witnessed on stream, all 5 rounds as we're going into our 6th, have been so unique, which is crazy to think about given the fact that we have that high representation of Solar, high representation of Dionysus, high representation of Lakagon, these known factors we talked about. And as we're getting into the final couple rounds here, round 6 and 7 for our Swiss casters, some of these top matches and some of these top players that are currently within the standings are still cooking. And so I can recognize a few of these names, and because I know what at least a few of them are on, I cannot tell if the meta has just shifted that much since the ban list, or if we're about to see some known quantities. So Solar would be crazy to see. I'll tell you that. I'm curious about Celestia. What are your thoughts on this deck post Rise hit?
You know, the thing is that you really have to think about your Solar Burst now, right? You can't just send Celestlio to the Underworld and go, I want to stack the Rise now on my Foretell 7 and everything will be fine. And, you know, you're now relying on either drawing it or getting it off of the Leobrite to be able to get it out. I think the Rise from the Ashes hit is a pretty big one consistency-wise for the Solar. And maybe the ability to not just drop Celestlio out of, you know, thin air really hurts you, because you kind of have to have 2 spirits on field to drop Celestlio now. You either have to get the Leobrite out and use its effect, or you have to have 2 bodies on field to ascend with, right? Now, getting 2 spirits on field with Nova Core isn't necessarily the hardest thing in the world, but the point is that there is a lot of points of interaction for your opponent to predict what's coming, especially when the foretell mechanic is letting your opponent know what you're drawing.
Yeah, and I think that's like the strange part about Solar in this current meta, right? Is that a few decks are foretelling at the moment. Technically, of course, we have Lunar that can do it with things like Corvuscle. We have Frost. We have the Dionysus list, kind of, if you're playing Hopperoo, and Solar. Now, out of all these decks that are in the top contention, definitely the best ones to do it are Frost, giving you access to, you know, your win conditions and your Eye Woolies and potentially even your Blizz tricks to be able to maneuver those in such a way where you can now go into your Asprows more effectively, inside of your Blizz tricks more effectively. And that's something I think that Frost really specializes in, is they don't really care about what cards they're stacking outside of that. They just kind of need to know, what am I hitting and when am I getting my Cedar Source? For Solar, though, the key difference is that Solar is always a strategy that's been incredibly consistent, and so you will get to your Solar Elestrals fast. Now it's about the other cards. And with such a high-impact card like Rise now gone, how are Solar players responding? Or First Lights? Are they teching in other sort of Solar Elestrals to compensate? Maybe they're going back to Nova Core and low to the ground strategies. Maybe that's better.
Nova Core Heliolith, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, shout out to Torch of Hestia, which is also a foretell card. There's a lot of foretell going on in Elestrals these days. A technology I'm surprised I haven't seen yet is a Hopperoo with Thyrsius of Dionysus.
Oh, yeah.
Because Hopperoo plus Dio plus the Thyrsius is a draw 2 of your choice from 3. It's a better Ash Rabbit.
Yeah, you forget that it's a Nexus form of Lumaru instead of a Nexus form of the Rabbit. And that's also something that's also crazy to me. Theorizing this with Wirtz, of all people. We're talking about good Earth Elestrals and some solid Earth Elestrals now. We used to consider Rummagem to be one of the best ones, but stats-wise, with Magneros and Aphros running around, it might not be enough. Hopperoo, at the bare minimum, at least represents a damage guaranteed. And the Foretell is just kind of like magic on top. 3-4 stats, pretty decent. Bring back 4-4 Rummagem. You know, we're waiting for it. As we're going into round 6 here, what are your expectations going in for our top players and our casters as we're closing out some of these later rounds?
Well, you know, I feel like the games today have blown all of my expectations out of water. At this point, we could be going in and seeing, I don't know, Trifernal OTK versus Centaur. Expectations blown out of the water by casters today. I'm just really excited to see what interesting chefs we will be getting up to the next round. I am hoping we do see Solar soon, though, because I am really interested to see how the theory hits the road when it comes to the missing Rise from the Ashes, like you've discussed. What about yourself?
No, I think that's kind of one that's on my radar as well. Another crazy pick would be, and I keep on talking about the fabled Anklo Surge Morfrost deck that Zero is apparently 50-1 on or something. It's partially why I picked the Morfrost card in the first place, but I would love to see. I'm a big fan of obviously these big crazy brews. But I do want to see a lunar deck, surprisingly enough. I'm trying to see some lunar casting make it its way converting into the top 8. It's been so close every single time. And even, I know Hermes, some of the win stuff too. We've been seeing Terracello, super exciting. I need those decks to see if they can actually perform now that Helios and Hurricane and some of these more detrimental cards to those strategies are now out. So those are probably going to be some of my hopes and predictions to see as our casters sharpen their sword down a little more to make the cut.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always a chance. We had the legendary run of Falacane, which took a premiere during Moonrise, right?
That's
when
right.
Hurricane dropped, Hurricane on legs. There's always a world Falacane comes back. We got our little P-Gust that can special ascend on Tornado or Hurricane. Whoops, I guess just Tornado now. So
Hurricane tiled form, surely.
Hurricane escaped from Tartarus. Hurricane of Tartarus? Some cool title options.
Hurricane of Tartarus would be cool.
Hurricane, I'm sorry.
No, I don't know if that one slides. I don't know, but that card would be him. Yeah.
Yeah. So lots of exciting options for our casters to get to here. Do you have a pet deck for the format you've been brewing? Just something you think is a lot of fun?
Well, honestly, it was the Terrasail deck. That was the one I was looking at for the most part. That one I was happy about that. I've been preaching that one for a couple weeks now. The Smell Tongue was second, and that's the really funny one. Is I was like, there's something here with this silly frog, and sure enough, that's the one. But no, that's effectively going from me. That's not to say that I think most of the decks I've seen so far have been blowing my mind. So I'm here for it.
It's very interesting to see. We saw earlier on the top cards that Galaxy Champion of Poseidon is rising in usage again. It kind of disappeared there for the start of the format. And if that continues to rise, I'm interested to see if that starts to change things. There were a lot of decks that were able to run off to the races essentially because Galaxy Champion of Poseidon had taken a bit of a hiatus. I mean, you think about Bronteglow, for example, which falls to Champion of Poseidon, your own Terrasails, which the beloved, they can get Galaxy Poseidon out of there. So it kind of seems like casters are starting to revalue the removal that the Galaxy Champion of Poseidon represents, and it will be interesting to see if that continues to happen in future tournaments, and if it starts to change strategies, maybe people like Bronteglow a little less if it's getting Galaxied all the time.
Yeah, no, I think that's it 100%. The big low to the ground strategies, kind of like similar to what we were seeing with the Sixes deck earlier from Lakes, they haven't gone away. They've just kind of changed, right? They have a little bit of a top end now that they're trying to push towards a little more explosive while trying to maintain advantage, but can pretty easily get out-tempoed, even outpaced sometimes, shockingly, by some of these game plan decks. It's a really cool system that Lifestream's brought to us, and it's been a lot of fun to witness develop. So I think that there still is probably a game plan deck out there that I have not seen, that we have not seen yet, that is sure to wow us. But yeah, holy, these the whale PTA question mark is far gone as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. And I think what's so exciting about Lifestream is so many of these game plans have inbuilt removal now. I mean, how many game states from Elestrals past were like, all right, expend to draw until I see Earthquake. Please, 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 please. Okay, it's 5 turns. I guess I just die. But now, most of these strategies have removal built into them. You have your Lockagons, you have your Nova Cores, you have your Boom Bats or your base form Titano Strikes, depending on what you prefer for your Thunder removal. Lycavolt, Champion of Artemis, Side Nectar being able to search removal, Side Prong being able to get Dionysus and remove 2 drops. It's just like all of these decks have removal now, and it's really interesting to see how many games we've seen where these removals have been utilized to be like, well, I clear your board, you clear my board. It's really kind of like a back and forth to the last moment, and I think that's some real good Elestrals to be seeing.
No, absolutely. That's the neat part about the give and take, right? Some people have, I would say, this idea that the big bomb drops like Bear Bomb shifts everything into this big explosive territory, which it does. But the big key about interactivity with this game has always maintained true, regardless if you're going Viscerous, set 1, pass, or if you're going Tad Puff, go Lockagon, go Aphrodite, get Lockagon, search Lockagon, cast Lockagon, pop Lockagon, and swing with Lockagon. There is that back and forth and give and take is just as explosive on the other opposite end, and I think that's really interesting to see.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting new skill checks Elestral players have to handle is knowing when to hold them, so to speak. You know, you can just click shiny button, so to speak, and activate every effect possible on your turn, but maybe you don't want to do the big Lockagon play until your opponent puts a couple of things on board you would like to pop.
Yeah, and those players be sharpening that skill, especially not only for this tournament, but practicing for our future events, which we have a few coming up here soon. Let's go ahead and talk about some of those. If you're looking forward to playing some more Elestrals in these premieres, we have 3 upcoming premieres already scheduled. The November 15th here in just a couple weeks, December 6th and December 20th as we enter into our winter season. These I'm looking forward to, and you get to play against some of our casters that might be in today's tournament, as well as more casters that are going to be even getting deeper into Lifestream as we get further and further into this meta, as people get more comfortable again with those decks like Terrasail. You can see exciting game plan decks, as well as some of these top tier strategies to sharpen your muster. Hoping I myself might be able to pop in here and maybe try for that Centaur, but that thing is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can get it. The question is, are you going to try to win Centaur with Centaur?
Oh, listen, I think that would just be able to check off a few different people's boxes between, I'm sure Helen, I'm sure PK if I'm playing the Gigaflora line as well. But if not, I can definitely practice with some of the casual events as well. I know we do have some of our webcam casuals that we do host in Elestrals here. It's a great community event. Inside the Elestrals Discord, you can face off against, again, wonderful community members here in the game to learn new decks, to try out new things. It's great for returning casters to test out some of the new strategies. We have some every Tuesday, I believe is the new time for this, at October 28th, November 4th, and November 11th. These are a little bit like more casual, a little more on the off-kilter strategies. You might not get into these one spirit by one spirit, everything counts matches. And this is obviously we love watching today, but this is a great platform to get involved with the community, get familiar with some of the faces that you might see across the table from you, and of course, practice and hop on some Elestrals.
Absolutely, and get those caster coins. Lots of goodies you can get from the Play Network store.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny, you know, I have this really bad habit of when I'm opening boxes, those little QR codes that pop up on those little cards. Typically in some of these streams that we're doing to showcase off and try to pull some of these sellers, I don't know if I'm making a mistake here and saying like, hey, you know, who needs this? I don't even know if this is going to be working for me. And they're like, well there. I'm sure I have a few here. Just be like, all right, here you go. I have let's see if this works. It's a beautiful little system. I love I love that it's been included with every the boxes. It makes it a lot of fun.
Absolutely. They have beautiful stamped promos and whole boxes you can get from the store. I've seen some people who save up their caster coins and get themselves a box of a set when they're ready to go.
Yeah, I might have to pick up some more Lifestream myself. Again, I'm after Dynamax's game, those smell tongues are calling out to me, and I already have one of the Ursa Den. This thing is already beautiful and it's full art. So chasing this plus chasing the smell tongues, it's over for me.
You gotta get the big, beautiful full art smell tongues, so that when you pitch them from your hand to the underworld, they'll never hit the field. They always look pretty for the couple of seconds before another card gets stacked on top of them.
Beautiful pebbles into beautiful boulders, absolutely. No, no, incredible. As we're going into these later rounds, as we've seen so far, Moose popping in. We had the Lockagon from our previous champion. Julian, as well as on the Chronodile, which has been crazy. Majerus is popping off. This really is the tale of the 3-drop Elestrals. I'm sure PK has asked this before, but is there a 3-drop Elestral specifically that you're trying to cook with that you want to see that's not Farrageister or Moose? I think those two I'm banning from your selection.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, PK and I talked about this already, and I think I mentioned it to you a little earlier in stream that I think Ethereal in the Thunderstorm deck has some real legs as a pop every turn by expending a Thunder. Real exciting stuff you can do there. And I want to see Hestia Bear Bomb. There is a world, right, where you play Hestia, you drop the, Champ Earth Scout, which lets you search any champion of Hestia, which lets you put the Majersa in hand, and then you can just hard ascend to it at your leisure, which is really easy when Hestia puts a bunch of bodies on board. So that's a 3-drop we've already seen, but I would love to see it in a different version of Bear Bomb.
Yeah, there's this... The Bear Bombs, I think, that we have been seeing, and again, this more callback to a deck previously called Mother Nexus. Man, I love Frost. This deck is very much reminiscent of the one that Dimax just played, to a similar strategy where you are manipulating and turboing out spirits onto that. And we often forget that the Ursa strategy works very well with itself. We have the new Urseer that expends the opponent for every time a Ursa Elestral is cast, which is a very powerful effect. We've seen cards like Brontiglow to similar effect as well. And I love the Imperial pick. Imperial is, again, Quackle for Elestrals Awakened is going to be my pick too. And we talked about this previously with Fondlet for yours, and I'm really excited for this Kickstarter. It is still ongoing, and if you have not yet checked it out or have not yet backed, recommend you do so. It's been a lot of fun to watch the marathon that's been running around for it, to see all the reveals that's been happening. Dougie and Doug Abyss are real. Are you kidding me? Wild.
Absolutely. And we hit the 700 goal, which means we got randomizer mode officially, right? I don't know if you're a roguelike enjoyer, but the ability to use the multiple save files we unlocked to just have a save file where I run through with random Elestrals is going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it. Every single thing I've seen from this so far, I can't be more excited about. And again, from everything from those stretch goals, randomizing, I think eventually, each and every Elestral that gets added alongside, of course, the beautiful promo cards, the Stellars and these full arts, which I think are just incredible. The Spirits too. These Spirits, I'm a little bit jealous of people who are picking up their 20 bundles because I got to get, off my butt and go do that too. These things are crazy good.
And I love that we get to double up on the full arts now that we've unlocked it and get both the regular and the stellar. When you clash me, you will know whether I am playing my main deck or my pet deck based on whether or not the Rise from the Shadows I flipped up is stellar or not.
Now, listen, I'm right there with you. That Thunderstorm is calling my name. Title form, I guess.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, the reason I started cooking with Imperial Thunderstorm is I saw, before the Stellars were even announced, I saw the original art with the Imperial on the Thunderstorm card, and I was like, wait a second, doesn't this kind of work in Thunderstorm? And I started cooking that like a week or so ago when that art got revealed on the Kickstarter. So sometimes the art just inspires you to go build a deck because it's that good.
Well, and that can't be more apparent too than those beautiful Stellars you showed off previously. This was the last premiere where you rocked up with that Stellar, Artemis, and Moose, which is just the craziest flex. But here we are. It's absolutely insane. Holy, incredible.
Yep.
What came first, the Moose or the egg? How did you end up being primary Artemis?
I have had the pseudonym Artemis, I think, for longer than some of our casters have been alive. Artemis has been with me for quite some time. It comes from childhood, when my friend used a pseudonym Orion, and I was like, that's kind of cool. I should find one that starts with A because I'm Andrew. And this was in like the early internet. And so I found Artemis and didn't even really know who Artemis was at the time. And then I found the Artemis Fowl book series and fell in love with it. It just so happens to be fortunate that I really like the lunar stuff in Elestrals. Purple is also my favorite color, so there's so many things going for me with the lunar element and Artemis in Elestrals, so it was just a happy coincidence. I actually, when Moonrise came out, I wasn't the biggest Fawnlit and Artemis believer, actually. I was like, these cards are kind of interesting. The Fawnlit searches the Artemis, but then what do you do with it, right? Like, sure, maybe you land the Moose, but I might as well just play Pharaohgeist.
This is pre-Pharaohgeist limit too, so you're on the big three.
So the Lifestream has really breathed some more life into Artemis for me and the Mooses for me. So I'm excited they're playable.
Now, I think they are absolutely incredible. I'm torn between new Moose and old Moose. I'll tell you that. I like old Moose quite a bit. Shout out to Brewlock on this one. A absolute unit of Pasta Moose, and that targeting to destroy, it has my eye every single time, but the suppression on the new one is so good.
The new Moose has the advantage that the heal effect works even without Artemis on the field. So if you have Spectrus, like every lunar caster will, you can in theory kill something with Spectrus and still get heals off even if your Artemis gets thunderstormed or something. So new Moose has that advantage. I think especially in a meta where no one's afraid of Hurricane or Chariot anymore, there is added value in Old Moose being immune to counter runes.
Yeah, I mean,
I got a game off of that on Livestream last tournament. I was the first feature mast. I landed a Moose that was immune to counter runes. I just kind of beat my way to victory across a couple of turns.
Yeah, I remember that. There was, it's funny, you can bring it back to something you mentioned really early on, is that, you know what's better than set 2 pass is set 4 pass. And holy God, we've seen that a couple times with these casters too. It's not a shocker. The Hurricane being banned, and also the Healer's Chariot being banned means counter runes are much more effective in the smallest way possible. And so as the casters have been gearing up for, I think it's no surprise also that we see decks like Bronzeglow be heavy representation, and even have cards and like tech cards like for wind strategies to play in P-Gust or the Aviolith to really punish and to really gain advantage off of this new meta call. And that's a really cool thing to do. I'm still terrified of the other 3 cards the Thunderstorm didn't hit, but that's neither here nor there.
They're all bluff set Ambro.
True. Yeah, what's crazy to see that we are in a world in which Ambro is not in every single deck at 3. It's not the win more card that I've been led to believe for so long.
Well, I mean, when every strategy has kind of inbuilt removal and inbuilt healing now. It's really great to see Lifestream filling out these strategies and helping give you tools. I mean, roll back to Moonrise and Firestorm, the kind of top advice you would be given is if you have more than 8 spirits of the same color in your deck, you did not optimize your deck correctly. Now we're in Lifestream, and it's like, oh yeah, this deck plays 12 water because I want to have 4 Locagon on the field.
Yeah, you're playing Elestriad rules. It's how do I put this? Dan didn't have to make a new format with Elestriad being legal. He just had to design the cards to where you wanted to be Elestriad legal. And
exactly,
absolutely insane. If I had the solar list that I played at Kissimmee instead of Lestriad Season 3, listen, I think that I can make Cobalt proud. I'll tell you that.
I bet. Let's see here. It looks like we're getting ready for the next round here with 2 people who've gone 4-1. We have Chillnack and Cryber, both with a top 4 at regional, and Chillnack also having top 64 at Kissimmee here. What do you think we're going to potentially see in this clash, Swole?
Well, top 64 at Kissimmee is fairly recent. A lot of times I think we have the casters that we're watching that are top 64 at Dallas, which is its own feat in itself, but also that was a couple formats ago. But now we have someone who's a little more versed inside of the format, and also has been on a pretty good run today. 4-1 for these casters going into round 6 is still in a pretty comfortable zone to potentially see themselves inside of this upper echelon. However, you also can find yourself very fast at these last couple rounds in the hot seat. So I think we are surely going to see some expert play, as these casters have been doing well so far against some of the best players inside of the world. But I also think this could come down to the wire, and every single moment counts. So I think outside of that, I'm hoping that we just don't get to see Bear Bomb again, because I don't know if my heart can take it. That was too good for me.
Absolutely. Kryber in the last tournament on the 11th, looking through the archives here, was on Hermes. So it will be interesting to see if we are seeing another Hermes match from Kryber here, or a different strategy.
For a long time, I recognized Kryber's name as Duck Duck Ghost, I believe, playing the Phosphocell Winjin strategy, I think, unless I'm mistaking them for 15 ducks. But this is that deck was kind of a nightmare. It was crazy to think that that thing not only worked, but was good.
And Chillanak here, looking through the archives, was on Lockagon at Kissimmee, so it will be interesting to see if this is a Lockagon run back for them, or again an entirely new strategy after the ban list.
Looks like our casters are raring and ready to go. Chillanak opting to going first, so I think we'll know almost right away whether we are getting to see some water in the arena, or we're about to see some other element make a splash. I think that in these later rounds, it's hard to say that we'll see some more of these niche picks convert, but let's see how we got this off with our round 6 of our Elestrals Premier Tournament for October 2025. We have a expend for a mulligan from Kryber that, like you were talking about before, find those good hands.
Absolutely, absolutely. And even if we see Aphrodite turn 1 from Chillanak, it doesn't mean Lockagon. We had Julian surprise us with Chronodial at the start of our day here, so we never quite know what's going to come out from these casters until it's out.
Wind and Solar Spirit coming in from Kryber. Please do not tell me this is Duck Duck Ghost coming to haunt me.
Yeah, looks very Winjin-y.
Oh no, not the weather report. Okay,
I foretell wishes in your future.
Oh, we were popping in here to Chillanak, who is laying down, I believe that is a hard to see card.
I believe that is a Magnaros and an Aphoros.
Okay, that would make a lot of sense given the water and the Thunder Spirit currently on the board. The Aphoros going to cast out here. I'm going to have for 2 5s and set 3. This is already a commanding position. I think we can bring back Hurricane for just a little bit, right?
Well, what's really interesting here is Chillanak only has 1 card in hand now, which basically means if Kryber can get a board clear, Chillanak is just going to have to work off of top decks.
And with an Earth Spirit coming down here, we've got a Synectar. Champion Dionysus coming in from the Shattered Stars are actually do like this a lot, meaning that you can potentially suppress the Aphoros play as a flex option to threaten these to break this board. Plenty of defensive options from Chillanak though, so we'll see if this is going to be an aggressive play from Kryber going in for the new Poison Tipped Arrow, or old opting to fail to find.
Interesting. It's hard to imagine you would want to attack into 3 back row. But you never know.
Yeah, we're going to go
Hermes?
And go for a Hermes here. This Hermes is loaded up with what appeared to be 4, with the 2 other Wind Spirits down. Gonna Pandora's Box is Hermes. Main deck Pandora is coming to shine here with a mill of 2. And that's those are some really big ones to send to the underworld. An Aviolith champ and a Carrion champ.
Unfortunately, I believe Aviolith requires being sent by Hermes effect to get the heal.
That's correct. And same with the casting effect of the Carrion. Both of those need to go by Hermes effect. Otherwise, that would have been an incredible play for Kryber to get some really early advantage. But those are huge. Those are going to be options out of the deck later that Kryber cannot utilize.
Yep. Depends what type of Hermes player Kryber is. Some of them max out on the carry-offs, and some of them only play one. And I believe that is a Dratagua we see from Chilnak there.
That's right. The new champion Dratagua coming in to even potentially Nexus off this Aephros to get started on some advantage. Searching Lakagon would be pretty huge here. Kryber's going to debate whether or not to flip up this counter rune. Could be PTA. It's Gorgon's Gaze to stop the Nexus.
No, that was an attack declaration, so it is going to die in battle.
Interesting. So just going ahead and establishing the Dratagua as a defensive body, just having the potentially Ascension material up to ensure that if Aephros was to get outed, that you do also have to clear this other 4 defender.
And we see Spinosec champion. So we're going to get another Hermes here, and I think try to go off to the races again. You could always get rid of the Hermes that only has 2 spirits for an Aviolith and put a bunch of wind on your new Hermes. It will be interesting to see what Kryber's play is here.
Well, the one thing about the Hermes deck that I find so interesting is that most of the time you see yourself going down to like 2 spirits in Spirit deck, but all your spirits are going to be on board in this sort of game of, can I use Divine Healings? Can I use some Avioliths to maximize my spirit advantage? Now here too, sending a Spinosect could be interesting. That could also be an option here to try and clear out some of the board and bait out some counter runes, which would take care of maybe the Aephros and also threaten the Dratagua.
Okay, we're going to see what the send is here. It is the Aviolith. Aviolith, being the one new addition Hermes got in Lifestream, has really transformed the deck in some ways. Hermes used to be a fast expend yourself type of strategy, and in some ways can almost be Hillstall now, being able to go for Avioliths to get a bunch of spirits back, and then even using Hermes Trickery to recycle your Avioliths on future turns.
Yeah, Hermes Trickery is a card that I would love to see activated here by Kryber at some point in time, because now with Hurricane gone, the big thing is now you have these kind of more niche or situational counter runes having a lot more flexibility, because previously you go Hurricane, clear that out, and now these Elestrals are much more in danger. But let's see what we go for here after, I think, re-enchanting to the other Hermes, and then Hermes effect to disenchant to send to the underworld what?
Is that carry off? That's carry off.
Looks like carry off. That's a full art carry off to then expend spirits to destroy the Dratagua.
Dratagua is an interesting choice here. Maybe afraid of them dropping an Aphrodite and searching a Lakagon. But with Aephros on field, if the 2 backer are able to protect it, Chilnak can always drop more fish on their turn.
Yeah, the neat part here is that this crash with the Side Nectar is a pretty good value proposition from Kryber, especially considering this is his shield. If this, oh wow, that shield is effective. If there was a set Hermes Trickery back there, this shield would have been a lot less valuable, but I guess maybe no targets in the underworld for Kryber to consider.
Well, there's a carry-off in the underworld, right? So they could have at a minimum switched it out, but that can't hit over the Aephros, so probably not enough value even if it was there. It looks like Dratagua was the right call with Aphrodite coming down here, so Chilnak will be able to get some more fish, but not get the Lakagon like they could have off of Dratagua.
Yeah, and this going for the Aephros search and having 2 5s once again, another special cast, and even potentially Ascension fodder is very scary. This little powerful engine and resource loop has consistently shown time and again that applying pressure and having some big fish and speaking softly is kind of the way to go.
Absolutely. We do get the champion Aephros here, so it's possible that Chilnak is going to drop 2 different bodies this turn if they are special casting the new champ Aephros.
I'm gonna go ahead and see.
Do we see a 3rd body?
3 5s and a back row is still pretty killer. And the fact that this can immediately contest this Spine Nymph here makes it so scary. But Kreiber is going to go ahead and use Poison Tipped Arrow, pulling spirits off of the Hermes here for the new Aphoros. That's the other Aphoros is still a 5 operating.
Absolutely. Chilnax still able to potentially ascend the Aphoros that was PTA'd or drop another fish. And they're not. They're just going into attack.
Stopping this one would be huge. What do you have, Kreiber? And it's a Dionysus Madness. That's the beautiful full art. And that's going to stop and daze the 5 stat Aphoros and now PTA to pay out. Kreiber's getting so low on spirits.
So, but it just takes one Aviolith to fix that.
You can still send the Aviolith with the Hermes. The other Hermes is loaded up with as many spirits as it needs. Looks like we're going to go ahead and disenchant the 2 to send from the deck to the underworld. I think you're right. We're going to see a Aviolith action here. Unless we're going to go for a Spinosec. Nope. Aviolith to heal sounds like a safe bet.
Now we'll have to see if they choose to put those in Spirit deck or on the other Hermes.
I'd imagine. I think we're going to go big heal here to maintain a decent spirit advantage. Now, there is some possibility to attach it to the other Hermes for more playmaking, but you already have 2 spirits under it. You might as well just get rid of it.
Yeah. They could still do Spinosect here with the other Hermes now.
Which I think might be their only option. This is kind of funny is that while there's a lot of really great tech options for the Hermes strategy, sometimes you're put into positions where your line of play is just to conserve your spirits and do something crazy. As another Synectar champ comes down here to hopefully contest the Aphoros.
Yep, I believe that's the same one that got shielded.
Yeah. Maybe trying to find a line
coming
there.
Back to haunt ya.
A potential fail to find again from Kreiber. We saw that happen in the first turn. And now we have the Hermes to send again.
What is the send this time?
Champ Carrion is very interesting. Maybe signaling in the hand a card that I haven't seen in quite some time, but a potential crash to hit to get into a Carrion would be interesting. We're going to go ahead and try to trade value with this Synectar and maybe just trying to represent damage here. But a Gorgon's Gaze to stop the attack on the Synectar. Do we see potentially a carry-off from hand?
That is the question. Yeah, it looks like the carry-off is going to run in.
Yeah, I've seen enough carry-off and Josh playing this silly deck to know that when the carry-on swings like this, that there is some treachery afoot, and there's only one card left in Kreiber's hand. It's got to be something, and it's just gonna be a pass back. Actually, apparently there was no declaration of attack, just pointing to the card, maybe just saying, "Hey, look at my cool guy."
Okay, we're going to get the third Aphoros here.
And there it is. That's the third 5's Aphoros, and this very much harkens back to decks that Bo and Rybot and Dumadan were playing at the Kissimmee Open, which was this type of Aphoros strategy where your idea is you're valuing searching your powerful beaters and your draw cards with the OG Aphoros. So 3 Aphoros coming down and special casting this plus a normal cast of an Elestral is enough to deal with this entire board. And do I have that right? Is Kreiber on 0 spirits?
I don't think so. It looks like their spirit deck. Oh, yeah, they have a spirit deck there.
Are we sure?
Oh no, I think you're right. I think they are on 0. I thought the thing above their dice was their spirit deck.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I blinked and missed it, but and maybe that could be the case. Potentially even going through and checking out cards that they would like to side into. No, that doesn't look like their spirit deck. I was a little bit thrown off. Like, there's no way there's just 0 there. I feel like we were on at minimum 7 at some point in time.
I mean, we did get the 4 heal off of Aviolith, right? So, ooh, a whale comes down.
We're just talking about how whale might be not enough, but this beater strategy is consistent and enough to Galaxy to combat one of these threats, and then the Aetheros to take care of the Carrion and the Synectar. I think that's gonna be a board clear with these fish.
And it looks like they are playing around the potential Carrion in hand.
Yeah, with Synectar going in, and lastly I think PTA'd one, and this is the gambit. This is the coin flip of a century. Let's see if it happens.
Oh,
we see 2 spirits in. Big bug jump scare, please. And it looks like we don't. No, that's only just be 1 damage off the expend of the PTA. It was almost a bait. Kryber almost had Chilnak on calling the bluff.
Now, a unbuffed Aetheros and a Galaxy is not a terribly formidable field, so Kryber has plenty of options here. Even potentially... Well, I think all 3 Aviolith are in Underworld now, right? We saw 1 milled and then 2 sent. So
That's right.
Normal cast Aviolith isn't an option here to turtle. But we get a misenchanted Synectar.
Yeah, gonna try to value proposition the Galaxy to swing. And while we might not have other copies of Aetheros to grab that can special cast themselves, we might be able to grab the OG Aetheros here just for some value. And unless there's an Ascension play for in Kryber's future, this 4 attack body's got to get big fast.
I doubt we're going to see an OG Aetheros. I feel like that would have been the search to get 3 Aetheros on field a few turns back when Chilnak searched an Aetheros and casted it with no other normal cast.
And both players here milling their options. Spirit counts are low, but hearts are full as we get into this very late game in our game 1. It's like both players are meticulously going over their plays and expend to draw here from Chilnak, saying, I don't really need the spirits, but I do need to see more cards.
Okay. Do we see a trickery? No, a crash. That's an interesting move from Chilnak, leaving an open board for Kryber to swing into. Even if they have a shield or something to protect themselves, that's going to put them on just 1 spirit left when their turn comes back around.
I do kind of like the odds here, because the idea is that if you're misenchanting the Synectar, potentially trying to set up for an Ascension play afterwards for something of a big body. Outside of that, you know, the deck of Hermes does play enough 2-drops sometimes where you might not be able to do it. So saying, hey, you better have an Elestral is the best you can do. And there becomes, attack or defense Spine Nymph. Which way, Kryberman?
It's going in attack. Do we have a third Hermes to search?
A Thermes would be killer, though I don't think you can do much with it.
You could send another carry off and special cast it and hit for 2.
That's true. You know what? Well, that's probably the best thing to be doing right now, and put your opponent Chilnak on 1 spirit. You're gonna set a mysterious card, and 2 cards. One of them could be the Hermes, and we're gonna go ahead and swing in for 1, playing it a little bit more safe. Do you think in that position that it would be valuable to get that carry on?
Yeah, and I think no cards in hand for Kryber now.
There we go. That's the Ambrosia we were just talking about, saying that this lock-on deck and the water strategies don't mind playing 3 of this card typically, but I'm sure Kryber is looking at that Ambrosia with envy and saying, I wish that were me.
Now the question is whether or not Chilnak has something to do now. Having 6 spirits is nice if you have a body to put on the field.
Yeah, maybe another expended draw here just to dig for more bodies. We already searched up a lot of them from the Aphrodite plays, so the deck count might be a little bit low for Elestrals, as we're going to re-enchant the Spine Nymph and attempt to swing in for 2. This is so dangerous if there's a shield back there. But there's not. It goes through.
I think Kryber is betting on the lack of reaction. Is that a trickery? That's
Hermes trickery. Gonna go ahead and cast for a 2-body Elestral here. And that's the carry-off. Wow, what a roundabout play.
I think that's a scoop from Chilnak.
That is. Yeah, you set up for the Hermes play, paying off of Hermes. You ascend into the the special cast out the carry off to do 3 damage in 1 turn. Wow, that was so interesting. I actually was not expecting a late game Hermes to be the difference maker there.
Absolutely. You were talking about wanting to see Trickery do something, and we saw it clinch the game here. The best thing that Trickery can do. I myself have been got by having a Trickery for a double attack happen to me before, so I know what Chilnak's feeling. I know what Chilnak's feeling. It's Hermes is a tricky deck to go up against. Lots of ways it can move and dance around you.
Yeah, do you think if you're Kryber there, you're obviously drawing into these Hermes trickeries a little bit later than you maybe want to, setting up early plays to play around to the more aggressive pushes that Chilnak's making, but you're now having to say to yourself, okay, I have a carry off in the underworld, I have these Avioliths, which are only 1 attackers, so maybe they're not super effective, but now I have my option to go into, please, 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 let these not be shield. That's what I'd be thinking if I was Kryber in that position. What about you? Do you think that putting them on better habit there is just what you got to do?
I mean, when you're that low on spirits, you can't really afford to take a turn to do nothing, in my opinion. Sometimes you get down to the last spirits, and it literally is a who has it situation, right? They were both down so low there, either of them having the option to drop a big play, and Kryber was just the one who had it in this situation.
Yeah, scared spirits don't make spirits, or whatever they say. I think if you're Chilnak in that position, you are just putting it out there on the line too. You're saying, yeah, I'm gonna get my Aepharos, I'm gonna go for Galaxies, we're just gonna try to swing as much as possible, and maybe there's arguments for those expended draws late just being attacking and trying to do damage. You already have the pressure on board. Maybe you just don't dig further. But I think going into this game 2 here, it was so close for Chilnak. Maybe they can squeeze it out with this Aepharos deck.
It's possible. I mean, Chilnak got lucky in the sense and milled an Aviolith last game. Kryber this time maybe getting to use all 3 for even more heals than we saw.
Yeah, we also haven't quite seen any sort of Spinosect shenanigans either, so really trying to hold those Hermes for those key moments of either healing or destruction last time. And I don't think we're going to be seeing Terrasail inside of this build of Hermes, but one can always hope.
Maybe a Hibfoon shows up, you don't know.
Yeah, true. We're going to go for an expend here for Kryber and for Chilnak, starting off with double mulligans here.
A gentleman's mulligan. They've agreed to play at 18.
Saying, you know what, your hand wasn't good enough. My hand was maybe also not good enough, but you'll never know. Anyways, we're going to shuffle this one back in. If you're Kryber, do you think you ever go down to a second mulligan because you have those Avioliths?
It's possible. I mean, I've talked about this a few times today. I think being more eager to mulligan, especially if you're going first into a board where you're allowed to do whatever to try and get the combo, is often worth it when you have inbuilt healing now. Once upon a time, dropping a 5 and like 1 back row was like the peak of a turn 1 Elestrals move. Now you can have 2 Locagon on your board turn 1. You can have 2 Brontoglow on your board turn 1. The ceiling for what is possible on turn 1 has raised so much higher that I think you do have to be more willing to mulligan. Yeah,
the double Brontoglow mention sparks joy inside my heart. God, I wish that were me. As we see Chilnak going first here, setting up for a champion Foamy. God, again, that beautiful marble art we're all playing for today. And this is going to go ahead and search out that Aphrodite, which I love this resource loop. And I think peeking at the deck there, I don't know if I saw a Capregal or not, but that might be very interesting.
Yeah, when you're playing Locagon, there's a whole bunch of different interesting things you can do with siding to try and get around the fact that an opponent is going to put in spoiled fruit. I had a Locagon player in a best of 3 pivot to Joblin on me, of all things, surprisingly. So Water has such a big toolbox that was previously hard to use because you had to just draw the right cards, but Aphrodite now makes it possible with Foamy to just get whatever you want all the time.
I think I recognize that silhouette. Put me on what's that Elestral. That was a Foamy expend to search a 2-drop. That does look like the champion of Aphrodite Capregal there. We're looking to target and to threaten those back row.
I think you're right.
Holy, I love this card a lot. That's one of my sleeper picks in terms of the 2-drops from this set is the Caprigal stuff, because water having an Equilinx, so to speak, a searchable Equilinx, is very, very nice. So a set 1 Protect This Foamy means that Kryber is potentially in danger of setting cards.
Absolutely. And is that a set card? That's just their hand on the ground. So we'll see what they're going for here.
Looks like it's going to be...
That's a Psyprong?
That's the full art Psyprong. Beautiful art. You can see your reflection inside of those things. It's crazy as a Gorgon's Gaze comes down to stare into that mirror.
Absolutely. As the only back row from Chilnak, though, hopefully Kryber has a back row of their own to guard against this Caprigal that is imminent on them.
And searching out the Dionysus would have been pretty killer. And again, you have to say, well, this Hermes Trickery's got to have some legs to it now. You can't really use a Psyprong to ascend like you would a Spine Nymph, and you're mainly setting up for maybe a carry-on play for the next turn is probably the extent that you can do unless I'm missing another one. There's Champ Avila to do some healing. Not a bad option to reload back up that Hermes for later, or just bring your spirit count back up to a comfortable 17.
And this is the second feature match I guess we've seen today that involves 2 different divines duking it out in a deck. It's really interesting to see people going in on these kind of multi-divine toolbox strategies.
Yeah, double divine box is something that, back in the day, you'd effectively be running something like Zeus Demeter, right? Pretty rarely would you see things like the Aeolus mixed up with the Zeus. Maybe Zeus the Aeolus, now I'm really saying that out loud. There was some decks that were doing that, but the utility and the different types of effects you can have with these are crazy. And 2-set back row, that looks like amazing food for a Caprigal out from Chilnak.
Absolutely. Now, do we get another champion Caprigal here, or perhaps maybe the original Caprigal to start recycling 1-drops from the underworld?
If you're a Chilnak, what do you think you would do? I think the OG one may be underrated.
I think that we do see another champ here. I think another champ is the right way to start and threaten the fact that basically none of your back row will be sticking around. I can land 2 of these and expend water if I need to start removing things.
Yeah, and that's, Kryber here going for a Gorgon's Gaze, paying off of the Hermes, keeping those spirits in the family, and trying to protect at least the Psyprong for another turn, because this would be very interesting if we do have a way to clear this Caprigal, because now tempo-wise would be in Kryber's favor.
Hey, Hardison Spinosect is always an option.
That's true. I keep on forgetting that's a thing people can do instead of just send it to the underworld.
Or a Misenchanted Aviolith, or a Aviolith casted by its own effect here would also be good. I believe the champ Caprigal only has 6 attack. Yeah, 6 attack. So a defensive Aviolith would allow Kryber to stall out some here and get health back when Chilnak eventually removes it. Ooh. And I think we're seeing the Spinosect. Or a Carry-Off?
Yeah, I'm going to go
Carry-Off?
Misenchanted Carry-Off champ for, I believe that's a 6/3 body, but that thing is quite scary, actually, or 8 attack body even.
And so, is that the champ or the original?
That looks like the champ version that was sent the last time, but that could be OG. The full arts for Carry Off are kind of lost on me. I'm not going to lie to you, partly because I think they freak me out. But
that's fair. That's fair. It is the champion, yeah, which has enough attack to get over the Caprigal.
Yeah, 8 attack body is pretty big. You pray for no Cryoblast. As an Aphros coming down here, you can now get the material to set up for that Caprigal next turn. You gotta hope that Kryber doesn't have the answer to 2 fishy 5s. And it's kind of risky, though, if you're Chilnak to try to assume that Kryber cannot out both 5s, as we've been able to see that Kryber can, in fact, now us with this big body established, threading one of them.
Absolutely, and 2 back row. So even if Chilnak has a Earthquake or something, it's possible there's a trickery there to move around it. Now, the thing about these Aphoros decks is it's really never over. A Tadpuff could just hit the field, they could ascend off of it and be off to the races in 1 turn's time.
Yeah, I think what's maybe Chilnak is trying to buy time for is saying, I got a lot of fish, you got to deal with them, you got to bring a net for this. And the carry-off it's interesting here because it's misenchanted. It's not getting its effect to shuffle back cards into the deck, which I think for just stats-wise is a very nice inclusion on top of it being a destruction off the Hermes. Kyber weighing over the options here, which is you love to see inside of a Hermes deck because there are just so many routes you could go. There's a lot of ways to scale a fish.
That is absolutely true. I mean, Hermes is such a fun deck in the sense that... and was that an expend to draw we just saw? I believe so.
I think so. Kyber might not having the options, but opting to go for more counter runes and a send with the Hermes now. With a ton of spirits still underneath it, they went ahead and take that Aviolith and said, yeah, we're going to put all 4 under here. And we're going to send the Spinosect.
Spinosect. Interesting. Are we just trying to put a bunch of spirits on the carry-off for a big hit here?
Potentially, but I also think that would be a waste of spirits given that there is a trickery afoot trying to play around Shield of Achilles, no less, and potentially trying to clear a board and just passing back to Chilnak. If I had to put... I'm not a Gambit man, but I would say that the last card down there might be a Hermes Trickery.
It does look like they are signaling that.
Kind of like back in the day, you'd have a Zeus altar, and you'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no altar back here. I'm just putting Zeus out turn 1, no reason.
Don't mind turn 1 Zeus. Altar's not real.
I just really like his abs. He's just really, really, really good looking. Do you not agree? Gonna search for a Locagon here, so a hybrid mashup between the Cap Regal and Locagon for Chilnak, opting in to go for like the reverse Julian.
Absolutely, and we are going to see the lock land. Now,
I think lock is
unless
water.
they have the other Locagon in hand, that's still not enough to jump the... Oh, the trickery is afoot.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Why now? I guess maybe to prevent the targeting of the back row. But then this seems like you were trying to just insulate off, which a Gorgon's Gaze in the back. You know, maybe it was worth it pretty much regardless just to stop it out. But that's a very expensive spirit play from Chilnak.
Well, in theory, if it went off on resolution, they could send the Locagon back to hand, and they could guarantee, even if another Locagon was in hand,
Wow,
they can't drop it and get the pop effect.
They just said, I want every single card with a carry-off on it, and let's put in the deck. The Dense Fog here on the resolution of the Gorgon's Gaze to still stop. There was plenty of money in the bank here to get this Locagon locked down. And a 7 defense, too, is no slouch.
Now we'll have to see if Kryber decides it's worth doing a crash with Spinosect onto the Locagon, or if they have another path here to removing it. If there is another Champ Carry-Off in deck, they can always Champ Carry-Off it away.
Yeah, and we're going to go for a Spine and attack here.
Okay.
You know, I would not be surprised if we're trying to go for another play. I guess there's no real harm in doing this, as you have a way to potentially clear the Locagon to bounce it back to hand with a second Spinosect or some sort of Ascension, and then now you can swing the Aphoros clear and putting Chilnak on 4 spirits. This Hermes deck is putting in a lot of work, but there's a lot of spirits still to invest in this.
Absolutely. Now, notably, to be able to get another Spinosect on field here, Kryber would have to have 3 in deck, which is unusual for Hermes players. They usually opt for the 2, so it will be exciting to see whether or not it is another Spinosect that comes out here. And it is, so they must be on 3.
Whoa. maybe that's the difference maker of the 4 1s versus the 3 2s, is that Kryber's like, no, the third one comes up a lot, actually. And here we see the ascension of the Spinosect into the other big bug. And wow, we're seeing the triple Spinosect here from this deck. You were 100% right. This is crazy.
Absolutely. Send the Locagon back to hand. Unfortunately, that means they are in danger of getting Tad Puffed for their life savings on a future turn, but for now, they're going to be able to do a real big swing here and get Chillnack down to 2 spirits when this turn is done, I think.
Yeah, you got to see an Ambrosia if you're Chillnack here, because the clock is ticking. This Hermes deck is reminding me a lot of Chronodile, just sitting and waiting in the wind for stuff to happen, and then strikes all at once. Hitting for 3 spirits total here. Chillnack on 1. Do we see like triple Ambrosia into Tadpuff?
It's possible.
There's
Ambrosia!
Well, there it is. Previous best card in the game. Now reduced down to a tech option in a water deck.
You summoned the fruit with your prediction, Swole. Do we see another Ambrosia or a Tadpuff?
Well, if my predictions are anything to go by, Chillnack's gonna be dropping Smeltongue here in about 5 minutes. So,
oh, perfect.
I think that's the fist bump of concession. Chillnack is iced out of this by Kryber on the Hermes deck. That was crazy setup from the Hermes play. That deck is so technical. Wow, what a deck! And that Capregal from Chillnack was also cool to see. I love that water tech for a matchup like this.
Hermes is a deck that is so fun to play and not compatible with my brain. There are just so many lines available to you at any point in time, and if you're not a proficient Hermes player, one wrong send to the underworld is the difference maker here, and we really saw each of Kryber's picks being so good. You know, making sure to send the Avialists when they had nothing else to do on turn to just keep stacking up on the Hermes, setting up the Spinosect for the Trickery, having the big enough brain to play the third Spinosect, make all of those tours out there know what they're missing. Just amazing stuff to see.
Yeah, that's kind of the weird part about this one too, is it felt like some of those turns, just waiting to see what Kryber was going to send to the underworld, is kind of just this big indicator of, hey, what's this back row? Is there a Trickery back there? Are you trying to play around the Trickery? The initial first game of the Pandora's Box, hitting those Avialists and the Carrion initially was very detrimental, but being able to squeeze that out with just the raw power of an 8 body is pretty big. And for Chillnack, being able to apply pressure and to really lay it on with those 5s and the fishes was very strong to start off with, but not able to pull it out with the strategy.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, Chillnack was at any moment threatening the Locagon conga line, right? You know, you always got to be careful. It just takes 1 Tadpuff and 2 Locagon to completely have turned that game around, pop the Hermes you invested 1 billion spirits into, and just turn off your strategy altogether. It's really great to see Hermes working even under this removal. A strategy which is very potent, but potentially very fragile in a format with things like Locagon and Brontiglow running around that can just kind of get rid of the Hermes you invested so many spirits into.
Yeah, and that's kind of the dangerous part too now, is that there are so many ways for people that are popular, I should say, that people can get rid of those Hermes, right? So the Thunderstorms, even P-Gus we were mentioning earlier, you really load up those Hermes and then they're out. Locagon, luckily, you know, targeting the card to destroy them, targeting the Elestrals to destroy them is nice, but then Hermes still has gas in the back and can even play around it with Trickery. Now, conversely, the nice part about the Locagon deck is playing things like Aphrodite's Soulmates, even, which I would be surprised if Chillnack was playing Aphrodite's Soulmates.
Yeah, Soulmates is a card that I haven't seen do terribly much yet, but seems ripe for usage. It seems like it's been suffering from the same problem Rise from the Shadows has, which is despite Hurricane being gone, things like Lunar Eclipse and other back row removal still exists. Thunderstorm, of course, being its own whole strategy now. that these cards that it's like, all right, I get the setup and then I activate it. If the back row survived, maybe just doesn't happen as often as casters would like. Recurring bodies, seems good, especially if you think you're going to have 2 of the Locagon on field, but then your back row has to survive.
Yeah, that's so tricky sometimes. I do like the heavy fish deck inclusion. I'll say that for this Locagon deck, being able, especially in the matchup against something like the Hermes strategies, those 4 defenders are not that big compared to 5, and so that can be really nice. But the tech in for Dense Fog from Kryber really ended up mattering. That 1 turn delay to set up and then go for a second Spinosect was the difference maker there, which goes back to what we were saying previously about Pandora's Box being like the 1 turn setup play, or the Dense Fog allowing you to have 1 turn just enough to make it all come together.
And Hermes is really well positioned under Dense Fog. There are some decks like the various Thunder decks with their attack boosts, Water itself, that really hurts itself if it launches a Dense Fog and suppresses its own Elestrals. Not so much for Hermes. Hermes can pretty safely launch a Dense Fog on the opponent's turn and not be hurting their own board too terribly much.
Yeah, and that's also the really get into a lot of the Ascension plays, right? Out of all the decks that I think do a lot of the Ascensions, Locagon is one of the best ones in terms of stats, but the OG Locagon does kind of fall a little bit under the suppression, given that its attack boosting means that big dragon becomes a 2 again, which is nice if you're trying to crash with an Astro Rabbit. But for Hermes, typically you're going to be sitting there on those 7 defense bodies, which is so hard to deal with. You're talking about 6s earlier, being able to get over Champ Locagon, but still, with a lot of 6s in the meta, they can't hit over that 7 defense booty.
Absolutely. Of course, Lock players need to keep their eye out for Spectrus, who have started taking to Locagon sushi after the foamies have gone extinct. So, I think, it was cool to see Caprigol in this game. I think there is a deck out there for 9 foamies. I think someone can cook it up and we can see 9 foamies do something. Because it's like a weird roundabout Schnark, but for every water 2-drop. OG Foamy dies, you search Poseidon Foamy, you add Aphrodite Foamy to hand. If it survives, next turn you add any 2 water drop and ascend.
Yeah, the OG or Poseidon's Foamy, I think, is the one I'm curious about, right? Because with some Spectaruses around, the OG Foamy is probably still fine, just considering that maybe you'll see Spect, maybe you won't. But Champ Poseidon Foamy is kind of the unknown quantity. It's a pretty good recursive water Pelquarius, so to speak. But how is that going to play into the wider 9 Foamy strategy? I don't know.
Well, because Poseidon Foamy can search Aphrodite Foamy. So
that's right.
Original Foamy dies, bring out Poseidon Foamy, get Aphrodite Foamy. On your turn, you get your 2-drop and ascend the Poseidon Foamy.
Yeah, and so it is that built-in conga line of Foamies. My only worry is that pesky 3 defense. I've seen it so many times that your starting play is, I'm going to go for a Rumma Gem. And now you are facing down 2 fish and you're like, oh, well, I got to deal with both of these. But I think that you're absolutely right. There is a world for 9 foamies, no breakfast, and that's probably coming up here soon, I'd imagine.
Maybe we'll see it. I mean, you are right, though, that we've talked about some of the things that have changed in the Lifestream meta. And one of them is that you used to plan a board around turn 1, maybe your opponent drops a single 5. And as long as you can handle a single 5, you're probably okay. And that's just not true anymore. There could be 2 Aetheros. Your opponent could drop a Champ Spectrus and something else. So they have 2 attackers. There could be a Hestia. You could have a Hermes player that goes Hermes for carry off, also normal casts, Cyanectar, grab, poison tipped arrow of Artemis, -2 your dude. So now both of these things can hit over, right? There's just so many ways now for your opponent to have 2 bodies on the board that can beat over whatever you put down. So a 5 and a rune in the back row is a hope and a dream and not the end-all be-all of turn 1 plays now.
Yeah, so far have we come from just a 5 being the issue. Now you got to deal with a couple of 5s and maybe the next turn the Cap Regal. So
I mean,
I think that's definitely a killer.
I was looking at a Hestia deck the other day, and I was like, I don't even think I put Necroth in here. Like, what world do I live in where I look at like a 5/1 drop and I go, you don't provide me enough value?
No, I don't know. I know there's Necroth believers out there that's like, no, the burn still matters. We did see Lizard very early on be like, you know what, this almost worked. And like I can see that being the case. And though if Tsunami is back to say anything else, then maybe Necroth becomes a water puppy and we go back to Lumaru beatdown. So
hey, if suppression keeps being popular, get your Pandalin's Champions of Artemises on the board. Expend 1 spirit from your opponent every time something becomes suppressed. Yes.
Yeah, suppression control is real. Necrolith can and will hurt you. I would be shocked. Maybe one of these days I'll just have the card prediction be Necrolith, and we'll come to fruition the fabled Necrolith control strategy. One of the only liths I would say that is just right there, but unlike it's Rock, Brethren, and Sistren, it's a little bit lackluster.
Well, here's the thing. I think Necrolith Champion of Artemis, which I hope they print. I hope that becomes a real card. That card can have 0 effect text on it, and it will be the best lunar card ever. You're telling me I can run 3 Moose and 3 Champion Necrolith, and as long as I have Artemis on field, I will go Necrolith, defend it for a turn, get myself a Moose. Cinema.
Like, sounds good. Yeah, this thing being a 10-0 body. The first 0 defense Elestral.
Yes. I dream of lunar.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I don't have the other earpiece in for the other bit, but we are getting a little bit of confirmation from production. I don't know, Andrew, if you're familiar with a little game that we like to play sometimes called Guess That Elestral.
Absolutely. I saw you totally running K over in this game in the last tournament. So.
No, I was terrified. I was locked in, but between her and PK, I was really scared that I was about to get outclassed because these two know their Elestrals. I'm not asking who's that Elestral. I'm asking when's dinner because I'm so old at this point that I'm just forgetting every single thing. So that's what I'm bringing to the table. So I'm a little bit scared for you. I don't know if you're up on studying cards at all.
I inject Elestral's card data straight to my cranium. So.
Oh no. Well, there's definitely a few things that I'll definitely be looking out for, and probably if Silver is at all gracious to the flipping upside down and shenanigans, maybe we'll have some decent ones. But holy, I don't know. I'm definitely terrified.
We'll see. I think we got a few of them lined up here.
All right. Well, I'll lock in. I know I have to be ready at some point in time because this black screen could just go into a silhouette at every moment. So.
All right, we got the good luck from production. Let's see.
That's Pulveroar. No, that's Havacub, actually. Excuse me.
I don't remember either of them having balls on their tail. I was looking at that, and I was like, when did Havacub get balls on its tail?
That's the Stellar Havacub.
It is the Stellar Havacub. As someone with a playset of those, I should feel ashamed of myself.
I can't even remember if that was a promo or not, but the balls
Stellar.
Specifically, I was like, oh, no, that one makes sense.
Yeah. All right, what's up next? I got to lock in here.
Pulver. I'll say Pulver would have been a pretty decent one to throw out. I'm like, that for sure. But no, it's that one's not quite that right. That's Kinleo.
Kinleo?
I guess this might be
I'm not sure which of us got that first.
It's also maybe a question of which Kinleo. But I think this is Champion of Hestia Kinleo from the Shattered Stars art, if I remember right. It's the one where it's like in the hallway floating. No, it's just regular Kinleo. Wow.
Regular Kinleo.
Shattered Stars, though. Yeah, who got that one?
I don't know. I said it on my end before I heard you say it, but with the delays in stream, who knows?
We gotta get a third party in there.
We'll take a tie on that one. All right, who's it going to be? That is Soul Bell. Sorry, what did you say?
SoulStacks.
Oh, Soul Stalks, yes, not the little one. You are correct.
That's the big one.
That's the big one. I was like Solar Cow. Nope, Soul Stalks.
Yeah, this one I think is the Stellar Soul Socks, if I'm remembering right. It is!
Yep. Chocolate Cow.
Let's go, steak and eggs. That's my colloquial for the Stellar Soul Bell. I might be going straight to Tartarus with that one, but you know, it's worth it. Oh, this is Titanostock.
Titanostock. That one's another close one, I know. I think that's Titanostock.
That's Champion of Aeolus
specifically, yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that definitely is. I think I can't tell who's getting these ones. I swear that one was probably me, but PK is PK listening? Where's production?
You're up 2 on me either way. Doesn't matter.
3-1 swole from PK. I'll take it. All right, all the points.
All the points.
All right, we'll see. This one's gonna be goofy. I can already tell.
It's going to be posthumous for me. Trust.
It honestly, I would not doubt if it's like an upside down, like skewed posthumous. So it's like the Shattered Stars stained glass art. It's a bunch of just ripples.
Just a blob.
As one big blob, and it's like, no, we cut out these ones specifically. Locked in, leaning forward, bated breath.
I've locked this gun.
Oh no, Riceros. Is that just another Riceros? No way.
All right, you cooked me on this one, Swole. You're much better at the silhouettes.
Listen, like I said, I stare at these things a little too long, but luckily a lot of these are old school. If these are a lot of the new ones or a lot of the lunar ones, I think you still have me on that one. I can't believe it was just another Riceros. Holy, well, GG's on this one. I'm glad we got to play Guess That Elestrals. If we have any more time for it later, I actually am curious to see how you match against PK, because PK is intense. PK gets it, and I don't know how him and K don't just like scream their hearts out every single time it happens.
Gotcha. Yeah, card effect text and stuff like that straight in the brain. I don't spend as much time staring at the art.
No, shout outs to our artists on this one. It's a beautiful time, and if I had just an art book that was just Elestrals artwork, I think I could spend hours inside of that gallery. It's some of my favorite arts inside of most TCGs, or inside of any TCG really. But thank you so much for playing this one, and I'm looking forward to our eventual rounds here. Hopefully, as I think we're shaping up our last for our round 6 into round 7 here, we have a couple casters. I think only one's gonna walk away undefeated from this tournament, from the Swiss rounds, and it's a kind of a crazy one, really. Outside of that, we have some familiar names that I'm seeing line up here to potentially take their spot inside of the extra pantheon into our latest round of the Swiss tournament.
Still many hopes and dreams left for casters, especially if you want to get the top 32 worlds points. It's often worth it to play it out and try to get those extra points to make your way to worlds.
Yeah, those top 16 slots too also get their foamy, which is beautiful, and that beautiful marbling is incredible. And I think, and we have confirmation here on this one, that Y Rebellion and Caleb.exe are undefeated at 6-0 into this tournament. Caleb is someone who does this on the regular. We don't see Caleb at tournaments for a long time, and then they just show up and they're like, yeah, I'm going to play heel control, and we're going to go ahead and go undefeated again. So we could see a redo of this one specifically. But then also Y Rebellion is someone we did see in the top cut of the last premiere do very well. And if I don't know if I can't confirm if this is true or not, but typically Y Rebellion is a Hermes enjoyer.
Yep. Looking at the archives here, they were indeed on Hermes last time around on the 11th, so seems like there's a good chance they run it back again.
Yeah, very possible here too, with Bean and Cobalt on the 4-2. So on the bubble here, we have some casters that potentially might need to perform, but I'm looking forward to how that shapes up as we get into our last round of Swiss for the day. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with more exciting Elestrals action as we're going to be rounding out to see who makes it to the top cut. Welcome back, casters, commentators, and squids of all Nexus forms. We've had an exciting and long 7 rounds of Swiss today on our October 25th, 2025 Lifestream Premier Tournament. PK, welcome back, and hello. How are you doing today? This has been a crazy one with a lot of unexpected decks.
Yeah, I don't know how the narrators have done it, but the writing on today's script has been immaculate. The decks that we have seen and the strategies that have been employed since the ban list happened last week and is implemented now today have been unreal. Even though we've seen Latagon and Solar being the 2 of the top 6 represented decks, the variety and play have been insane. We saw Parasail, we've seen Postamoose, we have seen so many just unique strategies and concepts come through here, along with the aforementioned Blizzard that we saw, or Blizzstrix that we saw earlier. I don't know what these top cut has for us. All I know is it's featuring Caleb.exe undefeated going into round 7.
Yeah, that's the crazy part too. Again, you look over onto the scoreboard and you see some familiar names: Caleb, Y Rebellion, even Cobalt Sanderson, and like Bean Soldier. You see Bo. You see a lot of people who are in these high records who are duking it out, clawing their way into the top cut of this premiere. And the big question is, even if they do convert, can they take it all the way? And for Caleb, you know, someone who just shows up and is like, I'm going to go undefeated, and kind of proving that to be true here too, as they're going to be head to head with Y Rebellion for this round. Really curious to see how that's going to go as well.
I love the social media post by Caleb. Decided to see how I felt this morning. Guess I'm playing Blizzstrix. I replied, see you in top 8. Jokingly, of course. They say, I got locals at 2 p.m. Yeah, it's nice to see that locals is going well for you, Caleb. Absolutely doing well at locals right now. 6-0, as you just saw with Y Rebellion as well. And if we can get the records back up, I'd love to see what everyone else's record is as we go into round 7. Because
checking up on Caleb's score, we're go ahead and see if we can take a look at the rest of them. We've got Caleb at 6-0, Y Rebellion at 6-0, and then for Bo coming in at 5-1. And Mace of Hearts also coming in at 5-1. Chris Cherub's on the name we saw previously, an earlier 5-1 as well. 6 currently at 5-1. Kryber, we just saw at 5-1. Kier, a name I recognize from Kissimmee, going 5-1. 7 Shadow, Cobalt Sanderson, and Adam Troy, Bean Soldier, Chronic, Perky, and Poke Joshinator. And Dr. Vilk are currently rounding out the top 16.
Looks like the scoring is being adjusted, which is absolutely appropriate. There are many things that can happen at a TCG tournament where you got to make sure that your records are all finalized before anything goes forward right now. But as you can see, that what we're seeing on screen right now, Bo is also in 3rd place, 5-1. Mace of Hearts, that's a name that's unfamiliar here, 5-1 right now. Chris Cherub is also 5-1. 6 Kryber, Kier, remember them from Kissimmee, and 7 Shadow all round out the 5-1 casters. Now, here's important to note: we have 7 casters of the top 9 at 5-1. So one of these casters are very likely not making it into the top 8. So this next round is so important, not just for them, but for the remaining 7 players: Chillinat, Cobalt, Adam, Bean Soldier, Chronic, Perky, and Poke Joshinator, all at 4-2, sitting on the bubble. And how this round pans out, not just for the top 9, but for the bottom 7, is can throw this entire top 8 into flux. So everyone needs to hold their breath and play their hardest going into this next round.
Yeah, it's sometimes it comes down to these final rounds to determine the top cut slices like this. You know, a 4-2 record, oftentimes people are like, well, I don't know if I really need to do much with this, but every spirit counts and every point matters. And especially for something like this, where there is just gonna be one person walking away undefeated, the rest of them, a lot of heavy hitters on this list. And I recognize a few of them myself, and we've seen a few of them play so far throughout the day. And so this is looking to be a talented bunch. So far, I think out of these ones that we've seen, you know, we've seen some interesting strategies, I'll say that. So maybe this is just the tournament for these top tier casters to bring some new top tier strategies.
No, but I think that's exciting that we have so many people willing to experiment and step outside the box of what's normal, which is how I expected this meta to go. We have a Lifestream coming out on a brand new weekend where the set just released, even though we had pre-releases the week before, but still relatively unknown. Now we're a month in from the pre-release. People are starting to get their footing, and not only do we understand the peak of the iceberg, but now we're digging deeper. Now we're going to see how thick and wide this meta actually is. That's why we're seeing so many cards being explored right now. That's why we're seeing a Moose Mirror in round 2. That's why we're seeing Crocodile pop up, signing in Locking from the side. That's why we're seeing Hermes in round 6. It's just such a there's at the moment, this meta is going the way of Moonrise. It's very much looking like by the end of this, we will have no idea what the best decks actually are.
Yeah, this is one that I think will age very, very gracefully. And as we're going into our set 8s and 9s, Lifestream seems to set the tone for a lot of that. You're absolutely correct. And for our round 7 here, as we're actually getting into this, we got 2 casters that I'm very excited to see. In PK, I think that this one will pique your interest. We've got Austin versus Cobalt Sanderson.
There is a lot to talk to about this matchup. One, you guys have been hyping up Cobalt's list for a while. I have still yet to peek at that message that Cobalt has sent me. So a lot of things are going to be hinting up about Cobalt's list. Cannot wait to see what will be happening with that. Austin, top 8 for a regional player as well. Cobalt have won a Premier Championship before already. 2 talented players that are matching up here in a 4-2 scenario. This is important because their tournament lives are on the line. One of them could win this matchup and still not even make top cut depending on how breakers are going to go. Both of these casters absolutely want to win to give themselves the best case scenario. However, we don't know what's going to shake up from here. I cannot make a call. I will not make any read. I will flip no coin. I will roll no dice. I will sit back, relax, and quietly put my bet in as I watch how everybody else deals with this top 8, because it is so tight and tense. I'm glad I'm not them. Yeah.
Hey, it might be you soon in the casters table. You know, the one thing here to know about this upcoming matchup is that for Cobalt, the big thing for the Elestrals community that we've seen so far is that the Australians, people like the Lumaroos, Cobalt and Dooms, have had incredible showings in the past couple tournaments. And it's always a question of, well, one, what are they making? What are they cooking? And how did they get here? And from the rumblings that I've heard, and that I think that you've heard from this list, as we're kind of alluding to, I am so curious. So far, we've seen some crazy stuff from like Dymax, but Cobalt is one to know to cook a little bit. And for Austin, you know, someone who is, you know, top 8 at a regional, no slouch to the game of Elestrals, how do you prepare against someone like Cobalt Sanderson?
Well, you don't. You put your best foot forward, you try your best, and you adjust for every card that is played. But, I mean, Cobalt is also a known quantity. They have definitely showed up on stream several times. So what exactly is going to be brought? Well, seeing as how you guys have been hyping up the anomaly of Cobalt's list, I have no idea what it could be. I'm trying to think, and you guys are hyping me. So, I mean, is Panzer in the list? Do you have a Panzer list? I'm down for Panzer to see Panzer.
No, Panzer list could be good as we're going into first here. Austin's opting to go first, going into maybe Fire Artifact or a Krakatuga deck again with a Volcarius champ coming in.
Yeah, definitely at least Fire Artifact. We love this list, and you know, it's going to be just a simple flow here. The question is, loving the Shatterstars Hephaestus art right there too. What do you do with the Hephaestus? Do you charge up 3? Do you charge up 2? How much do you rely on this thing? I have found that Hephaestus for 3, it gets you the most value, especially if you're leading into the Krakatuga side of things. But right now, we're not even activating Hephaestus to search out an artifact. We're just setting 2. So leaving the artifact in the deck would be a rough play if you do draw it on your next turn, draw 1 on your next turn, as we have Cobalt leading with Gigaflora!
That's right.
Gigaflora's in round 7!
Oh, he sees it. He found the way. This is, so got some inclination that this was going to be the deck for you to watch. Gigaflora expending 1 to search for a champion of Demeter, going to go for this Giraflora at the deck.
Oh, I love this opening play. Now, the face down being a PTA, if it is, can really set this list back here. But otherwise, it allows you to search out the Gigaflora. You expend the Gigaflora, search out a Champion of Demeter. You pull out Gira. Gira typically has the highest defense on the field in turn 1 with 5. And, I mean, the only thing beating it is Armadon. Then you bring back the Gigaflora to your hand, use it again to search a Mustachian Champion of Demeter to your hand, and then you're set up for more offensive plays on the next turn. Now, the problem here is that with Hephaestus in hand, Torch of Hestia is threatening the Volcaries to go up to a 6 to run over the Giraflora, and then what do you do from there? So whatever defense Cobalt has to be live right now, as Austin drops Drataya, Champion of Dionysus.
Ooh, I like this idea. The kind of fire artifact strategy can also search out things like the Thyrisis, but we have the Madness coming in to enrage the Drataya.
Interesting. There's an argument to be made that we just use the Dionysus Madness to put the Gira to attack and have it crash in. But now we're in a situation where you're threatening the back row and they're running over. So, I mean, there's no real way to get out of this, as Ambrosia was the set card. So absolutely a bait. We're pretty much just destroying the field. And unfortunately, this is the situation that Champion of the Meter finds himself in. While the board is consistent, it doesn't stick around very easily in this meta. And just getting out a lot of God to run over it really does just change things. I have a feeling that Hephaestus will be able to search out Thyrsus of Dionysus.
Yeah, this is such an interesting position to be in because, you know, one of the things that if you are Austin here, having to put on Better Habit for a Gorgon's Gaze, where that could have been so risky. And so I'm really not sure how this is going to go. And if you are watching over on Twitch right now, you let us know with the Twitch prediction that is currently up and running. If we see this Gigaflora Giraflora list can take down its Earth counterpart deck and the Latagon strategy, let us know.
No Stone Unturned, searching out a Golem. Earth has a bevy of them. No Stone Unturned can search out Equilinks, but we are going to pull out Lava Lift to threaten the back row. But what combo of cards along with Lava Lift is going to help you get rid of the Lava God on the field?
Let's go ahead and see.
The Premier Work Vipivo, dropping the full art Lava Lift onto the field. I mean, there's no way this doesn't go unpunished, right?
Trying to see what we target here. It's the one under the Latagon, and let's see if Austin wants to chain. It's going to be a Dionysus Madness potentially to daze the Lavalith to where it cannot swing over and try to make some progression here on the Volcaries. That's a very nice chainable from Austin here as Cobalt sets one to pass.
A chainable target is not what you want to see. The good news is that you've already seen 2 Dionysus Madness burnt out. Hephaestus is coming out, likely going to search out a Torch of Hestia here to start setting up the top of the deck. We are enchanting it for 3 as well. Very notable, because either going to plan on using it for a Nexus or for more searching of, well, fire runes, I'll say. We could see a eruption in the future, but Torch of Hestia does come out, so now we're just guaranteeing the KO onto the Lava Lift. The question is, do we just empower the Latagon, or are we just doing this in the deck? Because if that face down is real, even a Torch empowered Volcaries crashes at best.
And we have a Kimleo coming down here as a Nexus bank. That would make sense for all those spirits loaded up on the Hephaestus. That's going to make quick work of the Lavalith. Even if there's a Gorgons in the back, the Latagon still threatens it. This board has gotten wide and out of control.
We are nexusing onto the Volcaries, which makes a lot of sense, making value there, destroying the Lavalith, and now we're just threatening 5 direct onto Cobalt right here, which isn't the worst scenario in terms of spirit count, but board presence, man, is it low for Cobalt. Hopefully that face down is a tsunami, otherwise that damage is coming, and looks like it's being taken.
You're going to count out these Lunar Spirits here. Potentially even signaling the Dense Fall again in main would be kind of interesting. Outside, that's a lot of damage.
3 Earth, 2 Lunar being spent here. So you have to wonder if it's some sort of a Cyanecto list going on here. Cobalt is working though, as we have Champion Mustachian coming out. I'm assuming that was already in hand, because I don't think we saw the Gigaflora be extended again, right?
Yeah, let's see. We have this Mostashian Champion of Demeter. This card is pretty decent here. I think you have a pretty decent stat, Elestral, but it's not the highest attack, which is normally it wants to play around on like an empty board. But just like its artwork, very thematically challenging the Latagon there. Let's see if Cobalt can do what it needs to do.
Let's see, the face down is being thumbed over by Austin, and Gorgon's Gaze is going to be triggered here, spending a Water Spirit, likely trying to get over the Kinleo, and I think we're just scooping from there.
Yeah, that's just it. A nice quick one from Austin here, attacking into the Kinleo and a Gorgon's Gaze to stop the attack declaration. That was Cobalt's last little front here, the tiny crab that could. Just like you were saying, the Demeter strategy is really cool and love that resource loop, but that got out of hand really fast.
Yeah, it was more so the back row disparity that we saw in that matchup. Cobalt set one, and it was Ambro. But we had double Madness and Gorgon's Gaze coming out from Austin. Sometimes you just don't see the back row to protect that front row, but that doesn't, unfortunately, take away from the vulnerabilities of the Champion of Demeter package as it is in Lifestream, where when you can't stick a guy on board, you lose your presence really well. It's not like the cards give you enough options to recover or float to something else when they're destroyed. Their value is retained from staying on the field. So Cobalt lost first of all, went second. Secondly, lost to Giraflora on the next turn thanks to Latagon Dionysus Madness, and it just went out of control from there. So it's not against Cobalt, but definitely want to try to figure out, like now that you've seen what Austin's list kind of is, you want to try to adjust. The question is, what exactly is Austin's list? Drataya and Madness, double Madness, Volcaries and Searching Hephaestus, Searching Torch of Hestia. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's kind of a question because, last format inside of Firestorm, we saw some kind of similar Earth Fire brew with the Wasp Ivy engine, because that would make sense. You could search the Poison Tunic and you could potentially have some Wasp Ivy plays that were unaffected by counter runes. For this, you have a Latagon, so I'm again wondering if there's a Thyrisis. For Cobalt, though, if you're playing the Earth deck, how do you side into something that like an artifact turbo list?
Yeah, I could not tell you because there's no real way to just stop that. Hephaestus doesn't. I can you Pandora's Box Hephaestus? You can, right? You
can to search, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, that's an option, but then you just have two other spirits, so that's not efficient enough. And we only saw the Champion of Demeter side of Cobalt's list. We have no idea what else is there. You have to assume that there is an Equilinx, but, Equilinx is probably the weakest it's ever been in this format. And it can come back to 3.
On some level, giving Earth more tools to see what they can do, I'm kind of excited to see that kind of experimentation comes from, but that card's, I might be too old, but that card might be too powerful for me,
No, you can't let your trauma hold you this long. You gotta let go. You gotta move past the trauma.
True, gotta make the jump here as we're potentially jumping into our second game here. Let's see if Austin can take this one into our last round of Swiss, or can Cobalt edge this one out with this Earth strategy. Cobalt, I imagine, would want to go first, like you were mentioning, establish those Gigaflora loops.
But we'll see what these casters have in store for us, and yeah, it's all comes down to, do you see Gigaflora in your opening hand? If you don't, then the other side of your deck has to be absolutely powerful and consistent. We have a mulligan coming out from Austin, spinning out an Earth and a Fire. What is Austin's list?
Yeah, Earth and Fire, it could be combination Wasp Ivy, Synectar Champ, Dionysus, but again, the enraged card with the Drataya is the one question mark for me. And as Cobalt, I think, elects to keep their hand, saying, no, this one's good with me, I can imagine there's a Gigaflora in the grip there. And this is going to be so interesting. Both these strategies, I would say, are probably on a similar power level in terms of speed, but they definitely, I think, when they need to get going. Kind of like you were mentioning, need to stick an Elestral, need to be able to get that combo off as soon as possible.
Well, Cobalt is now on the move here. If Gigaflora is in the opening hand, then you can at least set this up safely. And we have instead an expend to draw.
Ooh, opting to go slow here.
For a deck like Champion of Demeter, you do not want to have an Elestrals opening hand. So let's see if whatever they have in hand is able to adjust. We do not know the other side of Cobalt's list. It did get them to 4-0 at one point, for currently 4-2, trying to make it the top 8 as Cyprong comes out, which gives Austin a search of Dionysus. And that's terrifying because now you don't know what suite of Dionysus runes Austin may be running. We could see Poison Nectar, which can, that's the one that burns 2. You have Nectar of the Gods, which can allow you to draw 3 and discard 1, which, just so you know, I've been considering that card to get lost in the underworld. Like, yeah, I don't think it's a terrible card, but it requires a lot of setup, so who knows? But still,
that card is still pretty underrated, and a Cyprong here being able to apply some damage and apply some pressure, but that Moss Station being a 4 attack tides with the Cyprong, meaning that Cobalt now has the setup to go for a 3 Spirit Moss Station, and that would be enough to do some damage early on to this Cyprong.
Yeah, you got to Earthquake.
Earthquake. Wait a minute.
That
doesn't make any sense.
You take that if you're Austin. In that scenario, you're spending an Earthquake on a Cyprong,
with the Moss Station in hand.
Station. So, how much are we value? Did we just want to get max value off of it? Do we not have any other Elestrals in hand? There's a lot of questions I have here, and I don't think I would have spent an Earthquake on a Cyprong, at least this early.
This is so crazy to think about. So when we talk about Moss Station here, the new champ Moss Station on this empty board, you have a 3 Spirit turn, bringing the Spirit differential back down a little bit more manageable. And if this crab sticks an extra couple turns, it is now rock sliding away with 5 damage, with 7 damage, with 9 damage. It starts to really take hold, even though it's not really gaining attack on its own as a 4 body. It just is really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage, as well as Lava Lift doing a lot as well. The infinite boon of a Moss Station here, getting beaten in stats and in viability. Gorgon's Gaze is going to stop the attack and save the Moss Station, cleverly using the spirits that were given to the Moss Station for the payment, essentially costing you nothing there. But now you're going to figure out how you're getting past the 6-4 Behemoth.
Yeah, we have 1 rock crab versus 1 rock guy. This is, I will say, difficult position if you're Moss Station and if you're Cobalt here. The Gorgon's Gaze is nice to stop the attack, but you really, really need to see something like a Gigaflora Ascension bringing back the Moss Station can swing over and establish a defensive body. But I think we've seen expend to draw from Cobalt.
Yeah, we don't have any
options.
Dudes. We don't have any dudes, and that Earthquake on Cyprong kind of confirmed it, but that there says a lot more. The Moss Station staying in attack here, again, not boding confidence. This is why Moss Station under Feloy is so powerful. Without Feloy, it doesn't quite hit how hard you want it to. As Drataya comes out dazed. Now the question is, what ways do we have to enrage this Drataya here?
Well, we have the Thyrisis if we're going for something like a Hephaestus play. We also have just a normal Dionysus, which we know was searched off of that.
Right. Yeah.
That Cyprong, and this is now going to reap havoc upon Cobalt's board. This Drataya is very scary, and we've seen this before. Very similarly, if Cobalt cannot stop this Ascension, this is going to be 2 big bodies that Moss Station is unfortunately not going to be able to deal with.
Yeah, that artwork is it's shown from the loser's perspective, it seems. It's not defeating the lot of God that well, but we're going to have to see how. I mean, we have 3 back row by Cobalt. It's not out the woods yet. Maybe we have another Gorgon's Gaze to stop the Drataya Ascension, or maybe we have a PTA to destroy it on a cast. But it looks like our 2 casters here are just discussing the situation about how things work out. So we will give them a bit to figure out the game state before we press on. But with the 3 back rows set by Cobalt, I wouldn't say this is over any enemies yet.
No, not at all. We have the Dionysus going to go ahead and try and rage the Drataya, and a Madness in response to counter Daze. The Drataya prevents this.
But you don't switch it to defense.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this, but Dionysus Madness, the second effect to switch the attack position, it only requires Dionysus to be enchanted anywhere on the field. So, and then we have a tsunami as well. So now we're putting everything in defense. So I guess it doesn't really matter, but it was an option. 2 back row being spent, but this may be what Cobalt Sanderson needs if we can find some way to out this Lava this turn.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. With the Earthquake has already gone and spent, and so Moss Station here could have been the highest attack crab in the club, but instead has to contest this Lavalith, and a 4 attack against a 4 defense is not quite enough. But Cobalt's still up a couple spirits and has seemingly a lot of cards in hand, so you'd have to imagine that there is something there.
Well, if nothing more, we can attack and destroy the Drataya before it can get enraged next turn, and be able to enchant an extra spirit onto the Moustachian for a use of that last face down room. But right now, I'm just not sure what the best play would be.
Yeah, maybe the Moustachian is dazed potentially from the Drataya cast is also a possibility.
Oh, right. Yes, you're right. In that case, we can't even do that. So we need, honestly, what we needed right now is Gigaflora. Which I'm assuming we don't have, because Gigaflora would have made this a 7, and it would have just changed its entire game.
Let's see. Cobalt's thinking long and hard about this next move. 1 back row could be anything, but a Lava of their own. What's the target here? Dionysus would be killer.
You destroy the back row. You have to destroy the back row.
Organ's Gaze.
That's the worst thing you want in this scenario. Absolutely.
That's rough. It's set 2 back row, though. Cobalt better not be Ambrosia.
See what happens. You cannot attack. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was dazed on the entire cast out, so now we're just kind of sitting here.
Unless this was a forgotten effect by Austin, but you're right. This better to have it into attack regardless, but who knew Lavalith was going to be holding it down here for a little bit with this Dionysus threatening such a big body from Drataya. And a Cryoblast!
Oh! No, that's a shocker out of nowhere. Cryoblast coming out there. Cobalt really fighting for everything that they can here, accepting the fact that this Moustachian is likely going down next turn, but able to stop the Lalagon. I think that's a fair trade.
Yeah, you take that 9 times out of 10. I was just saying it's kind of difficult to use that Earthquake up so early when you have to deal with this Lavalith, but Cryoblast is going to be able to take care of another threat as long as Austin doesn't drop down another Drataya. But who knows how those spirits are being managed right now, because like you were saying, Earth Fire build like this, what's the spirit management like if you're playing cards like Dionysus, like Lavalith, these kind of more expensive playmakers?
No clue. No one knows but Austin. The list of secrets only is knowledgeable only to Austin. We're at the situation now. We're just trying to figure out how we move forward. 31 minutes left in this round, so plenty of Elestrals left to play. However, 1 game is already up by Austin, so if anybody has room to lose here for adjustments, it is Austin. And we have Saipon coming out, which immediately threatens the Lavalith. And then the Lavalith can take out the Moustachian while searching for another Dionysus. Not a situation where it be in. And if you have a Gorgon's Gaze, you kind of got to stop it now.
Yeah, the allowing of the second Dionysus search is just the cherry on top to consistently apply pressure, and also even then, maybe even, fail to find if you're Austin, but imagine the world where you have the second Dionysus, you enrage the other Moustachian and force the Moustachian to crash into your Lavalith, as the Cypron will take care of the Cobalt's Lavalith.
That would be rather effective in this scenario. We are considering this, so we are going to daze it, and I guess we're going to activate Cypron to destroy the Lavalith. So what those face downs have to be real. I believe only 1 Gorgon's Gaze have been spent this turn, and there's a second.
Yep, there we go. And we're so tight in spirits here, 8-6, as these fairly low to the ground strategies are just taking games of inches here. And who knew Lavalith would be an MVP? I think I've seen more Lavaliths cast today than the entirety of Moonrise. This is crazy.
Yeah, Lavalith is a card that has been on everybody's mind for a while. Are able to take out the Moustachian, which is very helpful. The other back row being set by Austin is not what Cobalt wants to see. Fighting for their tournament lives here as we push forward. And now Cobalt's just trying to figure out the one thing that we've seen is that Cobalt has just been struggling for Elestrals in the hand this entire game. We saw a couple of expended draws. We saw an Earthquake be played on a side prong. It's not a great scenario for Cobalt. And having so little Elestrals and so little back row right now, it should fill Austin with confidence.
Whoa!
What?
OG Moss Station. Hello.
This is a 6 attacker. That is crazy. We're crashing into the lava lift to take them out and trying to take Elestral control by attacking over the side prong, and it goes through.
Holy, wait, whoa.
That was the last thing I expected, but 6 attackers are very, very real, especially when it gets more as you enchant more earth onto the Mustache. So love seeing this tech come out here. Does get Cobalt out of a pickle, is able to see another guy, and now Austin has to figure out how to break through this Mustache, which, the one defense isn't that bad, but if you cannot stop it, next turn is going to get even worse for you.
Yeah, if you're Austin here, this will do it. A small Tuga champ. Fire enchanted. You have no more water spirits left. Use them on the tsunami.
So crazy position that we're in. We are able to run over the Moss, which I'm sure Cobalt did not want to see. It kind of confirmed that face down by Cobalt is also very fake. Might just be another set ambrosia at this point, which seeing Smotuga here, yeah, I would consider getting out ASAP. No stone unturned. Searching out another Mustache.
I think, and the question is, are you searching out, I think that's right, champion of Demeter Moss Station to try to get more spirits back as like a pseudo heal card. As you're so low on spirits now, the extra 2 can hit over the small Tuga. We haven't seen much shield today, but you gotta hope that you don't have shield Achilles back there.
I mean, shield just can't be there. You have to play into it, and just like you, Cobalt, you have to hope that face down is also fake. Ambro does come out this time sitting in the hand, bringing back 3 earth, I'm assuming, including that new felt artwork. It looks so good. Oh no, 2 earth and a frost. Cryoblast is in hand.
Yeah, signaling the other Cryoblast on. And this is kind of the weird, tricky part about having, again, those side deck spirits that I know you and Artemis looked at just a little bit ago. We have Moss Station going to swing in, and it's the highest attack in the club. It's gonna enchant 2 to itself and potentially deal 2 damage to this small Tuga.
Yeah, looks like that was going to go through. That is damage dealt. That is a body on board. Cobalt finally has what seems to be decent control going into this next turn. So now the question is the face down for Cobalt actually real? And they just wanted to save it for protecting. There's no way. Oh, okay, we'll just spin that. We just wanted to save it for protecting an actual Elestral on board. This is the 3rd Moss Station that we've seen on board. Second one that is of champ variety. And we're in a good spot. We have damage on board. We have spirits we can use from field. All about how much you can maintain this control.
Yeah, I just want to point this out too, that Austin was playing small Tuga, potentially signaling there was eruptions in this list. So is this a burn, Dionysus, Latagon, earth, water, fire pile? This thing is unheard of, as Mustache here also
I'm totally lost by it. Like
what is going on?
We may see Childs going forward. I could not tell you. We have a fire being taunted here. We're putting it down, but are we going to make a cast out? No, we're taking it back for a water. So we did have another water in the spirit deck. What?
Whoa. For
what
Equinx
is
in
happening
defense here. You were just saying how Equinx can come back to 3.
They don't know about piercing. They don't know about the piercing. We're going to lose the game on this attack if everyone remembers what it is. This attack goes through. You enchant 2 more. You deal 4, and that is game.
That's all spirits. Wait a second. What just happened? Cobalt is clawing back with these big rocky claws against Austin as the highest attack on the field enchants so many spirits. What in the world?
The secret 3rd effect of Moss Station Champ gets the game. When Moss Station has the highest attack on the field, not only can it enchant a second Earth from Underworld to itself, but it gains piercing. So putting the Equilinks on the field in general cinched the game. The proper play was probably to attack into it and take the 2 instead of allowing an enchantment of 2 more and going in if you had no other plays. Because then you've already seen Cobalt struggling to even draw an Elestral. You just gotta hope they don't draw into another one. If nothing more, they're slow on spirits. But instead, the piercing effect of Mustachian Champion of Demeter is what secures Cobalt the game in a nail-biter start to finish.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. The crabs really coming in clutch here. Those no stones unturned really coming out, where I thought, man, that card is really expensive for what Cobalt wants to do here. When you really think about it, that card is free off of Moss Station, if you can get that established. And we were just talking about the rock slide from earlier. Moss Station piercing damage against the Equilinks being the deciding factor is crazy.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a game with Mustachian come down to that scenario, but I am happy to have witnessed it. Cobalt is one game away from trying to secure their top 8 placement with this list, and we just saw grass crabs. That's all we really saw from Cobalt was grass crabs. Austin, this amalgamation of aerodynamic play is unreal to me. I have no idea what you're doing, and I just want to see you pilot it more. We've seen Smotuga signaling eruption. We've seen Lanagon and Dionysus with Cyprong. It's similar to the puppy pile tempo list we saw earlier, where it's just a lot of the good stuff on this format and just into one pile. It's nice. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, we have 2 players who seemingly said the best cards in the game are either the Thunder side or the Earth side, with the small Tuga package and some of the burn stuff even being involved there. I don't even know how these 2 players side for each other at the moment. We briefly discussed upon it from Cobalt's side, but Cobalt looks like they just squeezed that one out with some of these cards. Maybe there's altars, maybe there's more Dionysus Madness, like you were saying, with trying to change positions. God forbid, an Asteria's Starfall. And for Austin, ooh, I think you even go for Eruptions even harder here if you're Austin, or Burn.
So you said Asteria, and now I want to see Asteria. That card it's kind of tricky, but I love it. I think it's really cool. Yeah. But I'm curious to know what their side deck patterns are going to be like and what they could be potentially bringing for their opponent. Cobalt, the only thing that they should be aware of, you need to be out of eruption range as much as possible. Like in your spirit deck. I mean, I know like when it comes to Champion Demeter, you tend to want to play with your spirits on board. You got to be mindful of your spirit deck. But it looks like we are ready to go. Game 3 is prepared. These casters are ready to go. Look likely Austin on the play. Let's get to game 3. This scenario is going to be very cool. Austin's going to be on the play. And you have to what do you even want to start with? It seems to be like just a tempo list. So I don't know what the appropriate or what to want to start off with here. It could be for Austin.
Yeah, Cyprong would be a pretty great start here from Austin, allowing the Dionysus to get in early. Don't have to worry about any sort of Gorgon's Gaze, kind of the classic start that we've seen from some of the low to the ground options inside of Lifestream. On top of that too, there's also this small Tuga champ going in for the Volcaries and the Hephaestus line, which is also very powerful to establish and have set up. As I think it's an expend to draw from Austin, which this is also the crazy part. 1 no stoned into Cobalt gets you into the crab combo for dealing 3 damage. And that's on an open board, just as good as money.
Oh, wow, you're right. Yeah. Don't even need Gigaflora at that point, nor for no stone on turn, but instead, we are also expending to draw.
Ooh, and I saw in the hand there from Cobalt a Torch of Hestia, which I'm extremely curious to know what that means.
These 2 casters have decided, you know what, I'm going to do my own thing. they don't understand. Like, whatever y'all doing, y'all blitz streaks and whatnot, I don't care. But it got them here to 4-2, likely top 6 for either of these casters, as Austin is going to drop a Smotuga Champion of Hephaestus. If we see an artifact revealed right now, which I think we are, I think it's Tunic.
Yep, that's Poison Tunic revealed.
So Krakatuga likely base is going to be played out here right now, and that face down, it has to be PTA, right?
Yeah, PTA would be kind of killer. Otherwise, this Krakatuga being a 9 defense body that the crabs, while strong, 9 is bigger than 6, and so
just a little bit.
I think we can or unless we see an aggro Krakatuga here, just really hammer on spirit damage.
All right, we are going here. We're likely going to be spending 2 to burn for 3. I don't see why we wouldn't. The question is, do we have Eruption in hand? And we do. Eruption is going to burn for an additional 3, and we're going to destroy the face down. So I'm assuming that's fake at this point. Tsunami. That wasn't going to do what you needed to anyway.
And the burn for 3 off the Eruption, and a Krakatuga burn for 3. That's going to be 6 spirits gone with attack for 2 from Krakatuga. That's 8 spirits total, putting Cobalt Sanderson down to 11 spirits to Austin's 15. Already, we were talking about what is the explosive turn for Cobalt. I think that was the explosive turn for Austin, and now we can help control the board unless an Earthquake is coming down on this turtle.
Yeah, you need that Earthquake coming out just like it did game 2. Arguably, the thing that allowed Cobalt to even win game 2 was that turn 1 Earthquake, as we're expending more spirits for the attack of Krakatuga, getting rid of that Frost, which, again, non-defense. You're not getting that thing down to 0 anytime soon.
Yeah, this
like
is very tricky.
You could double Zeus it and it wouldn't be enough. But Maw Station going for the crash on this one. Actually going for the 1 point of damage on this one.
Now we have a Foley Forest coming in. That's a 5 attack crab.
Let's go. I love this. Yeah, this attack is not going through. There's no way Austin will let this go through. No, I wouldn't have even done this. Wait, why are we Torch of Hestia?
I think Torch of Hestia here makes a little bit of sense, because potentially if Cobalt's hand isn't as good as we think it is, and this is going to Dionysus Madness to prevent the attack, to daze the Maw Station, really trying to keep them off this. But, you know, I like this play just a little bit. Just in case the Foley Forest gets outed, you have to have layered protection to get rid of this now 7 body.
Yeah, and not to mention the defense is kind of nice for him right now. Not able to get more stats thanks to the enchantment of it, but still not the worst spot to be in the world. Unfortunately, not able to get the Foretell to stack up the hand, but hopefully that 1 face down is enough. If Austin puts this Krakatuga to defense, then Cobalt should feel at least a bit shored up as they're going into his next turn. But, I mean, you got to wonder, is there an Eruption in hand? Except we are expending for Krakatuga, getting the 2-3 more spirits out. There's a Thunder? No, it's an Earth. Earth and Fire was expended. We are already down to 12 to 8 on turn 3.
And this Krakatuga could just go and turtle up into defense position, and then Cobalt has to answer. This is very tricky, though, if you're Austin, because, yes, you have Cobalt on lower spirits, but you're now having to expend those 2 fire spirits, and it's not even a for sure you can get over anything. So Cobalt has time to establish some of those larger Elestrals and potentially to even load up these Maw Stations, because you can just swing into the Krakatuga with 9 defense and say, yeah, I'm just going to keep on enchanting to get free spirits and to boost my attack.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping you from doing that, and you get the Foretell from Hestia to search up, but we are going to be empowering the Moustachian with a Tunic, bringing it back down to a 4.
Ooh.
I guess? Are we considering a crash here?
No, it's still a 5 here, if that makes any sense, because the 2 cancels out the torch, but the Foley Forest still boosts the crab up. I am really curious to know what this is supposed to mean. Potentially,
are we there's no way we're crashing.
I think Austin might be mistaken on the math here.
We are we're expending to draw here. Still trying to figure it out. The Krakatuga is not in defense yet. Now it is. So the Tunic's just there to, I guess, make it fashionable.
Now make it harder for the Moss to hit over this Krakatuga, as it's a 7 body under the stadium. If it gets 2 more on there, it becomes a 9 and does damage to this Krakatuga. And now it puts Cobalt into a really tough position of a second Moss Station. Whoa, no way. Okay, this is so many spirits already back onto the board. We are looking like Hermes out here. With another Torch of Hestia. What?
So nice. We had to do it twice. Second Hestia going on the second Moustachian, most likely. Bringing it up to a 7 attacker, 9 after it gets the 2 spirits from the underworld thanks to its effect. We do have 2 face down by Austin, so one of them could be Tsunami, which would stop the attack, even though it will stop the attack and will stop the Foretells. So we'll have to see how Austin's able to defend in this matchup.
A Thyresis to boost up this crab
and keep
here.
It enraged. Tsunami no longer stops it.
That's right. You play around so much here, except for specifically Shield or Gorgons, and that's going to be able to get over this Krakatuga. That thing is huge.
It's a 5. It's a 7. It's a 9. And we can add no stone to hand.
Yeah.
And we can add madness to hand.
Yeah, you can go no stone madness, or I think that was Gorgon's Gaze.
Wait, why did we not add anything?
It was foretelling off of
I'm thinking
the torch. Yeah, Hopper would be crazy here, and I guaranteed the Lumarus are on the tech. Holy!
Well, the attack is going through. We are at +4, +5. We're at 9.
Plus Thyrisis here.
No, sorry. We're at +4. That's 8. And then for Lloyd makes it 11. This should go over the Krakatuga.
Yeah, absolutely does go over the Krakatuga. And
what just happened?
Attempting to attack with the Moss Station first?
But the one with 11 attacked into the Krakatuga, it should have destroyed, correct?
I think that's true.
What?
Going to need confirmation here on what exactly just happened. It potentially either a misplay or a misspeak on what was targeting the Thyrisis. I thought that I saw the Thyrisis was empowering the other Moss Station, but it could have been a miscall to the other Moss Station that's decreased. And with Cobalt on such low spirits, yeah, the Thyrisis was on the wrong Moss. I thought that I saw that the Thyrisis was on the other Moss, and turns out it was on the decreased Moss, so you cannot get over the Krakatuga. That's crazy.
I'm stunned.
Whoa, wow. There is a world here in which that Krakatuga goes down, and there's 3 extra damage coming on for the other Moss Station directly into Austin's face. Wow, what an unfortunate end to otherwise a very cool match. That deck looked really interesting. PK, I'm so sorry about your Earth.
I'm so curious how the wrong target was made for the Theseus. Like that's what I'm trying to like.
It could have been a sequencing thing, right? The thing that I saw there from if my eyes are looking at my 7-round, potentially tired, the Australians, it's late for them at this hour. The things happen to the casters all day. Do not get me wrong, but especially for them who are up usually all night playing these games. The idea is that you go for the Thyrisis to activate first and empowering first. I think after that was then sequenced another Torch of Hestia, and there could have been a confusion on, okay, where am I targeting? What am I empowering here? And apparently looking into it, apparently maybe even not unsure there was a 9 defense in the Krakatuga, thinking maybe it was an 8 body. You were
so probably just bad math there. I thought it would be a 9, I thought it would be enough. So all they did was get 2 9, and I guess the frustration just caused Cobalt to concede.
Yeah, then listen, it's early in the morning. It's a lot of things can happen, especially whenever you're in these high pressure scenarios, like you were saying, trying to squeeze into top cut. And you're also playing a deck that is so unforgiving. Crabs are sharp and can bite you. They have tiny little teeth, but their claws hurt much more. So what a cool deck and unfortunate way to go out on that one. But both casters, one on Enraged Burn and other on Crab.
Yeah, 2 really interesting decks that I think both players played phenomenally. Don't think I've ever seen a blend of Fire, Water, Earth Elestrals quite like those decks before. I don't really know what to expect from there. We saw a lot of great play from Cobalt, really showing off the consistency and power that the Crabs, Moss Station Champion Demeter in the Champion Demeter package right now has for a player. We only saw Giga Flora once, and that was to search Gira once, which it died immediately. Otherwise, that was an entire game on just Moss Stations.
Yeah, it's crazy because the message that I got this morning very early was, I don't know if it's too late for a prediction, but if so, you might want to look out for Crabs. Is the thing I saw, and I was like, there's no way. But
you know what? Let me see what that message was from Cobalt now that we're here.
It could be something similar. I don't doubt that at all. Cobalt is known to be a cook, and this was truly a chef's kiss. just like the last tournament where, Kay is looking at this Krakatuga list and going like, I think I want to build that. That looks so fun. I'm trying to get on the golem kick. Those rock crabs looked really fun.
Yeah, that was very cool. I always knew that No Stone Unturned was like a good way to just get out the crabs in that fashion, especially with Rummagem. You can search out any one cost Earth Celestial in the game. So it's a really nice way, but I like how Cobalt built that list, even utilizing the lava list as a way to get back into it. I'm not going to lie, I was low-key holding my breath for an Archivist option as well. But at the same time, I'm like, I haven't seen a single Thunder, so maybe not. But it could have been. It very well could have been a side deck option. So
yeah, we've definitely seen it once before, and again, congratulations to Austin for taking that one. I think that was a hard fought match. Those games were so close, with Cobalt squeaking it out in game 2, and that game 1 we saw the Latagon really steamroll and take it over. The Enraged and Dazed mechanic is quite tricky to play around, and I think that Austin piloted that pretty well. Who knew that the evolution of a deck like the previous Firestorm artifact list with Earth Artifact transitions into this? Would you ever think that you'd play Latagon here, or would you maybe stick with Wasp Ivy?
No, I had no idea what that list. I'm still unsure of what it was, and we just watched an entire match. Maybe just a bit of understanding of the small synergies to make it work. But I mean, the caster made it happen. I don't know if there was anything else for the Latagon. Latagon may just be a way to get more value out of the Cyclone. Get a free pop and sit on an 8/5 body that can search Ambrosia. Maybe it was a situation where, like, we had the fire artifact list, so we don't know if Thyrsis was even an option for the list for the opponent's list. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name. Not Cobalt.
For Austin.
Yeah, for Austin. Don't know if that was an option for them, but I mean, just a really crazy list, and I cannot wait to see what happens. We now know that they are 5-2, so they have a chance of making it into top cut. Unfortunately, Cobalt at 4-3 will likely not make it into top cut, but if they make top 16, they do get a foamy Champion of Aphrodite. I think it's a great artwork.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and Cobalt is one of these insane cases. Very early on, I think it was the first person to secure their spot for Worlds anyways. And so it's one of these things where, while I would love to say, Cobalt, I will see you again, and I hope that the crabs do better next time. I also kind of hope that I don't see crabs at Worlds, because that might be the most terrifying thing in the future if we get more crab support and Cobalt's like, no, this is good, actually. That's the thing I want to do. Absolutely incredible. And this is not the last that we'll see of Cobalt, and definitely not the last we're going to see of Austin. I think that deck did perform very well. Hey, how's it?
I had to let my cat in because I heard her starting to claw at the carpet outside my door. So now she's here.
Kindred spirits, you and Kay. I feel like we at least have to have one fur baby at a time at the desk, and unfortunately mine's not around to say hello, but she was yelling at me. She's going to take her spot right next to me, and she'll be fine.
Hey Misty, what did you think about Moss Station?
I was gonna say, did that look I can't believe I'm interviewing a cat.
It was a really good play by both of these casters, so congratulations to both of them. Love the performance and love the uniqueness from the deck that they chose to bring here today. Those are definitely the type of lists where you just have to try to figure out what the room is to try and get the most out of them. I don't think they're refined at all. They're refined at all. Just got to figure out where it goes in at. Unfortunately for Cobalt, the situation there just came from not realizing the stats, which, you heard me counting the numbers and modifiers in the matchup several times. You had +2, +2, +2, but then you can go, I'm sorry, +2, +2, +1, but then you're going to add on +1, +1 after that one. But then you got to worry about the stats on the other side and what modifier. Like, it was a lot at one time. So I get the confusion, and unfortunately, just came down to, I still feel like especially in this situation, you still should have tried to have played it out, but I understand the frustration getting the most out of you there.
Yeah, there's also an argument to where, like, you are that low in spirits to where, Krakatuga can potentially burn you out before you can get to a final state of being able to hit into the Krakatuga, because I think it would only have taken one more turn, right? The idea is that you're right, like, Thyrisis was on the other Moss Station, but it was still being boosted by the the Fully Forest, and you were enchanting Earth Spirits to both. So eventually you'll be able to get over the Krakatuga, but
would have taken one more turn, but you would have got there.
Yeah, and even then, can you even do it in one more turn? We do know that there was Lavalus. We do know there is cards that can help deal with the board, and then even another Eruption would have been just completely over for the game anyways. And again, it's important to stress here, as we're getting to these later rounds, nerves are high, times are long, and these players are playing overnight. Oftentimes it's like 3 a.m. to 10 a.m. is when these casters are rearing to go and up and ready. And for Cobalt, when they won their first one, interviewing them, it's like, what time is it? And he's like, I don't know. I've been up all night, almost 24 hours now. And I'm like, you're insane. You're absolutely insane.
Yeah, and kudos to them for doing so. We love our casters all over the world today. So thank y'all for all being here. And if you guys haven't done so yet, please show your love, not just to Cobalt, but for all our casters today. Give them a round of applause. Show them you appreciate the content they're giving you by hitting a like on the stream or following on the Twitch channel, Elestrals Twitch channel right there. But I'd love to hear from you guys as well. Like, what do y'all think have been the best plays for you guys in this tournament? There have been so much, but I think it's everything to do with Champion Spectress that has been my highlight. Like seeing what that thing has done, seeing what Suppression has done this tournament. I want to see how far that can go and how much more that can be manipulated.
I'm picking mine's pretty easy. It's the Terror Sale list that we saw earlier. We got double Terror Sale into Nemesis shenanigans from Kitty the other day.
That was the base Terror Sale too,
earlier.
Right? Not new.
Base saves Terra Sail into the new one afterwards to boost up and make it shield immune is incredible. Also playing Aviolith as well. This deck was teched out to the 9s, or I think maybe
base
7s
Aviolith?
technically. Base Aviolith as well. It was wild.
Ooh, unreal. Well, we're going to let these casters settle. We're going to let the bracket settle. When we come back, we'll be able to tell you guys about our top 8 casters. Right now, Swole is going to take a break. I will be seeing you guys at top 8 along with Primary Artemis. And you guys better not go anywhere. Go get some water and snacks. And in a little bit, we'll be right back with more Elestrals.
I believe we're both ready here. The instant that Beanie decides to start torturing us. All right, Jigsaw, what do you have?
All right, lock in.
I'm locked in.
Yeah.
Snark. Yeah. Face of art. Yeah. That's so cute.
Yippee, yippee, yippee. Okay.
Look at him.
I love
Look
you,
at him.
Snark. That's another one that we need as a plushie. Desperately.
The issue is that Elestrals just has too many.
They're
they need
too
to do like
many.
a set of every Elestral, but it's like a little mini guy, I don't care if it takes a lot to manufacture them. We need.
Mm-hmm.
Who is that Elestral? No one ever asks how is that Elestral,
How is it? Yeah.
That's
so true. Next time, can we play How's That Elestral?
Like a Volt?
Like a Void Chant. Oh, I think you're right.
That's
It is like a Volt. Yeah.
That might be the alt art. There's 2 different alt arts, I think.
Yep.
Is that?
It's not the regular art. I don't know what
I don't-
one that is.
Is that an art that we've seen before?
Are those little things usually part of its design?
That's not. I feel like it doesn't have like a little crown
Is this
thing.
like champ of? Wait a minute.
No, that's not. Is that? Oh, it's a different angle. It's a toothpick changes everything. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
It was
okay.
Shattered Stars art. I was right. It's that it's
It's the Shattered
facing
Stars.
the other direction. That was the entire thing that messed with my brain.
Ooh, yeah, don't ever do that again.
It's literally just mirrored. It's like, that must be a different card.
This is a
It's
completely
gotta
different
be.
person. Yeah, I've never seen him before. Absolutely. Okay.
Cedar Sword?
Yeah, it's Cedar Sword. Dang it.
Is the I think this is the
Is this Stellar, right? No. It's the Shattered Stars one.
Shattered Stars one.
Yeah.
Yeah. from the Frost
He's a
month.
cute little one. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love this one. It's so adorable.
I like his mittens.
I
He
didn't
looks like he
realize
has
that.
little-
Yeah, those are little
snow mittens.
I love dinosaurs. Xenosaur's such a nice design.
I'm not as familiar with some of the Shattered Stars ones because those are ones I haven't sorted. My one advantage I have is not working for me with the Bandaloon.
Bandaloon, yeah. I think this is one of the Is this one of the alternates?
I think this is regular Bandaloon. I don't.
I think you're right. I think it is. I think.
Oh no!
Oh,
Wait.
it's the Stellar one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I know that the Shattered Stars one is like the wanted poster. It's the really cute one.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
the tournament pack one. Is the
Oh
the
right.
wanted poster.
It was almost-
Hey, close enough. Yeah.
Okay. I'm locked in.
Frame
What are
one.
we, 2-2?
Here we go.
Uh,
Okay, wait, hold on.
Oh, wait. That's a blob.
I don't think are there any defining features about this.
Is it like smoky? I don't.
It might be
Is it? I'm gonna say.
like foamy at like one of those weird angles where it's like looking at
Yeah, it's not clovey. That's too many bumps.
you. Yeah. This I'm surprised at how little detail is on this.
I know,
'cause I
I'm-
have no like it's
I'm
got to be one of
trying-
the E's, right? I think it's
Mm-hmm.
probably like foamy or something. I feel like there's a foamy where it's like swimming at the camera or something.
No. It's Nixamera Fallen Form.
Oh, it is. You're right.
I
Oh,
was like, wait a minute.
you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're totally right. Yeah, the full art. Okay.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. We're in the realm of sheep already.
Yeah. One of these has got to be like, it looks like it's clearly like Smoltuga, and then it's just a really awkwardly positioned Astrabbit.
I can't wait for when we start getting arts that Silver can do that to us with.
That'll be evil. That's Barabib.
Yeah, the
Yes.
baby.
That's the baby Barabib.
That's the
Yeah,
baby.
look at it.
No.
Oh,
Oh.
that's so cute.
I
Now,
love
there's a
Barabib.
great tiny Elestrals of blush. Sit
Yeah,
down.
there are too many little guys.
There are. They got too many. They gotta stop.
Yeah, can't
Your
believe.
Lestral too cute.
Yeah, she said one day I dream of becoming a stadium rune.
One day, I
Every
really
little
wanna.
Barabib dreams
wanna-
of this.
One day, I want to transition to the stadium room slot.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right.
Mhm.
What? Who will it be? Who is that Elestral? Who are they really?
Mhm.
What are their beliefs? Where do they lie on the political compass?
Yeah. I think really the pressing question is how is that Elestral? I think
Yeah.
Barabib, excellent. Having a great time.
You gotta be that pose, hanging
Mhm.
out. No?
Little. Oh, what? I feel like this is obvious. Is it Tad Bulb? No, that's not.
like Tadpuff.
Yeah. For some reason, Bulb existed in my brain.
Yeah, Tadpole. It reads to me like a Thunder Elestral with the tail.
Yeah, the little tail, but also like.
Oh, is it like Hypnosum?
Oh, is it?
Or like Ectopossum? Because like the tail kind of looks like.
Yeah, upside down. Not looking at this. I have no idea.
I have no clue. It looks like a ghost.
Tapping
It
out.
looks like a little ghostly blob.
Tapping out.
I cannot see. A lot of these are just like, it's not who. It's just like, what shape is that? Circle.
Yeah.
Like it's a circle. I don't know.
Throw a guess. Oh, okay. Well,
I said Tadpuff earlier.
I said Tadbulb. So
Yeah, Tad.
if we want to give
Tadpole.
that to me, if we want to let me have that.
I think that you should be allowed that. You know.
Thank you.
I got no clue what this one is.
I give up. I don't know.
It's a circle. I don't know. Like
Wound. Circle with a hat.
it's a little. It looks like it's got little lips on the side, like it's giving a big smooch. Like
No!
you're evil. You are evil. You are evil. Are you kidding me?
I ran a scene from above.
You predicted this, Kay. That's crazy. That's what art is this?
No way. Oh, it's the official stellar.
The official stellar is from above. Are you kidding me? Oh, I see. It's just at like a whack angle. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
He wants
We
to
got
see
one
us
more.
suffer. He is Jigsaw, actually. It's true.
Yes.
I
Not.
feel like I can like rotate my head now in case it's like this is Ardbuds, I'm pretty sure, right? This is like Stellar Ardbud.
Oh, with the three of them.
Yeah, doesn't Stellar Ardbud look something like this?
The Ard buddies.
yeah.
Is
Not
it
Stellar Ardbud.
is it Nobby? Is it Nimbug? Is it
It just gets every like little
just guess everything?
insect.
Uh
It looks like a paw, like rotated, you know? This is specifically Sparket's paw after the EFT because one of the nails is clipped. Next question.
Ah.
This
Okay,
is
wait,
evil.
is it the group of Catarant from the Dixonera art? They're over on the side. Wait, is it Catarant again? No. Oh, okay. Dang it. I give in.
Yeah, I have no clue what this is. It'd be like bears or something. Oh, yeah. I was never getting that.
Oh my gosh, Volumbra.
Is this like a stellar art or something like that?
This is one of the lunar phases. One of the reverse stellar lunar phases.
I think it's actually evil to get one out of a different art because like I don't think that's fair. Come on. How am I supposed to?
No
know that?
way.
Welcome back. It's so good to be here with you again, PK. How exciting is it to have seen the champion of Demeter show up? We are one solar match away from a bingo on all of the commentator predictions today.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Solar was one of the last ones to show up, but we'll see if it's in the top cut right now. We do have the top cut confirmed, which we'll get over in just a little bit, but I wanted to take this time to remind y'all right now that this is the time to show your support now more than ever. If you could, please share the stream out with your friends, Twitch or YouTube. It's all good. Include the hashtag #PlayElestrals and let everybody know the stream and event that you are enjoying this weekend. All of that goes so far to helping our community grow. I know I wanted as much as you guys, so let's do it all together. Thank y'all for being here, and I hope you guys enjoy these top 8 matches, as we are going to be showing off these top 8 casters who have made it with either a 6-1 or a 5-2 record, and this bracket looks phenomenal. Right now, we have Y Rebellion will be facing off against Mace of Hearts, which will be our stream matchups. Other matchups will be Chris Cheryl versus Kier, who placed, I believe, second from Kissimmee. So they're going to be back up here as well, wondering if they brought BlueStacks back to the fold. We have Bo, one of the most accomplished in-person Elestrals players, facing off against Adam Toy. I apologize, I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, but Adam is going to be facing off against Bo in the other matchup. And rounding out the bottom is a battle between 4th and 5th place, as we have Caleb.exe facing off against Kryber. Now, I do know that Caleb is on Hebufin. Can you remind me what Kryber is on?
They are on, we saw them earlier today. I believe they are on a Krakatuga package.
Okay, so Krakatuga versus Hebufin.
Or no, wait.
Hermes.
I believe they're on Hermes.
Yeah, Hermes versus Hebufin. I'm actually not sure how that one will go. Really interesting matchup that one will be. But our matchup will be 2 casters we have not seen on stream today or in a while from my perspective. Y Rebellion versus Mace of Hearts. So I have zero clue what these casters are going to be bringing, and we're going to be finding out on commentary as well as you guys at home. But feel free, and remember that on Twitch, the prediction will be live for this top 8 match when the match begins. So if you want to spend some of them channel points that you've been earning from watching this event all day long, feel free. We encourage you to do so. I would love to see your predictions. I'm going to stay neutral because I have no ability to call this one.
Well, Y Rebellion notably is our one undefeated caster of Swiss today, so it will be exciting to see if they keep the momentum going into the top cut here today. I know Y Rebellion has historically been a big Hermes supporter, so it will be exciting to see if we see some more pro Hermes moves on stream today.
I'm excited to see what these top 8 decks are all about. We're going to get a breakdown, of course, later on. But right now, we do know that there is at least one Hebufin and one Fireless in here. Kier, we can assume, would be on Blizz. Everybody else, I don't believe we've seen on stream yet, have we?
No, I don't believe so. So, exciting stuff today. I mean, there is a world in 3 feature matches left. We might make it to the end of the day without seeing Solar, PK.
Don't say that. I don't want it to be on. I really want to see Solar move because it's such a cool deck to watch. It's similar to what BlueStacks wants to do, except a bit more nuanced and consistent. Like deliberate is the word to use there. But I mean, we just gotta hope that one of his casters are actually on it. Y Rebellion, I have zero idea. Bo, wondering if we're seeing a new version of the Aethros parade list that they piloted to a top cut finish at Kissimmee. Adam, a caster who I'm unfamiliar with in terms of what they've been bringing today. And well, Caleb, I would love to see Hebufin on tournament as well. Like getting to 6-1 with Hebufin, that's cool. Is this Hebufin's first top cut?
It's very possible. I can check the archives here.
That'd be very cool if that was Hebufin's first top cut. Love that for that little guy. Hebufin being empowered by the new Fendus champion of, I believe, Aeolus, making it just really powerful. And 7-2 body suppressing everything on the field while in attack. It's a cool card. I wanted to play
as well. I don't see any Haboofentops in the archive, so, might be the first one going into the books today.
Let's see how this one plays out. I am looking forward to what you guys have to say regarding the event using hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. And at this point, we're just kind of spinning our wheel waiting for the players to get set up.
Absolutely, absolutely. While we do that for a minute, PK, we're so close to unlocking Panzer for Awakened.
Oh yeah, the last gear I saw, it was like, first of all, I think that the way the Kickstarter has gotten so supported is unreal. Like, not that I didn't think the project was worth backing, but man, is it going above and beyond what I expected. We are 12 days left to go, over 3,400 backers for this project, and we are so close to Panzer being added to the game as well. I mean, look, and then after Panzer gets added on, we're going to be aiming for a speed run mode, and unreal, incredible.
Think of how beautiful the feature matches will be once all those promos get into people's hands and we see all those beautiful full arts and stellars on stream.
I am excited to see what these new cards do. I think the Awaken project is going to be fantastic. The artwork and the art direction is so phenomenal. I love seeing the cascade of lighting go through that entire game. I did my own promo for the Awaken project as well. Elestrals Awaken, I should say. And I mean, I think it's going to be something that turns up a lot of people in the monster catching genre on its head. People should be excited for this thing. It looks to be bringing on a whole new perspective on the genre with a unique flair and a great lore that should be giving everybody something new to digest in the genre. I'm excited to see what this game is going to be. Just look at it. Again, just go to the Kickstarter for Elestrals Awaken. It's going to be, you will see what it's all about.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're starting to get ready here for the Y Rebellion and the Mace of Hearts matchup. We've talked about them a little bit. Y Rebellion has had 3 top 8s in 2025 premieres. We'll see if they can clinch a victory this time, and Mace of Hearts no slouch themselves with 1 top 8 regional today. So 2 very proficient casters we will get the delight of observing here for this game.
And we do have, remember that we're now in the top 8 position point of this tournament. So now everyone will be fighting for, everyone in the top 16 will be getting some QP points. But now we're trying to figure out who's going to be getting more Premier Packs, who's going to be getting a box of Lifestream, who is trying to get more boxes of Lifestream, who is going to be winning for a lot. There's a lot of prizes on the line. These casters already have so much. Just being top 8 will get you 50 qualifying points going forward. But I mean, you need 250 to make it to Worlds. You want to get more Premier Packs because those things are just gorgeous, along with the 2 you get just for entering. Hey, when are we getting you in the next tournament? When's your next showing?
Well, I would have been in if I wasn't commentating today, so we'll see when I roll out next. Who knows if I'll make it to a top 8 anytime soon, but, I was talking to Swole earlier, talking about, Elestrals is a game I love and I think is a lot of fun, and I had a conversation with myself once upon a time, do I want to win these things or do I want to come out and have fun? And I said, having fun's the most important to me, so I tend to bring strange decks that surprise people, but maybe one of these days I'll decide to bring something that's designed to win instead of just, have fun.
I need to lock in, because I need to win that Centaur.
Gotcha.
I don't care so much about, but don't get me wrong, being able to achieve for Worlds would be incredible. But my major motivator is to earn that Centaur and have that in my list. That's what I want. I want to be able to say, I want a premiere, I have the Centaur, I want to be like Bo and play it out just like anybody else. Because I think that new Centaur has a decent effect that can be utilized if you get to the right position and can really keep your opponent on the back foot. But you just gotta work to it's a card you have to work for, but I think that's what makes any sort of victory with Champion Centaur that much more deserved and rewarding. So we'll have to see if I can make it there, but we gotta see when I can actually enter and compete, which is a whole nother thing.
Yeah, for sure.
These events though, I really do enjoy just being able to watch these events. I play as often as I can, but just being able to watch Elestrals it's unlike any other card game that I've played. I want to see more Nexusine coming out in this meta. I just want to see more of it. Like whatever it can be, I want to see more of it.
Elestrals is not the first card game I got really into, but it is the first card game that I actually just like watching the events for, even if I don't get to participate or if I get out early in the day. It's just a lot of fun to watch casters who are very skilled pull off amazing maneuvers like we've seen all day long.
Yeah, these casters are really getting into the bag, and the more that Elestrals library expands with every new set, the more strategies we're going to be seeing start getting filled out. I keep telling everybody that when the champion of the meter list gets more and more cards, that will become a threatening board. Right now we only have 4, but regardless, looks like we are ready to go. Top 8 of the Webcam Premier Tournament begins now. Wide Rebellion versus Mace of Hearts, 2 casters we have not seen on stream yet, but look at their mats. They definitely have some accolades to them, so we should be aware and watch out for their play, as we already see an expend of 2 water coming out from Wide Rebellion.
Yep, I believe we're just seeing a mulligan here. 2 water is an interesting drop. We were talking about before how Wide Rebellion is a historically big Hermes player, so maybe a different brew today from them.
We'll have to see. When it comes to water, there's no idea. There's no way to tell what it's going to be. Like, this is such a malleable element. They can do so much offensively and defensively. Just think of all the water decks we've seen on stream today. So no idea what it's going to be. Looks like the player on the right will be on the play. Mace of Hearts will be on the play. And is that Fun Glow? Oh, looks like Wide Rebellion's on the right side.
We had the name.
Spinef. That's okay. Spinef searching out Hermes.
This all makes much more sense now.
Wait, what were you confused by?
Well, the names were opposite before, and I was like, oh, why Rebellion expended water? And then we saw Spinosect come out on the Mace of Hearts side.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
We got it lined up, ready to go. Spinef searching out Hermes, so now we're ready to go and threatening a Spinosect Ascension on the next turn. Wide Rebellion currently undefeated at this point. Mace of Hearts 5-2, I believe, squeaking into top 8 at the last second, as we have Foamy, champion of Aphrodite, searching out a 2-cost water Elestral, likely revealing a Locagon here. And that is going to be it. The box topper Locagon does look great with Aphrodite beside him. And Tadpuff comes out. Tadpuff. We are threatening the big Ascension, but going for this with 2 back row, kind of bold, don't you think?
Yeah, but works. Apparently those back row are not live. We didn't see a P-Box, we didn't see a Gorgons.
You have to go for the recovery of a water right now, and you have to wonder if Gorgon Gaze is there. But no, it's PTA. So if Locagon is in hand, a base Locagon, you are able to play that and keep something on board.
And it's coming. There's the Aphrodite.
Aphrodite is going to search out the Locagon, wondering if it's going to be a secondary champ Locagon, so we keep our presence on board while also threatening the field. And it is.
And it is going to be a champ Locagon. You got it, PK. You know what's going on here.
Yeah, I've watched this deck enough to pick up what Julian would not be happy with me if I did not understand that line of play. But yeah, keeping the champion of Locagon, allowing your opponent, is very similar to what you can see with Cold Malice, where you want to prepare yourself for the next turn, knowing that you're not going to keep that around for this turn right here. As we have a cast out of...
Is that a base Locagon?
That's a stellar base Locagon. It is. So now we're just letting you know that, hey, we can play out base other Locagon right now, champ Locagon, and we are activating the other face down. I cannot see. Oh no, we're destroying it, and it looks like that's a trickery.
So that's an interesting move here from Mace. I still kind of would have expected the other champ Locagon to come down and save base Locagon for another turn.
I agree. But I guess really wanting to just keep the Elestrals off board and clear the board, and I can see value in that. We're paying off a Lunar and a Wind to take out the champion Locagon. Base Locagon, stellar base Locagon, comes out as gets destroyed as well, remains on the field as well, excuse me, and is sitting at Not sure what the spirit count is right now. We've seen a lot of spirit manipulation on Mace's side, as we have Hermes comes out for Wild Rebellion. Hermes could send out a carry on or be a carry off play to destroy the other Locagon. So I feel like Mace should have kept that in mind and maybe considered the other Champ Locagon for their play here. But all the same, we have Champ Locagon, the top 16 Champ carry off, going to the underworld to destroy the Locagon.
Now, why Rebellion real low on spirits? Mace may have held the Locagon because another Tadpuff was in the hand all along. We'll have to see what they do on their next turn here.
These full art spirit arts are my favorite. Shatterstar Season 1 did it so good. Saya Nectar comes out here searching out a poison tip arrow, most likely the Omni counter rune, not Artemis' arrow, and going to be able to just try to keep pressure and presence on the field as they build up. But look at why Rebellion spirits already at 6. That Hermes has to send an Aviolith on that next turn. Otherwise, why Rebellion is going to be playing on a thread the rest of this game.
Absolutely. And if they do have another Tadpuff play, even if it gets poison tipped arrowed, they could potentially just drop another base Locagon here and pop the Hermes to prevent an Aviolith play.
Yeah, absolutely. We do know that Champ Locagon is a hand, as we have, is that two?
That is base Peliquarius.
Peliquarius. Oh, Stellar Peliquarius. Okay, look at that. Being able to stretch out a Water Celestial, likely going to be the Tadpuff here, but is not going to be able to get out the Champ Locagon this turn. So Wild Rebellion should sit comfortable. I was going to say maybe not play the PTA, but if you don't have anything to help get over the Peliquarius, then, that's a good sign for Mace, understanding that, hey, he doesn't have anything else to deal with a 4 defense. Let me play off around that, as well as getting rid of the PTA that can stop out your Champ Locagon on the next turn. It's not a bad play going on here. I wonder if Mace is playing the 2-2 balance of the Locagon.
Might be 3-3,
Might be 3-3. We've seen that too.
Everyone on the 3-3,
Well, Saya Nectar is sitting on the field while Rebellion is feeling comfortable. If we have a way to daze the Saya Nectar, we could search for another PTA as well, although then you're going to deal with a dazed Saya Nectar. But all the same, I think the play here should be the Aviolith. Somehow, if you have it in hand, that'd be even better, because then you can heal up later while still dealing in damage for 2.
Absolutely. There's always the chance. We've seen multiple decks playing 2 Divines. Maybe Dionysus is in here somewhere.
We are just thumbing through the hand, trying to figure out our next play. The PTA is already resolved, and we are thumbing over the Hermes. We are going to disenchant here. Likely going to be, it's either a carry off or an Aviolith. And it is going to be Champ Aviolith. That's going to bring 4 Wind Spirits back to the Spirit deck, bringing Wild Rebellion up to 9, giving him the Spirit lead, and also threatening 1 point of damage so far on the field. That's a good Aviolith right there, and likely 2 more just winning in the wings.
Absolutely.
You definitely hate to see the Aviolith go down without being able to re-enchant to another Hermes, because that double Hermes play is the real bread and butter of any Hermes list.
And expend a draw from Y Rebellion here, maybe digging for a Spinosect or another Hermes to go off with on their next turn.
That is rough. And expend the draw, no back row set, no new Elestral Blade, and Champ Locagon is in hand. Tadpuff is being played out on the special, which allows you to go straight into Champ Locagon, heal up for 1, and if we have another Locagon in the deck, well, this is just going to get out of hand real quick. We're going to take
we see the disenchant from Aphrodite.
And there's the base Locagon. That is number 2 of each. So Mace is just keeping up the parade of monsters that Wild Rebellion is not exactly prepared to deal with.
Absolutely. No, without back row, no way for Wild Rebellion to stop the 4 damage coming to their face here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think they just drew their cards, just like, what's going to go on here. Ready to expend their cards and accept the fact this may be over. Lunar, Wind is the expenditure. 4 spirits left, no cards on field, facing down 2 back row, Aphrodite and Locagon. If Wild Rebellion, what can you actually draw here? Maybe a Specteris. Specteris to run over the base Locagon could at least contest this field here.
You have Not enough spirits left for a Spinosect play, so you would need Ambro and Spinosect would be an option potentially.
Doubt we're having Ambro in this list with Hermes, but it is possible. We could have Hermes. We could have Ambro alongside Champion Aviolith. But all the same, that we're just mulling over, trying to figure it out what the next play is. At the same time, there is value in retaining information, not showing too much, not trying to struggle anymore, accepting the game state, and just going next. Let's see what Vibe Rebellion chooses to do.
Oh.
That is an Earthquake coming out to destroy one of them. That takes out half of your spirits, though, left on 2. If Spectrus is in hand, it can threaten the Lockagon. Oh, Aphrodite Soulmates. You can scoop this one up. That is a rough situation to try to come back from. Aphrodite, this list has to be inspired by Julian's winning list from the last Premier tournament. That is an insane situation to have to see at that point. And yeah, you just kind of just say, yeah, it's over. Go next. It's okay. You learned a lot. You saw the matchup. Adjust and go for game 2.
Yeah, we can get the spoiled fruits out of the side deck here. Some of those tools that really hurt the Lockagon strategy.
I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe we'll see Chronodial in the side with Mace here after what Julian pulled off in round 1. But yeah, at this point, you just kind of check out. It's not like you didn't play well. It's just how the cards played out. Tadpuff is a really crazy card that really turbos out Lockagon. And that's pretty much all we saw. We saw Dratagua search out one Lockagon. We saw Aphrodite search Lockagon. We saw Tadpuff and Peliquarian. Otherwise, that was Lock Turbo, just pressuring with the 2 beasts as often as they could. And Wild Rebellion just did not have the pieces to keep up.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we're seeing from Lock players today that not having back row removal's okay. When you just can keep adding water guys to your hand with Aphrodite, you will eventually get there.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Wild Rebellion is in a situation where you have to hope that, I mean, I don't think the play was bad. I think Hermes was fine. Maybe the right cards just did not pop up at the right time.
Absolutely.
Having to Aviolith champ without a second Hermes on field feels really bad. And we saw an uncharacteristic play of Hermes from Wild Rebellion. We did not see the parade of disenchants and underworld plays and all that like we normally see from a Hermes strategy. So it could just be didn't see the right cards at the right time. Maybe your opponent just saw too much at the right time. What the play is, hear me out. I think there is value in going second versus Lockagon.
Force them to either do nothing or put 2 locks on the field for no reason, basically.
Exactly. Or just try to threaten up something, and then you can start bouncing and try to maintain control from there while also threatening damage. Now, mind you, Lockagon can play rather low spirit count, so you got to get the low. But as long as you keep them off of Elestrals on board, it could work. But I think there's an argument for it. We do have Spinosect coming out here first once again, getting a search of another Hermes. If there is one Hermes in hand for Wild Rebellion going into this matchup, then we could be set up for the premier Hermes play that deck is known for. But in this scenario, Andrew, how would you adjust your list and your strategy to deal with the Lockagon board right now?
I mean, Spoiled Fruit, I think, has got to come in. It is a cheap, effective counter rune that snuffs out a Lockagon play. Maybe even Dense Fog. We talked earlier about how Dense Fog is good in Hermes because you don't really have effects on your opponent's turn you care about. It looks like we got an expenditure from Mace here to go search the Lockagon once again, maybe signaling there is once again a Tadpuff in hand. If we get a turn 1 Tadpuff into double lock, it'll be real rough here, I think.
Nectar of the Gods getting Mace a double draw now. And now we already have Tadpuff. You got to have Gorgon Gaze right now. Looks like we do not. The play goes through. Lockagon is coming out. Do we have Aphrodite in hand? If so, then the parade.
They already searched the Lockagon. It doesn't matter. They have 2 Lockagon.
Oh, right. They did search it. Yes, we don't even need Aphrodite. That is Dense Fog, though. So while you do get the heal of 1, you don't get the Lockagon out. If you can get over it, then you're fine. Do you have Earthquake in hand? Oh
Let's
wait, we
find
have
out.
Hermes in hand. We have Earthquake in deck. Carry on.
That's true. Or potentially a Spinosec to play.
We have a face down being played. I can't quite see what it is. It destroyed the lock. Was that Earthquake?
It was resting on your laurels.
Ah, resting on your laurels. Also a way to get over that board right now. I think resting is in one of his best places right now, as we have another card being played out. Again, hard to make out.
Cyanectar. Cyanectar
Yeah,
PTA.
I can tell by searching the PTA. But yeah, Cyanectar coming out here. So now just trying to, once again, retain board control. One Tadpuff, one Lockygod Champ already expended. So Rye Rebellion has a decent lead. Just keep that up.
Absolutely. We know that there's a base Locagon in Mace's hand, though, so that is a threat why Rebellion will have to keep in mind for the rest of this clash.
Mace of
And
Hearts
see
is going to
Cyanectar
draw.
swing in for one and back to Mace of Hearts. So let's see if they have a second Tadpuff 2 games in a row.
Oh, they have a second Tadpuff by way of Peliquarius.
I feel like are we watching the replay of last game, PK?
I think that's just how consistent this deck is right now, and that's scary to say. Because now you got to deal with the 4 defense that is going to be threatening something, the Lockygons on the next turn. So using the little guys to play out the big guys, what a really consistent way to play for this Lockygon build. Again, I wonder how inspired this list is from Julian's winning list on October 11th.
Absolutely. We saw Rebellion spend the PTA on the Pelly again. I really feel like in these positions, you need to hold the PTA to make sure you get rid of a Locagon when it drops.
I think it's just indicative of how poor the board is right now. But I agree that the PTA should be more valued against the Locagon versus the Peliquarius, where once it's done its effect, it's just a no effect Elestral. It doesn't do anything. It's 3-4. Like, yeah, you may not be able to get over it, but they're not getting over you. I would hold. I agree.
And surprisingly, we haven't seen Hermes yet.
You know what? Second Cyanectar gives you another PTA. It now doesn't matter. It's fine. We're going to search out a second PTA. We're going to be able to attack for 2. We're going to be able to show up against the Locagon that will be coming out thanks to the second Tadpuff. The question here is, do we have a Gorgon's Gaze? Because I feel like at this point, if you do have a Gorgon's Gaze face down, you Tadpuff that next one. But I'm sorry, you Gorgon's Gaze the Tadpuff. But Hermes coming out here, expending 2 to mill. Well,
probably Aviolith in this position.
Could be Carry On. It is going to be Aviolith, going to heal that back up, and I see value there. But I mean, I also see value in it being Carry On just to do a little bit more damage. I wonder if
12
put the
Spirits,
back on
3
Hermes.
damage isn't going to put that much pressure on Mace of Hearts, though, I feel.
No, but the lower the better.
That's true.
The lower the better, but we are going to put it back on the Hermes. So Hermes is now sitting with 6 spirits on it as the Cyanectars in front deal 2 points of damage.
And 2 face downs from Y Rebellion. Let's all hope that there's a Gorgons there.
Well, I mean, you know one of them is PTA. Here comes the Tadpuff. Do we have a Gorgon's Gaze next to the Hermes? And it doesn't look like there is. Yeah, the hands are down, the cards are folded. We are just
another foamy. Oh no!
Yeah.
We're searching another Locagon.
Yeah, that's not great because now we know Champ Locagon into base Locagon is very real. But what if there's another Dense Fog down there?
It could happen. It could happen.
Dense Fog PTA would be pretty potent. Have a second carry off in your deck. Destroy the second Champ Lock.
I feel like you do need to PTA the Champ Lock here to make sure it's not going to stick around.
Okay.
Yep.
So we are going to PTA off of the Hermes and Dense Fog. Fantastic.
Now that is the play you
understanding
need.
the assignment. You keep them off of locks every single turn.
Absolutely. So Mace of Hearts starting to run out of Locagons to lock with. If Rebellion can keep this up, they are on a wonderful trajectory for this clash.
Yeah, you drop another Aviolith now, maybe put it on Hermes, and then you build wide if you can and just go from there. Maybe dump a Carry On, but I think, no, that was probably just straightening the board. If you have any other back row to set, again, you have to play it out now. But, I mean, that's the second Champ Locagon taken out, right?
2 Champ Lockagon, 2 Tad Puff, 2 Foamy. So Mace of Hearts really running low on resources here. And is
Haparu? Is that Haparu?
Haparu? I think that's Haparu.
Hold up, I'm trying to see. We have a Pandora's box here. Milling
On Hermes effect.
Okay. We have a lot of things going on here, but we do have damage going offside Nectar. I think that is Haparu. So if we see that, we are going to see a top 3. It is Haparu. Looks like Gorgon's Gaze.
Yep,
Man,
and
they
another
are killing the
Haparu.
Pandora's box, but they are killing us with this quality here. But I mean, something was added to hand, so whatever it was, Mace should be terrified. As with 4 spirits left, Drotagwa has to be the play. And well, you know what? That's Drotagwa. There it is. 4 defense, able to heal up 2. This is one of the best ways you can shore up. But the problem is, Haparu will be attacking around that Drotagwa for 1 and recurring resources every single turn. And you still have 1 more mill on the Hermes left.
Absolutely. Y Rebellion has enough spirits here to potentially just get rid of the Drotagwa with a carry-on and swing in to take Mace down to 0.
Let's see how this one plays out. Looks like we're milling to carry off to destroy it, and yeah, that's going to be all that she wrote if the attacks go through. And that is going to be a scoop. We are now tied here in top 8 between Mace of Hearts and the undefeated Y Rebellion. Game 3 happening very soon. But that matchup was exciting. And again, assignment understood. Keep them off of lock. We saw Mace playing as hard as they could, making sure they can get to the Tad Puff and to the Lockagons, and every single time it was snuffed out. Fantastic play by Y Rebellion.
Absolutely, absolutely. I feel like Mace of Hearts here made all of the right moves, just like I feel like Rebellion made the right moves in Game 1. Rebellion just had the extra couple of cards this time, I think. I think we're seeing 2 expert casters on their strategies really duke it out here today.
Yeah, these 2 casters know exactly what they're doing, and I think it just comes down to Mace understanding. I have a single focus game plan. All of my cards are geared towards this strategy, and it will retain. The problem is you have to get to that strategy. If you hurdle twice and then you're tripped up twice, what do? You saw the Peliquaries, which is pretty much setting you back an entire turn. And while Y Rebellion's Elestrals were rather small, being able to be walled by a 4 defense Elestral, the amount of removal options and recovery in the deck allows it to go around the defenses and the pressuring that Mace is telegraphing so thoroughly. That's probably the biggest weakness of Lockagon decks, especially this version, Lockagon Turbo. It's telegraphed. You know what is coming. You know what to expect. Looks like these casters are ready to go, wasting absolutely no time. Game 3 on the horizon. Mace of Hearts on the play. Game 3 is here.
Y Rebellion's undefeated streak for the competition on the line in this best of 3 last match. So it'll be exciting to see what we see here. And I think we are starting with a mulligan from Y Rebellion.
Yeah,
needing to go get some of those better cards.
Definitely not what you want to see, but in a deck that can recover as thoroughly, as easily as Hermes can, that's kind of fine, right? But have to wonder how bad the hand was from a Hermes list. I mean, what do you see? All area lists, all champ carry off?
It happens.
Oops, all area lists.
I mean, hey, you get a Hermes turn 1 and send the Aviolith, you get all the spirits back. It was a free mulligan.
I mean, I guess you're not wrong, but you had to spend an area list. All the same, though, we have to see how it goes if we are expending 2 more. Wait, is that 2 more?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Mulligan 2. Will we see Mulligan 3?
I hope not. I don't think we can. Like, that's a really rough spot. And now you have to open immaculately in this next hand in order to try and make the most out of those 4 spirits being expended. Maybe do a little power shuffle. I don't know. We got a cut right there. Maybe do another riffle, like, you know, a little hand shuffle right there. But we're just going to top 5, and you got to keep this no matter what, I would say. And I think we are going to settle. Maybe not too happy, but we are going to settle. Mace of Hearts will be on the play here. And if it's the setup for Lockagon, I really hope Y Rebellion pulled perfectly.
Absolutely. We will...
Are we still considering a mulligan?
Is this the legendary third mulligan?
There is no way we're getting a third. We're seeing a third mulligan in top 4.
What did I tell you, PK? Well, if your deck is good, you just mulligan 3 times until you have the perfect hand.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone mulligan 3 times and win. I would love to be proven wrong here. Would love that standard to be broken. Would love it to work out in his favor. But man, is that shocking.
Well, you know, I haven't looked at Y Rebellion's side deck, but maybe they sided in the Chrysor, and now they're going to attack direct and heal all those spirits back, you know?
I mean, you got to see a Hermes. Double Hermes, hopefully. Let's see what we have here. Y Rebellion going for the cut here. I don't even know if I would cut like that. Maybe just cut the top 6 cards. And, I mean, at this point, are we going for 4?
Go for
I think we
broke.
might be happy with this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're happy with this one. Just antsy to play as we have Champion Foamy coming out, searching the Aphrodite on Cast Out, which, you know, now we know we're going to be searching something, a duplicate in the future. Look at we're searching out the Foamy, which is going to allow us to discard and search out a 2-cost Elestral. So you got to get past the Foamy now. And I believe this Foamy is a 3 defender, correct? Yes, it is.
It is. But on 3 mulligans, you know, we got to hold out hope that Y Rebellion has the perfect hand to clinch this game now.
Hermes needs to be in hand. But I'm trying to think, if you go over this, if you mulligan 3 times, you need the perfect hand. Like, you don't need Spy Nymph. You need Hermes. You need to Hermes carry off Cyan Nectar, search PTA, and then attack him for 1. Like, you got to do all the most spirit efficient plays until you're back in control in this game. And instead, we are going to play Spy Nymph in defense. It does search out the Hermes, but yikes.
Maybe there's a second Hermes in hand. We're going to see Aviolith plus Spinosect or something, maybe.
I mean, double Hermes in hand would be incredible. I'm not going to hold you. That would, again, that would get out the Aviolith. You can enchant to another Hermes or back to the Spirit deck. Then you can get out the Carry Off, pop the Foamy so they can't easily get to the Lockdown next turn. It's possible.
Okay, we're going fully loaded on the Hermes here. Hermes
As you
fully
should.
loaded.
Hermes fully
The 2
loaded,
off.
getting a mill, and do you think it's going to be Carry Off? Or, I don't think you can worry about the Spirit deck right now. I think you need to worry about the 4, and it is going to be a Carry Off.
Now you just really hope that the Tadpuff isn't in hand.
Now you really hope that whatever back row you set is enough.
Okay. Do we have the second Hermes?
We do!
Yes! Second
Okay!
Hermes!
Movement! Now we have something dangerous we can do. We can play a carry-on right now and go off and be able to hit for 1. Actually, no. Never mind. We have 5 spirits in Spirit deck. Please send an
Aviolith.
Please send an Aviolith.
Hermes is desperate for some Lycoris.
Hermes is desperate for some Lycoris, for some love right now. It needs a whole lot and a couple of dreams too. But Hermes is going to be played out for a 2. And we are healing up for back to. Is it going to go to a Hermes? It is going to go to a Hermes, and I actually understand that. That's those spirits in Spirit deck. You just want to keep them there at this point. Like, don't get them extended if you can.
There's
And
always
2
a
face
chance
downs.
there's a trickery.
And 2 face downs as well. Yeah, we could have a trickery. We are playing. Is that Peliquarius?
I believe that's Tratogwa.
Okay. Yeah, I see it. They defended it in the other direction. But yes, there is Tratogwa coming up there, allowing them to search out a Lockdown, I believe, with Aphrodite.
Absolutely, but it's going to eat a PTA.
And I value that completely. Are you going to go for a Nexus to search out an Aquatic Elestral? We are playing. What is that?
Tornado.
Is that Tornado? Is that
That's
Tornado?
Tornado!
Oh, no! That is devastating. All of those spirits to the underworld. That entire setup gone.
And
Tornado?
We're doing it the Nexus to search here despite the fact that the Tratog was not going to survive this turn.
I mean, is Tadpuff an Aquatic?
Doesn't matter. We eat a P box here.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you have to, but that is so tornado.
Why Rebellion really hoping for an Aviolith in hand here? An Aviolith in hand will allow him to defend, potentially use a Trickery to swap out for another Aviolith, do a double heal play. There are still some moves why Rebellion can get out here, even on those spirits.
I am scared for why Rebellion, like just so many spirits were spent without you getting any value out of them. And I mean, you have a playable hand now, but look at the spirit count, 15-3.
And I think the Hermes left on field only has one spirit on it.
I believe so. Are we going to spend to destroy the? I mean, we have to, right? Yeah, we do have to, and we take that. So now we're down to 2 in spirit deck. Utilizing the tornado before the Pandora's box and the PTA could even be played out. Crazy. Rough situation for Wild Rebellion. What do you do?
Hope for the Aviolith, or maybe they play Ambro in the list. We don't know.
I mean, Aviolith in hand is so risky because if you take 1 point of damage, you're going to lose before you can heal up. But it would be something.
That's true. That's true.
Aviolith in hand, sit on it, cast out Spider Stack for the next turn over the Aviolith. That's something.
Well, if you cast the Aviolith, you have 0 spirits in deck. So you can't ascend on it.
Right. Yeah. Man. Jeez. I am thinking like what the win con could be for Wild Rebellion. It was just, like, I don't know what those first 3 hands were, but to have to mulligan 3 times in top 8 after going undefeated is really rough.
Ambrosia and Hermes!
Ambrosia is here. Playing from the spirit deck, maybe? We are playing from the spirit deck, going up to 4 and bringing back 2 win, like the 2 win and a lunar. Are we considering a carry-off play?
It's very possible. Now the Aviolith play doesn't feel so bad if they have it in hand.
Second Hermes. So we're likely going to mill 1 Aviolith, go to the other Hermes with those spirits, and then play the main card you want off of the first Hermes.
Absolutely.
So we're getting back into the game. There is a second Aviolith spent, so we can only do this 1 more time. We also had to lose a Hermes for our, well, not lose it, is in our hand. So technically, you could put it on in the spirit deck and then play the other Hermes on it.
Now,
No,
I don't think
putting
we've
it on
seen
the
a
base
normal
Hermes.
action from them yet, so it's possible they go for a carry-off play here into an Ascension of some kind, but we'll have to see.
That's
That's carry-off, yeah.
That's carry-off? Okay.
Carry-off. Stellar carry-off.
Oh, beautiful. All right, so now the Stellar carry-off is now on the field. The Spine Nip is going to be staying in defense, which at this point, I'm probably pushing for everything that I can, because if you can get over the carry-off, you can get over the Spine Nip.
We see the Ascend.
The carry-off.
Carry-off. Okay.
Okay, so now we have a big body that meets a poison tip.
Oh, PTA. Oh, no.
That is very rough. Not where you want to be, but we have some plays being made. The other Hermes, bringing back the Aviolith to the deck. So I mean, that there's an option, there's a benefit from that. But now you just gotta hold on and maintain. Hope that there's nothing.
If Y Rebellion can survive another turn, they can heal off of the Aviolith they added back. So
yep. So it's not the worst scenario. The hustle is very real. But I mean, every single play here has to be tight, and you have no room to even play back row. Like, this entire game is Mace's to lose here, but it is a game that Mace can lose. Y Rebellion just needs to make every play possible and make sure that you do not make any mistakes from here on out. The attack in for 2, and then going to just spend 2 brings Mace of Hearts down to 9 to Y Rebellion's 1, and 2 to 3 spirits underneath the Hermes. Is that 2 or 3? You know.
I believe it's 2.
Uh-oh.
Tadpog.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. That's going to go to Champ Lockagon, and if base Lockagon is already in hand, this might just be over. Oh, just flexing the Stellars right now.
There we
and
go.
Gorgon's Gate, and we're just kind of revealing everything. I think that's Spy Nymph in hand. So, yeah, I think that is going to be all that she wrote. The unfortunate triple mulligan from Y Rebellion, essentially closing that game out for him. Man, that is rough to see.
Yep. I mean, Y Rebellion has had a good day going undefeated in Swiss, but you get to the top cut where all the best players are out in full force and anything can happen. The Divines need to be a little bit in your favor with your hands and your draws when you get to top cut and everyone's at the top of their game.
It's rough to see, right? Like you can't blame them for the play, but I am so incredibly curious about how poor those hands were that you had to mulligan 3 times in a row. You tried your best, but I think the cinch there, who would have expected Tornado?
I mean, what a smart side deck option from the opponent there.
I agree, yeah.
Mace of Hearts. I assume Mace of Hearts doesn't play that main deck, right? But
specifically for Hermes players. Like, you want to load up on one Divine, bet, do it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it was, a very smart play by Mace. In any other world where that tornado didn't show up, I think Y Rebellion would have been in a real good position to continue recycling their heals and getting back the advantage they lost on the 3 mulligans.
I agree. There's a situation where the things just did not work out, and sometimes the cards just happen like that. They will not work out in your favor all the time. But I just can't get over it, the 3 mulligans. At the same time, good patient play by Mace of Hearts there. Absolutely not overcommitting, not being too aggressive, understanding the situation and your advantage there, and just play towards it. Because you're already playing against Hermes. Hermes is going to have to spend spirits from his spirit deck to get his board established. So you hold on to your tornado of all cards and say, hey, you load up and you try your best, and I'm going to break you for your struggles. That's exactly what happened, and the game just fell apart from there.
What a wonderful day of unsung hero cards.
Really? Yes. Like, even in top 8, who had their parlay on Tornado short of top cut? No, nobody. There's nobody who would have said that but Mace of Hearts. Congratulations to them for making it to top 4. We'll see if they can make it to finals and how far they can take Lakagon. Will Lakagon repeat? That is the story that is on the line right now. We have 3 other top 8 matches waiting to close out and ready to happen. I'm going to see if we can get any results there before. I'm not going to say anything. Producer, but I just want to look. And it looks like we're waiting on 1 matchup. The other 2 are finished as well. So we're waiting on 1 matchup before we can go to top cut. So just hang tight with us and we'll get you guys the information as soon as we can. But in the meantime, I want to hear from you guys. I'm looking at the chat. I'm seeing a lot of just shock and awe at how that result matched up as well. Would love to know from you guys using the hashtag #PlayElestrals what you thought of the triple mulligan happening as well. Unfortunately, we are still not seeing Solar. We have 2 more matches left to go, so I hope my prediction comes through there. I would love if my prediction wasn't made to be false. But yeah, Adam, what do you hope? We don't know any of the other decks. We have Chris Chirrup versus Kier, which is probably Blizz. We have Bo, which is probably April's Parade versus Adam. And we have Caleb.exe or Hebufin versus Kryber, who's on Fire Artifact. Interesting that's the matchup we haven't had concluded yet.
Kryber is also on Hermes, I believe, right?
Was it Hermes or was Fire Artifact?
I think it was Hermes, but we'll see if they make it on, and we'll grab them in stream. Maybe Hermes can get its run back. So we'll see. There's got to be a couple of Solar casters in the top here. It's got to show up, right? We got to get your prediction. Got to get our commentator bingo done.
Hopefully, I would love that. But right now, we're just waiting on the top results to match up. But until we get those final matchups lined up, we are going to take a quick break for you guys. So we're going to, well, actually, I will come back here with Swole to talk about who's making it to top 4 and what's going on from there. I want to thank you all for hanging out with me. Do not go anywhere yet. Top 8 results and top 4 matches are happening on your screen very soon. Boy, oh boy, what a long day of Elestrals it's been. We are up to the top 4 casters from the final Premier Tournament from October. Only our 3rd Premier Tournament in Lifestream format, 2nd on webcam. And this has been so exciting for us to just really enjoy what these casters are bringing. The last ban list removing Helios, Chariot Ride, Hurricane, and Ride from the Ashes, I think has really opened leeway to some really innovative, exciting, and unique decks. We have seen nothing but bangers all day long, Shalom.
Yeah, you're telling me. I heard that there was Tornado cast on the last one.
On a 7 enchanted Hermes, my mind. Oh.
We got to stop this wind-on-wind violence. It really is just that simple. I can't stand it. It is crazy too, because if you had told me that the undefeated into Swiss was a Hermes list 2 weeks ago, I would have told you, what are you talking about? Helios, Chariot Ride, Hurricane plus L plus ratio. And sure enough, you're right. The ban list has potentially opened up the floodgates to a lot of really interesting, cool strategies. And I know that a lot of our top casters are using today and have used today as we take a look at actually our top 16 casters, I think, inside of this tournament. This is how Top Cut and Swiss ended up turning out. Again, Wire Belling, which we just saw go in with the 7-0 finish, which is pretty spectacular. Bo, my beautiful rival, and also Dallas champion and Atlanta Cards HQ Open winner, 6-1. Caleb.exe 6-1 as well. Chris Chair with a 6-1 finish. Kier R, 2nd place at Kissimmee recently. Gonna go in for the 6-1. Kryber saw on stream 6-1 as well. Adam at a 5-2. Mace of Hearts at 5-2. Just that's our top 8. And everyone here, the rest from Bean Soldier, Dr. Vilk, Austin 7 Shadow 7, Clever Plant, Xenon 6, and MG1. Everyone here showing up on our top 16 do get that beautiful marbled foamy champion of Aphrodite. PK, this is a stacked top 16.
Absolutely. I am shocked that we have got to witness this. Bean Soldier hitting the top spot, which again, doesn't need the qualifying points, but absolutely wants the accolade and the glory all the same. Is also vying for that champion Centarbor, which only one of these top 8 casters will be reaching today. And we actually have our top 4 casters lined up and ready to go. Likely we're going to see the other matchup. Mace of Hearts will be facing Chris Cherub, another caster we have not seen on stream yet. We will be seeing Caleb's Hibufen list face off against Bo, a well-accomplished caster in the Elestrals competitive format.
Yeah, this is again, it's so interesting to see these this kind of dynamic between the top and the bottom here brackets. You know, Mace and Chris, somewhat unknown entities here inside of our top cut before. I recognize some of the names from these tournaments, but I don't think into the top cuts here recently. And Bo and Caleb, both seasoned veterans on the other side. I think regardless, our finals is about to be pretty electric. If there's anything to go by, if Mace is going to bring that the tornado into the finals as well, we'll have to wait and see. And Bo and Caleb, I'm so curious to know the turnout of this one. I know Bo previously, the idea was that they've been experimenting with a bunch of different strategies just to find the one that just fits just about right. And that's typically how Bo likes to build their list. And Caleb, I mean, you're saying Hibufen, but I hardly know Finn. I really am just so baffled, confused, and curious about our top casters today. All very exciting.
Well,
and
I can tell you why Hibufen is great right now. What does Dense Fog say?
Dense Fog? It's a press, right? Are you saying that this is to do with the OG Hibufen?
Oh yeah, OG Hibufen is the card that's being casted out by Finda's champion of Rayolas. And OG Hibufen says, while it's in attack, your opponent's defense Elestrals are suppressed. Now, how we get into defense? Well, Dionysus is a thing. There's so many different ways that you can get this out there, but being able to suppress everything on the field is incredibly powerful. Hibufen's effect on field also says that you can expend either a wind or an earth to change every opponent's Elestrals to defense on the field. So you can switch everything to its weakest stat, suppress their effects, hit with the 7 beater while sitting behind a 6 defender in Champ Findas. The combo is kind of crazy, and how no one has brought that out until now is mind-boggling.
Yeah, I gotta say, it takes a certain type of caster to really dig deep and really grind. One thing consistently inside of this tournament that I think we have been seeing are the absolute chefs coming into the kitchen here. We not only have we been seeing a lot of pretty out there strategies from start to finish, but also I think that's a perfect indicator of the fact that people are getting comfortable with these strategies that they've been playing for weeks. No longer is it just, I'm going to cast Solar Burst. I'm just going to go for Tadpuff Lockagon. And we still see some of those things, but, Solar, hello? Solar, hello?
Yeah, we still don't know what list Bo is on. We know Hibufin, so we have a wait list here. We do not know Chris Cherub's list at all. We know Mace is on Lockagon Turbo, and Bo still an anomaly right now. We're going to see what list that they're playing out as well. But these two casters, I mean, I don't think I've ever witnessed a matchup between Caleb and Bo. So this is going to be exciting. Both of these casters' playability and skill level in that regard. If you had to say that, what advantages and disadvantages do each caster have over the other?
Well, we're not in person, so I don't know if Bo has the IRL buff that she's really known for, right? And both of these casters being from Atlanta as well, they probably know a little bit about each other's play style strategies and are familiar with.
Oh, their ping has to be so low right now. Let's go. Good quality.
Yeah, good on them for that one. There's gonna be zero latency on this broadcast between the two of them. Here's hoping for us to get to see them quick and in action. This is kind of the thing with both these casters, right? Again, like you said, both seasoned veterans, recognizing their plays, playing very typically complex or unorthodox decks for the meta. Really taking a look at and knowing them inside and out on an intimate level, so to speak. So I'm expecting some high-level gameplay, some interesting interactions, and maybe some confusing rulings that only these two know.
Right, for real. I expect to have some great camaraderie between you two. So that these two are going to be incredibly friendly. So I wish that we could have a mic on the wall, as it were, to hear how their commentation will be going. All the same, though, these two are going to be locked up, loaded, and ready to go. Absolutely skilled and accomplished casters, both of them. Bo has 6 top 8 premier top 8 appearances. Caleb having 3 top 8, including fantastic performance, being one of the pioneers behind the heal control strategy. So I am excited to see what both of these casters can do, what Hibufin does against Bo's list, what Bo's list is entirely. We are just about locked up and ready to go. So any final word before we begin this top 4 matchups?
Go Cryoscorch, as our players are kind of pointing out and going for. Otherwise, we have.
I'm done. I'm fed up with you. All right, I'm reporting you to HR.
Yeah, we're not to betray our season 2 Imperawatts a little bit, but here we go on this one. I'm expecting for a wallop here, a real barn burner of a clash.
All right, looks like our casters are ready to go. Top 4 matchup. Bo versus Caleb.exe. Game 1 begins now. These two casters are ready to go, and Bo will be on the play here. So I am excited to see what kind of list we're going to see. These casters both being 7-1. Would love to know what decks and what caster would their catalyst do that first and only loss as we are going into top 4 now.
Yeah, we have. It's again their interesting strategies if this is the case, right? Because if I'm on the call that Caleb's on Hibufin, how much does Hibufin really care about going first or second, right? The new Findust is so powerful as a 6 defender that even if you get stopped going second by counter runes, it's still kind of annoying to deal with, and it will always demand a response. I think this is a mulligan coming down, a Frost and Thunder Spirit from Bo.
Frost and Thunder. Imperial White.
Yeah, oh, you know what? Wait a minute. We're
go
cooking.
Imperial White! Let's go!
It's just another Rice Ridge. That's a very interesting combination, unless these are just random spirits for the fodder. I imagine at this point in time, Caleb's also going to go for a mulligan too. It looks like there's 2 spirits in the underworld that they're also expending for a perfect hand.
I love the Lestria Season 2 map that Caleb is rocking up here with. Go Imperial Watch, please. but these two cards are just absolutely phenomenal play here. And, you know, just trying to line up and ready to go. We have, was it a mulligan as well from Caleb?
That's right. 2 spirits in the underworld to shuffle back and draw 5 more. Is Bo done shuffling, or is that an indicator of a second mulligan? I can't quite tell, as Caleb's mulligan, I think, is already complete.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we do need to get the spirits expended before we go look at the new hand, but all the same, it looks like we are going to get a second mulligan. Man, the hands for these casters are not great in Top Cut right now.
Yeah, I mean, they must know something that we don't. I'm just going to point out, because, you know, they're currently in this top 4 slot, and as a Brumelink's coming in from Bo,
that's a good start.
Deck.
That's a good start. If you really want to line up, like getting your Frost Elestrals, the 1-point boost for every Frost underneath them can go a long way. But I mean, the question is, what are you going to see here? Brumelink's doesn't give any tell about what kind of Frost deck it is.
Yeah,
you know
it is. Again, this is, and Caleb with more Frost Lichen form.
Okay.
You have got to be kidding me.
This is a strange looking Haboofin list.
I you know what? I can dig it. This is a splash engine of all splash engines for drawing and deep draw, as a potential 6 body under a Mountains of Boreas could come down from this Chimera. A 2 body, so Cryoblast is now gone. A Gorgon's Gaze coming in to potentially stop the attack on a Brumelink's here. Or to stop the draw.
Yeah, stops the draw, stops the attack, gets back the Leica Void, and we're going to be enchanting it, I think, with Frost. So, I mean, you at least keep the bodies on board, but this Lichen form is not long for this battle. But 2 face down for Caleb, a decent start. Getting a discard of 1, still getting a Lestro on board, and getting at a Gorgon's Gaze. Like, you missed out the draw, but otherwise, that's an okay turn I would take.
Yeah, and a 2-set back row on this as well. This is a absolute killer thing. I'm also absolutely eating today with my predictions.
Did we just ascend Broomalinks to Broomalinks?
That's the Bo Classic, these unorthodox plays we don't normally see.
And then a shield of Achilles, it resolved!
I'm so, you know what? We're getting baited all over the place. First, Haboofin is the list. Second, shield is not a good card. Haleb Habibi, please stop messing with my heart.
I am stunned and flabbergasted. If there is another Morphrost in hand, then a lot of advantage is coming Caleb's way. If there is not, then, I mean, we still have a 5 on board, and you're threatening 2 points of damage right now with Spirited count advantage already in your favor. So, I mean, I guess it's Caleb's turn to play as we go for a second Chimera form. This is a terrifying board with the Mountains of Boreas to boot.
Yeah, and the second Chimera form Morphrost, the advantage engine here, and this is, again, a wide board already established. This is now going to be very hard for Bo to try and break, especially on a low-to-the-ground strategy like Frost, and one Brummelinks after another might not be able to do it. Chimeras, we saw Crabs being a 6, but what can we say about Snow Crabs?
I'm starting to feel like I was lied to.
Well, I'm getting confirmation right now that we're getting boofed. We got boofed on. We got boofed, and that's the whole bit.
Yeah, clearly. Well, I'll never believe a word Caleb says again. All the same, though, I mean, we are seeing Morphrost, so that's another point for your caster predictions coming up here. And, I mean, it's a really strong list that can really deal with everything on the board, although it only took out the Boomerlinks. Wait, is that the 3rd Boomerlinks? Oh, you know what? No, I think the last one might have been
it was been shielded back. And Frostic's back for this. I love Frostic's.
And you're right.
You know, when can we start calling this deck Frost Reanimator? Right, to Artemis's point about potentially even ascending over these Elestrals, as if I can get the word out here, as I'm so excited to see this Ascension drop down. As in the Iwooly, El Clasico Iwooly.
Oh.
No.
Oh. I mean,
El Clasico.
What do you do?
If I were in this position, I'd probably just expend. This is like ridiculous. This is a destruction. This is something that I've only heard Rybot talk about in the nichest of nichest corners of the world. Swinging on the Brummelinks, and this card, if it destroys them also by battle, you can destroy all the rest of them to clear a wide board. This is massive.
Keon would be insane right now. Pull back a bat form, and we're just going to scoop there. That was That was 2 minutes of mulliganing, 4 minutes of Elestrals. Barely that. Caleb takes game 1 with a very quick wide board of more Frost. Severe lack of a booth in there.
I don't know what to say. I was just joking, y'all. Like, what do you want from me? Like, the gift of prophecy. I didn't get struck by Apollo that much. Like, holy, a good A drive. God, this is something that's incredible. I love the More Frost engine. The quick ability to snowball, so to speak, on a lot of levels into game states like that. You definitely put casters who are on these low to the ground value type strategies in a position to say, I need to deal with this immediately. And if you're Bo, again, we only really saw Brummelinks from Bo in the early scoop, effectively trying to give away too much information. But if Bo is also on a Frost type strategy, that's so difficult to play into because now your Boreas are effectively less effective. And even some of your other Elestrals that, or Cryoblast, even if you're main decking that as a good meta call, also ineffective. PK, what are you citing out if you're Bo?
You're taking out the Mountains of Boreas immediately. Unfortunately, that's the only thing we've seen. So I don't know what you take out because I don't know what needs to be put in. We saw Boomerlinks and 2 mulligans on that one. So I mean, rough situation for Bo that I can't make any sort of educated guess because we didn't see anything. Everything that happened in that game came from Caleb. The Morphos, the Lycan form, the build up. All we saw was Boomerlinks, re-enchant Boomerlinks, bounce up, cast out the same Boomerlinks. So we saw 1 Boomerlinks. I don't know what you want me to tell you, dog. We gotta get more card. What does Bo need? Maybe Nectar of the Gods.
Yeah, listen, it's someone call Exhibit over here. Like, you know, I heard you like Brummelinks, and it's not a bad option to go into, especially all day if you have your Blizzard whiteouts, your Blizzard destruction for your back removal, and your flex spot for your Brains. Absolutely. Yeah. But like you said, we just saw the wide board widen and increase the gap between those spirits over and over again. Those 6s for the Chimeras, OG Iwooly, which was kind of bonkers, and it's not
that
like
was OG.
That was OG. The OG one, which you hit an Elestral, you expend Frost, and you can destroy all Elestrals on the board that your opponent controls. I believe that's the text. It's been a long time since I've read that card, but speaking of stuff to like dig into the archives for, that's
in order
one.
to destroy each of that opponent's Elestrals.
Yeah,
yep.
That's one that this is a niche cut take. And I was talking to Rybot back in Moonrise format, and Rybot was like, "Yeah, I actually think this is a tech to look out for eventually in the future." And at the time, it's like, Rybot, you're crazy. Shows me.
I mean, destroys everything. You run over a small dude, you get over the big dude. Narpoon is the first cast out for Bo. Definitely. Swole.
Yeah.
So, how'd you do that?
Yeah. What's up?
How'd you make that read?
For More Frost?
Yeah. Like, what's going on here? Because we never have More Frost Mirror in top 4. How'd you do that?
Bo and I share a very special bond after they kicked my butt in Dallas very thoroughly. There's something that happens almost like a Saiyan, like you get stronger after you get beaten down so bad. And unfortunately, the psychic link only goes so far. I can't predict what Bo is going to do because Bo is just that good of a player. But I think on some level, I can at least sniff out when the deck is cold. I'll say that.
Well, clearly your sense is much better than mine. Because I got lied to about Hiboofin, and now we're sitting here dealing with the Morphos Chimera form, which it has to eat some sort of back row, right? It has to.
And listen, I have a dartboard back here that I'm just like, what card looks good today?
Scorpio, not a bat form.
Discard the Scorp for just a deep draw. Potentially, though, good for a setup later as a set 4. I'm not. Well, actually, hold on here. PK, do you think that Caleb should be afraid of Hurricane here?
You know what? If you rewind the clock about 18 hours, absolutely.
We've done this bit. Wait a minute. Yeah. As Chimera goes down here, it looks like.
It was bounced thanks to Shield.
That's right.
And now Bo is casting out their own Morphos Chimera form right now, which is going to be meeting a dense fog. I understand that. I respect it. I like it.
Interesting.
So you can't even activate the effect. So no going wider from here. If Caleb is able to get over this more frost right now, then you're able to secure the board state. Losing 2 spirits due to the Narpoon and Chimera form. 3 back row versus 2. 2 Elestrals versus none. So we need a lot of good plays from Caleb right now. And a Chimera form coming back out will possibly help you start getting there. But having to have discarded Scorpio form on the first Chimera is pretty rough.
You know, I've actually never truly been inside of this type of mirror match before, right? Like if I'm Caleb here, is that I trust the dense fog. I am not questioning the dense fog play here. I am just curious to know, is the digging into the deck that important? And maybe the answer is yes, and that's completely fine. But that's something I think maybe the difference here is that the Chimera can represent not only a pretty decent stat body, but digging you into your combo pieces or other types of back row, maybe some removal. I can't believe we got boofed.
Gorgon's Gaze is going to be meeting the Chimera form. And we have a whiteout on the bottom, stopping that, spending 1, getting the draw, and wasting a huge counter room for Bo.
Whoa. That is crazy. And that's going to discard a bat form effect to bring out, I imagine, the Scorpio back. There's Scorp.
Scorpion's going to go be able to weaken one of their defenses to 0, likely the Chimera. And we're going to have Caleb's Chimera run over the Narpoon if it's allowed to do so.
Another Chimera in hand and a Blizzard whiteout of their own.
Whoa! Counter whiteout. Yo,
what an answer.
I do not have I'm not bundled up for this weather. I didn't ask for this. All right, this is supposed to be fall weather. What's going on? I got a hoodie at best. But right now, we're not able to guarantee the KO on the Chimera to Bo's Chimera. We are able to take out the Narpoon. Both back row has been expended by Bo. 2 still sitting on Caleb. Honestly, not a bad turn as Bo begins their next turn.
No, this is a little bit crazy to see, as I think that's a discard of the bat form to try and fish out the Lycan form from the underworld here, getting some advantage from the Morfrost. This is such an interesting dynamic, right? The more I look at the more I frost at this deck, the more I'm seeing the vision. You keep the Morfrost Chimera around, you're constantly discarding cards and bringing stuff back for material, and it's just representing straight value. And a little scary each and every time that it goes off. I can see maybe why both players are gravitating towards this sort of like slower control style strategy with Blizzards.
Huh?
Whoa! The
Boom
best Ascension
back!
play in the game.
Does boom back target?
Absolutely, it does.
All right, do we have another whiteout in the back? We have to have something to defend.
Let's see it. This is potentially down to the line.
Boom
Both
bat.
these players trying to protect. And that's a Gorgon's Gaze on the Boom Bat.
That's valuable as well. Disenchanting the Frost. And we have a Keon coming out from Bo, getting a return, likely of a bat form.
Keone
Keon
here.
in Chimera is insane. Pulling out a bat or a Lycan, discarding the Lycan to get 2 more Morphrost from the deck.
Yeah, you're just straight up advantaging here, if that's even a phrase I can use, because it's like you grab the bat form, which you already have. You can Keon next turn for the bat inside of the underworld already. Scorp represents an earthquake in the frost form. No earth spirits required. Thank God this is the deck for me. And and I think this crash into Boombat's stick, Bo is in a good position here. This is now traded down value, and you have the recursiveness of the Keone back. What does Caleb do?
Curious of the crash there, but it is going to work out all the same. They do lose the spirits, but we do have bat form in Bo's hand. So if another Chimera is there, then we're just seeing a huge advantage swing for Bo into this next turn. But we're playing our own Keon to get our own Chimera back, to get our own engine back up, and running over the Boom Bat on a clear board. There's no back row set by Bo right now.
Yeah, ice cold here from both these casters. The lack of counter runes from Bo is probably going to be the difference maker. Before this Boom Bat goes down to this other Chimera, discarding Bat, bring back something with Bat. Do you think Boom Bat and Morfrost Bat form look at each other and point at each other like the Spider-Man point? It's got to be the case, right?
Maybe not quite. Maybe Boom Bat's kind of like, I'm looking at you and Chimera's just scoffing. You know, just like, actually not really. But here we go. We have Chimera's discarding bat form, bringing back Chimera. Chimera not getting another discard, but it is able to run over the boom bat and attack for 1. Caleb has spirit control, board presence, and board control here. Bo has, well, a Keon on field to bring back a Chimera. So not completely out the realm yet, but you need a major combo to try to bring this to a game 3.
And major combo. I think this is going to be again, the Kione to add back the Morfrost Chimera here, and or even a Scorpion form, which I know we have in hand, which could represent a draw and discard. I think if Bo can establish an Ascension play, maybe into like an Iwooly or something, that can do it. But no, just straight up the Scorp, gonna go try to sting.
Yeah, I mean, you can get one out, but what are you going to do about the other one? Although
Discard
I think
bat, bring
Caleb
Chimera.
already had one bat being expended, but we have Keon in hand. So you bring that back, you use a Chimera to bring it back the other Chimera and get a free draw. Man, what an engine! It's so consistent. I love this.
It's so cool. More Frost time to shine. It kind of turns out that this was always the vision for Frost. There is this idea really early on when Brumelink's Champ got released and got revealed back in Firestorm. The idea was that not only does it represent emo music of the 2000s, it also maybe represents an eventual 6s type deck, and I think this is the idea. Chimera for Morfrost kind of completes that loop, so to speak. And where is A-Bomb? Well, A-Bomb in the Underworld for Bo. That's a card I haven't seen in years.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Abominable. I mean, it can get big, especially with the pure Morfrost list. I think it's at a 7 or an 8 really easily. Is that Monsoon of Ooze? What is that?
I believe that is for Keon's Frostbite. That's an attack booster. That's a booster, baby. That's honestly incredible here. You can make the Morfrost Chimeras huge, and especially if you have the Keon Enchanted, which oftentimes I imagine that you would here, that puts you at a minimum as a 7, and then it just pluses for each and every Frost rune you have in the Underworld.
Well, and then we have base Catarant just bringing its healing up a little bit. Man, what a list by Caleb.
Look at these 5s.
The Chimera, bringing back the Chimera from the bat. Keon doing wonders right now. Was not expecting to see Keon's Frostbite as a battle trick, but it worked out. Bo has no spirit to run on a Keon. Do we have Ambro? No, we just have a concession. 2-0. Caleb moves on to finals over Bo. What a match.
I hate to make more Frost puns here, but ice in the veins from both casters here, unwavering on all these moves. There is constant times here where I'm staring at open boards across the lanes like, how are they going to come back from this one? How is Caleb going to establish control? How is Bo going to take hold of this one? And at both times, it doesn't seem like Bo is out of this at all, despite the fact this is a 2-0 finish for Caleb. And again, congratulations for both casters for making it this far. That was a beautiful showcase of what the deck can do in this insane mirror match that I only think could happen between these two top players.
I love mirror matches like this because it's always the minute differences that really tip the scales in one caster's favor. And this time, Keon's Frostbite was not a card I expected to see, but it goes along with the new philosophy of Elestrals trying to give more support for playing in archetype. I think Keon's Frostbite is kind of cool. I want to read this effect for those of you guys who do not know. Can only be played if Keon is enchanted or is in your Underworld. Target a Frost Elestral. It gains +2 in attack, plus an additional +1 attack for every Frost rune in your Underworld. You play your Cryoblast, you play your Blizzard Whiteouts, all of that is just making it that much stronger. Keon's Frostbite right here is I was not expecting it, but man, do I love it. I might need to get my hand on more Frost. Man, I love Frost.
Yeah, man, I love Frost indeed. And we got boofed. Okay, we can say it, I think, definitively. This card is so interesting. I'm curious to know if this was side or mained. I guess we'll never really know. But it is such a good tech for something like this mirror match, right? You cannot rely on things like Mountains of Boreas or Cryoblast to get you through it. So instead, on a classic case of a new Argo, a cheaper Frost Argo, if you will, which I think is more than welcome here. And that's incredible. Bo, too, with the boom bat plays, ascending over your Morfrost, utilizing the extra material you do have to create these situations where you are keeping a body presence on board, trading down value, what Bo knows best. And that was crazy. Double Morfrost. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think who had a Morfrost mirror on their bingo card today. Just think about what we've seen today. All the matches, all the decks. The Peliquarius. We had Post and Moose mirrors. We've had. I mean, I can't even think about this, but it's actually just been so much and so much unique plays. We finally saw Gigaflora showing up on screen with the Champion of Demeanor. We've seen fire artifacts come through today. Help me out here. Like, what else have we seen that was just like incredible?
No, I mean, I think between that, the Hermes decks, the Terror Sail, we've had some really big cooks in the kitchen. This might just be the tournament for wacky stuff. But
we saw Bronzeglow on stream as well, right?
We saw Bronzeglow. And like, there's so many decks here that are playing these control, more mid-range style decks that have their explosive turns not located in a centralized tall body, but a myriad of horizontal wide bodies. I think this is a really cool showcase of that. I still can't believe that we just watched that and how fast that was.
Yeah, I mean, the game one was so fast, but it's simple, low to the ground, build wide. I'm drawing, I'm setting my advantage. You come to me. No, I'm drawing, I'm setting my advantage. You come to me. Well, we're gonna fight somewhere in the middle, and whoever misses the claw goes first.
I'm getting some breaking news here for a little bit. Not a second one. Are you sure? Again? A second one again? We have the other match on the opposite side of the bracket is going into game 3. So we are witnessing a small evolution here of our bracket go through. Caleb moves on to the finals, and we have either Mace of Hearts or Chris Cherub in sudden death waiting on the other side. And I cannot wait to see Lockagon and I think it might be unconfirmed what Chris is on, but this would be really interesting. We have some unknown factors going into this.
This situation is going to be tight, and I cannot wait to see how it's going to play out. It's been a while since we've seen Caleb in finals, and we're going to see them face up against either a Lockagon list, so we don't know what Chris is on yet. But what do we think about Morfrost versus Lockagon, especially Lockagon Turbo?
I think that Caleb and Julian work very well together and work very closely together. Of course, the rest of the Atlantic contingency, including Kier, someone who is very much familiar with the Frost as well. So I do think that we have someone in our midst who is experienced in the matchup and also is teched out for it. You know, we saw a Dense Fog come in to stop some plays from Bo early, which I definitely know is a killer against the lockdown strategy. As well, I can imagine there's Pandora's Box in here. The cool part about the Morfrost engine is that it's pretty contained. So you can play these giant tech cards because it's just a nice, good low to the ground strategy. You're teching cards like Blizzard as well, which is a natural predator to the Water Dragon. Targeting a card? Yeah, right. Blizzard does not have you do that.
Where's Ice Age? Where's Divine Blessing? Disenchant from a Morfrost, negated Invo.
I would love to see some Ice Age too. You know, that's one thing I was going to say earlier is that Ice Age is also a card that is fairly underexplored inside of the Lifestream lifespan. So if we're getting this late stage and we have potentially Ice Age coming in clutch, who knows? I think you're right. That's a good call out. What do you think? What do you think if it's Lockagon going into this makes sense? We don't think we know what Chris is rocking up with, but it's either unknown or lock, and Caleb is waiting for their.
Does base Lockagon target? I believe it does.
Yes.
I'm giving the advantage to Morfrost. I think it can build wide enough to insulate itself and be able to deal with the one card pop of Lockagon, and with whiteout, it makes you attack immune. You can build up from there. You do have Scorpio, which is essentially Earthquake. You have Bat Form, you have Keon as well. There's a lot of options that Morfrost can dig into that I think can overwhelm Lockagon over time. but you need to be able to keep pace with Lakagon every single turn. Because we've seen the slowest turn Lakagon has had is when it's had to use Peliquarius to search Tad Puff. Otherwise, that deck is going and exploding every single turn. So if Morphoth and Caleb was to keep up with Lakagon, I think you just no 0 turns. Every turn needs to be advantage. You need to have Chimera form on field. You need to be able to recur your Keon. You use Keon to recur your bats and go from there. You need to keep advantage. And if you have Boomerlinks, if you have Mountains, now's the time to bring them out.
Yeah, and again, we've seen a lot of casters try to Tekken things like Atlantis too, so this is a great call for it. As well, if you can potentially stop a Tad Puff, or you can stop a Dratagua for that 1/4, you can easily take care of that with your 5 bodies or otherwise. It's kind of interesting at the very least. I don't exactly know how much or how little like the Morphoth can do though, because Lakagon is one of the most dominant strategies that we do have. And as we're sitting here again, breaking news, not the other match, the results are in for it. It's Chris Cherub versus Caleb.exe for our finals matches. Unknown quantity. Lakagon no more. We've been theorizing Lakagon v Morfrost. The combat of the century, but
yeah, that whole conversation means nothing now.
Throw it all out. Who cares? Lakagon who? Solar who? We've got Caleb on Morfrost versus
an unknown.
Unknown.
A deck that was capable of beating likely Blistrix and Lakagon. So, what decks can beat Blistrix and Lakagon? Fire Artifact Burn, baby. Let's go. It's time.
Yeah, where's Boltuga when we really need him? Wow, this is incredible. We get to see the potentially a Morfrost back in it at high level again. And at least that I can say is going to be exciting. And this is going to be absolutely killer. What an incredible day of niche picks and surprises from the third Premier Tournament. I didn't think it would be the third, but I guess we're here.
Well, I cannot wait to see what these casters bring up. I am excited to see what Chris Cherub has brought to finals here. We're going to be having a new champion one way or another here in Lifestream format. So you want to stay seated. Make sure you go nowhere but to social media and tell your friends what is about to go down. Morphoth is in finals. More finals for Morphoth. I am so thrilled for this. I have to see how this one matches up versus another finalist list between Chris Cherub and their Omni list, whatever it may be.
Omni list, I love that card. You know, that's one that I know we will probably get eventually in our Elestrals Awakening. But I am Elestrals Awakened for this final match. Wow, what in the world is going on today? Something's in the water, and it's definitely not Hurricane. It's not Rides in the Ashes, and it's not Helios's Chariot Ride.
I don't know what's in the water, but I can tell you what's in the forest of Elestrals Awakened.
In the
Panzer,
forest
baby.
of Elestrals Awakened?
It's Panzer, baby.
Now, when's our
Panzer has
Panzer
been
finals?
unlocked.
It's not
Panzer's in Awakened,
Panzer.
baby.
Oh, God. Insane.
I am thrilled. Elestrals is hype. I love Elestrals.
This has been an incredible day. I am so happy to see so many good cooks in the kitchen just absolutely duking it out. Not that I don't love a good Lakagon, not that I don't love a good Solar, and not that I don't love a good Blizz, but it has been great to see how people are adapting and how the players are moving around these meta strategies. And I cannot wait to see the very finale and conclusion of all that hype, preparation, and love for Elestrals here in our finals coming up sometime soon. We will go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More electrifying and bone-chilling action from our Elestrals finals coming up soon. Good evening, Elestria and beyond. We are back after an incredible semifinals to now meet in the middle. We are at the end of the road, boys to men style, and we have Caleb.exe climbing all the way up the mountains of Boreas with Morfrost, facing off against Chris Cherub in our third premier tournament for the Lifestream Lifespan. October 25th, 2025 will probably go down as a very interesting tournament. Primary Artemis joins me at the desk again. Andrew, thank you so much for being here for this one. It's been great to commentate with you so far, and I'm excited to get into the finals. What are you expecting to see after a long day of Elestrals?
Well, I don't think we know Chris's deck yet. It's got to be Solar. We got to get the bingo for commentator predictions today.
Yeah, you've had your fun. I've had a lot more fun than normal, and we definitely need the big sun lion for sure.
I mean, you were eating good with your predictions last time. Mirror match on the Frost there. Quite an exciting game we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. I think more than anything else, and I said this once, I'll say it again. I'm going to give out the cop-out answer. I'm looking forward to some good Elestrals, baby. This has been a crazy day.
I mean, cards coming in clutch that you would have never expected. Kione's Frostbite in the last clash. Before that, we saw Tornado come out. People are just going into their bulk boxes and adding cards to their deck at this point, I think. Just so many unsung heroes we've seen today. It's been some of my favorite Elestral viewing experience. What a delightful time to be commentating.
Yeah, it's a good little experiment. And as a fellow professor of Jank yourself, you know, you're saying that you oftentimes do dive into these niche strategies. Can you tell us do you have any insight on Morfrost at all? Have you looked into the white void and it did stare back at you?
The Morfrost is one of those decks I keep playing with and using it as an engine in different things. I mean, there's the Ankylosurge Morfrost engine. Just anything that can leverage Frost and likes to draw cards is just an awesome thing to slot Morfrost into.
It seems to be, and this is the boofing of all boofing. Been told all day, Caleb is boofing. And meanwhile, there was still some hope that maybe Morfrost was just a cover. And that could still be true. I don't know at this point. I have no clue what to expect, and that makes me so excited for this finals. Going into this,
well,
how are
Morfrost is
you
so
feeling?
Wonderfully versatile because of the fact that when you bring back your Lycan off of bat, you can put any spirit you want on it. That's how the Ankylosurge deck works, right? You put an Earth or a Thunder on it, you hardest it into Ankylosurge, and bada bing, bada boom. Any 2-drop you want, as long as you can get a Lycan to stick for a turn, you can hardest into it in the next.
Yeah, and similar to what we saw with Bo in that Boom Bat, right, is the idea that you can easily use that extra material for your Ascension lines, for Classic Iwooly in Caleb's case. And so that's something that I know that Chris Cherub will have to look out for. Caleb is a seasoned veteran here, but I think this is going to be their first time inside of finals, if I'm not mistaken. And same with Chris as well. So as both the newcomers to this final stage goes, I'm sure that Chris is looking at themselves and saying, "Oh, I need to really turn on the jets here. Everything that I've prepared for, everything I've practiced for, it's all here. This is the last one."
And we have got confirmation that Chris has gotten top 4 at a regional, but not a top in a premier webcam yet. So this is an exciting day for them, and we'll see if they can take it all the way here against Caleb and his Morfrost pile today.
Yeah, Caleb is, you know, today is going to be so interesting once we see the first card thrown. I think that Caleb does get to decide going first today as the top seed does get that decision. So we'll see potentially more Frost being played here. And for Chris, I am still curious to know what is the deck. What is the mystery deck that is piloted, that this person's piloted all the way here? Normally at this point, we have some sort of inclination. We've seen them on stream. We have whispers somewhere, but complete unknown factors on both ends. This is partially why I love Elestrals here. It's been a rookie after seasoned vet all day. What a story.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed still that we get the solar and commentator prediction bingo today.
We'll see it off, and we are going live with the finals of our webcam premiere tournament. Let's hop on, babies. Caleb's gonna start it off here with our Morfrost of the hour. Going to go for a mulligan here. Just back to what you said earlier, you gotta find the perfect hand.
Absolutely, absolutely. Do we get our second 3 mulligans of the day? Let's hope not for Caleb.
We've also seen that a billion times too. Chris, I think, is opting to keep the hand, saying this is just perfect enough for me, thanks.
Okay. And they have that beautiful hand-painted mat, as I understand, there on Chris's side.
I can dig it. You know, there's a lot of creativity and a lot of expression here inside of Elestrals. As an iWooly comes down, did the entire Atlanta contingency give their energy to Caleb like a spirit bomb? Like, what is going on here? That's going to go into Foretell decks, and is that champion Ursicle?
I'm not sure what I just saw there. Did we see a champion iWooly at all last round from Caleb?
We saw OG. We saw the OG iWooly El Clasico, but this is definitely new. The champion of Keone, the Ursicle, is actually quite strong. This little Ursa being able to search out the Keone's Frostbite as well as the Keone is really interesting, and it's a first light. The solar bingo.
We've done it. Commentator bingo. The solar match. The first time solar gets to run into this without Wakagon, I think, right? So maybe solar's chance to finally clinch a victory today.
The last time that I saw solar v iWooly was a little bit of a shakeup into the meta as an Apollo comes down here to foretell 3, a Corvishine, a Gorgon's Gaze, and a Neblio. Gonna go ahead and pick up the Neblio, cast the Neblio, and now this thing is a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 6 body. Huge. 2 Gorgon's Gaze, a
little
PTA,
kitty there. Lots of counter runes in Chris's future.
Yeah, foretelling this is going to be the difference here of which foretells will hit more, or is Chris going to get iced out. Neblio swinging over the Catarant. That's going to connect, and now the Solar is in a great position for Ascensions or keeping up this big body eventually. But Caleb's got the Keone Ursicle here on the clutch.
Okay. Are we getting the Keone to bring back? Well, is that a PTA or a P box?
Looks like that was a PTA, which not a bad option here, but this is definitely a setup card from Caleb. And going to go ahead and try to bring back this Catarant, or the Morfrost form to add to hand. This is just now straight value.
Absolutely. That is such an amazing move on Caleb's part to set up his Underworld for that play.
Can we just say, too, these players are playing so fast.
They must have taken a shot of espresso or something. I think if I made it this far, I would be going quite slow towards the end here myself.
Yeah, Sabrina Carpenter would like to know your location, please. And this is now going to be expending for this Ursicle. Open board here, and this is actually a very commanding position from Chris. And Apollo for 3 is pretty deadly, and you see the Corvishine at the top, knowing that they definitely took a Gorgon's Gaze. And a Solar Burst off that Foretell as well. Not a lot of Elestrals in this Foretell, and who could have predicted that? And if you're over on Twitch right now, our predictions are live for this match. Who do you think is going to take home the trophy for today's webcam premiere tournament? It all comes down to this. Let us know while you're over there.
While Chris is in a good position here, Caleb is simply one hit of Mills away from just filling up his board with big bodies. So certainly not down and out of this game yet.
And this is now just a value proposition, opting to go for an attack position Corvishine. You don't often see that from players. This is I'm going to put you on a timer of low spirits. Please out my 2 back row plus my Solar Onslaught.
2 back row is a strong commanding position for Chris to be in here. And we see the Chimera from Caleb instead of getting back the Catarant, which makes sense. We're going to be able to start filling up the board with Morfrost there. The Little Lion there is currently a 5 still, so can't exactly get over that. But if Caleb is willing to trade, we can trade a board clear for a board clear here potentially.
I do think that's pretty worth it. We're talking about some things that Caleb also has in the tank for Lockagon. A Dense Fog here does also affect Solar, so even if this attack is stopped by Chris, potentially a Dense Fog 2 can help suppress the Neblio, making it much more manageable, and you're facing down 2 2s instead of a 2 and a 5. But this is a good value proposition from Caleb. Let's see Chris's response here. 2-set back row, are they real? We know one's Gorgon's Gaze, actually. We know that was foretold.
There were PTAs in the Foretell 2, I believe, so we might have a couple. Guardian of Light. Okay.
Ooh. Okay. That's very underrated counter rune, I think, but also incredibly valuable here, as stopping that trade means that Corvishine can continue to apply foretelling pressure here. And there's the other Gorgon's Gaze stopping the attack. That's a lot of spirits still invested from Chris. That was effectively healed back from the Guardian of Light. And now Caleb is systematically approaching this board and saying, I need to break it apart. The snowball is coming.
We see a Glimbat in the Foretell there, so even without a Nova Core, it's possible we go Glimbat for Temple so that you can hit over Caleb's whole board this turn. But
that was an added Neblio and a Leo Bright. Ascension of Leo Bright is in tow.
Yeah.
That's a big kitty to tow. This is potentially going on to shuffle the Foretells, trying to see if we can set up for a Celestlio Ascension here. We know that Chris is playing First Light, so potentially another one could mean Celestlio drops right now. Does Caleb have an answer, and do you think Caleb's prepared for that?
I mean, it's hard to say. With these Frost stacks, if you leave them unattended for just a moment, you'll turn around and there'll be a board of multi-drops behind you. So you really can't count Frost out until it's over.
Yeah, and we see a double Winjin, a Poison Tipped Arrow, Temple of the Sun, a Champ Exaltos, and also a Solar Burst in our Foretell here. This is actually a pretty difficult stack, as you maybe want to set up for a Solar Burst to help clear board a little bit, but at the same time, the Winjins are incredibly nice for applying pressure on the big Genie. So I think Chris can add to that Exaltus, which is, I think, incredible here if you're looking to trade down and protect yourself from combat just a little bit. You did Foretell, so now your Exaltus can come out as a 6. And do we see any counter runes set from Chris here?
I think that's going to be the real difference maker, is if, another Apollo.
And it's just another Apollo. Who knew you wanted to Foretell twice? Definitely adding the extra value here of the potentially other card. It would have to be, there's Corvishine. Okay, you're taking the value.
Okay. Corvishine's able to stack there. We'll, potentially be able to foretell our whole deck next turn.
Oh, with the Ascension 2 set up for the big tee up for the big lion. You're right. Whoa. Okay, I can't keep track of that many foretells.
We'll have to see here. Caleb does have a back row, and it's going to be another lion.
I think this makes sense. At this point, you are just trying to thin out just a little bit for this Celestlio line. And, Josh is looking at the solar list like Oppenheimer for the atomic bomb. This is currently the showcasing of what was foretold. This was given to Bean Soldier from the Oracle, and we are witnessing it live. That was just Chris's turn, and I feel like we just witnessed like 5 of them, and a board clear comes out too. 7 spirits to 9. That was a lot. Whoa, what happened? I just woke up.
We foretold half of our deck and then added some of it to our hand and had a really good time. Sometimes when the foretells hit, you just get to go off and really sculpt what your future looks like. It's the power of foretell.
Yeah, when the foretells come out a sizzling. This has me Elestrals awakened, I'll say that. Current going for some spirit math here. This is the mid-range portion of the solar deck that I think a lot of people kind of miss. Yes, there's the high end with the Nova Cores and Celestlios, but is that and get your jackets ready? That's an Ice Age. Someone better break out the squirrel from the glacier. This is a complete board clear. Caleb, what was that?
That's amazing. That's Chris here gotta be wondering how they're going to rebuild after that. I mean, I think we saw most of the Elestrals they had foretell come out. The question is, are there enough bodies for Chris to make a comeback after that clear next turn?
This is incredible. Winjin can be a great start for it. We know the foretell is on the top. Winjin effect going off here. Potentially looking to stop this. Let's see. On the effect, that's a Gorgon's Gaze coming in here. Caleb down to very low spirits, probably 1 at this point, or 2, and Chris down to 4. Yes, Ice Age was good, but that's very expensive. And a Solar Burst coming in here, that's definitely going to hit to clear this Morphrost Chimera.
Yep.
Oh, and it whiffed. That's a whiffed foretell.
With so many of the Solar Elestrals out of deck, I was wondering if this would hit because I didn't remember seeing more Solar Elestrals from the last foretells.
No, this isn't that, maybe there was a worth it while to say that you should Apollo first there just to make sure that you're betting on one card, but you're in the finals already. You're down low spirits. As Cataract comes back here, Caleb's back into position. You cannot leave it up to chance. And it turns out Foretell can just whiff just as bad as a Blizzstrix. Morphrost Chimera swinging in. Cataract swinging in. And that's really okay because we don't really need anything else. This has been... I'm blown away. We are like 12 minutes into this match.
The third Corvishine.
There it is. And re-enchanting, that's technically a heal card. And
we get to shuffle for better foretells.
Oh, wow.
Now, unless Caleb has an Ascension or a Boreas in hand, the Corvishine will stem the bleeding for Chris and give them some opportunity. We're blind Solar Bursting again. Okay.
That'll work. There's Plucky. Plucky works. And a Neblio. And an Earthquake. What's that doing in there? Listen, as a Solar aficionado, I appreciate the reference, but there's no Earth Spirits here.
You gotta say, are there Earth Spirits in the Spirit deck? We'll have to find out.
As was foretold. Getting rid of the Morphrost Chimera here is definitely a way to go, but there's so many ways to get it back here. That Solar Burst is huge, though, to put Chris back into a position where, again, we are in a 3-2 spirit the match here. This could go either way. It's just going to take a little bit of a domino, a little bit of a push from either end. That both players are kind of expending a bunch of resources to try to gain foothold back on this climb.
Iwooly would be big from Caleb here. And there it is. There's the Iwooly.
Speak it to existence. Primary Apollo once again.
Oh, okay. And we hit a Chimera.
Oh, that is
and a Lycan.
Insane. Do we have enough spirits to cast this? Does Iwooly have to cast with Frost? I believe it does. Or no, does this cast them out? And that's 1 on the Morphrost. That is a big body. Keeping 1 spirit in. Chimera or Iwooly swing over. Does it connect? Or are we going to see a heal card in the form of a Solar or a Guardian of Light?
Shield would work here as well. Okay, it is a Guardian of Light off of the Apollo. Heals them back and give Chris another turn to try and make something happen here. The Big Lion is still in hand, I believe, right? So we could just see a Hard Ascend and Foretell.
Yeah, this was almost exactly what Chris needed to get back in here. A Guardian of Light, pay off the Apollo, which you re-enchanted with a Corvishine, effectively making this play free and just healing back 2 spirits to keep you back into this game. We know that there is a Leobright in the hand for an Ascension, so you might just say, this is the point. We go all out. We have to do it. Ascend over the Leobright. Foretelling just to make sure there's a Celestial on board. Maybe we'll see it. Earthquake, what are you doing in there? There's Nova Core. And the Tornadgen. No, there's no Celestial up top.
If they have a Wind Spirit left, they could ascend to the Tornadgen.
And hit over the Iwooly. That could be enough. And there's not enough shield here. This is down to the absolute wire.
Is this properly enchanted?
It is. It's not. It's double.
Okay.
Do we see like a temple, a set card, a swing into the Iwooly? Not enough for shield here. Let's see it. The Mammoth goes down.
Okay. Chris with a set back row. If it's another Guardian of Light, they are in pretty good position. Oh, is it a scoop from Caleb?
I think that is. Whoa! What in the world? That this Ice Age to clear the board. Both players back and forth onto their last spirits, waiting to hold on to whatever is slipping around. Both skating on ice, as far as I'm concerned, and that was insane. The big thing too on the solar side is Chris was so down until that Guardian of Light, paying off that Apollo. Key moment to be able to descend into a big body, and yes, there was no Celestlio, but there was always a way out. That was crazy. You called and said we needed to have solar on the bingo. What do you think Chris is thinking about right now?
Well, I don't even know if they need to side anything against Morfrost, really. I mean, if Pandora's box isn't in the main, maybe they put that into stop Lichen form. But I mean, I think Chris really expertly navigated that there, and just needs to do it a second time to secure the victory.
Yeah, that a little bit dicey after the Ice Age. You know, we talk about Tartarus freezing over a little bit. There's no chance in the world, but you know, Chris climbing back through, and that was insane. Caleb as well, perfect timing on that Ice Age, and really trying their hardest to maintain that control. Iwooly coming down was huge, and maybe the difference maker could have been even getting into the second Morfrost for a level extra damage. Not exactly sure, but Winjin, it seemed seemingly pretty big. The Nova Core was an option too. There was a lot of ways around it, and oh wow, this is gonna be a tight game too, if I can imagine.
Yeah, and Chris has only played in 2 other online premieres before this one, so another up-and-coming caster making it to the top today. Always love to see it in the webcam premieres.
That's incredible. You know, hop on, baby. I love Elestrals. This thing is, we keep on saying it, that our casters, new, old, returning, or otherwise, this is the consistent theme. We have people who come in here who you might say, I have no clue what they're on, what they're playing, or who they are, but I'm glad that they're here because this is some dang good Elestrals, baby. Let's get it. Coming in here, I think Caleb's gonna be opting to go first. Do you think that we will see more of the Iwooly? Do you think we'll see more of the Morfrost? What's your expectations?
I expect side deck Hibufin. No, I mean, I think there's a world if Chris was on, say, Cryoblast in the side deck with Flurmine, maybe they side in the Flurmine to be able to re-enchant it on a key Solar Elestral so it can't be Ice Age to this game. It'll be interesting to see if something like that happens. Caleb, we know, is on Frostbite, so Chris will have to be aware of that battle trick. I don't think we saw it in the last game, so Chris might not know that Frostbite is in their future. We'll see if Apollo allows them to foretell that.
Yeah, this is definitely a difference in the when can I get my specialty runes? Solar Burst, Guardian of Light. And kind of like you were saying, potentially there's a Frost Spirit in the Spirit deck tech for Chris. We saw that in the top tech cards and side deck options for this tournament specifically. Players, I think, are very much aware of the techs of Cryoblast, like you said, one of the most techable and side deckable cards in the history of Elestrals. We do have a mulligan coming in from Chris, as Caleb is going to keep their hand perfect from the start. Going to expend to draw, set to pass.
Okay. Expend to draw being, I think, a less powerful move than it has historically been in a format where you can just fill up the board with scary things in one turn. Speaking of scary things, Leo Bright going to hand here, so Caleb's going to have to be afraid of some big old lions for the coming turns. And a turn 1 Winjin after Apollo Foretell. Are we going to get to make a wish? Let's see if Caleb has any back row to stop this.
Winjin. And it's not, that's free. We know the 3 on the Apollo, gonna take the temple, and that's an ascension from the Winjin, from the hand. A little unfortunate, but that is, you know, I haven't seen that play in years. That is a huge value here as a PTA coming in here to potentially stop this Tornadon from sticking around. That's a great option. You don't want to have this thing snowballing, so to speak. But this is a lot of damage still, and Solar can easily pile this on as the 3 options for your Tornadon's Wish, Corvershine, Organs, and let's see this third card. Out of these cards, what do you think you prefer here for a roll?
Chris's selections are kind of interesting here. Usually you see casters go for like 3 of a kind, like 3 counter runes, 3 bodies, like whatever their hand doesn't have, right? So I'm not quite sure what's in Chris's hand that they basically said, I'll take literally anything. You know, we got a removal, we got a counter, and we got a body. I'm not quite sure what Chris was hoping for there. It really depends on what was in their hand.
Yeah, you know, this is when we come to learn later that Chris is like, I just went vibes based on this one. It didn't matter. And a set 2 of their own, counter runes, strongest, and that is going to also be the expend on the poison tipped arrow to get rid of the big chested genie. Caleb now has an open board to deal with, and with plenty of spirits to play. This is where Morfrost can really start to snowball. We can now see a Catarant here come in to heal back 2. Uh-oh. Do you think this might be a hand that was less than optimal?
It's hard to say. It might be that Caleb sees the open board and recognizes this is their chance to safely drop a Catarant and get some healing in before they get into the mid to late game grind.
You know, I really think this is going to come down to a game of inches again. Caleb's up by quite a bit of spirits here against a Neblio coming down from Chris. This Neblio is not going to be huge unless we have a second Apollo or the Temple drop. First Light is big, though. That's going to be a good, useful tool for later. This is going to come down to, can Chris establish a board, keep it around through Ice Age, and then probably play those Guardians of Lights effectively.
Yeah. If this Neblio sticks, next turn, Chris can bring out the big lion, assuming Caleb doesn't have back row to stop it. He'll be able to ascend to the Leo Bright, First Light the Celestleo to the top, and go to the races.
And that's a Gorgon's Gaze on the attack damage step, to suppress the Neblio, bring it back down to a 2. Catarant being a 3 body came up. Insane. Expend a draw here. The Soul Axe special.
So
that was a
Caleb
Morfrost.
Probably on a less than optimal hand if he's expending to draw.
No, that was my mistake. I'm seeing expends where expends couldn't happen. That was a Morfrost Lycan form expend to bring out Chimera. The engine's online. It's all good, everyone. The snowball's happening. I'm just your old crazy uncle.
The snowball is quite happening here. Chris does have 2 back row, but there's a very good chance that they're going to lose 3 spirits here overall. We'll have to see if they have perhaps a Guardian of Light to do some heal and stall out at least one of these attacks.
Yeah, and I think that would be probably optimal to fire off now, as you are effectively going to blank all the attacks from this in terms of spirit advantage. It might not matter now, maybe, because I think those are Earth spirits we're seeing Chris suspend, which, from experience, you don't need those anyways. But that's the prop. Now I'm looking at a proper solar player. This is now going to go for the Temple, slapping that solar spirit underneath. This is the big Nova Core coming down, big push turn. No,
there we go.
To contend, destroying the Chimera Morfrost form, being able to swing over the Catarant for a little bit of poke damage. This is I don't know about you, but I'm looking down. We got a game on our hands.
I think so. I think Chris may have just saved the back row knowing the Nova Core was coming.
Ooh, wait a minute. Debating on what to take here. Caleb assuming, and me also assuming, that was going to be the Morfrost Chimera form going down to the effect of the Nova Core destruction.
Some conversation is happening here.
Potentially looking down on spirits and trying to figure out the game state here. I can't tell if Chris is frozen or just really good at playing the statue game. Nope, that was
good at the statue game.
Good at the statue game. Okay. Woo. Woo. Did they accidentally set the stadium rune? Is that what happened?
Temple was set. So we are resolving this game state now with judges, I imagine. We'll hold up and see what the judges have to say about this.
This, again, in the heat of the moment, this is going to be talking about the getting to finals, having these nerves. Anything can happen in these tournaments. And especially if you are Chris here, as we previously have stated in these this big improvement swing with the Elestrals, definitely a big learning curve. It happens, and you just gotta say, hey, oops, I'm in the finals of one of the biggest tournaments I've ever done. oh, what's gonna happen? Save me, Skyhawk, save me. My own self, when I'm at Kissimmee, and I, been here before on some level, I'm like, yeah, Celestio's an optional effect at everything, right? Skyhawk is like swole. I'm gonna expend you. So it happens all the time, and we'll see. I'll then confirm with the judges here on how to proceed. I don't know how this really changes game state at all, but if there
wasn't a back row pop or anything, but we'll have to leave it up to our lovely, beautiful judges to resolve it. I trust them implicitly. They are all wonderful.
I think this is going to be very interesting. The idea with this one, potentially, if I'm putting myself, not a commentator saying the most cliche commentator thing ever, put ourselves in the mind of the judges here for a second. What do you think their play is? I really need to take the rules helper at some point in time to really be able to do that.
Swole?
No, I haven't taken the rules. Celestial thought was an optional effect. I haven't taken the rules quiz or anything. Siberian would absolutely expend me for that, 100%. But no, I really should at some point in time. It'd probably just benefit me if anything else. This is crazy. I think there has to be some sort of discrepancy. I don't know if this would just be like a warning or something, but wow. Up until this point, this was electrifying. I'll say that.
Yeah, I have a concept based on my understanding of being a rules helper, but I will not speak on behalf of the judges. I will let them sort it out, and we'll deliver the final statement instead of any speculation here today.
I'm sure production really appreciates that, because half the time we're sitting here and we're like, this is what I would do in this situation. And
I mean, it's tough. You get in this. There's so many rules that I know in my head, and then I go to play, and it's been a long day. I can't tell you how many times I've started a turn and been like, I'm going to use the spirits on an Elestral to cast an artifact. Oh wait, no, you can't do that. Actually, that's only instant runes.
Yeah. There's definitely degrees to this, right? We look back to Josh casting Heliolith on a misenchanted artifact rune being played a couple of formats ago. Not the biggest issue. One of these things that's like, we just, things we need to rewind the game state until things happen. Like,
absolutely.
There are some portions of this that can work, and other portions of it that can't. And that is going to be up to our wonderful judges who've been working all day to facilitate this insane tournament with some insane rulings. Again, we talk this time and time again. Every single round this comes up. A lot of niche interactions inside of Elestrals. I know that you know that. It gets harder and harder as we play.
It does. I mean, I mentioned earlier in the tournament, when before Lifestream did the response window after a chain resolves ever come up in a clash, right? Like, it was more like a fun fact that existed, and now it matters. It matters very deeply when you choose to fire those counter runes. What you've chosen to empower, which is really fun. We're entering a era of Elestrals that rewards high skill technical play, really understanding each step of the effect resolution process and what you can do at each part of it.
Yeah, you mind if a caster speak a little empathies, trying to really understand everything? I think this is like one thing that I know I'm concerned about as I get older into my old age, my bones creaking just a little bit, is can Unk really keep up? And that's going to be more apparent as these things go on. You might see me one day in the nursing home setting temples of the sun. Who knows? Remember Lifestream format? You could do this back then. It was crazy. You couldn't do that.
Yep. All of those fun niche little rulings that and I mean, shout out to SDF and Giant Skyhawk and their wonderful curation of the Elestrals rules. If you haven't read the complete rules reference from the Elestrals website, it is a fantastic reference that any caster who is aspiring to level up their technical skills should go take a look at sometime and see this beautiful document our rules managers have put together for you all.
I think we're back in the action on that one. Speaking of our rules helpers and our judges have repaired the game state. It was a little gummy for a bit, and we got the cogs all worked out. It looks like, and we'll get a full confirmation on rulings for everyone clarification-wise, but this is the game state we left out on before the card was set. This is looking pretty familiar to me. Did anything really happen? I don't know.
I don't see Temple of the Sun in the Underworld or anything like that. We'll see if production can give us confirmation on how this was resolved. At first glance, it looks like they rewinded the game state without Temple of the Sun being set anymore. But we'll hold and hopefully get confirmation shortly.
Yeah, maybe just a temporary rewind here just before we can get into anything else for further decision and for further discussion. One thing, too, is that sometimes you have to go back before you can go forward, right? Idea here is that we're repairing the game state pretty much regardless of what the decision's going to be. So starting from here is going to be probably the easiest way to go into. And I think that just makes sense to me.
Yep.
Still, though, staring down a double Morphrost Catarant board, regardless of a set temple or not, is still pretty demanding.
Absolutely. We'll see if the Nova Core can still come out and do its thing. A commanding play from Chris if things shake out to allow that to happen still.
Let's see here. It's we're still in the waiting period for this. No decision has particularly been made one way or another on what is occurring. I think the judges are just getting a handle on the board state, on the situation, and before anything is fully getting down, absorbing all the information first before having any sort of reactionary decision. So here's what we have for the judge verdict. It's a rules error has been issued to Chris. They rewinded the game state, so Temple is back in hand along with the Nova Core. It's still Chris's turn, and they will be able to resume as normal.
Okay.
That looks like to be the ruling here as we are set up to go back before the Nova Core.
Absolutely. Shout out to our wonderful judges who can handle these fun twists and turns and manage game state to make sure everything is wonderfully put together and played by the book here in our top cut. And we are now getting confirmation that the game can resume. So let's see what kind of explosive turn Chris is going to play out. We see the Temple of the Sun. This is looking real familiar, Swole. All right. There comes the Nova Core. We're back where we were. Okay. Popping the Chimera, absolutely, and swinging over possibly the Catarant to prevent future healing. That is the move. Okay. An explosive turn from Chris here.
And this looks like to be back to where we were before. This is very interesting in terms of game state. As a Brummelinx comes down here from Caleb, continuing on, 4 spirits left, a Gorgon's Gaze coming down from Chris to stop this. That would out the Temple as well as get this Nova Core a little bit down to be contested by a Brummelinx. And a Mountains of Boreas, it was already happening. That was an incredible little bait if big true or on multiple. I guess you could also search the whiteout too. That is a 4/6 Nova Core. Have we seen 2 copies of Temple?
I don't think we know for sure. I only remember seeing the one in the previous round. So we're going to what? Oh, we're Ice Aging. We're Ice Aging, and we're just going to poke in.
Yeah, you gotta put Chris down on the lowest card. You have 1 card left in the back. You have 3 spirits left down to Chris's 4. This is as good a position as you can get into. Simplify down and go. Morphrost really specializes in these sort of equalized positions, and we already know that Chris is not on Ambrosia.
And the Brummelinx could have swung over the Nova Core, but I think we were playing around the back row to guarantee we weren't worried about the Nova Core.
It was Gorgon's Gazed.
Oh, you're right. You are correct. Never mind. So that was the perfect play from Caleb.
Corvishine coming down here just a little bit. This is a good defensive wall for Chris. This is going to put them down to 2 spirits left. A little bit dicey. Caleb, I think the Catarant being gone is fine, but you also have Frost 6 plays to potentially bring that back and just to buy some time until you can re-enchant Catarant until you get an equalized state. Of course, iWooly could be pretty crazy too to really establish board, and there's not a lot of cards that deal with that, even a Guardian of Light.
If Caleb is on more than 1 mountains, which who knows, you could also just Infrostix back the Bremelinks and get another mountains to get a stat boost to get over the Corvishine. I mean, Chris is on 1 spirit, but Guardian of Light is a known entity in the deck, and they could be negating attacks and healing their way back up here shortly if Caleb starts poking in with a big body.
Yeah, looking into the underworld here, potentially looking to maybe even go like a Kione here to see what's maybe worth it. And there it is. There's the Kione. Yep. Gonna disenchant 1, gonna play this around super close. I think going for the Catarant makes sense here. You can play this game a little bit slower and put your opponent on better habit, but that is a Chimera Morfrost. We're getting aggressive.
Do we have a Morfrost in hand to draw with?
I don't know, but down to 2 spirits apiece, I think this is definitely do or die time. What's the set card here?
Is it Frostbite?
It's Cryoblast.
Oh, okay.
Oh god, putting this down here on the board. This is the decision. And that the Corvishine goes down. Caleb is swinging for 1. We are down 1 spirit to 1 spirit with Caleb on board for 2. Chris can potentially stall out here with Guardians of Light and a Royal Lotto. There it is, El Diablo Nuevo. What in the world?
Losing the Cryoblast feels bad now.
I mean, just a little bit. We can only imagine there are more, but Royal Lotto is a very effective tool here for Chris to get back in here to see some tools. You just swing until I guess you can keep it, right? You are on no spirits. You say, don't hit.
Absolutely.
Let's see it.
Caleb
1,
making a aggressive move there and just
2,
hoping
3.
that Chris doesn't have it.
There's Celestlio, and now we know the other Morfrost goes in, and it another 3rd. Let's see it. Top off the top. It's Winjin. Royal Lotto goes down, and that's going to be game 2. We're going to game 3 of finals.
Caleb there making a risky play, just deciding to ignore the 2 back row. Totally paid off for him there, bringing us to a game 3 in this final.
Absolute cinema. That's all I'm saying. This has been a crazy turn of events. This script could not be better. The game 1 with Solar coming down to this absolute nail biter. I think both these casters were very much aware going into this game 2 that it was going to be a tight game of inches, and it is very tight. That was going down to decisions upon decisions. Caleb could have played it slow there with Catarant, opted to go for a little more aggression, and got rewarded. Chris in the game 1 decided to play a little bit slower and got rewarded with these Guardians of Lights. Obviously the Nova Core thing, the Temple of Light, that is, that happened to maybe put the players inside a mindset and kind of throw them off a little bit. I am glad to see both of them kept composure. We got that sorted out and resolved, and got to see that play out, because that was, I think, anybody's game at that point.
Yeah, no, that was great. And I think, we talked a little bit earlier today that maybe Celestlio just isn't it now that Rise from the Ashes is gone. And Chris expertly piloting the Solar, the Celestlio has shown up in Foretells, but has not done anything in these games yet. You might be right, Swole. It might be that Solar is still good, but maybe Celestlio isn't the sauce anymore.
Maybe. I think that on some level, though, the first lights to help compensate down for a deck like Chris to really make sure that when you are making the decision to ascend like a Leo Bright or ascending to your Celestlio, it is going to happen, which I think is partially the impact of that Rise ban, like you were mentioning. Though, I completely agree. This is some incredible Solar piloting, both in the mid-range and on trying to make these big swing turn decisions. I think it definitely just comes down to these small moment-to-moment plays of Do I take the aggression here? Do I take the slow? And we're going into game 3 now. This is it. This is the finals. Both players 8-1 throughout the day. Let's see if they can take it here and who takes it home the trophy.
Absolutely. We'll see who is on the play here.
Looks like Chris is opting to potentially go first and has a mulligan out. And this is going to be killer. Solar can produce some bad hands from experience. I can definitely say that. But at the same time, we do know that they're playing Earthquake Spirits, so it's not all the hands can be bad. The thing, though, I think Caleb's opting to keep their hand here, similar to last time. I think that we were ready to go.
Yep.
And I think, like you've been saying all day, do they have the perfect play?
Okay, Corvishine is not a bad opener, especially if there is an Apollo there.
Yeah, starting out with
just
it.
Corvishine. Okay.
We got a Lycan form coming down here from Caleb, grabbing a classic move from Morfrost, going for Scorpio and Bat form. A Keone here too to grab back Lycan form to cycle in. We've got this insane resource loop happening here. And wow, this is a setup. I think we can start to see the Avalanche pulling through and coming in here, as well as Corvishine being threatened by the Scorpio.
Yeah, I mean, I think Scorpio's probably going to come down here. No, it's going to be the Chimera. Okay.
Ooh, it's opting to hold for potentially a larger push. This is the punish for Rabbit back in the days. You just go Morfrost, Bat, bring back, and be able to contest this. But there's the Boreas. Never mind. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh! Once again, the Boreas was in hand all along.
And a Tsunami coming in. Wow, really impactful Tsunami here. That definitely takes care of these big wide boards, and
absolutely
you can help contest some of this. But
I mean, if Caleb had gone with the Frostfall Classic, the Frostfall Classic is Scorpio, pitch, Bat, bring back Lycan, Water Enchanted to play around Tsunami, right?
We got Solar Burst, second Tsunami, Neblio, Poison Tipped Arrow, Apollo, a Resting on Your Laurels, a Novacore, and a Temple of the Sun. Ooh, baby. I think that's got to be a Sent Neblio, which you don't love to see, as that's a particularly good playmaker and big body, but you're going to go ahead and pop the Lycan form. And do we have another body on board that can contest the Chimera? It's a 3 defense, which is kind of bulky.
Hopefully, I mean, a Nebulio in hand. There's enough solar on field for it to hit over, right? A Plucky grab a Liar. We saw Plucky in one of their foretells, right?
Yeah, I think so. Was that regular Plucky? Hard to say. Leo Bright. Whoa. That's going to contest it. We do know the Scorpion is in hand, though. This is kind of a very risky play for Chris to try and go into. I can recognize the attempt as an effort, but again, being in the solar hot seat before, this is a play that I think you're making if you don't have a lot in hand. Hopefully we see that this goes through, and it does.
Did they set a card? I was going to say that this is a good play if you have the Gorgons in hand, but it looks like no back row here, so I expect we are going to see the Scorpio get its dinner today.
Yeah, this is now this big kitty is Scorpion food, and that is going to be absolutely crazy. Scorpion defense mode, opting not to go for pressure here. I actually am very curious about this motion, as potentially waiting for the Chimera to come back here. Chimera can go in here for Bat, and now we get our engine online. And this is
Keone can add back Bat, and you can discard it again with Chimera, right? Like, you can basically build a full board this turn with more Frost.
Yeah, absolutely. Just discarding a second Chimera form, so Keone add back the Bat here. And yeah, I just expend 2 in the end phase to pop the Leo Bright, pass back, and we're on a 5 defender strategy here. We got to out this Boreas somehow.
Temple of the Sun might be around. You just need a Glimbat to get to it.
Yeah, this is a very interesting position. A Solar Burst here could be huge.
Okay.
We knew the Rolotto, we knew the Glimbat, we knew Novacore. we knew Solar Burst, Apollo, Winjin, and Neblio. What do we send?
I imagine Royalotl is the send here.
Yeah, this we know the Cryoblast is pretty devious against the deck. Though looks like maybe I Neblio here.
Okay.
Right. Well, this is now very interesting. That Kione, like you were saying, the Disenchant Kione, add back the Morphrost Chimera form. It's a very big power play here.
Absolutely. We'll see. Hopefully Chris has some back row to shore himself up this turn, but it looks like not.
Yeah, we'll see. I think they're confirming spirits counting down, and there looks to be a card in the back there Chris is potentially looking to look at after this. These Solar Foretells pass back on the Corvuscine, going for the defensive option. This bird is cooked, surely.
Surely. I mean, just get back the Chimera, drop it down. It's a 6 under Boreas. It'll have a nice little turkey feast there.
Yeah, put this bird on ice. We're going back to Frost, opting to go for the Lycan form here to find the third Chimera as well as some extra advantage and another bat form. And here we go, going ahead and cast the Chimera. Chimera here, effect to after the shuffling here to discard bat. We're trying to play a little bit fast and loose here. I imagine the nerves are getting to both. Chris is up by 5 spirits, and so there's a little bit of plenty of time to play. Caleb's gonna have to apply some pressure here with these Morphrost. And there it goes, Morphrost Chimera to Morphrost Chimera, 2 6s.
And we're going to have the full swing here with a back row.
Yep, putting down to 10 spirits. This is still up by 4 with 1 back row. You're secure on this. This is now a Frost board and a half. Apollo going in for 2. Let's see what we foretell off the Apollo. Yep, for 3. What do we add here? Royalotl might just be it to save you some time. You got to save your skin, and SYB, save your bacon. This is gonna be it.
Now, Chris is still notably up on spirits, though, so there are plenty of moves that Solar can make here. Facing down a scary Chimera board, we know there are at least a couple of hits for Royalotl to negate attack, so unless Caleb has a Cryoblast, that Royalotl is most likely going to stick this turn.
Yeah, and that's the only thing out here is the Cryoblast. I think the Royalotl El Diablo Nuevo can be a very formidable foe into these low-to-the-ground strategies. Ascending here into
with a lunar?
Spirit.
Are we about to see a Nixamera? What is happening?
Oh, it's Catarant. Oh,
okay.
Low on Frost, I see.
I think that is it.
Yeah, foretelling 3. It's an Ice Age, a Brummelinx, a Chimera, and sending the Ice Age to the Underworld. That makes a little bit of sense. You don't really
I
need
wonder
to get a
if
board.
this was just a search move to try and find the Cryoblast, essentially. Like, maybe Caleb didn't actually care about the elephant here. They just wanted to be able to stack their deck.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good call. Passing back to, I think, Densfog to suppress the Royalotl.
It didn't matter. They had it all along.
Whoa! Densfog coming in clutch here all tournament. And hey, listen, I forgot about Densfog too. You can definitely suppress that. You don't have to swing into the Royalotl. That's crazy. And you were right. Those were coming in here. Apollo for 3. I think, yeah, you're going for Nova Core here. You're going to try to break board with a Temple of the Sun, I think.
We know Glimbat should be in hand based on the foretells.
Yep. There we go. Coming in here with the Temple of the Sun.
So we're getting a repeat of last game of a Nova Core into a built Morphrost board. The question is, does Caleb have what they need to dismantle the Nova Core like last time? We've already seen the Mountain of Boreas out of Caleb, so the question is, are they on a second?
Yeah, I've got to get rid of the Icy Mountain and step into the Sun here. Nova Core effect to destroy one, swing over another, going to opt to destroy the Chimera, swing, take 1 damage, and hit over Scorpio. Or simplified board state here. And gonna ascend here into the Iwooly!
Iwooly has to crash though, right? Or
no, it's just enough. Iwooly's a 7 and the North Core a 6. That's a scoop from Chris, and Caleb walks away your champion of the October 25th, 2025 Lifestream premiere with Morphrost of all things.
That is beautiful. Chris should not feel bad at all. Getting second place in your third ever Premier tournament is an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah, no kidding. Really, there was several board states there where and like I said, this could really go either way. Chris piloting those really hard moments of having the mid game of Solar, which is a particularly hard portion of that deck to master. Knowing when to drop your Nova Cores, knowing when to ascend, when to keep your Neblios alive and everything. And those things, as we see Chris develop as a player, like you were mentioning, this is the third tournament ever. Hey, listen, as a fellow runner-up in several tournaments, I think that you can feel pretty good about that one. That was an amazing showcase. And of course, congratulations to Chris and congratulations to Caleb for icing out the competition and showcasing the power of Morfrost. I was not expecting that. I predicted it. I was just joking. I swear.
Well, I mean, you and PK got some of your predictions to the final round here. The Swole advantage went with Morfrost, though, and they clinched the victory.
Yeah.
A wonderful showing of both of those predicted decks.
No kidding. And I think this was very exciting. Both decks being able to play and both players being able to play out of their mind. What a finals and a half. Much more different than the more high rolly strategy of something like BlueStacks. Caleb opting to go for Chimera, much more control type strategy with several plays you can make. And this is the big thing, is if you put a deck like this into a experienced player's hands, they can do wonderful things with it. And Caleb not only gets their invites to Worlds, wins the uncut sheet, wins the other goodies, the champ foamy marbled, but also walks away with the Centaur Championship card, which is the second one for Atlanta. What are they feeding them out there?
I don't know. They're cooking a marble Centaur deck, I think.
Yeah, it's the peaches, I swear. You know, it's the Georgia peaches. That's all I know. They have to be stopped. This is my call to the Australians. You guys can handle it. I'm not doing it. What I just witnessed, I'm not fighting that.
All right, I got to start eating some peaches if I want to do better in premieres. That's what I've learned. That's what I've taken away from this.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, I'll start on a good peach any day of the week. Now this is this was incredible. That was so exhilarating to watch. The Ice Age is having such a big impact there. That's probably my card of the finals. The play of the day are those really crazy board clears. What about you?
I mean, I was so excited to see the Brummalinks Ice Age play. This is a tech I called out early in Lifestream saying, hey, a lot of people talk about, Ice Age plus Kione, but don't forget, Brummalinks into Boreas is an Ice Age. And we got to see that do wonders for Caleb today. And again, another card people discounted in the live stream format, Ice Age, coming out here and making a crucial difference for our player today. I think this really goes to show you can't count any card out in Elestrals. They're all so lovingly designed. They eventually find their place. I mean, we saw Circle the Sky on stream today. You do not count out any card. They are all so wonderful and can do great things with the right pilots, like we saw from Caleb playing not only Ice Age, but that Kione's Frostbite.
Yeah, this is an insane meta call, truly, and I keep on saying it. Cooks in the kitchen. There are bees in this house, and it is incredible when they sting. Watching a master at work, right? Both in the case of Chris, who I think as a newcomer to this game, as someone who has entered tournaments before and has said, I want to do better, I want to improve, this was an incredible showcase for this caster. And as we are getting up and ready here to get a winner's interview with Caleb, we can deep dive into the mind of our newest champion. I, for one, am very excited to know why Morfrost. Why Frost at all? What was her tech decisions here? I'm both so confused and incredibly enthralled. What an excellent day for Elestrals. Hop on, everyone.
A wonderful day for Elestrals indeed. I hope that today has inspired so many people to cook new exciting decks for upcoming formats. And I am, just like you, excited to hear from our champion here as PK gets ready to interview them shortly.
Yeah, I am Ooh, what a day. I really didn't expect to be here. And not only that, you know, to the extent of at this point, I really did. I thought it was going to be different. Lockagon, Solar, both these two decks known quantities and all day proven wrong. I think it just kind of goes to show that, you know, whether you think you got it or not, you always got to get back into the lab. There's always going to be innovation to be had here. And just like you were saying with these niche decks that can really catch people off guard, I'm sure this is super exciting to watch.
Absolutely. And Frost seems to always get a surprise win every format. It just kind of comes up and takes it while no one's expecting it. So it will be exciting to see in future tournaments if Frost continues its streak of victory, if more people get in the lab with more Frost after this.
Yeah, you know, and that's one thing that I think is curious to note, right? We've had several other champions and several other casters do really well historically on Frost. And now that Frost and more Frost could be a known strategy, is that going to be the push that people take the slide down, the ice plunge into the deck? Or is it just a one-off factor? I think time will tell, but surely this is one for the ice ages, if you will.
Yes, welcome to the Ice Age. Let's go Hibufin, I guess?
Yeah, we got correct. Hibufin best deck for sure. I cannot believe them. Caleb, what are you, Hibufin?
Caleb got away with it. He bamboozled us all.
Yeah, Caleb got EXE. And by EXE, that means our butts. Holy. Holy. I would have been excited to see Hibufin too. Don't get me wrong. I was happy to get to see some more Frost action as well. And against a deck that I am more than happy to say I'm familiar with, that was probably one of the best finals I've seen in a long time. Sorry, Josh.
Absolutely. All day long, these clashes have been wonderful showings, and what a wonderful way to end out the day with a down to the last Spirit game, 3 games in a row for our final victory here in this our third Premier level tournament for Lifestream.
Ooh, magic number 3 on this one. I'm excited to see what people bring on the next premiere. Maybe this is the where Lifestream really settles. And I can't believe it. I think we're gearing up and we are close to being ready to go for our champion and PK to talk to them and talk to us. Let us know what's going on here. Give us the mind of the champion whenever ready. Holy, this is gonna be killer.
Yep. It looks like we're going to take a couple more minutes for production setup here, but we're biding our fingertips, excited to get the dump from the champion themselves.
Hey, listen, I got frostbite already. Listen here, I'm not trying to get cold feet or anything, but this is I think I gotta hear these explanations. I gotta see these combos. I barely even know what these cards do. I haven't read these cards since Frostfall, maybe.
Okay, I think we are all good for the interview, so let's let our friend PK take it away.
Congratulations, champ!
I'm not gonna cry. I'm gonna try I already cried a little bit. I'm gonna try so hard not to cry.
It's true, I witnessed it. We got the tears out, so now we can just talk about everything. Congratulations! Yeah. Fantastic performance. It was so fun being able to watch your deck play. You piloted Morphos phenomenally, not only phenomenally throughout the tournament, but to a championship placing. You have earned your world's invite in 2026. So my first question, where's Hibufin?
So for everyone at home that's not aware, I made a post on Twitter earlier this week saying, hey, I might play in the premiere. Should I play Hibufin? I'm so sorry to everyone that thought I was playing Hibufin. It wasn't meant to be a bait. I thought it was funny. I was always playing my boy the elephant.
See, I believe because Hibufin is also your boy, but I believe
that is true.
I also believed that I would see you in top 8. Was not expecting to see you pilot yourself to championship status efficiently as well. How are you feeling about that?
I'm gonna be so honest. I never thought I'd be here. I was really happy commentating. I really like playing this game. I love it. You know, I've got an incredible local scene. I've got an incredible group of friends that I play this game with. But webcam premieres and just playing competitively has never been my thing. So to end up here when this morning I woke up, I'm like, we'll see if I decide to play or not. I put the deck together in the Play Network just in case. And I was like, I'm feeling it. And it's like, you know, I like to go 4-3. That's what happened when I got my last top cut. I was like, I like to go 4-3. All of a sudden I'm 4. I'm like, well, it'd be cool to make top 16. Oh, it'd be cool to make top 8. And all of a sudden, I think in top cut I think it was at least 2. It might have been all 3 rounds of top cut. I started off with a loss and then reverse swept. And so every single top cut, I start off and I'm like, this might be the one, I might be out. And then I somehow am here and I'm finally the last Elestronaut to get their win. And that means so much to me. It means so much to finally round that out because they've believed in me for so long and I did it.
You've been a phenomenal, consistent player. Every time you pick up a deck, you show up and you show out. You at least make top cut every single time. So I think it was just a matter of time for you to have achieved this for yourself. Once again, congratulations. You had a phenomenal run. You only lost 1 game this entire tournament. What was that too, and how do you feel about the deck in this meta right now?
So I lost to Y Rebellion in the last round 7. We were both undefeated. He drew incredible. He played incredible. There was like one play he could have done differently that he walked me through. I'm like, that was insane if you saw that line. This deck has felt incredible into this metagame. I think the one thing that it struggled with is the elephants are by far the best part. They're the best part in BlueStacks, in my opinion. And that's why I ended up playing the Morfrost stuff together with it, because I think that the Iwoolly is just insane. Elephants are my favorite animal, so I ended up playing that. So I think it works really well into the metagame. But into Y Rebellion in particular, it just sometimes has hands that really don't do a lot, and I've tried to tweak the deck to help it fix those scenarios. But sometimes, this is all card games. Sometimes you just don't draw it. Sometimes you just don't have it.
Or mill it in your case, but yeah.
Or yeah, sometimes you don't mill it. I think I actually cast Iwoolly off of Catarant less than 5 times today.
Wow.
And
how many times did you hard send it?
Probably about as much as I hit it off of a Catarant. Wow. There was a lot of games where I'm Cataranting every turn, I'm shuffling the deck with different cards, and never seeing Iwoolly. But Morfrost just is so incredibly strong, and it was what got me over the line when the Iwoolly stuff wasn't wanting to participate. But when the Iwoolly stuff hit, the game is over in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, we saw that in your last round. Absolutely, that was insane. Were you expecting a Morfrost mirror with Bo at all?
I wasn't expecting a single person to be playing Morfrost except me here. So the fact that I played it twice, Perky, which was like a very true Morfrost deck, and then Bo, who was playing, I think it was like dedicated Morfrost, but it seemed like there was some other stuff that was less like dedicated Morfrosty. So I did not expect to play the mirror twice, but they somehow came out on top both times.
Amazing play and an amazing deck list as well. You were showing off cards that I was calling out. Did not really expect it to come out, but you were playing it. You were operating on Ice Age. You had Keon's Frostbite for a battle trick. What made you choose those cards, and would you keep them in the list? Are you saying that they're like actually premier cards?
Yeah, Ice Age for one is phenomenal. It fits super well into this deck because you go wide super easily, and so you set up the board to be able to do the disenchant all the time. It's expensive, and that's the hard part, and that's where OG Catarant comes in clutch, and that's kind of the issue the deck has, is it's expensive, and Morfrost has always had that issue since Frostfall.
Yeah.
But Keon's Frostbite is something that was actually a shout out from Dimax, and actually my finalist opponent, Chris. Dimax and Chris worked on a very similar list, and I was working on mine in a testing server, and Dimax was like, hey, here's a list that I've been working on, similar with a friend who I found out was Chris, my finalist opponent, who knows my deck list almost exactly just by having played it probably.
Wow.
And it's like, hey, if you're playing Keon and you're playing the Ursicle already, you should play Frostbite, because it is just like a solid one of, you can search. Sometimes it just goes absolutely ballistic, and it did for me in the match versus Bo, and other times it's just a great side out. That's one of the best parts I've enjoyed about this deck, is there's just super clear side outs to the pieces that hit the hardest, because in decks like Solar and Lockagon, where Frostbite isn't doing as much, you say, okay, I'm siding that out immediately for a rune that does something. And it makes it so easy. I didn't have to think most of the time, but what I'm siding in and out.
What's the most attack you've gotten off of a Frostbite?
3. I don't. No, I had a 4. I hit 4, I think, against Perky, actually. I had a Blizzard and a Keon and Underworld. And so I hit 4 off of it. It didn't matter. I only needed 1 attack because it was Chimera's crashing, I believe. But it was like, hey, it gets up there.
Well, I have to let you know that you were a fan favorite this entire tournament run. Chat was loud for you. The community was loud for you. You have definitely been just a diehard for the community since then. So I'm sure everyone is so glad to have seen you achieve this accolade as well. You have earned your invite into Worlds 2026. You are there. We will see you competing in whatever format exists. So 2 questions here. One of them being, will Morphos come back? And if not, what other cards from Lifestream are you just like, now I'm going to explore? And why is this Centaur champion of Dionysus?
So
help me out.
Morphrost is coming back. I think that this is a really good like anti-meta call into Solar in particular. It matches really well into it because you just go really fast. And then into basically every other deck, you go wide really fast, and 5s and then 6s with the Boreas just allow you to control the board really well. And then you have a lot of outs for things that are sticky with the Scorpio form. And so I think that this deck is a really solid anti-meta call. However, I think if it becomes more popular, it becomes a lot harder, I think, to kind of, play this deck because I'm main decking Ice Age. So when I play versus Will, I'm like, ooh, I saw Ice Age Boreas in my opener. That's going back immediately. I don't want that in my hand.
Okay.
So I think that this was a very specific meta call that I made for this event. It is a deck that I've really been enjoying anyway, and it has elephants, which I love. And so it kind of just was the perfect, so the stars aligned for this. So I'm going to be playing this. This list almost exactly is legal for set champs. So I've got one Monday, and I'm bringing this deck. I'm swapping Tadflow out. It was a fun thing I tried for the event, and it happened once, so it's going out. And I'm putting back in the cards I took out for it. There's still some things that I'm interested in trying from Lifestream outside of the elephants. I think the main one is I adore, and hey, you're like this, Champion of Demeter, not Centaur, but Champion of Demeter. I adored Cobalt Sanderson's list, the Crabs deck. The deck that just says, here's a Moss Station, I swing, I hit you really hard. I think that deck's really cool, and so I wanna play around with that. I wanna try it out myself, and I need his list. I need the video right now, Cobalt.
Hey, all the deck lists will be available on play.elestrals.com, so everyone can look at
also
that.
True.
Cobalt.
I'll see that tonight.
It was very cool, but yes, the profile for context will be very much appreciated, Cobalt. Get to it. So, where do you go from here? And is there anybody you want to shout out for helping you get to this far?
Where do I go? I came into this hoping that I would inch a little bit closer to Worlds because I somehow have 65 points from playing local regional and set champs, I think.
Okay.
So I was just hoping to get closer to Worlds. I was like, if I hit top 16, I get about halfway there. Now I have a ticket. Whoops. So.
Whoops. I don't know how I got. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got.
You're wondering how I got here. I'm just gonna hope that I can continue casting, and I love casting this game. I love trying to help people out understand the intricacies of this game because it really is complicated. That's why I love this deck. There's so many moments where I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to think out like a 7-step line that gets me to lethal or gets me to a good board state or whatever it is. Like waiting on the eye woolly was a calculated thing at the end there, and it worked out exactly how I wanted to for waiting out the Nova Core pop. So, I don't know. I just want to play Elestrals. I'm excited to go to locals and play this deck on Monday, and then play it again next Saturday, and play it again the Monday after that, and do that until a new set comes out.
I feel that that sentiment is very close to me as well. Before we let you go, is there anyone you want to shout out, thank, or just give some love to?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, the people that have been with me since the very start, Josh, Swole, and Distant Coder, you all mean the world to me. I love y'all. Thank you so much for believing in me. There were so many messages in chats cheering me on, saying that I was gonna win, and I'm like, I'm just happy to be here the entire time. So thank you so much to them. Thank you so much to the Nimbug community. It's something that I started like 2.5 years ago now, and it's blossomed into an incredible space that I appreciate so much. And I love every single person in there. And then, of course, my local community. The Atlanta Ash Rabbits are incredible. Julian and Jay have been incredible testing partners recently. Kier has been incredible as a Frost mentor, someone who has done very well with Frost. There's too many people in my local community to shout out. Like, Johnny, all right, like there's too many people. I love every single one of you. Thank you so much for supporting me to this position, because I didn't think I'd get here.
You're here and you will be there at Worlds 2026. So make sure you keep testing. We'll see what kind of deck you bring up. Huge, again, congratulations on your play. Congratulations on your deck. Congratulations on the accolade. We're going to pass it off back to Swole and Andrew now so they can take us on out of here. All right.
Wow, what an absolute finish. Caleb, such a sweetheart for the day. Morfrost taking it over, and again, congratulations to Caleb. Welcome to Worlds 2. We'll see you there. And from not expecting anyone else to be playing this type of strategy and truly a master at their craft, even maybe on some level testing for the set championships coming up, and then just more frosted their way to the finals. Andrew, it's been a pleasure commentating with you today as well. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much, Swole. Shout out to our other commentator, PK, as well, for such a fantastic day of Elestrals. All of our wonderful judges who kept the cogs turning, and all of the tournament organizers, staff, and all the wonderful players who took a whole day out of their lives to just enjoy this beautiful game we all love called Elestrals.
Yeah, 100%. And hey, shout out to our production as well, keeping the wheels on and the power on. And everyone say thank you so much. Thank your judges, thank your staff. This has been a beautiful tournament. We cannot wait to see you again in November. Test up. Morfrost is real, and Morfrost can hurt you. This has been an incredible time. We have a few of them coming here, so prep and sharpen your steel, y'all. We got November 15th, December 6th, and December 20th. The holidays are getting a little bit chilly, but the action is heating up here for more Elestrals Lifestream action. I cannot wait.
Maybe we'll see more Morfrosts come out as we head into the winter seasons.
Yeah, and we have don't forget we have our Divine Champions Lifestream set championships as well from October 27th to November 9th. You can look at your LGSs for these. We have several different stores that are going to be hosting them. They're very fun. There is a specific list that you can play with in certain cards to really have these certain strategies that you would not normally see inside of these constructed premieres. However, thanks to the champ here on some insight, practice your Morfrost lines, because that one could be legal.
It very well could be. We might see it overtaking the set championships like we saw Voltempest for Firestorm.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, listen, electrifying or bone chilling, I'm gonna those two puns are right there on the tip of my tongue. So, no, I think that's been incredible. This has been a wonderful day. Andrew, again, thank you so much. PK, thank you, and thank you to everyone watching here at home. Wherever you are in the world, get some rest, get some sleep, get something good to eat, and hop on Elestrals. I cannot wait to be there and play with you. Oh my God, this has been good.
Absolutely. What a delightful day. Thank you so much, Swole, and to all the people who made this possible.